Well, hello everyone and welcome to the final day of the Classic at Silverstone. What a day we have. Bright sunshine and another packed timetable of races. Another 10 races today. Some of the cars we haven't seen yesterday, and we've got some repeat races. Bryn, what a day yesterday.
Do you know what? Yesterday was an incredible day. It was my first day here working at the Silverstone Classic, and what a day it was. And I think the way it finished for me was a massive, massive highlight. It finished incredibly with that race, with Tom Bradshaw winning it, although he sort of limped over the line. The last half a lap was an incredible one to watch, with Alex Brundle going out just before that from second place. So it was a kind of heart-in-the-mouth moment, and it took quite a while for Tom to get to the podium, but it was a fantastic race, and we're going to do it all again today. What about we've got cars coming by. What about your particular highlight then, Ed?
Well, my highlight was almost you being knocked over by Formula Junior. I have to say, this race yesterday was amazing. It was a last lap, last corner. I mean, you couldn't script it. Yeah. If you put it in a Hollywood script, you wouldn't have believed it. So what I want to do, before these guys go out, they're getting into the cars now for their second and final race of the weekend. I want to go and talk to all the protagonists because I want to hear what they thought of it. It's quite a list, though, isn't it, of protagonists? So I'm going to let you dive off and do that while we do a run-through. But there's so much going on off track as well, including those 7 title-winning cars of Lewis Hamilton. So make sure if you are here at the Silverstone Classic, you go and check it out. But let's have a look at what's going on today then while Ed relocates to find some of the drivers. Well, we kick things off, as Ed says there, with the historic Junior. That's happening at 9 o'clock, the Formula Junior. Then we have the MRL Royal Automobile Club race at 9:40. HSCC Historic Formula 2 at 11 o'clock. Royal Automobile Club, they're going to be taken to the track at 11:40. Yokohama Legends Parade at 12:40. Then we have the Car Club Parades at 12:50. We're going to relocate into the wing when Frank Williams Memorial Trophy kicks things off at 1:30. Then we have the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars at 2:10. At 2:50, the Masters Endurance Legends Ignition GP 90s F1 demonstration. That is absolutely incredible. That's going on at 3:40. The HSCC Thundersports at 4:15. The Masters GT4 Classic Silverstone Challenge at 5:15. We haven't finished yet, though. The 40th anniversary of Group C. Another thing of beauty, that demonstration. Do not miss that one at 5:55. And the final race of the day, the Adrian Flux Trophy, taking place at 6:15. So much going on track. And Ed's here with some drivers. So let's find out who he's with.
Michael, I've seen some exciting races in my time, but I think yesterday must go down as a history books as one of the most exciting Formula Junior races. How was it from the cockpit?
Yeah, it definitely felt that way from in the car as well. I think I was a bit more probably stressed out than some of the people watching. But yeah, it made for a great race. Yeah, it was just relentless from start to finish, different challenges, different people swapping, loads of lead changes. So yeah, a really exciting race to be a part of, but probably a bit more stressful in the car.
And Horatio seems to have some straight line speed, so it's obviously quite hard to defend.
Yeah, I think he's obviously got a very well prepared car. High-Tech do a great job running the car. We had a few little engine problems yesterday which made things very difficult, so hopefully today will be a bit more even on the straights as well.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, well, we mentioned Horatio there. He lost the lap on the last lap, lost the race on the last lap of the race. They've gone back to the original qualifying position, so that's why he's back here. Horatio, sorry, you're getting your belts done up. What a race yesterday. I mean, you couldn't have believed it on the last corner.
No, absolutely, but I mean, it was a very difficult fight coming back from 6th at the end of the opening lap, so even though we may have lost it on the final corner, we're still very happy to have been able to climb back up to the front. So if we can try and do half the job on the opening lap, I think we'll be up there.
I guess only a win will do today?
Absolutely, we'll do our best and have a nice clean fight at the front, and any result's a bit of a bonus.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, on the podium as well, sorry Gordon, follow me. Tim De Silva's just back here. And Tim finished 3rd yesterday, and I'm sure we'll be expecting a similar result today. Tim, you had some fantastic drives yesterday, most notably in the Endurance Legends, but your Formula Junior race was also a cracker. Another podium today?
Hoping so. Car was fantastic. I think it's just a matter of the driver getting a little bit more warmed up and one with the track. But I think with all the track time yesterday, I should be able to find some time in my driving. So looking forward to another great race. I had a great view of all the great passes yesterday. So.
And obviously you've gone back to your original qualifying positions. Is it, as a driver, you've got to kind of master reset and do it all again?
Yeah, I had a good start yesterday, so I'm going to try to do the same thing today. But I think at the speed I'm at, it's actually helpful to try to chase down some of the other cars because I'm still getting comfortable with this car and with the track, so I actually don't mind it so much.
Enjoy it.
Thanks.
Right, over here, who have we got? Nicholas Fennell. Let's go and say hello. See what's... I can see the smile. What a way to start the day.
It's a fabulous day, and a Formula Junior race at 9 o'clock is nothing better.
So better than coffee.
Much better than coffee, and a little bit more adrenaline going on than coffee as well.
This grid is one of the most competitive grids over the weekend. You guys race together all the time. It must be so exciting out there.
It's really exciting, and what for me I love to see is that we've got a lot of young guys coming through, and seeing these young guys fighting it out at the front, for me is brilliant, because we've all been doing it a long time, but I just love that new blood's coming into Formula Junior.
It keeps you young.
It certainly does.
Enjoy.
Thanks very much.
Right, who else have we got? I'm pretty sure I saw... Sorry, Gordon, nearly walked into you there. That's the whistles going, so I think what we'll do is let's get out of the way. That's all the cars starting up, so that's all from us down in the assembly area.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Silverstone. Day 2, the final day of racing at the Classic 2022. And what better injection of adrenaline to start the morning than a monster grid of historic Formula Juniors. Cars, and they line up as they did yesterday. The one qualifying session on Friday set the grid. Michael O'Brien, yesterday's winner by a whisker, on pole ahead of Cameron Jackson, who looked as though he might be a real front runner till mechanical problems struck. Same with Alex Ames. Horatio Fitzsimon in the Lotus, the red car. Look out for him. He's determined to win today. Andrew Hibbert, Sam Wilson. Behind them, Tim De Silva, we just heard from him, and Westy Mitchell. Then John Milicevic and Nick Fennell, Mark Woodhouse and Ben Sims. We have got 50 cars on the grid. Great names of the junior era who became big constructors like Lola, like Lotus, like Brabham. We've got some of the tiddlers as well. Ray Mallock in a U2 built by his father, Arthur Mallock. We've got small cars like, or manufacturers like Alexis, Keith, Condor and Caravel. And plenty more to think about as we see these juniors head out on track. And this is also a race that marks the changing of the guard in Formula Junior. When it was first conceived, cars were front-engined. There are a smattering of front-engine Formula Juniors here, but most are the rear-engine cars. And when we talk about these cars, we always say they're miniature Grand Prix cars. And that's no exaggeration, because in the very early 60s, when these cars were the junior category, Formula One cars were 1.5 litres. These cars are 1.1 litres. So for very many of the teams that ran these Formula Junior cars, if you could step up from a 1.1 litre to 1.5 litre Coventry Climax engine, you actually had a Grand Prix car. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to sunny Silverstone. What a beautiful weekend of weather we've had here. I'm Martin Haven, joining me in the commentary booth all day, all weekend, and with all the information, Alistair Douglas. And Alistair, well, I've had a couple of cups of coffee, but that is nothing like the adrenaline rush that these guys are going to get. This race yesterday was an absolute barnstormer.
It was indeed, yes, and it in a way it couldn't have finished any better. Horatio Fitzsimon, who lost the lead on the very last lap, was totally gracious on the podium, and congratulating Michael O'Brien, who drove brilliantly with a small electrical problem which caused his car to be a little bit slower on the straights. He was down on power, and in fact Cameron Jackson suffered from a similar problem, and during the race, if you were here yesterday, you'll remember Cameron suddenly slowed on the straight we're looking at now as they came up the Hamilton straight, and that was down to the car just fluffing a little bit with an electrical problem which cured itself, and then he was able to carry on. But both of them having problems.
Well, we saw that it was a really close race in the end between Michael O'Brien in his green car and Horatio Fitzsimon in that red Lotus. And it was a real drag race to the line. Mike won by 1300ths of a second. He looked overjoyed, but more than normally overjoyed. And we were sort of astonished that he was quite so emotional about it. But Alistair, there was a massive, massive story going on behind the scenes as well.
There was, yes, and I didn't feel it was right to say yesterday, but I've spoken to Michael's dad, Mike, this morning, and he's happy for me to relate to you that Michael's mum and Mike's wife died in May this year. It was a hugely emotional time for them at the moment, and one of the things that Michael's mum, Julia, said to him was that he should go out and win the 2 classic races. The family is so, they're like a stick of rock. Racing goes right through them, all 3 of them, and it was therefore not just an emotional win because it was such a great race and winning by 13 thousandths on the last corner. It was for his mum as well, and that's a brilliant story, and it really shows that the Classic, it's a big event, but there's some very big stories within it as well.
We tend to talk a lot about the cars, don't we? Because that's what unites everybody here. All the drivers, all the mechanics, all the fans, all the marshals, everything. We all get cars. We love watching racing cars, but all sport, it's about the humans in the end. And that human emotion absolutely just boiled over. I'm not quite sure how he contained himself in the run to the line, but when he did take that checkered flag, as you say, by half of, not even half a car length, basically a nose, the emotion just bubbled over. A massive moment for him, for his father, and for the family as well. And you know, that's I think an emotion that everybody understands from life and from sport, and motorsport is just a little microcosm of that. Well, as the cars come around, you can see so many of them, these low-slung little cigar tubes, the classic schoolboy 1960s drawing of a racing car, but some of them much taller. Those will tend to be the front engine car, because of course front engine doesn't mean front wheel drive in these races. Front engine means front engine and rear wheel drive, so the drive shaft and the gearbox have to come past the driver at some stage. The driver, you'll see in the taller cars, will be a little offset from centre, much as you would have seen in an Indy Roadster of the era, and so the cars tend to be a lot taller, and you can see exactly why, even chassis dynamics aside, a tall front engine car with very little power. These are only 1100cc cars. They'll have around 150 brake horsepower maybe, but you can see why a big tall car with the driver sitting right up in the airstream would be very much less competitive, no matter what its chassis dynamics were, compared to the little mid-engine cars that superseded them. And Formula Junior actually sort of just beat Formula One to it. The cars, designers like John Cooper, who built the Cooper cars, already had experience of rear engine cars from the 500 Formula that preceded this as the sort of entry-level category, and knew that was very much the way to go, and so it became in Grand Prix racing as well. But the green shoebox that you can see along on the outside of our 2 rows of cars, that's the U2 of Ray Mallock, designed by his father Sir Arthur Mallock, which then became Mallock Cars. And Mallock U2s still being produced for Clubman's Racing, and Ray driving one of the original cars, a U2 Mark II. Very competitive, despite the fact that it looks not quite as aerodynamic as its rivals. So 50 cars, nicely warmed up and ready to go. Stand by for 20 minutes of absolutely frantic action. Sunday morning at the Classic gets underway with the Formula Junior encounter. 50 cars, they spread out 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 wide behind our race leader, the man who paced them to the field, Michael O'Brien, on pole position in his blue Brabham. Right alongside him, Cameron Jackson, Alex Ames, the red car for Horatio Fitzsimon, who so nearly won yesterday, off on the grass on the run down through the first couple of corners. He's not alone. They are small cars. This is a very big circuit, but when you're 5, 6, 7 or 8 wide into turn 1, it is a little hard to make sure that everybody gets safely through. Looks like The blue and red Brabham BT6 of Alex Ames may have got a better start. Alex had a bit of a mechanical problem yesterday, so did Cameron Jackson. More cars off wide as they come onto the Wellington Straight. Alistair, it's going to take them a moment or two to settle down, but already a breakaway group of 5 cars, including there Cam Jackson in second place.
And the leader is from pole position, Michael O'Brien. Cameron Jackson into second place. As you said, Horatio Fitzsimon went very, very wide at the first section there through Abbey, but he's managed to recover, and he's going wide again there on the exit of Luffield. So he's a little bit wild in this early stage of the race, but it's Michael O'Brien who will turn into Copse Corner first. Cameron Jackson in second place. Alex Ames, who once again made a great start, number 88, that blue car with the orange stripe, in third place, but it's the green with the gold stripe of Michael O'Brien, the Brabham BT6, that will turn into the wonderful Beckett section first. And so far things are looking good for all of these cars. There's no problems. We had a couple of cars slow off the line yesterday, but somebody who does have a problem is car number 23. That's Keith Roach in the front engine Condor.
Condor, a small mark that didn't continue very long after Formula Junior. He's heading into the pit lane. Michael O'Brien's other problem yesterday, as well as the speed of the Lotus. The Lotus of Horatio Fitzsimon, the red car there with the yellow wheels, looked like it was so much quicker in a straight line that it must somehow be illegal. Actually, the story was that Michael O'Brien had a chronic misfire in the car, so he was not picking up to speed off the corners, and that allowed Horatio to just fire past him all the time. It looks as though they run off to Tour Western Aerodrome yesterday, changed all the electronics and ran the car to try and clear the misfire. Looks like that has worked well, because Michael O'Brien has got plenty of pace out front. He certainly was never able to open this amount of a gap in the whole of the race yesterday. So he's leading. Cameron Jackson, the green car with the yellow wheels, the classic Lotus green with yellow wobbly wheels, in second. Up to third, a great move from Horatio Fitzsimon. This young man, by his own admission, he was just saying to Ed, still getting used to racing these historic cars, but boy, he really is doing a great job. Alex Ames behind him with that red nose and noseband on his car. His car, another Brabham BT6 like Michael O'Brien, the race leader. And this is, as it did yesterday, turning into a battle of some of the car-making greats from the 60s. Brabham versus Lotus, that's the story out front.
It is indeed, and this battle for second place being led now by Horatio Fitzsimon after that good move on the inside at Village, but Alex Ames hasn't given up. And of course Tim De Silva's in there as well, the American driver who Ed spoke to in the collecting area. Tim De Silva coming up in 5th place, but right behind 3rd and 4th, but taking away, and that's the Kieft car number 39 spinning of Nick Carlton-Smith. The Kieft, Sterling Moss was actually a director of the Kieft car company. Cyril Kieft built the cars, and he looks like he's having trouble getting that car restarted. Unfortunately, Nick Carlton-Smith, who's been very successful in this car over the last couple of years, but I was just saying that Michael O'Brien, it looks as though he's starting to pull away a little.
Yeah, so Michael O'Brien starting to creep away a little. And here is the replay. Okay, no contact involved, and yes, lucky. Oh no! I was going to say the car behind was lucky to dodge that bullet, but I'm afraid didn't. So there was a little bit of contact there as our Kieft spun. Looking back to go, try and find a gap to come back on. The car's not moving, so the marshals will hopefully be able to push him back. That's right in front of the BRDC suite down in the what used to be the stadium section before they built a new stadium section here at Silverstone. Michael O'Brien, the race leader, 1.6 seconds clear of Cameron Jackson, and then Alex Ames, Tim De Silva on the back of this group, just hanging on there in the green car with the white stripes, just about hanging on in the green car with the white stripes. That's the lead Cooper in the field. He's in 5th place. Alex Ames battling here with Horatio Fitzsimon, who looks like he's starting to make a bit of a clear break. Okay, green flag's out now at Brooklands, so all good news. A couple of cars heading back into the pit lane below us as we sit over the old Formula One pits, the Heritage pits as they're now known. The cars starting and finishing all the races at the wing on the Hamilton Straight, the Formula One pit straight, the current Formula One pit straight, but all the cars in this morning's races will be coming from the national pit lane, the Heritage pit lane.
We're looking here at Alex Ames, number 88 in the blue car with the orange stripe. That's another of the Brabham BT6s, similar to the leader Michael O'Brien's car. And they are really, really pretty cars of this era. Very small, very, very tight cockpits. And as we said earlier, similar cars were used with different engines in the back to race in Grand Prix racing at the time. Very, very small cars, but very pretty. No aerodynamics on them to speak of. Kind of a cigar tube shape, and Alex Ames it is who is just ahead of Tim De Silva in the number 96 Brabham, the earlier Brabham, the BT2, and Brabham, Jack Brabham, of course, three-time world champion, building these cars with his engineer Ron Toranak, hence the B and the T in the name of the car, Brabham and Toranak. And they come down into Stowe Corner, and it's still Michael O'Brien leading, and he is starting to pull away now, definitely, from second placed Cameron Jackson. And then we've got a closer battle, but also we need to watch Sam Wilson, number 53, in the Cooper T59. Sam Wilson, a very experienced and a very quick historic racing driver. Well, he races historic cars. Sam isn't historic. He's number 53 in the Cooper T59, and he's closing up. Here he is now with the very distinctive psychedelic green and purple helmet. Memories of a certain racing Porsche, that is. Sam loves that car, so he has his helmet in that colour, and he is catching Tim De Silva for 5th place.
Yeah, he's having a good run, isn't he? Sam Wilson, very quick indeed. Fastest race lap has been set by Michael O'Brien last time round. It's a 2-minute 19.5, a couple of tenths quicker than Cameron Jackson behind him. Another car feeling the pace today. That's number 46, Mark Haynes, his Elva. There were 3 Elvas originally on the entry list. 2 of them are not vatting today at all. Elva, she goes, is the derivation of that name. Little battle coming up here under braking, down the inside.
That's Tim De Silva.
Safely through, just about Brabham on Brabham, and can't hang on the outside. It's a very long right-hander, feels like it's never going to end at Luffield, and that brings Sam Wilson much closer as these two almost interlock wheels. Alex Ames, 88 with the orange stripe, and Tim De Silva right behind in the more classic Brabham green and gold. Looks down the inside into Copse Corner. He's determined to get by, isn't he? He can see Horatio Fitzsimon's Red Lotus disappearing up the road. Goes through on the inside, runs out wide, and that allows Alex Ames to come back at him. And as they sweep left into Maggots and then into the Beckett's S's, Alex Ames in front, but Sam Wilson is right there. So now this is 4th, 5th and 6th, all in one camera shot. You could cover them with the proverbial pocket handkerchief.
Indeed you can, and Alex Ames, lovely move there to get back at Copse on Tim De Silva, but now Tim De Silva's having to look in his mirrors, so he's attacking and defending at the same time because he's got the experienced Sam Wilson in the Cooper T59 behind him. As they turn into Stowe Corner, Sam thinks about a look up the inside, but not room there, so they now turn through Stowe. The next opportunity will be in braking for Club Corner. They go down into the Vale, and then if you're familiar with the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, you may see that they're taking a slightly different line through Club there. This is the historic Club, and Tim De Silva makes a small mistake there, so Sam Wilson slides through on the inside of Club Corner, now focusing his attention on the gearbox of Alex Ames up ahead. So Brabham, Cooper, Brabham in that battle there for 4th place.
Well, you can see how narrow their tyres are compared to anything else that will be running on slicks. These are on treaded tyres, historic racing tyres, the Dunlop CR65, and that means when you run over these curbs, they have a very big effect on the car, and Tim De Silva just got a little wide there. The wheel dropped off the outside of the first part of the curb and sort of started steering the car, so he had that big moment. Sam Wilson snapped up the opportunity to get by. Just at the front of the shot, you can see the red car, Horatio Fitzsimon. O'Brien. Look at him again if you get a chance when they're going down the long straights. I saw him on the hanger straight. He was actually leaning forward, trying to duck his head down behind the screen. He's not the shortest of drivers, there he is, and he was just trying to duck his head down in the straight, like a motorcyclist gets down behind the fairing. Anything that can give him even a mile an hour in top speed down the straight has got to be worth doing. And of course, when you're going in a straight line, even at the speeds that they're travelling, you don't need to worry too much about the steering. So he was popping his head back up to get into the braking area, but he's driving that car a little bit like a motorcyclist. He's losing ground though to Cameron Jackson. The gap is just opening up a fraction. And so Cameron Jackson not showing on our on-screen timing, but it is showing on our timing screen. So we might need to look at the leaders on the hanger straight as we now see Alex Ames working hard at the wheel. Again, grip very low, power pretty low in these cars. Although the weight is low, it's all about momentum, not fighting the car. Well, there is your leader, Michael O'Brien. And in second place, it does look like Horatio Fitzsimons. So what has happened then to Cameron Jackson? That was not Cameron Jackson's Lotus that was second in the shot. We need to get some definitive eyes on that, because while we're watching this battle, we may well have lost the Lotus that was in second place. Timing and scoring on our big screen is still showing him there, but on your TV graphics, he is not visible at all. Now, coming up behind one of our back markers, that was Horatio Fitzsimons.
Yes, our main timing screen now showing Cameron Jackson dropping down, so it's unfortunately it looks as though we know not why Cameron Jackson
okay. Now
is
then,
in trouble.
hang on a minute. There was an arm out of the cockpit there from Horatio Fitzsimons, and he looked like he was going a little slower. Are there yellow flags out here? Okay, so here is our race leader, Michael O'Brien. The timing screen only updates itself a couple of times a lap, and it does look as though we've lost Cameron Jackson somewhere. That's not our leader either. That is Michael O'Brien rather, yeah. So struggling to see the 1 and the 6 separated there. Bright morning sunshine and small TV screens make it a little hard to pick him out, but he is still motoring on, still sounds, oh yes, sounds beautifully clean and crisp as he comes past us. An awful lot of these Formula Juniors had 1098A series engines, the sort of thing that you'll find in a Mini, a Morris Minor, Austin 1100, that sort of thing. But they sound an awful lot better.
We do. We've had the three second, third and fourth place cars come past our commentary box here, and we can see them visually, and I can confirm that, yeah, Cameron Jackson has gone. But I can also confirm that Fitzsimons has been caught by Ames and Wilson. So it's a three-car battle for second place as we look at long shot up the hanger straight of the leader Michael O'Brien, but into the back of the shot we should see the battle for second place. Here it comes, Horatio Fitzsimons. Next up it's Sam Wilson. So Sam Wilson has got past Alex Ames and Tim De Silva's back on the case as well, isn't he? Because he's had a couple of moments where he's gone wide, but he's caught them back up again. That's pretty normal because these cars are so evenly matched. If you can get a bit of a slipstream where the car in front is pushing the air out of the way for you, then you can actually go a little bit quicker on the straights and then close up on the car in front. So we're looking now at the battle for second place, and it's Horatio Fitzsimons in the Lotus 22 with Sam Wilson in the Cooper T59 just behind. Then it's Alex Ames in the Brabham BT6, and at the back of the group the 96 car of Tim De Silva in the Brabham BT2. Classic names in racing.
Yeah, and easy to distinguish the red and yellow Lotus, the Brabham with the white stripes, or the two Brabhams with the white stripes, and the green and gold as well of green and orange of Alex Ames. So Horatio Fitzsimons, who led in the closing stages yesterday a couple of times, so nearly took the win, didn't manage to squeeze through. Just ahead of them, a little gaggle, particularly front engine cars. Horatio Fitzsimons again with his hand out of the cockpit. Now that's the second time in a lap that he's done that, and this time he does pull off the circuit down at Brooklands at the end of the Wellington Straight. named after the bombers that flew in and out of here when this was a wartime airfield. Cooper coming into the pit lane as well. I think that was one of the back markers.
That's Stuart Tizard in the Cooper coming into the pit lane. And
well, through goes Sam Wilson, but that is the end of the race, I'm afraid, for Horatio Fitzsimon. These are the sort of cars that appeared in many young boys' Christmas presents in their first ever Scalextric set. You would have seen little cars like these with the steering front wheels, and if that didn't get you excited about motor racing, I'm afraid, then nothing did. Sam Wilson now up to second place. Really good race from young Sam Wilson. Started in 6th place on the grid in his Cooper, but the race leader in a Brabham is still Michael O'Brien. Car 167, dark blue with the gold nose and the band running all the way across the car, and the yellow and white stripes on the top of his helmet as he works his way through traffic.
Michael O'Brien, a factory driver for McLaren in modern GT racing, so he's got plenty of experience, but he really grew up with the smaller cars like these Formula Juniors and Formula Fords. His father, Mike, prepares the car in the team workshop here at Silverstone. Mike himself, a racing driver in the past in the British Touring Car Championship, so a really long line of racing history in the O'Brien family, and it's great to see Michael O'Brien. He's nearly 11 seconds ahead. This is unheard of in Formula Junior racing.
Yeah, he really got away, didn't he? Got away at the start. There was some good battling behind him, which definitely always helps because it slows down the cars that are racing behind you compared to you, and he's in clear air, which means he doesn't have to worry about anybody dive bombing him when he gets to traffic. He can pick and choose when he goes through past the slower cars in the field, and so all working well. Yellow flag still out there down the end of the Wellington Straight while the marshals move the car away, so thank you to them for clearing up, and it will go green in a moment. And again, big hand to all the marshals here this weekend and every other race circuit this weekend for coming out and volunteering to make sure that the racing remains safe. The other McLaren Brabham link as well for Michael O'Brien. He races for McLaren, and of course McLaren set up by Bruce McLaren, but Bruce started his racing career in Europe with Brabham. So all the Antipodean racing drivers ended up in that little corner of racing drivers and engineers like Ron Toronac ended up that little corner of southwest London. Jack Brabham, Ron Toronac were the ones that really sort of established a foothold, if you like, and into that breach in the English constructor wall came a whole host of others who followed in their footsteps, and Bruce McLaren, the company that he started, still racing in Formula One to this day, obviously.
Down the long hanger straight, a reasonable tow for Michael O'Brien, not that he really needs it. Even a slower car will help him take extra speed down the long straights, keeping behind them and then jinking out to pass them as he goes through Stowe Corner down into the Vale. We've got 1.5 minutes left, so I think they'll be, well, they will be coming round to start their last lap as they cross the timing line on the recently named Hamilton Straight, named last year after our 7-time world champion Sir Lewis Hamilton, as they come up the Hamilton Straight into Abbey Curve, which was a left-hander. It's now a right-hander, which leads into Farm and into the new section of the circuit up to Village, which is a tight right-hander. Good overtaking opportunity if you're battling with someone, which Michael O'Brien is not. Well in the lead as he goes through the left-hander at the loop. An absolute picture of perfect race driving here, just tipping the curb, not running over it, just touching the outer curb with the outer wheels of the car and then down the Wellington Straight. But we have a slightly more frantic battle going on for second place because Sam Wilson has now been caught by Alex Ames.
Yeah, in fact, as they came across the start line, Ames was in front of him. Sam Wilson has got back past, though, in the early part of the lap. So this is the battle for the remaining podium spots. Sam Wilson, 53, Alex Ames, 88 with the orange nose, and still just in touch, Tim De Silva. And if these two make any kind of contact or have any kind of mistake, suddenly it's all going to fall into Tim De Silva's lap. By his own admission, the young American still learning how to get the best out of these cars. It's a very different driving style from a lot of the other things that he and his father race. 1:44 change of car, or change of driver in this Lotus 22 from yesterday. Yesterday raced by Ian Rowley. Today it is Eddie O'Kane in the car. Eddie was racing a Crosley yesterday, which didn't make it through to the end, but on the last lap, Michael O'Brien nice and clear. It won't be quite the dramatic finish of yesterday for him, but for Sam Wilson, Alex Ames, Tim De Silva, it could still be very dramatic indeed. Ames gets his nose in front, De Silva right behind, beg your pardon, Wilson right behind, De Silva is there, onto the hanger straight they come, and this is where being in front is a bad thing, because they pop out of the slipstream using the toe. Here comes Sam Wilson on the inside. Tim De Silva thinks better of it. Wilson perilously on the edge of adhesion around the outside at Stowe, drifts out wide. Michael O'Brien is going to win this one and win it comfortably, not the drama of yesterday. A double win for Michael O'Brien in memory of his late mum. But who's going to take second? It is going to be Sam Wilson who takes second place, is it? Yes, it is, and Alex Ames gets third with Tim De Silva inches behind. A real blanket finish. That was a great end to the battle for the podium, and they're all punching the air, and I'm sure splitting their helmets with huge smiles on their faces. And probably no bigger smile than that of Michael O'Brien, our double race winner here at the Classic. Yesterday, a really tough struggle for him with a car that wasn't working. I'm sure he felt for much of the race, this is just going to be impossible, but he never gave up, managed to just wrestle it back from the jaws of defeat on the final lap. And Michael O'Brien this time has a cleaner run to victory, led into the first corner and built a comfortable advantage. So again, another great frantic race to open the encounter here. And while we've been watching the leaders all the way down the order, similar battles going on.
And in fact, winning the front-engined category, as he did yesterday, was Ray Mallock in his father's design, the U2 Mark II.
Well, Ray was telling me after qualifying that he had beaten his personal best lap time around Silverstone by 2 seconds in the U2 this year, and he said he'd had a lot of problem with the car when they were testing it. It just wasn't working properly. He found an old set of 1970s dampers on another car that they own and went, okay, well, let's just try those. Suddenly the car was transformed. He said, modern isn't always better. Whatever it was, that whatever valving or whatever was in the dampers back from the 1970s, those worked well. So, yeah, it's... old cars tend to work with old car technology, but all the same, the electronics changed there for Michael O'Brien. Yesterday, after the race, they had a long time yesterday, because yesterday they were the alarm bugles as well, so they had the whole day to try and get the car sorted out, and they definitely did that. Well, you saw Alex Ames clambering out of the tiny cockpit. There's Sam Wilson. Probably doesn't have as much trouble getting out of a modern GT McLaren. There is Michael O'Brien. I'm sure still huge emotion for the whole family, for Michael, for Father Mike, and for the team. A job well done, and a weekend that they will remember for a very long while. Formula Junior, better than an alarm call, better than the skirl of bagpipes to wake you up in the morning, but then what isn't? What a race again that we had. 50 cars started, and it fast boiled down into a top 5 tussle with some of the expected front runners. But trouble for Cameron Jackson as he dropped out of the running, and then later Horatio Fitzsimon meant that Michael O'Brien, the poleman and yesterday's narrow winner by 13 thousandths of a second, was able to ease away from a frantic battle behind. Coming through to the podium, Sam Wilson in second place and Alex Ames in third behind O'Brien. confirmation of the results. Race 2 for the historic Formula Juniors at the Classic here at Silverstone. A double win for Michael O'Brien. The rest of the podium, in fact the rest of the finishing order looking very different. Sam Wilson in second. Alex Ames, a front runner yesterday who failed to finish, takes third ahead of Tim De Silva, Andrew Hibbard and Mark Woodhouse. And it is rear engine cars filling the top 10. But the resolutely reliable and remarkably speedy, given that it's got the aerodynamics of a house brick U2 Mark II in the hands of Ray Mallock. Big Ray winning the front engine class and knocking on the doors of the top 10. A fantastic performance from him, and showing exactly why the U2s, later called the Mallocks, became so well received as customer cars.
Timing partners is Bromont, and I'm absolutely delighted that the co-founders are here with me now. Nick and Giles, brilliant to see you both. First of all, congratulations, becoming part of the Classic.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's a lot of fun, isn't it? Because it's, how can you not enjoy this sort of environment and this sort of machine? So it's not a hard thing to get involved with. It's a lot of fun.
And nice of you, because you literally live 5 minutes down the road, Giles.
It's the easiest event to possibly come to. So I'm here with my car and it's just down the road. But I mean, this is unique in the world of motorsport, isn't it? And no, it's so exciting to be here.
And you guys are very much known at the forefront of motorsport already. You know, you've already got partnerships with Williams, with Jaguar, and Classic is now on the list too.
Well, it's all about trying to engineer work, so it's around your sort of hobbies, isn't it? This is the big thing we really tried.
Yeah.
So
work.
It's not flying, it's cars, so no, it is a brilliant thing to be involved with.
And I think it's everything to do with mechanical, isn't it? Mechanical watches, cars, aircraft. It's a similar love across the whole way. And actually, we used to have a manufacturing facility just on the edge of the circuit here, so quite connected to the whole area.
Amazing. And Nick, you're actually going to be taking us to the track later as well. Talk us through what's in store.
I am indeed. I mean, I should have had my brother doing it as well, but he didn't quite get his act together, so it's been left to me. So
the pressure is on you then.
The pressure is on me. I know, and the problem is all of the drivers here are rather good. You know, they don't come here for a sort of Sunday or weekend amble, do they? They're properly tuned up. So
it's a pretty mega car. What are you driving?
So this is Healy 100, 1954. Really good fun car to drive. So obviously rear-wheel drive. It has one of the first cars to have disc brakes as well. So has disc brakes on the front, but drums on the back. So it's quite twitchy, but a lot of fun. And obviously they've got a lot more power than when they first came out. So it's like a big go-kart.
Apparently you're going to be live doing commentary going around the track now.
Yes, as you said, Nick, I've actually got to learn the corners. The left-hander coming up, followed by the right-hander. Yeah.
See, I was giving him tips earlier. Yeah. If you don't know what you're talking about, you can wing it. There we are.
Exactly. So it'll be a lot of fun.
So here we go in the podium from that last race. What a fantastic race it was. What a way to kick things off here. And we'll always do it in reverse order. So in third place, Alex Ames. Well done there, Alex Ames. Third place. Congratulations to you. What an incredible race. So tight it was for him. Sam Wilson in second. Here he comes. And a purely dominant force all the way through both these races. The winner, Michael O'Brien. Congratulations there, Michael. And the trophy presentation will be from Howden Ganley, the patron of the historic Formula Junior. So there we go, the trophy presentation. We'll let you take your round of applause in just a few moments. But Michael, an incredible performance. I'd like to speak to all of you, but we'll go to Michael really for this one. An amazing performance. I know it's been a tough weekend for you as well for personal reasons, which you may or may not want to reveal. But how does it feel to be a double winner?
Yeah, it feels really good. It was a bit smoother than yesterday, but I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Like Alex got such an amazing start yesterday and got into the lead at turn one, so that made things difficult, and then a few little other issues in the race made it a fight till the end. So I knew really it was important to try and stay ahead into turn 1, and these guys are all so good off the line. That was probably one of the biggest challenges. And then once I got through the first few corners, I felt quite confident on the first lap on the cold tyres that I could hopefully build a bit of a gap, and we made that work. And then I could see they're all dicing behind me, and I was able just to stretch away and then just preserve the car. So it was a good race, really enjoyable, and great to round off the weekend with a double win.
Well, there you go. All three of you, please lift your trophies, and it will go wild for you there. Your top 3, the podium from the historic Formula Junior.
And Sterling Moss trophies for these beautiful 1950s sports cars. Woodcote Trophy pre-1956, Sterling Moss Trophy just after that. The whistle's gone, so they'll be going out. But if you come this way, we've got Ollie Hancock here. Sorry guys, I'm going to jump in. Ollie, I actually saw you getting your hands dirty. You were doing some mechanicking.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm okay behind the steering wheel, but I'm not bad on the spanners either. Yeah.
So what was the problem?
We just noticed a little defect on the tyre that we weren't quite happy with, so we thought, let's play safe and replace it. Nothing
right.
serious.
It's a 50-minute 2-driver race. Do you know when you're going to change?
Yeah, I do. I can't tell you. I'm not giving any games away. We are so excited about this race. Fingers crossed, but hopefully we can have a good result.
Now, there's obviously it's very, very close at the front. You're not going to tell me when you're changing drivers, but I'm guessing they're going to put you in reasonably early. What's the car like to drive?
Amazing. It's so good. It's so drivable, so placeable. CKL Developments have done an amazing job to develop this car and make it what it is today. I think I did 4 dry laps. That's all I've done in the car so far. So that was in qualifying. So it's a bit of an unknown quantity to me, but you go with your gut feeling and you understand what the car was like and just get on with it after. So yeah, we should be okay.
Well, enjoy it.
Thanks very much. Have a good day.
Right, let's go back up to the commentary team because that's all of the cars leaving the assembly area.
Getting ready for action, a massive 53-car grid for the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and Sterling Moss trophies. This 2-driver 50-minute race ready to get underway. Well, let's take a look at our mammoth grid, and if we focus at the front, the Tejero Cox Jag of Cottingham and Stanley starts on front ahead of the enormous Warden Smith Lister Nobly. The nimble Lotus 15 of Roger Wills, tiny and underpowered compared to the cars around him, but he and Michael Gans will absolutely be looking for glory. The Spears and Hancock Lister Nobly starts on the outside of the front row, and that's the story further back as well. Light, nimble Lotuses versus the big, brawny Listers, the Jags, the Noblies, and of course those rear-engine Coopers, the Monacos, the Bobtails as well. This is a real smorgasbord of 1950s sports racers and some fantastic machinery and some enormously talented driver lineups as well. Modern racers and those who really focus on historics. Lots of owner drivers in the field, and plenty to keep everybody entertained. And as we just heard from Ollie Hancock, the chance perhaps to use the pit stop window to make a difference with your team strategy. And the strategies differ. Some of the cars towards the front of the grid, which have quick pro drivers in, have actually put the pro in first, and the clear intention then will be to get as far towards the front as possible, run as long as possible before the pit stop. Those who have a pro waiting in the pits, you can imagine, will be stopping a little earlier. So there's very different ways to slice this particular race up, but whatever it is going to take some real speed and dedication. The starter gives the signal and we are underway for the Woodcote and Stirling Moss Trophies race. 53 1950s sports cars charging down towards the first corner here. Huge engines and tiny engines alike, big and little, sweeping down into the first corner. Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas watching the action. And Alistair, the first lap or so will give us an indication of who's got away cleanly, but will probably give us very little idea of who's actually going to win this. Already though, you can see a microcosm of this race. The Lister Tejero, the Lister Nobly first and second, but the two white cars behind, the Lotus 15s, smaller engines, and trouble behind as we get a couple of cars making contact and spinning out of the loop. The smaller Lotuses, nimbler, better under braking, probably as good in the corners, even if they're outgunned down the straight. So this is a real battle of Davids and Goliaths.
Yes, unfortunately you mentioned spin there. Peter Ratcliffe, I think he'll pull that car off because there's damage at the front. Peter Ratcliffe, number 170, is an early retirement. We'll get a replay here of what happened. I think it was just one of those moments where there wasn't quite enough space. Oh, in fact, it was not. Was it Peter? Yes, it was Peter who spun. No, it wasn't Peter who spun. He was an innocent party in that completely. The car that originally spun ended up on the inside grass. We didn't spot who that was. But that's very unfortunate. Oh, that was the number 8 car that spun. That was Tony Wood.
Yeah, another Lister Nobly. And again, cold tyres on these cars. They've only had half a lap to warm up coming back from the Heritage pit lane. And yeah, a lot of damage, unfortunately, and no racing in it either. So, Peter Radcliffe and at least one other car out of the race on the first lap. But here we go. So the car out front, let's just reset our field. So this is James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley. They're sharing the car. Cottingham started, and it's in the colours of a Curiacos. Now there's another car. That's an Allard J2, possibly a J2X. Hard to tell. A little bit of smoke coming out from under the bonnet. So the marshals attending to that very quickly. There's a couple of J2, or a couple of Allards. There is a J2 and a J2X. I have to say, I can't tell you what the difference is between them. Very individual cars designed and built by Sidney Allard. But back to our race leader then. So this is the John Tejero designed Jag, which has got, as you can see, a very much more sort of modern looking aerodynamic look, a bit more of a C-type, D-type look compared to the Lister Nobly behind, but shares the same 3.8 XK engine behind him, so behind the Warden Smith car. Roger Wills, car number 24, in third place, the first of those bright white Lotus 15s, and right behind him, Michael Gans. So Michael Gans, a quick start up from 6th on the grid, again being light away from the start. His is not necessarily the story that's going to end there either. Michael Gans has had a couple of disappointments so far this weekend in the Silverstone Classic, but he is right in the wheel tracks of the car of Roger Wills, the Kiwi with the black helmet and the ferns on it. Easy to identify, car number 24. So when these two are close together, they need to work together really, don't they, Alistair, to make sure they don't get dropped by the big engine cars on the straights. And is that a change for the lead? It is. Through goes the Lister Nobly, so a change for the lead immediately.
I was just thinking exactly the same thing, Martin. If those two little Lotuses can stay with the bigger cars, the chances are towards the end of the race, or even 3/4 into the race, the bigger cars will start to suffer from brakes wearing out and getting very hot. The little cars will still be very quick indeed. The Roger Wills car, actually, the New Zealander you mentioned, very proudly, that car was raced by Bruce McLaren, who the New Zealander. So Roger Wills, the very, very proud owner of that car. And I think, is Michael Gans still with Roger Wills? It's so close. It looked in that last shot as though there was only one Lotus, but I think in fact there is only one Lotus, yes.
Your eyes did not deceive you, so we have lost
Michael Gans, I
think.
Yeah,
we have lost Gans, haven't we? Because those little black tabs on the front there is Michael Gans, not going as fast as he would like. Wearing car number 15 on the Lotus 15. Now, really, it should be an XV on the side, but I don't think timekeepers would appreciate that. But Michael Gans going very slowly, and off into the gravel is an Aston 53. That's the DB2 of David Reed and Peter Snowden, and that is well dug in. that may well prompt a safety car, I'm afraid. Big looping spin in backwards, okay. Now then, trying to drive it out, but it just buries itself. And again, narrow tyres means they sink a lot more easily. That Aston is going nowhere in a hurry. That's one of the Feltham-built Aston Martins. And that is right up to the axle in the gravel.
And that car started by its owner, David Reed. As we see, sadly, Michael Gann's number 15 in the Lotus 15 coming into the pit lane.
He'll chug under us. He won't chug around us. He was going into the wrong pit lane there, wasn't he? Was he in the Formula 1 pit lane? He hasn't come past us yet.
We've also got a yellow flag down at Copse Corner. That may be the David Reed car, of course. We can't actually see.
No, that's too far round the corner. Yeah. I think we're going safety car. I don't think it's going to be long before that's not going to get out with human power alone. We're going to need a tractor, aren't we? And so I think we will go safety car. Meanwhile, the race continues, though. So Chris Ward leads in the Lister Nobly. James Cottingham in second place in the Tejero Jag. And in third place, Roger Wills. Now, they have opened up a margin because the John Spears and Ollie Hancock Lister Nobly in fourth place is 3.9 seconds behind them, so just 4 seconds back. However, if there is a safety car, and I do think we're probably heading that way, I'm slightly surprised we haven't gone there immediately, then that will close the field right back up. So that will give Spears and Hancock and everybody else behind them a chance to close in on the leaders. It'll destroy any margin that these guys have, the top three. But what it will do is give all of the fans here at the circuit and watching online a chance to see a lot more close racing. Into the pit lane is car number 20, and that is the Jaguar C-Type of Rudiger Friedrichs. He's had an enterprising weekend as well. A number of these owner drivers racing a lot of cars. Rudiger had a very good race in the BRDC 500 in a big device called the Alvis Firefly Special, hugely dramatic, and a podium finish for him. And now we do go safety car. And that was inevitable, I'm afraid, the moment the car dug itself into the gravel. So it's taken a lap or two to get there, but it was always going to happen. So that will reset the gaps in the field.
And this is an opportunity, Martin, for me to tell the Lister Nobly story, which is always very amusing, isn't it?
Excellent.
You might think that the Lister Nobly was called that after the event. Well, actually, it was called that right from the start, and quite slightly amusing story, makes me laugh anyway. The wife of one of the drivers, herself a racing driver actually, Pat Coundley, went into the workshop when the car was first built and designed, and she said, "Oh, that's knobbly, isn't it?" And it stuck right from day one. It's always been called the Lister Nobly, and it's knobbly because the design by the Lister company was to wrap the bodywork around the wheels. You can see as we look there at Chris Ward's car how the wheels are wrapped around and then the bonnet is lower, whereas the Tejero Jaguar behind, designed by John Tejero, much more flat bodywork, so that's why it was called the Nobly.
Now, the safety car, as I sort of suspected, because it may be a couple of laps before we get that DB2 out of the gravel, is having a little bit of a wave around. So there was one car trapped, and I'm struggling to identify exactly what that is, actually. However, he's being waved by, so the safety car now has our race leader behind. So those early thank you cameras, 175 or...
That's the Kieft.
Oh, 34. That's a Kieft. Okay, well, there you go. Now, that's, again, we saw one of those in the Formula Junior category, and when you're building cars for other people, you have to build cars that other people want. And so Kieft building junior single-seaters, but also building small sports cars as well.
Good work from the marshals.
Yeah, very good work from the marshals.
You said it wouldn't come out under manpower. Well, it's come out under marshal power, which is completely different to manpower.
Yeah, that's
isn't it?
8 heroes there.
Extra boost.
Right, so as the safety car comes down towards Copse Corner, the DB2 will leave the gravel trap. Now, he's got 2 wheels on terra firma, and that is really going to help, as long as he doesn't try and fire it out of there too quickly. Just slowly catchy monkey. And actually, rather than beetling off in front of the safety car now, unfortunately, he's going to have to join the back of the safety car queue, or is he? No, he should Right, he should actually be encouraged by the safety car to get on with it and go, go, go. Yeah, shake the gravel off as far off the racing line as possible, because gravel, when they go green in Maggots and Beckett's, not really what anybody wants. So there you go, our Aston Martin does head off. Well done, boys and girls. Okay, well, that's worked up a sweat. Second race of the morning, hasn't it? Yeah, could nobody else bother our gravel for a little while, please? Because I think those boys will be a bit bushed.
And we can see out of our window, we may pick this up on the camera in a moment, a car disappeared in a big cloud of smoke on the pit straight, right in front of us here. And
two more cars. Okay, well, the safety car is going to stay out a little longer. Not sure who's in the Austin Healey. That's Nick Topless, the red car, the Cooper Monaco. So
the Austin Healey is Nick Matthews.
Right, okay.
And we've also got a car on the other side of the track as well. So sadly, this is right in front of us.
Well, lots to see from the pit wall. Yes,
we didn't see it.
You can't actually see our timekeeper's tower where we are in that shot, because we're sort of just round the corner, sort of over Luffield, or over the exit of Luffield, just as the track starts to straighten out. So, yeah, didn't see what happened there. Nick Topless was driving that car on his own. Originally, it wasn't going to be a two-driver entry, but well, second driver wouldn't have had to go either. So I'm not sure what happened there, but clearly 3 cars involved. And again, well, there is the other car number 31, and that is Paul Griffin's Connaught. 37, right, there you go. So Nigel Webb, John Young, C-type. That makes more sense.
We have a red flag now, which is not unsurprising given we've got 3 cars on the track. The Nigel Webb car, that's a really, really original car. That's very sad to see that damage. That was driven in period by Duncan Hamilton and won Le Mans.
Is it damaged, or has he just come to a smoky halt?
I think,
he has. Now, has he spun and hit the barriers, or has he been hit from behind as the car sort of basically stopped because it had blown up?
I'm thinking that there was a misunderstanding behind the safety car. This is just my guess. 3 cars like that, each with minimal damage, hopefully.
Well, the cars are being stopped now on the, again, on the grid. This will be the standard format for a safety car situation, and will then be gridded up in their race order, side by side, in 2x2 formation. Meanwhile, is that left front damage on the Austin Healey? Yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah, that headlamp tape is not as square as any mechanic would want it. So what happened with Nick Topless? How's that car been involved then?
Don't know. It's all I saw was a big cloud of smoke and 1 car off on the left-hand side out of our window, thinking that was perhaps a car blown up and pulled off immediately, but actually I think it was tyre smoke, and I suspect that there was a misunderstanding behind the safety car.
Well, the other thing it might possibly have been is a bit of the quick dry down for oil. Into the pit comes 34, Richard Haythorne-Thwaite in his Kieft. We saw him in trouble earlier on, didn't we? And there's Nigel Webb. Well, Jaguar C-types are rare devices. We had a little chat about racing old cars before we came on air this morning, and lots of people express perplexion that cars that in this case are worth thousands, but some of the cars are literally worth millions, that they are driven in exactly the sort of manner that they would have been driven originally, not in a demonstration, but really, really raced hard. But that's what they were built to do, and none of them have the original oil seals and probably not the original pistons and rings and gear teeth and everything else that they had in the 1950s. They've been constantly rebuilt and updated to keep them racing over their original period, but also in the half century and more that's transpired since. So rebuilding the cars to keep them racing, although it is the same chassis that was raced in period, it won't have the same tyres, the same wheels, or a whole lot of the same components. So that, I think, is understood, that these cars are a current work in progress to keep them going.
Indeed, yes, and I think the Nigel Webb car is a perfect example of someone who keeps the cars as original as possible. Nigel is an enthusiastic collector of particularly Jaguars and anything to do with Mike Hawthorne. But the car that he's rather forlornly sitting on the outside of the track is a car that was driven in period, in racing, and he still owns it and still races it.
Well, let's get down to the pit lane and hear a little bit more of what went on, maybe. Let's catch up with Bryn.
Yeah, I'm here with Peter Snowden, who's not sure if he's going to be getting in the car just yet or not. But talk us through what's going on from your point of view there, from what you saw out on track.
Well, it's more exciting than Le Mans, this, isn't it? It's certainly better than the Belgian Grand Prix is going to be, I bet. So David Dion unfortunately had a moment, put it in the gravel at Copse, not quite sure why. We did have a brake issue in qualifying, so whether that's come back, I don't know. But he got it out of the gravel and rejoined ahead of the safety car, so that was about to go in. But I understand now that somebody's crashed behind the safety car, which caused a red flag. So we're right on pit window, so we need to get him in and get out there and see what we can redeem for the day.
There's quite a lot of cars up and down the pit lane here at the moment, out on track really, that have stopped ahead as well. There seems to be a fair bit of confusion going on. From your point of view, you've got to get your head right, haven't you, for when you get in that car, though?
Just got to get in, drive fast, don't crash. It's very simple.
Simple. Motorsport's easy, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Thanks very much, Peter.
My pleasure, thank you.
Well, if you're going to get somebody to give you comment from the pit lane, Bryn Lucas seized upon the perfect person. Peter Snowden, not just a co-driver of that Aston Martin DB2, which inadvertently triggered all this off, but also quite a keen commentator, quite a good commentator as well on historic racing. Now, there was a third car involved, as you can see, and actually that looks like the one that has most damage of all. So we've got the Austin Healey and Nick Topless's Cooper Monaco and other red car. Bryn, if you look over the pit wall, go on, you're going to have a stab at this, are you, Alistair?
It's a Healey. Just not sure which one, but it's a Healey so two Healeys, and there's a Jaguar on the outside, Nigel Webb. I don't know whether he's praying to the car now, but
I don't know, having a little look.
He's
might actually be on his phone WhatsApping somebody for some spare bits. How many Healeys did we have?
Quite a few.
Okay, so we had a couple of 104s. Paul and Jonathan Mortimer's car is red and cream. Nick English
Harris
is a white one, so it's not that.
76 Nicholas Harris is a red one. That could
red
be
and
his
grey
car.
Nick Matthews. Bryn's in the pit lane, so he needs to look over the pit wall where all the excitement is, and he's on his way. Run! Run, Bryn, run! Run like the wind. God, if we can't get him working, I mean, it's a hot day. It's going to be a very long hot day, but let's make him sweat first. Well, there are the cars that have made it round behind the safety car. Ooh. In the pit lane, I didn't notice this one coming. This is Simon and Gareth Evans Allard J2X Le Mans. So very different from the shape of the Allard that we saw the J2 before. So, all right, so hang on a minute, we're being told car number 18, which is Nick Topless, that's the Cooper Monaco. That's the car that's furthest from the pit wall. 76 is Nick Harris in the red 104, and 98 is Nick Matthews in the red and grey 104. So
that's...
yeah, that's the one that we couldn't identify, that we didn't see because it was hidden by another Healey 104. And if you're wondering why they're called Healey 104s and not Healey 3000s, this was the original Austin Healey. And while we've got a moment, for those who are unaware of what an Austin Healey is or was, Donald Healey, keen racer and rally driver, started designing his own cars but needed proprietary engines, seized on a big 4-cylinder engine that was currently powering things like sedate Austin Westminsters, and with a bit of breathing, changed a camshaft and lots more carburetors in the front of these purpose-built sports cars, the 4-cylinder engine, and giving its name to the Austin Healey 104, or probably originally a Healey 104, until the powers that be at Austin, Lord Nuffield, said, well, if you're going to use our engines, you're damn well going to use our name. And then they went to the 3-litre 6-cylinder engine that Austin was also using in its big limousines, and again that tune became a very potent engine and brought the Healey back to the forefront again in racing and in rallying as the Healey 3000. So very competitive, very pretty, very able, very capable road cars, sports cars, and very good racers as well. Well, let's hear from Nick Topless. Bryn Lucas is with him now.
Yeah, I'm here with Nick Topless, and over his shoulder we can see his damaged, very damaged car. Nick, talk us through what happened.
We were going around at a reasonable pace trying to catch up with the Crocodile for the safety car. Came onto the start-finish at the old pits, and I suspect quite a lot of drivers were looking up at the pit wall and not actually looking at the speed of the Crocodile, and then it was completely obvious that people had slowed right down, whereas those at the back who were still catching up still had too much speed, and I'm afraid one of them, well in fact two of them, kind of went into me. I had nowhere to go forward and they just ran in the back.
Your car looks like it's taken a significant, we're getting the signal from the marshal, but I'm just going to finish this chat with you very quickly, Nick. There's some substantial damage done to your car. Can you tell us, you know, from your outset what the damage is?
I can't. Until you take the body off, what I can always tell you is that it's more than you think, and certainly more than you hope for.
Yeah, Nick, thank you very much. I can tell you though, for certain, there's a lot of fluid down on the track at the moment, so it's going to take quite a bit of repair here as the marshals are getting to work valiantly as they always do.
Well, that's sort of always, I'm afraid, a little bit of a problem when a safety car comes out in a race, particularly with such a big field, is that not everybody is aware quite where the safety car is and how much they're going to need to slow down. And that's exactly why race directors are very, very strict on people who don't slow down for yellow flags. The yellow flag is a warning, but what it doesn't warn you is what the danger is and where it is. So when you see yellow flags, especially vigorously waved yellow flags, whether or not you see a safety car board, you should not be going at racing speed. You should be prepared to stop at any moment. Oh, hello everybody. There you go, in the top of your picture. That is our commentary position. So we are over the pit lane and the cars are being brought back in by the marshals. So a couple in already. But this will take a little bit longer. One of the problems with fluid is that in your road car, like in my road car, your coolant is predominantly water, and the only thing that's added to it is antifreeze, so that, and this is one for elder viewers, it doesn't pop the core plugs in the winter or crack the block or anything else. In racing cars, water boils at 100 degrees centigrade at normal temperature and pressure, and if you use water, then once the engine starts running at over 100 degrees, then you start to boil the water and pressurize the system, and old car radiators and cooling systems aren't really very keen on that, and if you're racing, you're always putting pressure on it. So what they tend to do is they run a cooling fluid that has no water in it and has a much higher boiling point, and as a result is a little kinder on the engine. Unfortunately, what happens with that is when it leaks, it's not water, it doesn't evaporate, it's basically, it isn't actually liquid ice, but it feels like it when your wheels go off it. So it is as much of a lubricant as oil is, and when coolant goes down on a track, it is just as dodgy for the tyres as oil is. So that's why the marshals are paying particular attention to trying to sweep it up and clear it up. So it's not just a stream of water, it is actually very slippery fluid. Well, Bryn Lucas is earning his bacon butty this morning, isn't he? Down in the pit lane. Let's catch up with him again.
Bacon butty and the yoghurt I had as well. Look, Nigel, it was a heck of a bit of damage on the back of your car there. Talk us through what happened.
Well, obviously, I suppose I don't know too much other than I came out of Luffield 2 and got onto the straight and lifting for the slowdown, and unfortunately, I actually don't even know who hit me. I'd have to ask for the footage to, not that that's relevant. I hope the administrators feel differently about who hit me, but yeah, and of course the shame of it is that I'm scheduled to be at Goodwood, but I think we can fix it. I think we can fix it for Goodwood, even if it's not resprayed. You know, it will be patched up safely for the race at Goodwood.
It does. It just looks like it might be mostly superficial. The rim of that rear right was looking pretty mangled, but it does look like there's a couple of panels that need to be replaced on there. But hopefully it's just superficial. It's been torn apart a fair bit.
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll just stitch a panel in there for now, to make it legal and safe. That's not too much of an issue. It looks as though the wheel took the large amount of the impact, which is terrific. Because obviously that's scrap anyway.
But the most important thing is that you're doing okay. I know you've got to go off to medical for a quick checkup, but thanks for chatting to us, Nigel.
Okay, pleasure. Cheers.
Nigel Webb, possibly a little shaken, but a little bit more concerned about the state of that Jaguar C-Type. We don't actually have the incident on camera. We're watching the rescue of the DB2 as it all unfolded behind, but yeah, there are a couple of damaged cars, and yeah, unfortunately, when you have hand-formed alloy bodies like on the C-Type, it's not quite as easy as going to your local motor factory and getting a spare panel. It will be a lot of time and effort going into that, and as a result, hopefully he will be able to race again this season. That's certainly what the focus will be.
And while Bryn was talking to Nigel Webb there, you saw walking through the picture Gary Pearson, who runs Pearson's Engineering, one of the experts in Jaguar preparation, and of course a very good racing driver in his own right. We'll see him out a number of times today, but Gary just wandering along to have a look, probably will offer Nigel some advice from his experience of how that car can be fixed.
Yeah.
As rather unceremoniously, I'm afraid, everybody else got a flatbed, but poor old Nick Toplis's car gets hoisted on its roll hoop. They will have asked Nick whether that's okay. He will have accepted that that's a good way to recover the car quickly. As we look at another car that retired before all this happened, Tony Wood, one of the leading cars, handing over to the very quick Will Nuttall, we hoped, in the Lister Nobly, but sadly that was a mechanical retirement the lap before the safety car.
See Tony there on the left of the car in his race suit. He's the one not wearing orange, and obviously helping to run the straps through. They tend to use cargo straps to lift the cars. None of these cars in period had mandatory fixings for lifting with a crane like modern cars will do. So you have to try and make sure. Saw a number of the cars being lifted by the straps on the spinners of their wild weirs. So clear-up operations continue, but I'm sure for an awful lot of the people who are here, there is lots going on beside the racetrack. Nikki Shields has been catching up with some of that.
So we have a world first here at the Classic this year. Now everyone knows that Lewis Hamilton, best Formula One racing driver there is. Or is he? I'm sure that's up for a discussion. No, he is. He's smashed all the records. So we thought, fitting in his name, we would hold a record here today. For the very first time in history, all 7 of Lewis Hamilton's championship winning cars are together under one roof in the same room. Feast your eyes on that. How cool is that? All of them together from 2008 up to 2020. They are lined up, sandwiched together, and what a special moment it is. Guys, I've got to ask you, it's great. It's a real crowd pleaser, this. How much does it mean to you to see all of Hamilton's cars lined up together?
Oh, it's amazing, honestly. Yeah. Dream come true.
Really? You look like you're loving it. You're both grinning from ear to ear. Lewis Hamilton fans by any chance?
Mega fan.
Yeah, okay, good. That's what we like to hear. And are you loving it being at the Classic this weekend?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
What have you done so far?
Just having a browse, really. Yeah. Straight here.
Yeah. Is this really why you're here? Yeah. Are we going to see you camped out in this room for the next 3 days?
Probably.
Well, enjoy. Which is do you have a sort of particular car that you love, or one that maybe brings a particular story or championship year?
I love all of them, to be honest. Yeah.
I think favourite for me has got to be the 2020 when he managed to win the race here. I think got a puncher on the final lap.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty epic. Sign of a true star.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, well, have a good one, guys. Thank you. Hamilton fans? Of course. A pretty special moment, isn't it, seeing these all together?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Lovely cars.
And you having a good time at the Classic?
A little bit rough this morning, but yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. Were you here yesterday? Stayed the night? You were here Thursday, so you're on Thursday night, Friday night. Big night tonight? No, over, done, brilliant. Well, enjoy yourselves. Great to see you having a good time. Well, there we go. Everyone is absolutely loving it here. It's a real crowd pleaser. Very special moment. Come down and enjoy all of the 7 championship cars here lined up.
So clear-up operations continue in our second race of the day, the Royal it is still early, isn't it? Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss trophies. And for those who are already here at Silverstone on this beautiful sunny Sunday, lots to see and do. You will hear undoubtedly across the circuit when the engines fire up again. Cars at the moment on the start-finish line in front of the wing. And don't forget that when the cars are racing, obviously they're on track and you can't get to them, although you can see them. When the cars are not racing, they are all in the paddocks, either at the Heritage pits between Woodcote and Copse, or in the garages and in the pits at the wing. So wherever you are on the circuit, if you fancy going and seeing some of these racing cars at close quarters, please feel free to do so. And talk to the people, ask the guys that are with the cars about the cars. If you want to know about them, they'll give you chapter and verse. They will tell you anything you want to know. There is no such thing as a silly question about somebody's pride and joy. Mister, what is it? What will it do? They will tell you everything you need to know. If you've got a real engineering bent and you want to know details about what's that and how did they do that, they'll be able to tell you that as well. The people that tend for these cars, the people that run these cars, that own and drive these cars, absolutely exude enthusiasm. Well, a classic example of that is a man who started his career racing modern sports cars, but has really made a name for himself racing historic sports cars. Bryn Lucas is with Martin Stretton.
Yeah, I am indeed. His car is parked somewhere out on the track at the moment. We'll come to that in a second. But Martin, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because at the moment, we don't really know when the race is going to restart, but we do know it's going to. And you've got your lid on standby. Do you know what the plan is just yet?
No, I'm leaving that to Dave on the pit wall, but I will have my helmet on when they restart the race because I suspect Gregor will be coming in fairly quickly.
Now, from your side, I'm not sure if you were watching the race or if you were just seeing it from the pit wall there, but it seemed to unfold quite rapidly, didn't it, with people going off left, right and centre?
Yeah, it's been a very unfortunate race. There's been a lot of damage which we don't like to see. Some of it, you could say it was unnecessary. It is very difficult and there's a lot of pressure out there, but I don't like to see incidents like that, and I don't think the cameras could keep up with what was going on even.
Certainly couldn't, but we're doing our best, obviously, as always. Now, when it comes to the race itself, for the restart, you're currently 12th. If it stays like this, that's where you're going to start when we get the resumption of the race happening. Where can you go from there? You know, you've got to get in the car at some point.
Well, the car's a class car rather than an overall winner, and it's the first time we've had it. It's very kind of Gregor to ask me to drive it with him, and we drove it the other day. It's a bit too sideways, lots of fun. The main battle is with Patrick and Fred Wakeman, who are just ahead of us. So, and they're a pretty honed team. So if we can get anywhere close to them, I'll be very happy. Do you have any idea of when you're likely to get in the car for your stint? How long your stint's going to be? I think soon and long. Soon and long. Yeah, I think that's the plan, but I'll find out. I'll be ready. Good stuff. Okay, thanks.
First time Martin Stretton's been described as long. I think his nickname is Mighty Mouse. He is the perfect size for a single-seater racing driver. I haven't seen him in a Formula Junior car, but maybe one of the few things. He's racing the HWM. That's that pale green car number 4, right in the middle of your shot. And the Gregor he's referring to is Gregor Fiskin. To call him a used car salesman is possibly the greatest insult. He is a locator, hunter, searcher and purveyor of some mouth-watering machinery. And he's a little bit like a sort of a real classic antique dealer. So many beautiful cars come into his sphere that it must be almost literally painful to have to actually sell them. But you can't own everything, as my wife keeps telling me. Apparently that doesn't necessarily apply with horses, but it definitely does apply with cars. Anyway, Danger Mouse, not Mighty Mouse. No, Mighty Mouse, I think. Danger Mouse is a whole different thing. Martin Stretton, first met him actually, he was racing GT2 Porsches in the FIA GT series over a few years ago. Now then, who's been pushed away? This is another Lister. This is car number 22. This is the Richard Hudson Stuart Morley Lister Nobly. Again, 1958 car with the Jag engine. And there was another car a little further back with the driver violently or enthusiastically waving his arms. You can see there's 2 or 3 marshals there as well. So it looks, with the lights on the safety car, it looks as though they've been told to fire their engines, and there have been a couple of cars that potentially have not been able to fire up. And so here we go. Are we going for a push start? You're very good on nose grills. What's that?
That's Aston Martin, I think, is it? Way back there.
Is that DB2?
3.
3? Oh. Go on.
Just, Marshall's working hard today, aren't they? The Lister Nobly that was pushed off, that's actually a recreation car, and it's got the Chevrolet V8 engine in that one, the Richard Hudson car. So these Lister Noblys either had a Jaguar 6-cylinder straight 6 engine or a Chevrolet V8 engine. So it's real change and change about in the cars. But the leading Lister Nobly, that of Chris Ward, is the Jaguar engine.
Well, still trying to get that car push started. The officials coming down from the pit wall. Well, it was a dramatic start to the race as well, with a 3-car pile-up on the first lap. And early retirement as well for the Wood and Nuttall car. And then the red flags eventually flew after a safety car for this moment. Aston Martin DB2 of David Reed spinning off into the gravel and getting beached. And then as the safety car boards were thrown, a multi-car pile-up. Unfortunately, cars not quite getting down to the requisite speed and running into the back of each other. This is Malcolm Harrison and Patrick Watts' Cooper Bristol. And one of the early cars, T53, yeah.
Way off with my Aston Martin at distance there.
Patrick Watts, of course, ex-British touring car ace and racing with Malcolm Harrison. Patrick was a historic rally champion as well a few years ago. Well, probably quite a few years ago now, it's sort of in my head, but that was very likely to be about a decade ago.
That was in a Sunbeam Tiger,
It was in a Tiger, yeah, yeah. So he was never averse to anything that went sideways and has become more and more acclimatised to lots of things that go sideways. So Patrick Watts, an inveterate good laugh and an absolute lovely bloke, and still a very quick peddler. Has a hugely successful business recycling IT equipment as well, but manages still to get out and enjoy his racing. And those of a certain vintage who remember the glories of the Super Touring era, he was definitely one of the household names that you would see every few weeks on Grandstand. The doors being shut on the Alpha, the DB24, I think that is in front. A couple of Astons right in front, little Lotus 11 behind. All sorts of different takes on sports races. Some of them perhaps more grand tourers, like the Astons. But as we are getting ready to go back to green, the clock did stop at the red flag. So it is now running again. We are counting down from 37 minutes. And it is a long stoppage, I'm afraid. But it is a timed race, and you can't just go, right, well, we're hacking 20 minutes out of this, because that then completely skews the difference between the cars and the drivers and so on. Anybody who started their faster driver has lost that advantage, really, haven't they? Because the field have all closed up on the faster drivers. They may stretch out again. However, an apposite time to do what I always do is say, Alistair, tell us about the rules for the pit window.
It's an easy one, this one. Pit stop window is 20 to 40 minutes into the race. So we're back on, as you say, race time now, 37 minutes just about remaining in the race. So with a 50-minute race, as it was originally, if you call that 30 minutes into the race, the pit window will open, so another 6.5 minutes or so, and it will remain open for 20 minutes until 40 minutes into the race, and the cars must come into the pit lane, change drivers obviously if they want to. If it's a solo driver, that's fine, they don't need to get out of the car, but they must remain stationary for 60 seconds. So you'll see when we get the cameras in the pit lane following some of the pit stops, you'll see a mechanic or a helper standing with, these days it's usually a mobile phone. In the old days it was what we called a stopwatch, something we don't hear about these days.
Indeed. Now, a couple of cars have come into the pit lane. The pit window is not open. One of them is the Wakeman Blakeney Edwards car number 11, the Cooper T38 Jag, and that is going to be a blow for them. 41 was the one that I didn't identify. Mark Cole driving on his own in this very pretty livery Mark, Lotus 11. Mark was due to be part of a 2-driver lineup, but he's driving on his own, so may well be. Well, they're timing it, but the pit lane, the pit window, as far as we were aware, has not opened. Doesn't say it on the timing screen.
No, I watched the Wakeman pit stop. I'll ask Cameron. I didn't notice a driver change in that car, and it would be Patrick Blakeney-Edwards.
Right.
We'll soon know when we see him on camera.
I'm not sure there's any point in timing this. I don't think anybody is going to allow you to do a driver change, A, outside the pit window, and B, behind a safety car. So that would seem to be an entirely wasted trip through the pit lane. Cars are building slowly back up to speed behind the safety car as they come sweeping around the hangar straight. Lights are off. The safety car will peel into the pit lane as we get ready to go back to green flag racing here at Silverstone. Royal Automobile Club Woodcut Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy back underway after the red flag stoppage. We have green flag racing once more, and it is again the Tajero Jag and the Lister Nobly that battle for supremacy. The white car of Roger Wills right behind the little Lotus 15, outgunned in terms of outright power, but a very quick car, and they are now no longer alone. They had about a 12 to 15 second margin over the rest of the field before the safety car came out, but now the rest of the field are right with them, and it's a green Lotus 15 that is giving Roger Wills some real trouble here. And Alistair, suddenly the race has got a different complexion from how it did after the first couple of laps.
Indeed, yes, that's Will Nuttall who's come up in Bernardo Hartog's Lotus 15. Now, Will is the quicker driver of these two, so that's one of the cars perhaps that will have lost out, as will the leading car as well, because Chris Ward generally the quicker driver in that one. The car in second place, the blue Tajero Jaguar, James Cottingham, who's a current GT3 driver in the British GT Championship, is very, very similar pace to Harvey Stanley, his co-driver, and the fourth car in the group, Roger Wills, is driving solo, so that perhaps gives you some idea of the dynamics of what will happen after the pit stops. We think that Frederick Wakeman came in just to have something checked over. We know that he couldn't do his stop, so he had to come in outside of the pit stop window, but it was a very, very quick stop, and he'll be at the back of the field, but that's really given him a problem to try and win the Woodcut Trophy that is now being led by Gregor Fiskin and Martin Stretton, who was interviewed in the pit lane.
Yeah, so it is going to be a short stint now for Gregor Fiskin, a little bit of racing left until we get down to the 30 minutes to go, which will be 20 minutes into the 50-minute race. And another car comes into the pit lane again too early, the Chris and Oliver Phillips Cooper Bristol Sports, but the leaders are still battling hammer and tongs, and already it is turning into a little bit of a 5-car breakaway train. The Spears Hancock car and the Kirkcaldy Watson machine being just dropped a little behind, but Ollie Hancock and Andrew Kirkcaldy are both waiting in the... Andrew Kirkcaldy actually started car number 12, so that is their quick driver. He'll go long then in their Lotus 11, and Sandy Watson will take over a little bit later. There's the 41 car that pitted early, and I'm afraid Mark Cole will have to do a proper driver pit stop, because you cannot, I'm sure, be allowed to do one behind the safety car and before the pit window opened.
Absolutely right, yes. I think that some of the cars that came in, there was a need for them to come in. Others may have mistakenly thought they could come in. Yeah. As we watch Chris Ward come out of the loop, Roger Wills in second place. In third place is now the second of the Lotus 15s, that of Will Nuttall. And in fourth place is James Cottingham in the Tajero Jaguar. So that runs the Jaguar 3.8 litre engine, very, very similar to the one in the leading car, but a different body shape on that, with that rather nice vertical fin behind the driver, rather similar to a Jaguar D-Type, but not the same car.
Very pretty, but a big lock-up as Costimer place. He drops back down to fifth place now. Ooh, and coming back on the inside, trying to squeeze through. And who is driving that? It's Willis in the number 5 car, isn't it? Andy Willis in the Lotus 15. So 3 Lotuses in the top 5. The Lister Nobly leads, and the Tejero Jag in 4th-ish, 5th-ish, depending on what particular corner they're in the middle of.
And Andy Willis, the quicker of the 2 drivers in that car, so that's another one that we may see very competitive in this first part of the race. Roger Wills, I'll put an early marker on Roger Wills, because Roger's won these races. He won here last year, and he is a very quick driver, driving solo, knows the car well. And he's following Chris Ward down the long hanger straight into Stowe Corner. Now, is Roger Wills going to go through on the inside of Chris Ward? He's trying. He's braked much later in the little Lotus, but Chris Ward in the big Lister Nobly with the Jaguar engine sweeps round the outside. Chris Ward, a very, very experienced and fast historic driver, as they come into the historic club, the slightly less acute corner used for historic racing, and the pit window is now open.
Yep. 20 minutes.
Off goes Will Nuttall.
20 minutes have expired. Yeah, Will Nuttall, just don't panic, keep it going, keep it going. And that's the problem again with narrow tyres on these big curbs. If you sort of run over the first bit, then the car tram lines and it gets dragged off the circuit by the tyres. Now, has he got more of an issue than that? Was it the car steering itself because something has broken? He's not up to speed, is he? Has he got a flat left? He has. Flat front left, and that's what dragged the car off. So not so much the curb, but the tyre doing the steering anyway. So it is the Lister Nobly that leads, and Chris Ward in front of Roger Wills for the moment. Roger Wills won't have the speed on the straight. Well, let's see, where does the tyre give up on him? Right in the middle here. Car just drifting out wide all the way through Club Cornish, going no, 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 come back, come back, come back. And boy, I bet he had wide open eyes as that tyre wall came very close, and he's decided not to try and bring the car back to the pits. Obviously feels that there's something fundamentally very wrong at the front. He may not know that he's got a flat, may think that something is broken. However, Roger Wills, fastest race lap. Again, it may not be the fastest thing on the straight, but the Lotus 15 makes a lot of speed, or holds a lot of speed in the corner that maybe the bigger cars don't. So coming out of the pit lane is one of our early pit stoppers. And I think actually that car came into the pit lane a few seconds before the pit window opened. However, I'm sure the stewards will be fully on top of that. First of our actual pit stoppers is now in, car number 152, and that's John Spears, Ollie Hancock, Lister Nobly. We sort of expected that Ollie would be getting in very quickly. No major rush, there are no 3-second tyre changes here, because of course everybody has to remain stationary for a minimum of 60 seconds. That's to allow for the safety belts to be done and everything to be done safely. Roger Wills, fastest race lap in that white Lotus. But the Tejero Jag now closing in behind. So Andrew Kokotti is pitted very early to hand over to Sandy Watson. And Ollie Hancock taking over in the 152 Lister. You see how low the nose is, better for aerodynamics to allow the airflow to reduce the frontal area. Of course, you can't lower the wheels in any way, so the bodywork giving just enough clearance for the tyres. Ollie's ready to go. Off he goes. So back into the fray, and that is a potential podium finishing stroke race winning car, and an early stop may well be what makes the difference for them.
Yes, the one car that isn't changing drivers in this lead group, Roger Wills, can choose his moment, and he'll perhaps be thinking, can I go a little bit quicker, and am I being held up by Chris Ward? And if so, I'll go in the pits and get out of the way and perhaps do some faster laps on his own.
I think you're absolutely right. I'm slightly surprised he hasn't gone in already, because he set the fastest race lap, yet he is still behind the Lister Nobly, so he could be going quicker perhaps, and might well do so in clear air. And bear in mind, of course, that because of the safety car, most of the cars that haven't stopped are all in a big clump. They're not liberally spread around the circuit yet, so you may well come out in clear air. The earlier you go in, the more chance you have of a clear track awaiting you. The leaders go by the pits again, 1, 2, 3 of them together. But behind, you can see lots of cars diving in and out of the pit lane. So far, almost none of our top 20 have been in the pit lane. Well, there is car number 4. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Gregor Fiskin in the pretty little HWM. Again, a very small manufacturer. Just built sports cars and just built a handful of sports cars. Hemingway Motors and Martin Stretton ready to take over as Gregor Fiskin brings the HWM down into the pit lane. Here comes Roger Wills down the inside. And is that a problem for our race leader? Has Chris Ward got an issue because suddenly the Lister Nobly was passed for first and for second? The Tejero Jag went by as well. Did he miss a gear there maybe? Has he picked up a little bit of a misfire? Did we miss him outbraking himself? Either way, Roger Wills leads the race. James Cossingham in second place in that flag blue Tejero Jag with the white nose. So there's Martin Stretton being strapped in. It's not just lazy, it's not being a prima donna. Drivers with their hands devices, which everybody wears now, you can see they're around Gregor Fiskin's neck. That's to try and save the necks, particularly in an incident. You just can't look down and do your own belts up, and the belts have to be done super tight, making sure that everything is right. And that's why you have the 60-second minimum pit stop, to make sure that everybody is safely strapped into their cars, because they are not doing a car club demonstration. This is full ball racing.
And very strange, Chris Ward there at the end of the Hangar Straight lost that lead and in fact second place as well. He seems to be going well again now. Chris is an expert driver, also an expert car preparer, as we've got John Clark in the Cooper T39 with the bobtail, the little flat back to the car. That's unfortunately retired right on the apex of the loop. So that will need to be recovered, and it's a long way out there to get the marshals to him as Roger Wills comes into the pit lane for his mandatory stop. So the leader, car number 24, the little white Lotus 15, driven in period by his hero Bruce McLaren, into the pit lane. So that puts now into the lead the Tejero Jaguar. Now that could be a smart move from Roger Wills, because we may get certainly there's going to be yellow flags at the loop, which will slow people in that section, but depending on whether that car can be moved quickly, sadly we might end up with another safety car here.
Yeah, that is entirely possible. Hopefully it can be done under local yellows. It is a very slow part, or slower part of the circuit, obviously. Right down to minimum speed there. Just a little check on the tyre pressures, adjusting the tyre pressures. Heard a couple of drivers yesterday. Testing on Thursday was wet. Qualifying was cool. Yesterday was a bright, hot, sunny day like today. Heard a lot of drivers saying, oh, the tyre pressures just really soared and the car was sliding around. You sort of only can go on what you know. So now they're working on the tyre pressures. Roger's clearly saying, right, get a couple of pounds out of the tyres, because you set the pressures on a cold tyre. Now it's done, well, a third of the race. Obviously, although they cool down a bit during the safety car stoppage, when he's up to speed, clearly he's feeling that the car's got a little bit too much pressure in the tyres, and that's sort of making it float around a bit much. Just wants a little bit more on the front end of his Lotus. So Roger Wills coming in from the pit lane. James Cossingham still leading from Chris Ward. Roger Wills, with the fastest lap of the race, will now have to try and do it all again. Still only a yellow flag down at the loop to try and tidy away that Cooper bobtail. Waiting to see Roger Wills emerging from the pit lane. This seems to be taking rather a long time. In fact, he's not coming out of that pit lane exit, of course. He's coming out at Copse Corner.
You knew that, really, didn't you?
I did know that. So we're seeing a shot of the safety car not moving. Here is the Tejero Jag. So there is James Cossingham, the race leader. And again, that very distinctive Ecuria Cos colour. Whoa! Ooh. Bright flag blue. Now, that's very dramatic, even at the lower speeds of Luffield. That looked like a proper handful. And where's the Lister Nobly gone? Did the Lister Nobly come? No, he can't have come into the pit lane. He wasn't ahead. So what has happened to Chris Ward in the Lister Nobly? Now, he slowed dramatically, lost the lead. Roger Wills and James Cossingham went by him.
Into the pit lane, yes. He's come in for his pit stop.
Right, but he should have been right behind the Tejero and wasn't. Had he gone by the Tejero, Did the Tejero have another moment going into the complex that we didn't see? Or has the Nobly got a bit more of a problem? I think this might turn into one of our more chaotic races. That's the J2X Le Mans that we saw earlier on of Simon and Gareth Evans. Has that car had a pit stop? I'm going to have to go too far down the screen to see, but that has gone off at Copse. And Roger Wills, where is Roger Wills?
He's shown
on an outlap,
yeah, he's out.
But the cameras have not found him yet. We will wait and see if he goes by and completes a lap. So there is the Allard regaining the track. That looks like the driver just momentarily running out of talent.
Well, Chris Ward is shown as just being around 1.8 seconds behind as he came into the pit lane. So I think maybe you just couldn't quite see him on the camera shot we had.
Yeah. Well, he was much closer to the leader before. Roger Wills goes by us now, so good news, he is still out there. There's the race leader now, though, James Cottingham. So maybe he and Harvey Stanley will sort of go for a middle for diddle halfway through the race, with 20 minutes remaining of the 50, so 30 minutes elapsed. And the pit window will remain open for another 9 minutes or so. Roger Wills up to speed. This familiar red leather steering wheel of period Lotuses.
And Rob Smith, who's now taken over the what was leading car earlier on, Chris Ward's number 82 Lister Nobly, has just exited the pits. So they've done their pit stop and back out safely onto track.
So our race leader, James Cottingham, continues round. Does he come into the pit lane this time? Yes, taking a tight line out of Luffield. In he comes. Once upon a time, it used to be the thing that drivers would have their arm out of the cockpit to indicate they were coming into the pit lane. And by once upon a time, I mean up until drivers were unable to get their arm out of the cockpit. Well, classic battle here. Austin Healey 104 with an Aston Martin DB24 right behind. Big and Little, two big British names. Austin Healey no longer making cars. We actually made the point yesterday that in our oldest pre-war race, there were a number of Aston Martins, one of only a couple of makes, Bentley being the other, that were present in racing 100 years ago, who continue to race. Quick pit stop and tyre pressure adjustment as well, as James Cottingham hands over to Harvey Stanley in the Tejero Jag.
And James Cottingham could also, as you described, Gregor Fiskin, be described as a second-hand car dealer, but not quite on the corner of the main street. DK Engineering is his company, set up by his father, and Harvey Stanley also works for the company as well, so it's a nice company team running that wonderful Tejero Jaguar, which was driven at Le Mans in 1959 by Ron Flockhart and Jock Lawrence. It didn't finish, unfortunately, but that has genuine Le Mans history, that car.
So is this then a tax-deductible team-building exercise? If they have an official meeting, then they can probably write the entire thing off against tax.
Only you'd think about that.
Only I would, yeah. That's the only way I could afford it. Stephen Gerbstel, Andy Willis's Lotus 15.
That's been in, so that's Stephen Jobstel at the wheel. He's the Austrian trucking magnate.
And that is the car that is currently shown as our race leader. So has he been in? No, he hasn't. That's why he's the race leader, because he hasn't been in yet.
My apologies. I thought I saw him go past us.
So the top car that has stopped and has completed an outlap, I think, is Roger Wills, although the timing screen in our booth is still a lap behind. It still shows him as being on an outlap. However, he's been past our pit lane since his stop at least once. So he must be more than on an outlap. Well, he is certainly back up to speed, isn't he? The car flowing beautifully around the sweeps of this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And now in traffic, there's an Allard J2. What a very upright device that is. Car number 32. And that is, that's Cliff Gray in that's not a Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, is it? Look much more like a J2, however. There you go, very upright looking car. And here comes the Tejero. So there is the gap then after the driver change, or pit stops, let's say. between the Tajero, that was the leader after Roger Wills pulled into the pit lane, and Roger Wills, who was the leader beforehand. So that was the 1-2 before, and they are the top cars that have stopped. So Harvey Stanley taking over car number 6. The bright blue, low line, long. I mean, what a classic sports car look that is. Long, and such a long bonnet out front. Little fin behind the driver. If you're a 1950 schoolboy drawing a sports car, that's the sort of thing you would have drawn. John Tajero, the aerodynamicist, wasn't a 1950 schoolboy, but he was still drawing cars in the same manner. So here's Roger Wills. Again, the little Lotus 15, development of the 11, which would have raced in period at Le Mans. In the small capacity classes, battling for the smaller trophies, and particularly for the index of thermal efficiency, which was a category introduced by the organisers at Le Mans, the ACO, to benefit small-engined French cars, predominantly DBs, Panhards and so on, but which Colin Chapman with the Climax engine Lotus 11s and then 15s saw as a prime opportunity for headline-grabbing class wins at Le Mans. So the leader still yet to stop, but behind Roger Wills, car number 15, car number 24 rather, the Lotus 15, likely to take up the running.
And we're looking now at the leader of the other race within this race, the Woodcut Trophy for cars not quite as quick as the Stirling Moss Trophy cars, so we don't see them in the overall lead, but the Martin Stretton with that very distinctive green helmet took over from Gregor Fiskin in the number 4 HWM Jaguar, and they are leading the Woodcut Trophy by around, it was 6 seconds last time past the timing line from the Pearsons. John and Gary, brothers, in the 6.5 seconds it was to be precise, in car number 17, the Jaguar D-Type, which is second in the Woodcut Trophy. So Martin Stretton coming towards us. Martin, next to me, Martin Haven mentioned earlier on that HWM a small concern. It was Hersham and Walton Motors was the name of the company, but John Heath and George Abacassis, the two drivers who were building these cars in period, not a name we see anymore.
No, exactly, and they really built a handful, possibly not even into double digits of HWMs, but very successful in particularly in national racing, actually, I think, in the throughout the 60s. Very pretty little car, and you could easily imagine that being a production road car from a manufacturer like Healey or even like Jaguar. Actually, real shades of the C-Type around it, aren't there?
Yes, good point. Yes, it does look rather like a C-Type. It does use the Jaguar engine, so came up with a similar design for this car. The car that's in second place, which we haven't seen on screen yet, the Jaguar D-Type, was of course dominant at Le Mans for a couple of years, and that was very much a Jaguar body shape with a Jaguar engine.
And slipping through is Stephen Yerbstel in the, it's not yet, is it? It's Andy Willis still in the Lotus 15. That is the current race leader, yet to stop, going very long obviously, but have they blown it? No, pit window is still open for another 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So this will be his in-lap. It had better be his in-lap, otherwise they really will have blown it. He's not going to get another one after this before the pit window closes. So that's the race leader. And Roger Wills will then take over. So Lotus 15 leads. Lotus 15 waiting to inherit the lead. But a good long run from the starting driver in this car, Andy Willis, and of course the safety car brought them back into contention. It'll be very interesting to see where they come out in this actually, and how Stefan Yerbstel can continue. They should certainly be well up in the top 10. They've just put a lap on the number 4 car, Martin Stretton, which is 8th overall, so although they will likely lose most of that, they shouldn't lose an entire lap in the pit lane.
Well, Roger Wills was a minute and 12 seconds behind the leading car that's just gone into the pit lane. So a minute and 12, well, that's a pit stop 1 minute stationary, but you've got to get in and back out again.
And it'll be about 30-35 seconds through the pit lane as well. So you're looking at about a 90-second pit stop effectively plus. So Roger Wills will be up the road, but let's see who was 90 seconds behind. Well, actually, effectively, that could put
no, it's dark green, and it
number
has
5
a vertical fin behind the driver.
On the podium potentially. So Stefan Gerbstel may well have plenty of work to do, but here is the man who will inherit the lead as he comes past the line next time.
Yes, confusing, isn't it?
If the timing was by the pits where we are and where they are pitting, he would inherit the lead as he came past this pits, but he will be marked up as the leader as he completes the lap and goes by the wing. So it could confuse a simple person, and already, as you can clearly hear, has. So there's the leader. There is the Tejero in second place. So Harvey Stanley in second. And that makes Ollie Hancock third, doesn't it, in their Lister Nobly. So Ollie Hancock should be third in car number 152. So that's the car that we saw having a wheel changed right before it went out of the collecting area when Ed was chatting to Ollie. They just found a little anomaly on the tyre, and when you're racing these cars very hard indeed for nearly an hour, what you don't want is any question about whether or not the tyre's going to hold up. Again, look at how busy the driver is behind the wheel. This is not about mechanical grip or aero grip. This is about drifting the car through the corners in the way that had been done since time immemorial. Roger Wills out front looking a little less busy though, less weight to try and manoeuvre around, but still car needs to be driven in much the same style. Beautiful, smooth, flowing style, and again, because the steering wheel in the Lotus is a little lower, hard to see behind that little screen, but much less busy than the Tejero. Well, there you are. There's the D-type that we were looking for earlier, and he's second in class, Alistair, is he?
Yes, he is, and he's just about 6 seconds behind the leader. So the leader of the Woodcote Trophy is not second in class; it's second in the race, actually.
In the race,
Martin. Yeah, we're race within a race here, and the leading car in the Woodcote Trophy, Martin Stretton. We saw him a few minutes ago on screen. This is the second-placed car. This is the Jaguar D-type, the short-nose D-type with the little bubble behind the driver, but some D-types have the vertical fin as well, which was put on the car for stability down the long Mulsanne straight, as we see a spin for one of our Lister Noblies.
Yeah, Tarek Mahmoud, the Lebanese driver in his car. Now, most of the cars, 1954, 52, 58, his dates to 2015, according to the entry.
Yes.
So now there were continuation Lister Noblies made, another line of them made by Brian Lister. So whether that's a continuation car or whether that's when he bought it or when he last had it rebuilt, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, the fin on the D-type, everybody thinks that goes straight back behind you. It doesn't, in fact. The tail fin on the D-type curves from behind the driver more towards the centre line of the car, because the straight fin didn't actually keep the car going straight. Having the air curving the air over the driver actually helped keep the car more stable in a straight line. So if you look at a fin, the tail fin on the D-type, it does actually curve towards the centre line of the car very slightly.
Yes, and
stat of the day.
When I was a young child, my car that I drew on my back of my school books when I wasn't doing schoolwork was the D-type with that fin at the back. It was a wonderful car. It won Le Mans in 1955, 56 and 57. It did have the vertical fin on that particular version of the car, but this one more designed for the other circuits that were used in the Sports Car Championship. As we go back to our leader, Roger Wills, and we've got some close battles now that the pit stops are finally starting to unwind. In fact, John Spears has come out just a fraction of a second behind the now driven by Jobstall.
Yeah. Ollie Hancock, in fact, John Spears handed it over to Ollie Hancock, didn't he? So the fourth place car is right on the tail of the Willis Yerbstel car. So there's your race leader, Roger Wills, with 14 seconds over Harvey Stanley in the Tejero, and Roger lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker, so that is going to extend itself. But the battle for third, car number 152, Ollie Hancock, the dark blue Lister Nobly, and Stefan Yerbstel right with him. And
in fact, Hancock has got past Yerbstel and Cole as well.
Well, we're showing Mark Cole in there, but Mark Cole can't possibly be there on merit because he made at least one pit stop behind the safety car and I think had to stop again. So Mark Cole being there is possibly a bit of a glitch.
But the car on screen now, the 152 Lister, is being driven by professional driver Ollie Hancock. So this is a car that was, the decision by the team was to put the faster driver in second. So here we've got one of our conundrums in pit stop races with differentials in speed between drivers. So we very much need to keep an eye on the 152 Ollie Hancock. He's a couple of seconds a lap quicker than Harvey Stanley in the Tejero Jaguar. And he was 9 seconds behind with nearly 5 minutes to go. So it's probably too far a distance for Ollie Hancock to do it, but it'll be fun watching.
It will be fun watching. Look at the opposite lock there, hands way over the centre line on the steering wheel. Ollie, young brother of Sam Hancock, both of them started off in junior single-seaters, very experienced historic racers now. And whether you put your pro in first or second, the idea is to get them to do as much of the driving, get the fast driver in for as long as possible, as we heard from Martin Stretton. Oh, again, big handfuls of opposite lock. This car's got a lot more power than grip. There's the Tejero at the front of the picture, a couple of Aston Martin DB24s and a
Lotus 10.
Lotus 10, very good. Just in front. And that's the gap. So Ollie Hancock probably knows what his target is and can see it, and the pit board will be telling him that it's -10, -9, -8, but you're right, 4 minutes is basically 2 laps. It is going to be a tough job to catch him, it's going to be a very tough job to pass him. I think Stefan Yerbstel is currently in fourth. Again, car number 41, Mark Cole, I think made far too many pit stops to actually be there. Now, it's actually shown that he's only been into the pits once, but we saw him come in behind the safety car and then we saw him come in again, so I'm not quite sure how that has worked out. Car did qualify well, was in 7th place, but he has sort of suddenly emerged after all of the pit stoppery up in the top 4. But pretty certain that the car came into the pit lane while the safety car was out and before the pit window opens now.
Well, at the line last time around, Ollie Hancock had shaved 3.4 seconds off the lead of Harvey Stanley in second place in the race, but just ahead of Ollie. So it actually is potentially a possibility. How many times can I say possible and potential?
Well, it could be a last lap, last corner lunge, couldn't it, if he gets close? And that really rather depends on what the clock says when Roger Wills gets to the line. If Roger Wills gets to the line and there's a second left, then he will continue on another lap and the rest of them will get another lap. If Roger Wills gets to the line on the lap after this and the clock has expired, then they will get no further laps. So right now they're halfway round lap 8, beg your pardon, lap 16 of the race. Are we going to get one more after this? I don't think we're going to get 2 more, are we? Where's Roger Wills now? He's coming up to Stowe, so there will be less than 2 minutes on the clock, so this will be the last lap because they're doing 2 minute 20 and change. So this will be the last lap about to start for Roger Wills.
But the other 2 are 18 seconds back, so they've got a bit more of the penultimate lap to go. Bit more time for Ollie Hancock to close the gap.
Roger Wills goes by another Lotus 15, that's Richard Wilson, who will try and tuck in behind him and go, right, how do I get this to go like that? There is the Tejero Jag in second place, and right behind him now is Ollie Hancock. Is that right? Wow, goodness me, look how close he is now. suddenly has closed dramatically. Ollie Hancock all over the back of Harvey Stanley. This is for second place. It is the last lap of the race. Well, it is for the leader, but these guys... Ollie Hancock looking to go up the inside. He's showing his nose. He's showing his nose. He didn't put it in there in the gap where it wasn't going to fit. But now he does, has a lunge to the inside. It's nice and slow there. He telegraphed the move. Well, there's a tiny little touch there with Harvey Stanley. Harvey was sort of spat off the curbs a little, and the two cars just came together. I don't think any intention from either party. But Ollie Hancock now up into second place. Here comes Harvey Stanley. He's got speed on the straight, looking to go round the outside into Brooklands. Can't get through. So there are two more big straights to try and sort this out for the Tajero Jag. Harvey Stanley will feel a little miffed there that there was a bit of a bump as Ollie Hancock went through. Roger Wills is away and clear. Hancock just very wide, out almost to Herbert's Trench as they whiz through Luffield. So coming down the Heritage Pit Straight, Ollie Hancock, car number 152. There's a slower car in front, so he will have to go offline. And so too, I'm afraid, as Harvey Stanley has to go more offline. Very compromised into Copse Corner, and that possibly seals the deal for Ollie Hancock. He's got maybe now 3/4 of a second as they rush into Maggots and Beckett's. He's got slower traffic in front, coming back on 104 Healy that's been off on the grass, and that's going to slow Hancock very dramatically as they come around the final element of the Beckett's S's and through the Chapel Curve. Suddenly the chance for Harvey Stanley maybe to close in. Stanley coming onto the hanger straight with a head of steam. Roger Wills is going to win this one. He will win the Stirling Moss Trophy. The Woodcote Trophy will be up for grabs in a moment or two, but it's the battle for second place overall as Roger Wills punches the air. The Lotus 15 claims victory, but surely now getting to Copse Corner will be the battle for second place. They're already out of Copse, and it's Ollie Hancock who leads. Harvey Stanley right behind him. Does he get more drive off the corner? He's trying to come tighter out, but the checkered flag is there. It's going to be very close. It is Ollie Hancock who takes second and Harvey Stanley who takes third. Dramatic last couple of laps in the battle for those final podium spots.
And hopefully we'll pick up the Woodcote Trophy too, because Gary Pearson has closed up within 0.4 of a second of the leader Martin Stretton, and they've just passed us actually, so they're on their last lap going into Copse Corner. Visually we can see them. Have we? Yes, we've got them on the screen. Well done, the producer. So this is the battle for the second part of this race. They are in totally distinct races, and the green HWM being caught by the blue or dark green Jaguar D-Type, and coming into Beckett's for the last time, and it's Gary Pearson chasing Martin Stretton, two of the greatest preparers of historic cars in the country, and driving these cars.
Two of the best racers as well, aren't they? Look at Martin Stretton straining against the belts, head down, just trying to charge onto the hanger straight, but has he got the speed to hold on? Gary Pearson right behind him. This is going to be very close indeed. The D-Type will have the legs on the HWM down the straight, a little bit more aerodynamic perhaps, but they share the same engine and running gear. They're both Jaguar powered, so essentially two Jaguar C-Type stroke D-Types in different bodywork. The HWM of Martin Stretton just in front, and he's going to keep his nose in front. The start-finish line is so close here to the final corner. Out they come. It is going to be very close indeed. Barely half a car length in it, but Martin Stretton wins the Woodcote Trophy. And right behind him, the Pearson D-Type. That was a great chase down of the leader by Gary Pearson. A really, really good final stint there. Well, there's Roger Wills, our overall race winner and the winner of the Stirling Moss Trophy. And right beside him, kind of 152, John Spears and Ollie Hancock. There is the Kiwi. Oh, he was always going to be a threat. You never can overlook Roger Wills, particularly when he's in this car he loves so much, the Lotus 15. He really, really enjoys racing that car and has been super successful with it. Ollie Hancock he was left with a big chase, wasn't he? And he managed in the last couple of laps. We didn't quite see where the Tejero of Harvey Stanley sort of lost ground, and he did, because suddenly Ollie was all over him, having a look around. They sort of embraced a little bit. Sorry about that, mate. No, that's okay. It was a racing incident. It wasn't him pushed to pass or shoving his way through. And there, Martin Stretton taking over from Gregor Fiskin as early as they could, and not a second wasted. If they'd been a second slower in the pit lane, Alistair, they wouldn't have been first to the checkered flag, would they?
No, that's absolutely right. They often allow a second, perhaps just to make sure they don't get caught by the officials for under time on the pit stop. But there's Ollie Hancock talking to Roger Wills. But lovely to see as those Woodcote Trophy drivers came over the line, both of them clapping each other for their good drive. And that's James Cottingham on the left, Harvey Stanley in the middle, and Roger Wills on the right.
Look, it's just old cars. How can you get so excited about it? It's old cars. How can you not get so excited about it? And again, let's just bear in mind, none of these cars is less than 60 years old. There's Ollie Webb after his stint as well, stripped to the waist. Again, top professional modern racing drivers. He'll be racing in the World Endurance Championship in Japan in a couple of weeks, but he's part of a class of cars that are into their 6th decade of racing and being driven, in many cases, at least as fast and possibly even harder than they were in period. The Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy may have been a little chaotic in the middle, but the two-driver race produced some fantastic excitement, and as ever, close racing all the way to the flag. Roger Wills in the Lotus 15 taking the lead. James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley in the Tejero Jag giving chase. A few incidents for some of the cars throughout the course of the 50-minute two-driver race. But predominantly it was all about pace at the front and chasing down the quicker cars after the pit stop. Saw positions change hands on the very final lap. Confirmation of the result. Roger Wills winning overall and taking the Stirling Moss Trophy ahead of John Spears, Ollie Hancock, and James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley finishing in 3rd place. And in the battle for the Woodcote Trophy, car number 4, the HWM of Gregor Fiskin and Martin Stretton, holding on by inches from the Pearsons' fast-catching Jaguar D-Type. Well, a race for cars in their 60s. Some of the drivers approaching that sort of vintage as well. Thoroughly entertaining and, as we expected, producing plenty of close racing and lots of hearts racing for the drivers as well. Well, we had it all. We had a safety car, we had a red flag, we had incidents and mishaps. Couple of mechanical frailties putting cars out of action, but plenty of close racing all the way through.
Right, the historic Formula 2 cars are just about to go out. All the engines have started up. Now these grid positions are done on the race from yesterday. So we've got Ben Mitchell on pole. He was very, very quick, but actually the guy, if you could follow me, Gordon, let's see if we can get down the grid a little bit. There's a guy that was in the lead for a long time yesterday, Andrew Smith. I haven't seen him have a David Shaw's car that finished on the podium. He's at the back of the grid because that's actually going to be driven by Greg Caton. So there's going to be quite a few cars that are out of position from really where they should be. They would have posted faster qualifying times. Now right at the back is Tim De Silva. We talked to him, he's in the Formula Junior races and a lot of races this weekend. I think we've got just enough time. I've gone to the back so we get a bit of warning before all the cars leave the line. Tim, well, what happened yesterday?
Unfortunately, the Toronto cable broke on the outlap, so I didn't get to start the race, but it's all right. It'll be a fun chasing everyone down from the back.
Right, I can't hear much, but so how far up do you think you can get today?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that? I can't hear you.
Right. How far up can you get today?
I'm hoping to get up to maybe 4th or 5th. The pace of the car is really good. I'm comfortable that I can run with the guys up front. So I just got a matter of getting there. Maybe I'll get some help from yellow flags or something.
Tim, best of luck.
Thank you.
And thank you to the team for switching that off. I think we've got Bryn on the podium.
Yes, indeed. We're here for this podium then from the MRL Royal Automobile Club Stirling Moss Trophy is the first one we're going to get to. What a race that one was. Let's welcome then in third place on that one. We have James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley. Looking resplendent there. We also have in second place John Spears and Ollie Hancock. Well done, gents. And our race winner, Roger Wills. And to present the trophy, we have Ben Cousins. Correction, Jeremy Vaughan, actually from the Royal Automobile Club, is doing the presentation here. And let's jump in very quickly and get a word with Roger, because Roger, you finished well over 20 seconds ahead there. It seemed from the outside looking in quite an easy one, but it doesn't look like it was from the way you are now.
No, it was really tight at the front with Chris and James at the start of the race, and we pushed each other hard all the way. I think, unfortunately, Chris had a bit of a problem, but it sort of relaxed a bit near the end, but a wonderful race, fantastic.
Well done, all of you. We've got to get cracking for the next race, but well done if you would just put your trophies in the air, and the crowd will go wild as we head back over for the next race.
Historic Formula 2, the stepping stone to Formula 1 throughout its era. And we are racing here at Silverstone with cars that are from the mid-1970s. Ready to head out onto the Grand Prix circuit. And the engine's already fired up, cars heading out. Big field of 29 cars with Tim De Silva, who had a throttle cable fail on him yesterday when he was right in the thick of the action. Unfortunately, the grid basically formed from what happened yesterday. He will have to start right at the back. But the car that will be on pole will be car number 21, the Martini of Ben Mitchell. The French manufacturer were very successful in Formula 3 and Formula 2 in the 70s and into the 80s and indeed into the 90s. But it is the blue and white car, Ben Mitchell, who against the head and against the weight of opposition took victory yesterday, predominantly in this period to the end of the period that we're showing here in these races. The 1978 March 782 with the BMW engine was the de facto go-to dominant force. But in yesterday's race, it fell in favour of the Martini. So some great racing from Ben Mitchell, but surrounding him on the grid will be a whole host of marches, so he will have plenty to do. And Alistair, he is sort of fighting on his own there, the march, the dominant force in terms of numbers here as well.
Yes, and one march that you might expect to see right at the front, well, not based on yesterday's result because he retired, but you might expect to see racing at the front during the race would be Andy Smith, and sadly I don't think Andy is going to get out onto the grid. Spoke to him after the race yesterday. It was a wheel bearing failure that took him out. If you were here yesterday or you watched live stream yesterday, you will remember that Andy was dominating the race in his recently rebuilt Eddie Cheever March 782, but a wheel bearing failure, so not seeing him today.
Well, there is a march on the front row of the grid. That's Matt Watts in his March 782. That's the white car with predominantly white with the BMW Motorsport colours on it. Then in third place, the orange car of Mark Mercer, and that is a Ron Toronac design, the RT1. Ron Toronac cut his teeth designing cars for Jack Brabham, and in fact the Brabhams in the field will also have been Toronac designed cars when he was still at Brabham, because that was a previous generation. But Ron designing Formula 2 cars. The RT1 was his first. The RT2 then went on to be very successful in later generations of Formula 2 with Honda engines. And the RT3 became the car to have in Formula 3 into the 1980s, pretty much through into the 1990s as well. So the designer of the third place car, the orange car, Mark Mercer, Ron Taranak, is his first independent design, setting up his own company. Fourth on the grid, Martin Wood, car number 94. Now that is another March 782, and again using the Motorsport livery, but this time very little white. It is predominantly blue, red and purple. So that's another March, fourth place on the grid. Clive Wood will start in fifth position, car number 30, another of the Derek Bennett designed chevrons. This is a Chevron B28. And in sixth place, Phil Hall, car number 44. I was going to say 14, car number 44. That's another March, gold Warsteiner livery on his car, and that's a little older than the cars in front of him. That's a 1975 March 752. Now, we're seeing cars with a more 1960s look. The cigar tube, there you can see the Warsteiner March on the big screens, and those of you watching along online or at home, that is the car in sixth place of Philip Hall. Some of the older cars you can see from the late 1960s period, including cars like number 12, Steve Weller's Elfin from 1968. A couple of Brabhams you can see there as well. Ross Driver in a blue and yellow 1971 Brabham BT35. And as the cars complete their second formation lap, busy working heat into the tyres. There's Philip Hall in sixth position. Now, it shouldn't be too many problems working out who's who and what's what in this race. It is a single driver, no pit stop race. Breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief in the pit lane. Should all remain relatively quiet, and with a 20-minute format. So a real sprint race. No time to settle in, you have just got to get after it immediately. So lights off, safety car will pull in. This is the end of their formation lap. So they got half a lap out from the pits and then a full formation lap. These cars with slick tyres and aerodynamic winds do need time to build heat in the tyres and the brakes as well. You can't afford either to be cold in such a short operating window. Race director is ready to get us underway. Ben Mitchell leads the field to the line to start the second race at the Classic for historic Formula 2. The Martini that won yesterday takes a decent start, but much quicker around the outside. Matthew Watts, the white, red, blue and purple March 782, a very quick start. It was a bit of a raggedy run down to the line, but the March of Matthew Watts got a good run. He takes the lead. Ben Mitchell in second place. The orange car in third, number 14. That's Mark Mercer. And then a bit of a squabble behind, but it is Martin Wood who comes out in front with his March 782. There's a Brabham off and another couple of cars getting tangled at the back of the field. We've got half a dozen classes in this field for historic Formula 2 cars, and here's the challenge for the lead. Already the Martini of Ben Mitchell having a go at the lead, but Alistair, that was a pretty good start from Matthew Watts. He wasn't alongside the Martini, and now the Martini has got back in front as they come underneath us. It will be the French car that leads.
Yes, absolutely, as they come along the old, what was the pit straight for the Grand Prix circuit originally, down into Cops Corner. Wonderful shot there, and a great overtake there at Luffield, Brooklands and Luffield from Ben Mitchell in the Martini, the Mark 1922 Martini against the March 782 of Matthew Watts as they go into the Beckett sweepers. And probably the tyres not fully up to temperature, and perhaps another full lap before they're absolutely happy that they can lean on those tyres. But Ben Mitchell I won't call him young Ben Mitchell anymore. I got told off last year for calling him young because I've seen him racing for so many years, but he's obviously got a year older each year. Ben Mitchell, very experienced, and taking this Martini through Stowe Corner with the car that really defines late Formula 2 cars of this period, and that's the March 782, a very, very quick car indeed.
Matthew Watts following in the wheel tracks of the blue and white Martini, car number 21 with the fob livery. At the factory colours on the March with the BMW M Sport colours. M Sport, or the M division of BMW, of course, celebrating their 50th anniversary this year, so a particularly apposite time if he could claim victory here. But the Martini looks like it is running away, so Ben Mitchell certainly producing the pace. He's not fastest in all sectors, but he is stringing together a very quick lap now. And this might be too big of a margin. Well, let's take a look down here in the loop. There's a little bit of 2 into 1 doesn't go. Tag from behind. I think the car that did the tagging actually was Mike Bainbridge's Brabham BT35, that blue car with the yellow wings. And Tim De Silva escaped that, and coming into the pits, I didn't see who that was as they came underneath us, only caught the rear view. But, the car in the pit lane. Looks like it might have been Mark Hazel, car number 28, which is another March 782, but it didn't look like that at the time.
And a faster driver coming through is the yellow Stobel sponsored car of Graham Ridgway. Now Graham, quick driver, but had a problem yesterday, started in 25th position on the grid, and also the David Tomlin car, number 70. We're looking at that now. That's the Motul Rondell M1 from David Tomlin, who we saw out in his Sierra Cosworth yesterday as well. Had a busy day, but he also had some problems yesterday. Where did he start? 12th on the grid, so he's coming through from 12th. But watch also the 77 right at the back of the picture here, the Stobel sponsorship on the front of the car from the period sponsor of Graham Ridgway, number 77, just diving round the outside into Stowe, but not able to make up another place there.
Yeah, bright yellow car, Graham Ridgway, very easy to spot, isn't he? Now here we go, here's a different battle of different eras. You can see the development of these two cars, from the sort of lobster claw nose to the much more shovel nose car coming past. So car number 70 there. That is David Tomlin in the Motul Rondell, the car built in France, Motul M1, and run by Ron Dennis's Rondell team. Henri Pescarolo among the drivers that race for him in period, and of course that was Ron leaving the Brabham team where he started his work as a Formula 1 mechanic before taking over McLaren with the MP4 project, McLaren Project 4. And there through goes Tim De Silva. So Tim De Silva in that pale blue car with his Gitan livery, following the march through the field.
And the march, the 782 march, started at the back because it's a different driver today. So David Shaw drove yesterday, finished well, but Greg Caton has taken over today in car number 4. So that's why he is coming through from the back of the field. So the result of yesterday's race set the grid for today. So if you had a problem, you're at the back, or in the case of Greg Caton, if you didn't drive yesterday, you're at the back. So he's coming through in the Polafac sponsored car with the BMW M stripes on the side, the car number 4.
Yeah, making good progress through the field, coming up behind 72. Now that car had a bit of a, which one is it? Had a bit of a problem yesterday. In fact, had a bit of a problem on Friday as well. He had to qualify out of session. He was qualifying in amongst 1960s car, that blue and white machine. Now then, here's a change for third place. The orange car of Mark Mercer being passed by Philip Hall. So Mercer and Hall, that's a change for third. The gold car just getting in front, as the fast cars from the back of the field are already well into the top 10. So there you go, there's the result of that pass. The gold Warsteiner car of Philip Hall up to third place. He looked very racy right from the start. Mark Mercer in his orange chevron down to 4th spot.
A lovely livery on that, appeared on sports cars as well in period, and very, very attractive gold colours. used on a number of cars, and being followed, having just passed the number 14 Mark Mercer Ralt RT1. The front of the Brabham, we saw this, and as Martin Haven called it on the screen, the Brabham just ran up the back of another car. I think the other car might have been Julian Stokes's Techno, which was spun out, but the Brabham running with that damaged wing, and doesn't look altogether like it's going to stay where it should do.
The nose is coming off, isn't it? And I think actually if he doesn't pull off, he will be given the black and orange flag, because that is about to part company with the car at any moment. Because they're not dependent on the aerodynamics, it's probably not actually doing anything other than making a horrible noise, and that sort of groaning vibration you get through the car when something's dragging on the ground. But it's not pretty, and if it does fly off, then that's going to be very bad news, I'm afraid.
And we've lost Matthew Watts, number 9, the March 782 that started on the front row. He's disappeared down to the bottom of our timing screen.
Now, somebody's chugged into the pit lane below us, and that was not him.
That was Stokes, I think.
So yeah, Ben Mitchell with a growing lead now. Ben Mitchell has set the fastest lap of the race. He's backed off the pace by a full 2/10 on the last lap, from a 29.440 to a 29.640. So 2/10 off his fastest race lap pace, but he now has a very handy advantage, and that means that pass that we saw of Philip Hall on the orange Ralt of Mark Mercer, not an orange chevron, the orange Ralt of Mark Mercer, was for third at the time, now becomes for second place. And I do think that Brabham is going to have to visit the pit lane. Now then, here's an all-March 782 battle. Car with the white nose, Greg Caton. Car number 4 coming from the back of the grid, as he said, taking over the car that David Shaw raced yesterday, or raced for part of yesterday's race at least. And right in front of him, car number 94, Martin Wood. So 2 ex-factory March BMWs. And at the side of the track, 24, Nick Pancisi in a 72 March Formula 2 car. What a difference. I mean, look at that, with a slight shovel nose but single wings, compared to these cars of just 2 seasons later. Very, very different. And through goes Greg Caton. He is having a cracking race. That is him up to 4th place from 29th on the grid. We might be looking at putting him in a driver of the day context, I think. This is a big drive from him.
And the car slowing there on the screen is the number 24 Nick Pancisi car. That has huge history in period, driven, as you can see on the side of the car, by great super Swede Ronnie Peterson. This is the actual chassis that Ronnie Peterson drove. But unfortunately, and very unusually, the very reliable car, this, Nick Pancisi, unfortunately retiring. Marshall's coming out to his aid immediately.
Yeah, Ronnie Peterson was driving in Formula 1 and Formula 2. He was a March factory driver, basically. More problems. And this is 71 Chris Willey's 1975 Chevron. Again, the big wide nose to get maximum downforce before really aerodynamic front wings were the thing to have. Ronnie Peterson raced a lot of his early career for March, and then of course a highly successful, if rather shorter than anybody would have liked, career in Formula 1. Now back with our race leader Ben Mitchell, and the gap continues to grow. He's eased off the pace quite a lot, and that may be to a degree to do with some yellow flags around the place. And the battle for second continues to rage. The leader's on his own, but Philip Hall in the gold car, again coming under pressure from Mark Mercer. The Ralt driver has not given up at all, has he?
No, the Ralt designed by Ron Taranach, and the Taranach, the T of Brabham BT, Brabham and Taranach. So after he left Brabham, Ron Taranach set up the Ralt company and started to design cars, which then became very, very successful indeed. And this, the RT1 Ralt being driven, the red car number 14 by Mark Mercer, and he's in third place.
And right behind him, the white car is not a lap down. That is Greg Caton, who started last on the grid, car number 4. So Greg Caton from 28th place now moves into third. Wow. Again, what a huge day he is having. This is, don't forget, this is not an hour-long race. He's not gradually caught them. He's done this in 12 minutes, 11 minutes so far of the 20-minute race. We've still got 8 minutes remaining, and it looks very clear that Philip Hall in the gold Mark 752 is also going to fall prey to Greg Caton. He's going to come from last on the grid. By the end of this lap, as he goes to go the long way around the outside at Stowe, he is very likely to be in second place. Now that is demonstrating why the March 782 was such an influential car in several drivers' Formula 2 careers. It is blowing out a little bit of smoke or maybe a bit of coolant at the back, but either way, it is absolutely flying, and there is one car that remains stopping Greg Caton going from last to first, and that is Ben Mitchell, and it does look like it's an insurmountable gap. Mitchell 20 seconds ahead of Hall, who's now down to third at the beginning of the lap, and 7 minutes to go, so maybe 3 more laps. I wonder how much of an inroad into the lead Greg Caton can make. Now Ben Mitchell clearly has just eased off a fraction, but he's come back up to a 2-minute 0 lap. So he is lapping quickly, but so too is Greg Caton. Greg's last lap, which included 2 passes, a 2-minute 0.6. So this car is absolutely flying. Car number 4, white with the BMW M stripes down the side, and the yellow helmet of driver Greg Caton. Keep an eye on him, he is absolutely flying. Keep an eye too on the amount of oil that's coming out the back of the car, Alistair.
Yeah, that seems to be getting worse, doesn't it? So we'll very much keep an eye on that, and it may seem like an insurmountable gap, somewhere in the region of 20 seconds, but if we've learnt anything from the Classic at Silverstone this weekend, it's never give up, because we've had retirements on the last lap. We've had 2 retirements almost on the last lap in the closing race of yesterday. And just comparing Andy Smith's time yesterday, fastest lap time in the race yesterday, with Greg Caton's, and actually Andy Smith did a 1:57.8, so he was somewhat quicker than anybody in this race. But Greg Caton, as you've said, is as quick now as the leader, but unfortunately some 18 or so seconds behind.
Yeah, he needs to be 5 seconds a lap quicker, doesn't he, rather than 5/10 or even 500s. There is the leader, and I'm sure Ben Mitchell has been given a sign from the pit wall last time round that he is no longer on his own. I'm not quite sure if they've got the traditional Ferrari fast and slow signs on the board. Occasionally you think they might be quite useful, and particularly now in modern racing, not so much, because you've got radios. In these cars you don't have radios, so you do rely on your pit board. And there's car number 14, and right behind him is car number 3, Tim De Silva, again from the penultimate row of the grid. He was the last starter barring Greg Caton. Tim De Silva said, well, let's just see what we can do. Well, what he can do right now is attack the red-orange car of Mark Mercer for 4th place. Now, if you'd said to either Greg Caton or Tim De Silva, do you think a podium is likely? Likely? No, probably not, but here we go. He's making the pass for 4th. The car in front of him, the gold car, is in 3rd place. That's Philip Hall. So we could have podium finishers from pole and from the last 2 cars on the grid. I don't think that happens very often.
Certainly not. Sort of a John Watson moment, isn't it, where he came from the back of the grid a couple of times in Grand Prix racing to finish on the podium and even win a race. So we're watching now the white, looks white from here, but it's actually light blue, isn't it? The number 3, Timothy De Silva, Chevron B35, and there's another car I mentioned earlier on, Graham Ridgway, the number 77, yellow March 742 with the stable sponsorship, and he's up 19 places as well. So it's lots and lots of cars coming from the back in this race, but most notably the car that's now in 2nd place of Greg Caton from last on the grid.
Well, Mike Bainbridge doesn't want to come into the pit lane, clearly. He is in Class A for our older cars, and he's in a tight battle with the car that's just in front of him, car number 16, Jeremy Kane's March 712, that is the class leader, and they were only a second apart, so that's why Bainbridge does not particularly want to pit. It looks as though the officials are relatively happy for him to continue. Class leader has just gone a little further ahead of him, but there is one of our Class A runners, and at the moment he was at the beginning of the lap in second place in that class, and there was only a second, 1.5 seconds between them. Meanwhile, here is the chaser, Greg Caton, 21 seconds behind Ben Mitchell, and Ben Mitchell responding well. The last lap, Mitchell was actually 1.4 seconds quicker than the chasing Greg Caton. But at the moment, we need to focus our attention probably on the battle for third, and that is the gold car of Philip Hall and the pale blue car of Timothy De Silva, who's gone by him, and also Mercer being passed by 77, the yellow car of Graham Ridgway. It is all going crackers here. This is like the end of yesterday afternoon. It's sort of the end of term feeling. There is De Silva, he's up to third, Hall down to fourth, Ridgway up to fifth, Mercer down to sixth. So Greg Caton, 3 of our final 4 starters on the grid are now in the top half dozen.
Great
It's
driving.
Absolutely crazy.
And your friend Mike Bainbridge, I'm afraid, has brought the Brabham into the pit lane. So a retirement for Mike Bainbridge.
He may well have been shown the black and orange flag. We had a couple of those at the end of yesterday's race. Alex Brundle was flagged in because his T70 was blowing smoke. It was oiling a cylinder, and he did respond to that. The man who ended up winning the race had been black flagged quite a lot earlier in the race, or black and orange flagged for a call into the pits for a mechanical problem, because he too was blowing smoke. He didn't pit and ended up on the top step of the podium. I'm not quite sure how that ends up working out. However, this race on the final lap now, Ben Mitchell in the Martini way clear of chasing Greg Caton. There is the third place car of Tim De Silva, Philip Hall behind him in the gold Warsteiner car, the Gitan livery on the number 3 car of Tim De Silva. A much less French blue than you're used to seeing with a French tobacco livery sponsorship, but that's the way that the car is. And then in 5th place, from 25th on the grid, Graham Ridgway. A mere 20 places made up for him. And in 6th place, Mark Mercer from 4th in his orange Rolls. So there's been some change around in this final 5 minutes, Alistair Douglas. Some really crazy topsy-turvy. If you had to pick a podium off the grid, I'm not sure we'd have started at the back row of the grid and worked forward.
Not. No, we'd have been mentioning people like Ben Mitchell and Matthew Watts, wouldn't we? And not
Yes.
Not Greg Caton necessarily, or Tim De Silva. So great drives from them. And also a young teenager, Sam Harrison, as well, up 13 places in the Lola, where he had technical problems yesterday and retired. He's up 13 to 13th.
Well, there is the yellow car, Graham Ridgway, on its final lap of the race. Ben Mitchell is a long way ahead of Graham, some 25 seconds up the road. Mitchell is not going to be caught. We have seen mechanical carnage on the final lap in several races. Let's hope that that is not the curse of the commentator. Well, there is the car that is currently in 5th spot, sweeping through the Beckett's S's. There's Greg Caton, but ahead of him, and the checkered flag will be awaiting Ben Mitchell. There is Tim De Silva in 3rd. He's into Stowe. So Ben Mitchell coming to the line. There's Greg Caton in 2nd place. Are we not seeing Ben Mitchell? Has Ben Mitchell not taken the checkered flag? There is Ben Mitchell. Has he taken the checkered flag? I think he has. Yes, he has. Greg Caton takes 2nd. Tim De Silva in 3rd place at the line, inches ahead of the gold car of Philip Hall. And what was the margin between them? Yeah, just under 2 seconds between them. So Ben Mitchell was so far ahead of all the action. He takes victory in the 2nd of our historic Formula 2 races, and against a sea of March opposition, which should have had at least numerical supremacy. Ben Mitchell taking a tight win in race 1 on Saturday, and that was a very much more considerably comfortable win in race 2 on Sunday. And right from the start, Alistair Douglas, Ben Mitchell looked to have the pace on everybody around him, not maybe on everybody else. Let's face it, if this car, Greg Caton, had started, well, not in 29th, but even in 9th place, we might have had a real battle for the win from him.
Yes, I think ultimately Ben Mitchell had the pace, but of course what you don't know is if Ben was forced to run that pace for the whole race, whether A, he'd have made a small mistake, or B, the car would have given up on him.
Well, here is our race winner, Ben Mitchell. Oh, the rest of the cars heading back towards the pit lane below us. And they will be heading in a double race winning weekend then already in the Formula Juniors for Michael O'Brien, and we follow that up with a double race winning weekend in Formula 2, the category that really took over from Formula Junior as the springboard into F1, and Ben Mitchell winning both of them in this car, the pretty French-built Martini. And as you might expect, he is absolutely delighted with that. Well, that was a very much more calm and considered race from him. He really got his sleeves rolled up yesterday. It was all arms and elbows, as it was indeed for Michael O'Brien in Formula Junior yesterday morning, but a big smile on his face. I don't think anybody who wins 2 races in a car of this kind of nature is going to feel particularly disappointed about it. And Tim De Silva, well, he was just looking to have a good fun and learn a bit more about the car before the race. Well, he had good fun, learned a bit more about the car, and gets a podium for his efforts. So the young American in 2nd place, sharing a whole host of cars with his father Harindra this weekend. Not a 2-driver race, and I don't think driver changes really work in a car. There is car number 4, and that is Greg Caton, who has conked out on the slowing down lap. So that's just past our viewpoint, just out of Copse. So he doesn't return to the pit lane. It's going to be a while before he gets back to the podium, but he finished in 2nd. Tim De Silva in 3rd, Philip Hall in 4th place, and in 5th place again, right from the back, Graham Ridgway. The second historic Formula 2 race of the weekend has the same winner, Ben Mitchell. So everything is exactly as it was on Saturday. Well, not exactly. From 29th and last on the grid, Greg Caton, a stunning drive to take 2nd. Tim De Silva 3rd from 28th on the grid. Philip Hall finished 4th, ahead of Graham Ridgway, who started in 25th. Mark Mercer and Martin Wood, who started on row 2 of the grid, finishing in 6th and 7th. Some huge drives from the tail of the field in what was a very comfortable win for the Martini driver Ben Mitchell, but was all action for just about everybody else. Well, right from the start, it became clear that the blue and white Martini of Ben Mitchell was going to be a force to be reckoned with. In our Class A, Mike Bainbridge having contact early on, not able to claim class victory. On the opening lap, Ben Mitchell got ahead of Matthew Watts in his March 7.82 as the ex-Ronnie Peterson March 7.22 failed to complete the race as Ben Mitchell ran away. Drivers who had started from way in the back of this near 30-car pack tore through the field. Graham Ridgway in his yellow machine carving up the order, the 74 march, but it was Tim De Silva who came through to 3rd, and Greg Caton last on the grid from 29th to 2nd, who had the crowd on their feet as Ben Mitchell claimed his 2nd win of the weekend.
Jono, first of all, tell everyone that's watching, who are My Energy? Because you're relatively new, but you're growing so quickly at the moment. It's a name that everyone needs to know.
We are relatively new, but we're making a big mark on the industry in a minute. But we basically are an energy tech company that basically provide energy independence for domestic houses around the world. So that's through a car charger, an eddy over there, which is an energy diverter. So all different devices where you can utilise your own energy and then put it back into your home and save as much money as possible.
That's what we wanted to hear. Save as much money as possible, because that is obviously a big talking point for everyone at the moment with the energy crisis that's going on. And what are you doing here at the Classic? We are currently standing on a what? What is this, a golf course?
Yeah, so this is actually a really good selling point for us right now. A lot of people come over and we say about the car charge and stuff. They're like, "Oh, I want to do a round of golf." Yeah. But everyone loves this. It's only a few holes, but gets all the families involved.
We should have been testing this out. I should see your skills of how good you are at potting a ball, but never mind. We'll do that later. We'll have a little go.
Taking you up on that.
And super important that you guys are here for the first time at the Classic. What's the experience been like so far?
Well, the experience has been amazing so far. I mean, we're really early doors in a minute, but we're expecting, a lot of traffic to come our way, and we're really looking forward to it. But it's going to be a great event doing this with Switch Live, so it's, yeah.
Yeah, so if people want to come down and have a quick game of golf, but also check out your stand, check out the charges and the other kind of innovations that you've got showing off, whereabouts can they find you?
They can find us right in the centre of the Switch Live event. We've got the Manager Theatre, we've got obviously our Manager stand, and we've got the racing bug next to us as well, so you can only have a game of golf and you can go over and have a game of racing with the family.
Ah, so that's currently hiding behind a little white tent. What's going on in there?
Yeah, so basically that is a little racing centre. So there's all miniature cars, all branded up as My Energy, and you can have a little race in there with the family. So
and I feel like anyone that is here who loves racing is very competitive. So come down, have a chat with Jono. He'll be here all day with My Energy.
Well, here we go then for the podium for the historic Formula 2 that we just saw, the HSCC Historic Formula 2. What a race that one was. Let's go in reverse order. And in third place, Tim De Silva. What a performance, Tim De Silva. Third place to you. Big round of applause there for Tim. Well done, well done. Another incredible performance from the back of the grid for Greg Caton, but he's not here to take the trophy. So he is here. He's made it up here. Well done there. So Greg Caton, well done, well done. He was at the back of the grid and he was late getting here, but he got here in the end. Well done to him. And then we have our race winner, a dominant performance, Ben Mitchell. Congratulations to all three. And the trophy presentation. Mrs. Fiona de Crown, the wife of the chief executive of the HSCC, Mr. Andy de Crown. What an incredible performance it was here. 52 places made up by you two, but we haven't got time to come to you, unfortunately. But Ben, I mean, incredible performance from you this weekend in total, but that race as well, dominant.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always fantastic to get back into something like an F2 car, a proper race car through and through. Matt got me at the start, Matthew Watts. I got him back during the first lap, but then I think he had a problem, so unfortunately I was by myself there, but a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun to watch as well. Well done to you two too. Let's head over then for the next race coming up here for the Silverstone Classic.
Next up, the historic Tourist Trophy, and what a wonderful grid of cars this is as they leave the assembly area. Now, what you really want in this race, looking at the qualifying times, is an E-type. It's E-type, 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 E-type. But look out for those Cobras. They don't have the power of the later Cobras. And what an amazing effort from some of these Lotus Elites. Tiny little engines, very, very light, but very good on the brakes, very good through the twisty bits. That's all of the cars now out of the assembly area.
Silverstone Classic, and time for the Royal Automobile Club Historic Touring Car Trophy. So the TT, one of the oldest motorsport, indeed one of the oldest sporting trophies still being presented, and the historic TT this time celebrating pre-63 GT cars. Some mouth-watering machinery on this historic TT grid. It's a 50-minute two-driver race. Two drivers are not mandatory, but they are very common. And starting on pole, James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley with Guy Sizer and pro driver Ollie Webb alongside them. And as Ed has pointed out, a Jaguar E-Type, not just a pretty car to drive, but also very competitive in this field. The fastest 5 cars in qualifying were E-Types, but look out for the AC Cobras. Certainly early in the race, the pure grunt of their engines may well have something to say. There are also smaller engine cars. The 3-litre Healey, not the smallest of engines, but the diminutive Lotus Elites will be snapping at the heels of the bigger, faster sports cars. Their lightweight and nimble chassis will be very useful even around the fast Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And it is a bumper grid as well. 29 cars will line up for this one. And with all the drivers strapped in and ready to go, we should prepare for action. Cars sweeping around the Silverstone circuit as they start their formation lap. Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas in the commentary booth. And Alistair, this is always going to be a fun race.
It is indeed, yes. As they turn into the historic loop, they'll come round and take the red lights for the start of this race, which is over 50 minutes.
E-Types to the fore, but don't expect them to go unchallenged in this race. This could be highly entertaining, especially at the start. Ready to go with James Cottingham and Guy Sizer on the front row of the grid. 5 E-Types dominated qualifying for the historic Tourist Trophy here at the Silverstone Classic, and away we go. And look at that right from the outset. The AC Cobras making their power pay. Richard Cook sweeping around the outside in the red car, looking to try and get amongst the E-Types. But it is E-Types 1, 2, 3 at the moment, then the best of the Cobras up to 4th place. And that power away from the start is going to make a big difference. A change of plan with Ollie Webb starting the car, not Guy Sizer. So car number 77, Ollie Webb, the pro driver, is in. And that means that he will probably be going longer in the race, with Sizer taking over in the second part.
The rest of the field stream through as the leaders come down the Wellington Straight for the first time and into the left-hander at the bottom of the straight, which is Brooklands, and squealing tyres coming through on the sound there, so it's rather nice to hear that. Narrow tyres, treaded tyres of course used on these cars, and lots of colour as well. E-Types and the Austin Healeys. And there's the little yellow Lotus Elite, as well as Martin mentioned, snapping at the heels of the bigger engined cars as they go through Luffield out onto the Wellington Straight for the first time.
So a couple of Healey 3000s jockeying for position with the Aston Martins, the Lotuses and the Jaguar E-Types. Alpha and Triumph TR4 bringing up the tail of the field as they battle in the smaller category classes. We've got half a dozen classes, 4 classes in fact, based on capacity up to 1300, 1300 to 2 litres, 2 to 3 litres, and then the big engine cars. And already one fallen by the wayside. Gary and John Pearson's Jaguar E-Type is out of the race.
I hadn't spotted that as I was talking as they came into Copse Corner, and we maybe see now what happened there, but I think Gary was pulling off
in the middle there. Yeah, got a very slow start.
Yeah, I didn't think I could see him, but I wasn't sure, so that's a real shame. Gary Pearson was 4th on the grid.
I wonder if that car has failed to proceed because it's stripped a gear or torn the clutch or something. I mean, that's very early for a car that started it in the formation lap not to have an engine running, but who knows. Well, these cars, of course, not with modern electronics. They will be running on carburetors. They may have electronic ignition instead of a points distributor, but that's about as electronic as it gets. Meanwhile, then, we have a Jaguar E-Type out front. This is James Cottingham, who shares with Harvey Stanley. They had a good result, finished on the podium in the Tajero Jag just about 40 minutes ago. And they're back in action in this E-Type. Yellow flags waving here as they get into the tight infield section at the start of the Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit. Double waved yellows. So that's not for the Pearson E-Type, so what?
I think it was.
Maybe it was,
yeah,
just covering that.
Pulled off on the outside of Village, I think, Gary Pearson. And this E-Type being very well driven by James Cottingham starting and handover, as he did in the Tajiro. Very, very historic car with lots of history over in America, not in the UK. This is one of the very first E-Types to be exported out to the States. And it was run by the still existing team of Huffaker, who ran this car, and they do go faster bits, we used to call them, didn't we, for E-Types. And it was raced from day one, and James Cottingham a couple of years ago showed me the original Speedo that's still on the car, and it has 1 mile on it because it's never needed a Speedo. It's always been raced. Brought it back in 2017, so great to see it out on track again.
And already stretching their legs out front, James Cottingham, very fast, very experienced, historic racer, as well as a DK Engineering car preparation. But Ollie Webb behind him giving chase, 2.2 seconds in it. And Ollie Webb, again, still with a very vibrant current sports car racing career, but really enjoys driving anything with wheels on, and really a big smile on his face after this race, I'm sure, because these E-Types just respond well to a driver who doesn't mind a drift. So a very easily spotted car, that dark car with the white, I was going to say noseband, but it's not really. It's the sort of highlight of the grille opening. And again, instead of the instead of the Roadster with a hard top or a soft top, it's a 2+2. That long sloping tail, a little bit more aerodynamic. And Ollie Webb just a little tidier, perhaps, preserving the tyres and the brakes a fraction more, maybe, than James Cottingham in front, but he is just losing a fraction of time. James Cottingham with the fastest lap, 2 minutes 30.7, now becomes a 2 minute 29.2, and behind him, Ollie doing a 2 minutes 30.5, so Cottingham finding 1.3 seconds as one of our two Triumph TR4s comes into the pit lane, and with the amount of flame popping and banging out of the rear exhaust, I'm sensing that's got a timing issue. So the Pearsons have pulled off. We lost the E-Type in the very first corner. Car number 77, Ollie Webb, though, in this beautiful 2+2, sliding through. But it does look as though James Cottingham has really got the car up on its toes now. He knows how quick Ollie Webb is in anything, and he wants to make sure that he is safe from attack, and is really pushing very hard indeed, this car drifting the way that nature intended. Third place from fifth on the grid, Danny Winstanley. I haven't seen too much of him. Another Jaguar E-Type, a green car.
Yes, for those who follow club racing, you may remember the name Danny Winstanley from Caterham Racing, always quick in his Caterham, and moved over to GT cars a couple of years ago as we follow the class leader. That's car number 91, Mark Home, in his Austin Healey 3000. That's running in 6th place, leading Class C. The Austin Healey 3000, I think Martin went through the little bit of history on that car, but very much a winner in period in both racing and in rallying, particularly driven by Sterling Moss's sister Pat Moss Carlson, when she married Eric Carlson. And hard to think that you'd squeeze yourself into the cockpit of an Austin Healey and then go touring around in the Alps in the ice.
Yeah.
But it was very successful, and in racing too, and being very ebulliently driven by Mark Home. He's solo in that 91 car.
And that car is up in 6th place overall as well, so having a very good run. Now, I slightly misidentified the fastest of the Cobras, the car that is currently running in 4th place. The best of the Cobras is the red car of Ollie Hancock and John Spears. So I said that I thought it was probably the better car on the grid of Richard Cook that had got through, but he hasn't. Richard Cook in 7th place. But it's the red Cobra that lies in 4th place. And there it is, three-wheeling around. You can see that these cars, particularly the Cobra, all about traction. If you start losing traction with the rear wheels, then all of that power is to no avail. 84, hand out of the window for the Rick Wilmot and Chris Ward E-Type.
And Chris Ward started that, so that's the faster driver starting in that car. And unfortunately, it looks as though there is a technical problem. Chris Ward, we can see now with that camera angle, there is smoke coming from the rear of the car, whether that's exhaust or tyre rubbing, can't really see at the moment. But Chris Ward, not just an expert driver, but also car preparer, so he'll know what he needs to do just to get that car back to the pits. But that's unfortunate because they were third on the grid.
Being passed by another 2+2 E-Type, the red car, the Wrigley car. That's not the way it drives, that's who's driving it, the Wrigleys. And again, some of these cars you can see have still got the nose bar through the centre, and they've got the overriders. Some have got a few bits removed for racing. And there is the Cobra in 4th place. Now, we thought John Spears was starting that car, didn't we?
We did, yes. Can't really see John Spears' black helmet. That doesn't look black, does it? So it might be
Ollie Hancock. I have to say,
white helmet, isn't it? Yeah.
The attitude of the car, it's an open-faced helmet, and I didn't know that Ollie had an open-faced helmet. He may do. Normally the Hancock's helmets are sort of white with red and grey stripes on either cheek, if you like, going over the top of the helmet, but hard to tell. That may be a borrowed helmet, it may not. Maybe John Spears, maybe Ollie Hancock. We might even have to ask our guys in the pits to find out who they can see lurking. Again, I'm not sure those are Ollie's overalls, and again, unless he's had to change after another hot race. But that may well still be John Spears. That car, however, is in 4th place. In 5th place behind them, another car entered and driven by Gregor Fiskin. So Fiskin and Mitchell, car number 61, here it is. And who started that one? That's Gregor starting that one. Ben Mitchell wasn't starting because he was busy in the Formula 2 race. So I think that's sort of by extrapolation. He could have made it back because his car did make it back to the pit lane. I think we thought it was Gregor Fiskin who was starting.
Yes, it is Gregor.
Looks like his helmet.
With the tartan band on the helmet. So he's driving well behind the John Spears, Ollie Hancock red Cobra. Nice shot there into the cabin of the car. Just see the driver working away at the steering wheel, keeping the car pointing in approximately the right direction.
And again, like the race leader, it's a roadster, so it's a 2-seater. Nominally, the car in 2nd place, Ollie Webb's car, the fast back of it, it's a 2+2, so it's sort of redundant, almost vestigial bench seat at the back for very small kids. Another of our class leaders, this is at Lotus Elan, number 63, John Davidson, driving on his own in this 62 car. Lotus Elite, I beg your pardon, so it's got the 1220 Climax engine, to the forerunner of the Lotus Elan. Too many E's in the Lotus naming draw.
Which continues.
Elan, Elite, Eclat, Excel, Exige, Esprit. What am I missing? There are too many. Many.
Well, I can give you an extra one. My granddaughter's name, Elise.
Elise, there you go. Yes, absolutely so.
And coming down into Luffield there, the 63 John Davison car, and John was out in his rumbly 4.7 litre V8 Griffith yesterday.
Yeah, so that is apples and oranges, isn't it? A very different car. Still got the engine at the front, but with 4 litres, well, very nearly 4 litres less than the TVR, and about the same wheelbase.
Not quite as lively, perhaps.
No, I was slightly. Well, you probably still have to lean it on the door handles. 11th place overall for this 1200cc car. And bearing in mind that the car almost, well, everything ahead of him actually, because he is the smallest of the capacity classes, everything ahead of him has a much bigger engine, not least these E-types, and there you go with the Cobra as well.
Interesting, I've just noticed on our timing screen an extra driver in the car that's 2nd in the class with that Elite. Robin Ellis, the owner, I imagine started because we weren't told it was 2 drivers, but Nick Padmore will take that one over. So you may have more information on this. I hadn't picked that up. Nick Padmore, a very quick driver, so we could have an interesting Class A battle towards the end of the race.
Yeah, we could indeed, so we'll have to wait and see how that one develops. One of the advantages of driving all on your own is you have twice the fun of those who are sharing. which is obviously the prime advantage. The other slightly more racing orientated advantage is that when you have your pit stop, you're not getting fresh into a car that you don't know quite what state it's in. So there is that advantage. If you've already caned the brakes, then you know you've caned the brakes. If you've kept them alive, you know you've kept them alive. Here's another of our class battles. This is the second place car in Class C, which is the 2 to 3 litres. So this is the Thorne and Bennett Bags, husband and wife combination in their Mark II Austin Healey 3000. In our earlier sports car race, we saw 104s, the 4-cylinder version, same body shape. You have to be a bit of an anorak to know the difference without reading the badges, but the 3-litre 6-cylinder engine fitted where the 4-cylinder engine had been before. He's up 13 places from 21st on the grid to 8th position. I'm saying he because I'm sure, yes it is, yeah, I'm sure that I remembered that Mike Thorne had started. Sarah Bennett Bags will take over later.
Coming down the Wellington Straight with a similar Austin Healey 3000 behind, a slightly different colour scheme, and also the little orange light on the roof. You might say, what's the point of that? That's not an indicator. No, what it was for night races, 24-hour races or 6 12-hour races that ran into the night. You could then identify your car coming into the pit lane.
And in fact, on the 44 car, as it comes past you when you're watching in the crowd, on the back of the roundel on the door where the number is, and a big problem for the E-Type, the Cobra that was in 4th place, a big moment there. So that's the Spears Hancock Cobra. Now, where were they? What was the gap? They had nothing over the car behind, and the E-Type goes through. So as the spin happens, that's Cops, isn't it? The E-Type going through. So that was a bit of a gimme for Gregor Fiskin, and a rare mistake for John Spears. And you can see actually that's cost him the length of the hanger straight, plus possibly a new set of underwear after that lurid moment. I don't think spinning a Cobra can possibly be defined as much fun.
And in the entry list, that car is entered as an AC Cobra. You were mentioning yesterday there's the Shelby Cobra and the AC Cobra, and as far as we were concerned yesterday, the difference is where it originated.
Well, you would think perhaps that a Shelby American Cobra was a car originally built for racing, whereas an AC Cobra may have been a road car that was raced. Of course, it may just be that that's what the driver who enters it, or the entrant who enters it, has put on the entry list.
Well, yes, Richard Cook has actually entered as a Shelby AC Cobra. So he's kind of hedging his bets there and sitting on the fence.
Down in flames, hasn't he? Everybody says everybody knows it as a Cobra. Pretty much everybody calls them an AC Cobra because that was the factory, that was the company in Thames Ditton that built the bodies, but it was Carroll Shelby, Shelby American concern, that first managed to shoehorn in the big Ford V8, which transformed it from a sporting gentleman's carriage into an entirely different beast. And beast is probably the right word. So here's Gregor Fiskin in his rather elegant E-Type. Again, top down, that would be the perfect car to drive home after this beautiful classic weekend of weather at Silverstone. Probably a lot more comfortable than what I'll be driving home in as well, with the top down. Here's another well-known British make that has been racing right from the very earliest days and continues to do so. That's the Morgan Plus 4, not too many of those. Kevin Kivlichan in car number 99 in 20th place. The Morgan Plus 4, now this absolutely wreaks havoc with any entry list because they're all done on spreadsheets. The Morgan Plus 4 Super Sports Chock Ices.
Yes, Kevin Kivlochan, Keiki as he's known, does like his, he's got a Morgan and a very original AC Cobra, which he races very many weekends, and this is another Morgan that he's got in the collection, and he does like the ones that have history. And he's chasing after that little Lotus Elite.
I think that was a change, well, the Lotus just squeezed by. Was that a change for position?
The Elite.
Trying to figure out, we're going to have to pick out the number on the Elite in front, which we don't get in that shot. Kevin is currently, again, leading. He's leading Class B, so that's the 1300 to 2 litre category. So it may have been a change for position, but it wasn't the class change. And here we go, the extra power of the Morgan, helping it down the straight to challenge the Elite again. And is that Paul Garside's Lotus Elite? Yes, it is, car number 14.
Yeah, and it is for position, but not the same class, as you quite rightly said. And Kevin Kivlochen trying to find a way past in the Little Morgan, which you can still pretty much buy that car these days brand new, although actually underneath with safety regulations and so on it's a little bit different, but still a huge following of the Morgan mark and that shape, particularly the traditional shape.
Yep.
Raced at Le Mans, Morgan, with Charles Morgan, of the Morgan family, many years ago.
Yeah, raced in the 60s and then raced again in the late 90s, didn't they? They came back. Yeah, Morgan and TVR had a brief hurrah, both of them coming back. And the Morgan name was also involved in Le Mans this century in LMP2. The Oak Morgans were registered as a different brand of LMP2 car.
Now owned by an Italian owners of Morgan now, sadly no longer UK ownership.
Now here is the battle for position, the 4th place up for grabs. This is the Gregor Fiskin E-Type under real pressure now from Richard Cook in this white Cobra with the black roof. So Richard Cook, car number 72, and that car started in 6th position and is currently up to 5th and looking for 4th. So it is indeed John Spears who started the red Cobra, made a great start from 8th on the grid to be in the top 3 or 4 early on, but that looping spin has cost him. He's down to 7th spot, so he went up the ladder and looped down the snake.
And the pit window is now open for the next 20 minutes.
Aha!
So we've got a similar arrangement to the last race, 60 seconds stationary in the pit lane, 60 seconds stationary, and the pit lane open for 20 minutes.
And that is to allow the drivers to be belted safely into their cars. Some of them are not that easy to get in and out of. In fact, not many of them are easy to get in and out of in a hurry. Not just because they've got small doors and weren't made for vacating in a hurry, but because they've also got roll cages and so on built in. So the opening for the drivers is a lot smaller than it was. So the pit window remains open, or is now open. So who will be the first to leap in? I wonder. We've had a couple of callers, but I don't think they've been actual pit stops. The Peterkin Blakeney Edwards car, I think that came in early. Mike Grant Peterkin joined by Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the E-Type. We are over the pit lane. There are teams awaiting their charges. So now this would be an apposite time for Gregor Fiskin, perhaps, to duck into the pit lane. He's coming under pressure, and before he loses a spot, he could bring the car in 4th, couldn't he, and hand it over to his co-driver and let him get on with it.
His co-driver who's just stepped out of a Formula 2 car, and this car will move, the Jaguar will move around a lot more than that.
Yeah, but the scenery will be coming at him at a much lesser rate as well. So there is that. There will be the readjustment, though, definitely.
Yes.
Our first caller is a yellow Lotus. So he is in the pit lane, and that will be the first actual pit stop. Any other pre-pit stop window callers will have been for issues with the car. Gregor Fiskin carries on. Clearly feels that he can hold off the Cobra for 4th place. However, I think he's wrong. He is wrong. Through goes Richard Cook. Moves up to 4th in the white Cobra with the black roof, ahead of the white E-Type with the black roof. And the E-Type sweeps back through Copse, trying to come in. John Spears is in at early doors to hand over to Ollie Hancock.
That probably confirms your suggestion that it was John driving, not Ollie's helmet in the car. So an early stop would suggest that Ollie is about to get in, wouldn't it?
Bryn confirmed that about 5 minutes ago. He was ferreting round in the garage. I didn't say it, but he was ferreting round in the garage and actually found an Ollie Hancock there. So, okay, that's him, right, so fair enough. Ollie Webb, though, in the blue number 77, Jaguar remains out there, as does James Cottingham. Cottingham now with a 15.5-second advantage. There's the car in second place. I'm not sure how much Ollie Webb has driven this car. Brackets, if at all, other than here this weekend, and how much experience he's got with E-types. Can't quite remember having seen him on before, but he is certainly getting into the swing and getting the E-Type to swing around a lot for him, rotating the car in racing driver parlance. So here you go, there's the race leader, squirming under braking. Those narrow racing tyres, period style Dunlop racing tyres, give you very little in terms of mechanical grip under duress. And the Huffaker E-Type continues out front, and he is staying out front as well. So James Cottingham will probably go, where are we, 25 minutes? Well, we're halfway into the race already. It's a 50-minute race, so he'll probably go another maybe lap or two before handing over to his teammate Harvey Stanley.
And the leader, the Huffaker E-Type from 1961, when the car was launched, and as I mentioned earlier, that's one of the first cars to go over to America. But the launch was an absolutely stunning success for Jaguar. They really didn't know what they'd got on their hands, as we see in the pit lane number 11, the Grant Peterkin car. Now, you mentioned that had been in the pits before. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, is that him there? I can't. Yes, it is.
In fact, this is their second stop.
Yeah,
so
it is. Yeah.
The bonnet doesn't normally go up on these cars in a driver change. They've got more issues than that, haven't they? And that has all the body language of a no, back in a garage. That's done.
Great shame. There's Patrick just taking his helmet off. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards runs the company Blakeney Motorsport, which prepares this and many other cars. And yes, Jaguar didn't know what a success they were going to have with the E-Type. They launched it in 1961. They launched it at the Geneva Motor Show, and they took one car down there, driven down there by their PR manager, and it was so successful, he got on the phone to Norman Dewis, who was one of their test drivers, and said, bring another car down. And he drove all the way from Coventry to Geneva in an open-top car. And
overnight in the 1960s, including the ferry. Yes.
And they took orders for 500 cars at the Geneva Motor Show at the launch.
And the reason they needed another car there was they had one car in the hall on display, but when they pulled the covers off it, it genuinely was like a bomb going off. Nobody had any idea, A, that Jaguar had anything other than a very sedate car like a Mark 10 or a Mark 11 saloon, and this drop-dead gorgeous car appeared. But suddenly, dealers wanted to drive one, and that's why Norman Dewis had to take the car back out, because they had nothing there for them to drive, and they were desperate to get their hands on one and take the orders.
And both those cars, actually, I can give you the registration numbers, but I won't, because I don't do that sort of thing. But both those cars, the one that was there and the one that was driven down, are both still owned by Jaguar, still available to look at in the Jaguar Heritage Trust Museum. And I actually had the pleasure of doing a non-race event for an organisation doing a car display show and so on, and Jaguar brought along both of those cars. That was quite a moment. Very proudly they were as well.
Well, talking of E-Types, here is a battle for 11th place. 11th and 12th, car number 167 has just moved ahead, I think, of the Lotus. And so 167 is, I've lost him, it's Andrew Moore, that's who it is, in his gunmetal. That's a proper production colour, isn't it? That's not a racing car colour, that is a proper production colour. And just gives it all away. Big moment over the curbs. Car all at 6s and 7s, and the Lotus gets back in front of him. Now then, into the pit lane came Alistair.
That was number 70. Was it Danny Winstanley? Yeah, 78. Danny Winstanley. Sorry, just checking my notes for a moment. Danny Winstanley, who's certainly a potential winner. He's won these races before. Here we have him in the pit lane. Danny driving solo, and he's won this series of races this year, earlier this year. So,
Trolley Jack. Yeah, Trolley Jack going on a hammer. Right. So he's worried that he might have a vibration. Has he got a loose wheel? What are they doing hammering the wheel? Well, that is a knock-on wire wheel. It doesn't have wheel nuts as such. That spinner is tightened up to hold the wheel on. So they have a tyre and a wheel ready. They're dropping the brake pressure, the tyre pressure at the front.
That
now, he was hammering, he was hammering away because the spinners go on in the reverse direction that the wheel rotates. So the wheel, in theory, tightens it up should it become loose. So he was hammering away to try and loosen it. Now he's tightening it up in the inverse direction. So knock-on wires, that's what you're seeing in action. And knock-on sounds an awful lot more gentlemanly and possible to replace a wheel than wallop with a hammer on wires, which isn't quite such a pithy phrase. But they obviously had a bit of an issue. Maybe it had lost a balance weight, maybe they're just losing pressure in the tyre. But clearly, Danny feeling there was something wrong with that right rear. Unfortunately, oh dear, there was something very wrong with that right rear. Very shredded tyre. Now, had he had a big lock-up that perhaps went to that, or was it a bit of debris? There's been a number of incidents this morning, could easily have been a bit of debris that punctured the tyre. Hasn't been punctured long, and luckily for him, it was in a pit stop winner. There's an Alpha, or the Alpha, facing the wrong way. Nick James and Oliver Gibson's SVZ. The Z standing for Zagato. The Zagato coach works with that racing body on the Alpha.
That's on the outlap as well, so Oliver Gibson just taken over from Nicholas James, and looks as though, unfortunately, just got caught out coming out of club corner, trying to get the car going again.
Easy to do. Well, what he's trying to do as well is try to turn the car around into the right direction without going into the gravel. So, yeah, big looping spin. He was right on the inside curb as well. Very lucky to avoid going into the gravel. Now, unfortunately, has got to get it restarted. Yeah, that curb on the inside is very high. It's a real do not use in rallying parlance. 90 right, do not cut. And unfortunately, he cut that a little bit too much. Probably got in a little too hot to the first element, and think that he was rubbing underway.
We've had some feedback from the pit lane, thanks to our guys down there. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards reported that the E-Type just getting too hot, everything getting hot, and they've decided to retire it. And he also commented that the damage to that tyre that you were just describing was heat delamination. So actually just the heat of the track and the air just caused the tyre to deform.
Well, again, we talked a little bit earlier about the fact that it was much cooler on Friday when they were qualifying, so they won't have had any issues. They would have set their tyre pressures based on that, and then sort of tried to guesstimate an adjustment, but maybe not enough, and maybe excess tyre pressure. And again, you know, the heat of the engine, the heat of the exhaust, the heat of the brakes as well overheats the wheel. So if you've got a slightly sticky caliper on that right rear wheel, then that will overheat the wheel. Just saw a beautiful Aston Martin DB4. Now I think there is, was that the George Miller Les Goebel car? We'll come back to that in a minute, but another pit stop for a Lotus with a tyre problem. So here is the Miller and Goebel Aston, and is that so many classes now. Trying to find him on my timing screen, and I've gone completely blind, can't see it at all. But look at that, what a fabulous looking car it is. So the long tail marking out the DB4, those vestigial wings there got shortened on the 5 and 6.
20th place, that car.
And this running the familiar Aston Martin DB6 cylinder engine designed by Tadek Merak, who then went on to design their all-alloy V8, which took over in the mid-70s when the DB series moved from the DB5 to the DB6 to the DBS, which then became the V8, famously driven by Roger Moore in the Persuaders.
And this shape similar to the one driven by James Bond.
Indeed.
Not quite the same, but the grille is very distinctive and still exists to this day, doesn't it? The Aston Martin grille shape has been continued right through.
And we talked about that, didn't we, when we were looking at the pre-war sports cars. They had a much taller centre section in the grille because the engines were much taller and you needed a tall radiator, but those little sort of ears on the edge of it, that same basic shape was always there from 100 years ago and remains to this day. So yeah, Bond had a DB5, didn't he, originally, which didn't have the big air intake in the nose, and a slightly different rear fin arrangement, but yeah, very much 4, 5 and 6 very much a development of the same car.
It may not have had the air scoop in the nose, but it had guns.
It had machine guns and an ejector seat, and who needs more than that? In fact, in traffic, I'm sure that there's a few drivers that wish they had those as well. Very enterprisingly driven Austin Healey 3000 here of Joe Wilmot.
Second in class, that one.
Now, how close is he to the... Oh, no, he's third in Class C,
right.
But it is the Home and Thorn cars that are ahead of him, who are in third and fourth place overall at the moment, but have yet to stop. Has he stopped?
Home has stopped, yeah. Home is stopped now.
Home is stopped now, but Wilmot has already made his pit stop. So that may well be that he's got a chance as they... We actually saw the leader just passing the car that was in, I think, second or third place when it came back out to pit. So you do lose nearly a lap. 60 seconds stationary. There's Mike Thorne handing over to Sarah Bennett-Baggs, and that's the car that is in fourth place overall at the moment and leads Class C, the 2 litre to 3 litre category. Husband and wife combination.
You were talking earlier, Martin, about the light at the edge of the door roundel,
yeah.
and we went away to something else, but you were about to say something there.
Well, yes, that's for night racing as well, because that illuminates the number for the timekeepers, which in those days would have been done with a piece of paper and a pencil rather than electronics. So the orange marker light, which as everybody can see is a Lucas side light or indicator light, is there for the team to know which of the team cars it was. The light on the door is to allow the timekeepers to know who on earth just went by. There was a story, I'm sure I remember, from the C-type era of Jaguar. They used the same, it's a Lucas light number plate light bulb, yes. And Jaguar used the same. And I'm sure I remember that the car was inexplicably down on speed on the Mulsanne straight, and when they removed the lights on the side of the car, it picked up another couple of miles an hour. So they then figured that they had it in a high pressure area and they moved it to a different position on the door, which was in a low pressure area and therefore not causing drag, and the car retained its top speed. So when you are at 150, 160 miles an hour plus for long periods of time, the most bizarre little things become very, very crucial in terms of aerodynamics. Well, still out and yet to stop is our race leader, James Cottingham. Pit window is open for another 4 minutes, so Harvey Stanley's not getting much of a go in this, is he?
Yeah, well, James is the boss, so I suppose he can choose when he wants to come in. But it is actually quite a risky strategy on a long 3.66 mile circuit to take your pit stops to right to the window, because if there's a safety car and there's no allowance given, if you don't make it to the pit lane in time because you're being slowed by a safety car train, that's tough. So it's quite a risky strategy to go right to the end of the window.
That is brutal, because in any other form of racing, a lap, if you get stuck behind the safety car, you would normally be allowed to complete your pit stop. However, here he comes. He's heeding your warning and taking your advice. Get in now, just in case somebody bins it on their outlap. And Ollie Webb also still to stop, but 23.9 seconds back. So there is Harvey Stanley waiting to take over. I like the Eva Knievel trousers, very groovy. So the DK Engineering duo will swap over. It is a leisurely pit stop. It's not frantic all action, but you must be ready to go at the 60 seconds mark. Just tightening up the wheel. Yes, he is. That's the reverse of rotation. Just making sure it's perfectly tight. Dropping maybe a pound or two of air pressure at the rear. As the air inside, because they're not nitrogen-filled like Formula 1 cars, as the air inside heats up, of course, it raises the pressure because hot air expands, which is how I can fill a room. So you just have to drop it a little bit as the race progresses.
Just a check of the tightness of the wheels there, just a couple of hits to make sure it's absolutely tight. And also, just to let you know, the second place car is also in the pit lane. So we're seeing the leader doing his pit stop. Also in is the number 77 car of Ollie Webb and Guy Zeisser.
Yeah. So that means all the leaders have now stopped. Everybody in the top 10. In 11th place overall now, Alexander Hewitson in his blue and cream Austin Healey. Just about the only man yet to make a pit stop. So He needs to get into the pits unless he's forgotten it is a pit stop race. Either way, it would be a major faux pas not to stop. So pit lane is open, but only for 2 minutes, so that Austin Healey had better be coming in on this lap. Meanwhile, back out and on track is the car that's led pretty much right from the start. James Cotting was handed over to Harvey Stanley. These two had a very good result early on this morning in their first race together. Had a podium finish and looks like they're on for another one here. However, let's not call it too early. Right, pit lane has gone quiet. Just another minute and 30 seconds of pit window remaining open. But all of our front runners have stopped. So Cottingham Stanley, Webb Sizer and Cook should be our 1, 2, 3. Richard Cook in third in the AC Cobra. And E-Type making a second stop below us. Yet to see the Healey coming in.
I think that was the Wrigley type, wasn't it? Coming,
yeah.
The red one, yes, it was.
Yeah.
Mike handed to Matt, son Matt, but Matt's come back in again. I think this is their second stop, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
And now I wonder, actually, I wonder if it's their third. I thought they had a stop before as well. However, they are a long way from contention. In contention still, possibly, is this car. Guy Sizer now taking over from Ollie Webb. And that is looking like it may well be a podium finisher. Look at the gap from second, 25 seconds behind the leader, to third. The top Cobra, 2 minutes and 21 seconds behind the leader. So the better part of a lap behind the Webb and now Guy Sizer driven Jaguar E-Type. So again, that is looking like 10 minutes to seal their podium. 16 seconds for the Healey to appear in our window. Here it is. This is the only car yet to have stopped. Pale metallic blue and, well, cream white, old English whites, that is, I would imagine. But pit window closed. That is a big error, and he's not coming in now either. So I'm not quite sure what the team are doing. But he has not understood that he needs to come in. At least timing and scoring does not show him as having pitted. So I'm afraid that the 32 Austin Healey of Alexander Hewitson, I don't know if he's running it on his own and just forgot to stop his start watch. But either way, he has not made a pit stop. I'm afraid that means wherever he finishes on the road, he will be very likely excluded.
It's not unknown for the transponder not to be picked up on a pit stop, so we could give him the benefit of the doubt and say he has done it, but he is running in 11th place, so that's probably a little bit ahead of where he might expect, which would suggest he hasn't been in.
Well, he is actually only the third car in Class C, so there are two other cars in front of him, a couple of Healeys, so it is possible, actually, that he has stopped, which is why he wouldn't have come back in for a second time. As you say, if the transponder didn't quite pick him up on the loop coming into the pit lane, he will have been shown as completing the same number of laps, because that's at the other pit lane start-finish, so it may well be that he has. The only way to find out is for Bryn to go and find the team, but because they don't all have team equipment, team overalls and numbers on them, it's just a random bunch of blokes standing in a garage, so I'm not sure how he'd do that, to be honest. It's probably a very small number of blokes as well. It's probably a single car effort, just a couple of friends helping him out. So here is the class leader of Class C, the very entertainingly driven and rather more sideways as the race progresses, number 91, Austin Healey. Yes, he's been right at the front from the start, hasn't he, Mark Holm, in his 1963 machine. And those are, well, pretty much the classic Healey Works colours, very much like all BMC cars, with tartan red and either originally a black or more later a white roof, old English white. This has got the two-tone contrasting colours with the white down the side. And again, if you've been watching this car trackside, you won't need me to remind you just how sideways he's been, pitching it in, sort of as much rally car as race car style. Hasn't got all the extra lights that the rally car would have. do occasionally see people driving rally spec cars in races, but this is much more of a race spec big Healy. And at this stage of Healy's life, in the mid-60s, the Healy range was 2 cars. It was the Healy 3000, this is a Mark III, but they also had the Austin Healy Sprite, which was their slightly different bodied version of the Mark I MG Midget. So a 1275 A series engine Healy as well, to get your foot on the ladder.
And do you remember I said about half an hour ago, when Nick Padmore gets in the elite, he'll be battling for the class win.
Yeah.
And we might see that towards the end of the race. Well, 6 minutes 44 seconds to go. There's the, well, we haven't, yeah, there it is, the 2 yellow elites on the Hangar Straight. The leader of the class is coming down towards us now. That's the 63 John Davison car, which right behind is Nick Padmore.
That's the bright yellow car, number 63. There's a paler car in front. 63 is John Davison, a pale car in front, which looks like it's the same car, but it was left out in the sun for several hours. This is John Davidson in 9th place. Yeah, and he is the leader of Class A.
And he's being chased by the white elite, which you'll see come onto the back of the screen. There it is, and that's, well, Nick Padmore sideways. The 2 words go together, really, don't they?
Nick Padmore does appear to have fully lit the afterburners, doesn't he?
He does, and he is a couple of seconds a lap quicker than John Davison, with, what, 5 3/4 minutes to go. So once again, the Classic at Silverstone is going to serve up a great battle to the line.
Oh, and unfortunately it won't involve car number 141, Luke Davenport's Lotus Elite. Again, a really pretty road livery, that light grey with a dark grey top, or a black hard top. That's well, it's not a hard top, it's an integrated roof, but it's really making use of that. And looks like yeah, the exhaust has come loose at the rear, and so you can probably hear on the camera it's grating away. He's obviously heard some very nasty noises from behind and has decided to stop. Which is a shame, actually, because he could probably have made it through for the last 5 minutes with the exhaust dragging on the ground. He wouldn't be the first driver and won't be the last. Here is 75, Nick Padmore, pushing hard. And a penalty being served in the pit lane by one of our Healys. What was that, number 43?
Yes.
Okay.
Stop go for not doing his pit stop.
Aha! So that was the car that we thought, oh no, that was Rick Wilmot. Now, he did do a pit stop, but he obviously didn't do it right, did he? Because the car we thought hadn't stopped, or may not have stopped, was Alexander Hewitson. Rick Wilmot, car number 43, is Jaguar E-Type, so that's not...
No, Joe Wilmot.
Joe Wilmot.
43,
okay.
Joe Wilmot.
Right.
In the Healy.
Okay.
And a change, yes, the Red Cobra with 152. Now Ollie Hancock on board, the pro driver, has got up a place towards the end of the race. Moved up into 6th, got ahead of the Gregor Fissian Ben Mitchell E-Type, which you can see in the background on the screen there. So a change of place. That's for 6th and 7th places.
And he's got just under 4 minutes remaining and 5 seconds to the car in front, which is an
Austin Healy.
The Healy, isn't it, of Mark Holmes. So what's their respective paces? The Healy doing 2 minute 34, 2 minutes 31 for Ollie Hancock, so 3 minutes a lap quicker, and he has visual, doesn't he? And that is going to make him 4 seconds a lap quicker, because he can see the target. There you are. There is the Holm and Hancock battle. The Austin Healy in 5th place. If he loses 5th, he'll be disappointed, but he will still be the leader of Class C for the 2 litre to 3 litre cars.
And we've just had confirmation from our pit marshals. Thank you to them for sending us the message that Hewitson did make the stop. It was a transponder issue.
Right, okay.
So we were right to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yeah, very good.
So the stop-go penalty for Joe Wilmot, we know not why, but that's what happened. He came in, stopped, and was waved out again.
Yeah, it may have been a short pit stop issue or something like that. So if there is time in the race to correct it, then that might be the way to go forward. Right, here we go, look at this, the Healy under real pressure, still as sideways as ever, but this is the battle for third place as well now. So we've got one Cobra catching a Healy, and we've got the third place Cobra being caught by the fourth place Jag. So Richard Cook in the white Cobra is being caught hand over fist by Danny Winstanley. Now don't forget, Winstanley is fighting back after having to change that right rear wheel, a very long pit stop for them. Although the pit stop is 60 seconds, it didn't look like they managed to change that wheel within the 60-second period, so he lost ground there. Now he's coming back, the E-Type looking to make it an all E-Type podium. He's got this lap and maybe another one, not entirely sure. It's going to be close.
So some really close battles going on right to the end of the race. It's amazing how you can run a race for 50 minutes and pit stops, and a change then 152, the Cobra of Ollie Hancock ahead in 6th place, having got past Ben Mitchell a couple of laps ago.
That was, on the last couple of corners, he's got ahead, hasn't he, of
Mark Home as well. Yes.
Mark Home. And here is the battle, another Cobra, another position change. This is imminent, isn't it? Danny Winstanley on the inside, he's got the grip, he's got the speed, and has he got the move done? No, he doesn't. The Cobra comes back in front into Maggots. They've got an elite in front of them into Maggots and Beckett's. But here comes the E-Type. This is the well, this will not be their final lap. When they get to the wing, they will start their final lap. The leader is on his final lap, though. Harvey Stanley still lapping in the very low 2-minute 30s. Fastest lap for the car in James Cottingham's hands early in the race was a 2:28. And the Cobra just stretching its legs down the hanger straight. The E-Type got close in the Beckett's S's. He's going to need the twiddly stuff to get close again. And then the fear will be that if he's not far enough ahead on the final lap, that he will be eaten up down the straights. The Cobra has that big top-end speed advantage. But again, look in the twisty stuff. The Cobra looks much more of a handful as they come into club. Here comes the Jag. Needs to get ahead here. The Cobra will just start to stretch that margin as they come down the straight. This is the battle for third place. Our leader comfortably ahead at the moment.
And off camera, we can see on the timing screen there on your left-hand side is that Nick Padmore has taken the lead in Class A in the Elite from John Davison's Elite. So Nick Padmore winning there, but
they've just come past us under the commentary box. Nick Padmore in the white Elite, the bright yellow and blue car behind him. And the top two are not going to change, but third place may yet change in this final lap. The Jaguar looked like it had more pace coming up behind the Cobra, but right now the Cobra just seems to have got him bottled up. Richard Cook clearly doing everything he can in that white Cobra to hang on to the podium.
Coming into Brooklands now, so this is a tight left and then a long tight right, and that might give an advantage to the E-Type. Yes, he does, he closes right up, doesn't he? Now he'll try and perhaps cut in a little tighter as they exit the corner. He does, and both of them get very sideways. They've got slower cars in front of them, but here's the leader.
Yeah, Harvey Stanley heading to the checkered flag. Great opening stint from his teammate James Cottingham. It is victory for the E-Type that started from pole position. It is their first win of the day and a big advantage over the Ollie Webb started Guy Zeiser driven blue E-Type with the white noseband that should come home in second place in another 20 seconds or so. James Cottingham, Harvey Stanley, their second big result of the day on the podium earlier on in another sports car, and here is the battle for third. Second place I think is a given, but right now it's Richard Cook hanging on to third place just by inches from the E-Type. Danny Winstanley trying everything he can in the darker car, but on the straight we saw it last lap. Look at the way that the Cobra Cobra, as that big Ford V8 just bellows away, opens up the advantage. 4.7 compared to 3.8 litres. It's enough to keep him clear. Here's the second place E-Type, the number 77, 2+2. They take a very good result. Guy Zeiser drove really well in the second stint, taking over from Ollie Webb. And in third place, it is going to be the Cobra. It is. The E-Type goes out very wide, doesn't get there, and he would have taken advantage by running off track anyway. So he comes by now, but it's all too little too late. Richard Cook takes third place, Danny Winstanley in fourth, and you're passing me a note there, Alistair.
Sorry, what I was saying was right behind them was Ollie Hancock in the red Cobra.
Oh yes, he was. Yes.
Another, I don't think many more corners, and Ollie would have been through.
Yeah, another lap. He might have got both of them. You're right. I wasn't quite sure which red car, what red car that was behind, but there was Ollie Hancock coming down the Hanger Straight. There is Ollie Hancock. In fact, he'll be giving a little wave to Richard Cook. So yeah, some enterprising racing, and again here at the Classic, some great fun on the last couple of laps with lots of chases. Reminds me of being a young lad coming, well, not such a young lad here, coming here and watching handicap races, which seem to have died out entirely. The handicapper's job was to try and get all sorts of different cars of all sorts of different speeds to get to the line on the end of the final lap at exactly the same time. So they'd start off at different times, the slowest first and the fastest last, and the idea was they'd all close up. It led to huge amounts of last lap carnage. There are your winners. James Cottingham, and taking off the lid, Harvey Stanley. Huffaker by DK Racing. DK Engineering. So they had a thoroughly enjoyable time. I have to say, it doesn't look like it's too much of a disappointment to be racing an E-Type. They do look like entirely enjoyable cars to drive. Probably as ever, even when we go and say, well, that looked like fairly straightforward. Ah, yes, but it was really hard work, because I'm sure it is really hard work to drive any car right on the limit. And these cars are driven right on the limit. Second place, Guy Zeiser gets out of the car that was started by Ollie Webb. So another good result. E-Type 1-2, and finally clinging on to third place was Richard Cook. Here's the result of the Royal Automobile Club's historic Tourist Trophy race at the Classic. The Cottingham and Stanley Huffaker E-Type winning from Webb and Zeiser's similar car, but with the 2+2 fixed head coupe. Richard Cook got his Shelby Cobra to the line, millimetres ahead of the charging Danny Winstanley, with Ollie Hancock closing fast in his AC Cobra. Mike Holm won his class in the Austin Healey, and Nick Padmore took victory in the smaller class in the Lotus Elite on the last lap, away from John Davidson, who led for a long while. Plenty of action all the way up and down the order. Lots of great sights and sounds from these early 1960 GT cars. Some big names of the period, and some that are still producing beautiful machinery. Well, despite a spin, the James and Gibson Alfa Romeo SVZ, the Zagato bodied Alfa, winning its class, the up to 1300cc Tiddlers. So a great result for them as well. Right from the start, the pre-63 GT race was going to be about Cobra versus E-Type, but not just numerically superior. It seems the E-Types had speed. Lots of great battling in the 2 to 3 litre class from the Austin Healeys. And while some E-Type drivers lost their cool, those out front kept going in a manner designed to thrill, not kill. A big moment for the top Cobra, and for one of the E-Types, another similar tank slap at the Costa position. Despite a longer pit stop for a tyre change, Danny Winstanley fighting his way back to within sight of the podium. Despite a lurid spin, the Alfa winning its class. Plenty of sideways motoring from these cars that were designed to do that right from the start. a thriller all the way, but victory went to pole sitters James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley as the Cobra hung on for third place.
We were instantly drawn to this amazing radical covered in Motul branding. Anyway, tell us a bit more about, well, you're back here at the Classic for a second time, so talk to us about the partnership and also Motul's role in today, because you guys are running lubricants in some of all the old classic cars that we're seeing on the track.
Yeah, we are, and you're right. This is our second year at the Classic, and the first year was an amazing year for us and the type of people that come here, you know, all walks of life. We've got car enthusiasts, car clubs, racing drivers, classic, modern, and family, and it's one event that ties it all together. So this year we're back again. We've come a little bit bigger and better than last year. We've brought along some of our brand partners, our OEM contracts, so you've got the Radical right behind you. We've got Caterham down with us, where we supply these vehicles from factory with our lubricants. We've brought our amazing
what is going on behind?
It's huge, I know. It's the lab.
It's the Motul lab. Yeah,
it
okay.
Does.
Right, so do I need my goggles and white lab coat to go in there? What's going on inside?
You kind of do need a little bit of goggles and white coat. It's kind of black magic, and it's a little bit beyond me, but the guys in there are experts in their field. But historically, we only use this lab for motorsports events, and it's to testing the quality of oil. And this year, and part of our relationship with Silverstone Classic is not just about being a partner, but it's been a technical partner to the show, and how do we add value as a brand and as a company to everybody. So this year we opened up the lab, and all the car clubs are able to come and get a free oil sample analysis, and we can do it on site, and our technicians will come back and talk to them about what's going on inside their engine.
Right, I think this is something I need to do. I'm going to hop off back to my car. I'll see you in 10 minutes, Andy. Brilliant. We'll get down to the Motul stand here. Get your oil tested, because it is absolutely critical for the health of your car. Andy, what a pleasure. Come down and get on the sim as well. Great fun.
Well, here we go then. The next podium. We have a short break after this before our next races, but the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophies, the Prix 63. What a race it was too. And in third place, the only non-Jag on that grid, it was Richard Cook. Congratulations there, Richard. Second place goes to Guy Zeisser and Ollie Webb in their E-Type. Well done, gents. For the winners, James Cottingham and Harvey Stanley. Congratulations, and to hand over the trophies, we've got Carol Spragg, the creator of the Prix 63 format. There you have it, a lot of silverware. Let's jump in and get a few thoughts from the drivers. And James, starting with you, I mean, yourself and Harvey. James, you went very long in that race, didn't you? So you left the hard work to Harvey at the end, but you pulled a decent lead.
Well, we've tried to win this race every year for the last 10 years and have always sort of had bad luck, and safety cars taken us out a few times. So we've had regular podiums. It's the first time we've won, and I just thought, well, I'm not going to let a safety car get in the way, so just left it as long as possible. And yeah, it was a great race.
We're used to seeing you in your GT3 car in the British GTs as well. So yourself, Harvey, you're sitting there waiting to go in the car, waiting for a very long time. But when you get the moment, you have to really secure it, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think I've looked in the mirror and looked at the gauges so much ever before. As James said, we've done this race so many times, and there's always something that comes along in the last lap or the last couple of laps for a safety car. So, yeah, I just was doing my best to keep going forwards and not look too much at everything else.
Well done. Now you two, jag, it went for you two. It seemed to be quite, I'm not going to say easy for you to secure the second place, but you had, you know, you had a bit of space between.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. By the end, we only had fourth gear, so we're doing that my whole stint in fourth gear and occasional third. So it was difficult just to get it home in the end.
just making it harder for yourselves. But yourself, Ollie, it looked, like you say, it looked fairly relaxed out there, as relaxed as it can be.
Yeah, I mean, Sikal have done a great job with the car. Guy's really improved in his times over the last couple of years. The car's a world better than it was last year. So this was really fun. You know, we've gone from kind of trying to get in the top 10 to trying to fight for the lead. So we'll try a bit harder next year.
Try a bit harder, yeah, why not, why not? Now, down the end here, Richard, the only non-Jag on the podium, you know, you had a really hard job, didn't you, with Danny breathing down your shoulders?
Yeah, isn't everyone just sick of E-types? You know, isn't it great to see a Cobra up here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I mean, it's the first time we've raced the car, so I was just, I was just learning. I got all the boys from Toaster Rugby Club here today supporting me, you see, so I couldn't let the boys down, and yeah, it was great fun. Pleased to be up here.
Yeah, absolutely, it was a fantastic race. Well done to your podium then from that final race there of the morning session before we move off to the wing.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Bryn, and welcome to the afternoon of track parades. Yokohama Supercar Legends will be on track first, or should be on track first. We've got a great afternoon of motorsport still to come, though, this afternoon with 6 races, 8 sessions in total, and just let me remind you that the national paddock was the focus of attention for this morning's races. This afternoon, everything moves to the international paddock, so down to the wing, as we lovingly call it. Then we start off with the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy. This is a great tribute to an amazing legend, the remarkable life and achievements of the legendary Formula One founder Sir Frank Williams CBE, saluted at the Classic this weekend. This is, of course, his home Grand Prix circuit, Silverstone, a very special place, and sadly he passed away last November, aged 79. We remember his work and so on, and there are a couple of these blue-ribboned Masters Racing Legends showdowns for the iconic 3-litre Grand Prix cars, and we'll see those off at 3:30 this afternoon. The second of the races is the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Again, monster thunder noise as it goes round. The Masters Endurance Legends we'll see then as race number 17 on the card, and then we see the demonstration, the Ignition GP90s Formula Ones, which gives us the opportunity to see some of the cars from Formula One of the 1990s, some of those iconic cars that so many of you, of course, will remember. Then we've got the historic sports car Thunder Sports, that's at 4:15 this afternoon, and then we go into the 19th race of our 19th race, yes, of the weekend, the Masters GT4 Classic Silverstone Challenge, and then a demonstration of the 40th anniversary of Group C, because we are indeed honouring and celebrating Group C racing here at Silverstone. Derek Bell will be on the big stage at 4 o'clock with Ant Anstead being interviewed, talking about the heyday of Group C, and of course it is back here at Silverstone. We'll see those cars thundering around again. We saw them yesterday, really evocative to see and hear them. The Rothmans, Porsche among them, a lot of other cars as well, and this being the birthplace not only of the Formula One World Championship, but the famous Northamptonshire circuit also has the honour of hosting the very first race for Group C cars. You may remember it. It was back in May, I think the 16th of May, back in 1982. The World Endurance Championship kicked off, and it kicked off here in style with the 6 hours of Silverstone, and we're going to be seeing some of those cars that then, of course, went on to do Le Mans and have all of that success. And we finished with the Adrian Flux Trophy. And first and foremost, we have a whole load of parades to do, of course. We've got the Retro Run as well, which we'll see out. Now, the Retro Run, we'll talk about a whole host of cars. It started at Stowe School, or Stowe House, with 4 routes taking the cars to the British Motor Museum in Gaydon, which you may know holds the world's largest collection of historic British cars. So a perfectly place to go, really. It's the right place to go to via the British Motor Museum in Gaydon, and then arrive back here at the Classic. We've also got a whole host of anniversaries. It's not quite the rattle that it was yesterday through the list, but the Austin 7 Clubs Association. It's the 100th anniversary of the Austin 7. First introduced in July 1922. We've got the Allard Owners Club. Now, this is a celebration of Sydney Allard winning the 1952 Monte Carlo Rally. We'll see a number of cars out with that. So the XK Club, the Jaguars, the Swallow Sidecar Company, centenary anniversary. It became Jaguar, of course, the first car based on the Austin 7, you may remember. We've also got 60th anniversary of the MGB. We've got BMW Car Club here as well. It's the 70th anniversary for them of M-Power, the 50th anniversary of M-Power, 70th of the BMWs, and we've also got all kinds of other celebrations as well for them. We've been out talking to some of the owners and chatting to some of them, including Richard Stern, who is from the Register, the chairman and director of BMW Car Club GB. Let's hear from Richard Stern.
So, not one, not two, but 3 anniversaries being celebrated by BMW on track today. And I'm here with Richard Stern. He is the O2 Register chairman and director of BMW Car Club GB. Hello, happy anniversary.
Thank you, good morning. Yes, lovely day, lovely weekend as always, and yeah, a very important year for the BMW Car Club.
Really is, isn't it? So let's start with the main one, 70th anniversary. That is incredible. Tell me about that.
Yes, I started in 1952, yes, and I had to work that out. But funny enough, and what else are we celebrating this year? 70 years of the Queen anniversary on the throne. And I wrote to the Queen, don't laugh, I wrote to the Queen saying, why don't you come to our annual event, you know, thinking the least she's going to do is write a letter back. It would have been great to have her there. But anyway, we got a letter back from Buckingham Palace saying have a wonderful weekend and all that, which was fabulous, you know. So that's gone up, framed in the office.
That's
you know.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so 70 years, 1952. You're also celebrating 50 years of M-Power. That's the whole M series, yeah?
Yes. So started off with what everybody knows is the M1, the supercar, if you like, which today is a global brand. M2s, M3, M4, M5. I mean, massive. Everybody puts that M badge on the back of their car, even if they haven't got one or wants to. And yeah, it's about the motorsport side of the company. And 50 years since that's been running and developed for, obviously, racing. And then they had to sell certain models on the road to qualify for the race series.
And a 25-year anniversary of the E46 3 Series.
Yes, fabulous car, well built, fun. They just got everything right in that generation as well, following on from the E34 generation. And the 25 years of the E46, great product. Started with just 316i, diesel versions, coupes, convertibles, estates, all the way up to the M3 versions. And then the final one, which people are watching today, is the M3 CSL, which is the really high-end, stripped out, lightened motorsport race cars almost.
Awesome. Why do you love it? What brought you to BMW?
The build quality. My father had a B-Reg BMW 520 E28 and I had a B-Reg British car. You know, there it was all rusting around the edges, going wrong, where this BMW still looked brand new and you're like, what? What? And that's it. 52 cars later, 52 BMWs. I know it's a disease.
Yes, it's an obsession.
Well, it's not incurable. You just have to buy the next best one and work your way up the ladder.
So listen, are you looking for new members or have you got enough?
We've never got enough. I think we're up to about at least 4,000 members, you know, internationally, which is fabulous. You know, we're here to provide a service, technical help, events, and friends. You make new friends. Look, I've been in this for 30 years and I've made a lot of friends, and that's great.
That's what it's.
Friends.
Yeah, well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? The passion at the Classic is it's awesome.
Yeah, and obviously weekends like this, open pits, open paddock, seeing all the teams, touching the cars, smelling the cars, you know, it's just wonderful. And yeah, seeing all the clubs, you know, what a weekend.
Absolutely. If you're heading into the Classic at lunchtime today, these cars are on track, and at the moment the car club is situated just before the main bridge over the Wellington Strait. So go along and see Richard and the team there. They will make you feel very welcome. Happy anniversary, BMW Car Club GB.
Thank you very much.
That's Gary Cobb out with the car clubs, and we can see the MGs that are out on the track now. One of these cars, and I don't know which one it is, but one of them has got Mike Brewer in it, and it's been the subject of one of their programmes, and it goes out, I think it's something like the 12th of September on Discovery Channel, and this car, I think it might well be the little MGB that's right in the front there, just behind the course car. That should be Mike Brewer in that car. And they are filming this, and this is going to be, this parade is going to be the very last scene in the programme that you will see on Discovery Channel, September the 12th, I'm pretty sure that it is, but check your TV schedules, of course, because these things change, and see if that's right. So the MG Car Club, and MG owners, we had a little chat with them. Kerry Cobb wandered over, as she does, and spoke to Richard Monk, from the MG Owners Club, because it's their 60th anniversary. So happy birthday, MG.
So another of the celebrations taking place this weekend that you'll see out on the track in this lunchtime parade are the MGBs. It's their 60th anniversary, and I'm here with Richard Monk from the MG Owners Club. There's also the MG Car Club here as well. Richard, tell me about your love for MGs.
Well, yes, I've been involved with MGs most of my driving life. I'm in my 70s now, dare I say.
Never.
So, yeah, I gave up my day job in 1980 to play with MGs and run the club.
What was it about them that drove your passion?
Just something about MGs, the history, the heritage. My first encounter was when I had a job, weekend job. And the owner of this chicken farm where I collected eggs had an MGA. We're here on a club stand and the MGA over there, beautiful lines, and he used to give me a drive down the road in his MGA. So that started me off.
That did it, definitely. So we're celebrating 60 years of the MGB today, so that was 1962?
Indeed, yeah. So they first saw the light of day then, and a car ahead of its time, I think, when you look at them. Beautiful lines. Made in big numbers, over the years, and that's really why the clubs, are thriving today, because of the numbers that were produced.
And they've managed to stand the test of time as well.
Absolutely, and I think the clubs, including Car Club and the other clubs as well, we've ensured that they've been kept on the road. So the availability of parts, insuring them, all those sorts of things, the benefits you get from a club, have kept them on the road.
Tell me about some of these cars we're seeing on track. There's a particular one I've got my eye on, which is a dark green one with a Shell livery.
That's right. That is, it's a replica car, and it's called a Sebring replica. And the owner of that has tried to recreate what the factory did back in the 60s, 70s. They campaigned these cars in America on the Sebring race circuit. And it looked like an MGB on steroids.
It really does.
Flared wheel arches and the bulges in the bonnet. But that's a fairly faithful recreation.
They are absolutely stunning. There is something about them that's very British.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. MGs first saw the light of day in 1923. So, the history, the heritage. And next year is a celebration of 100 years of MG.
Oh, well, we'll have to see you again next year. I hear that the celebrations are continuing after today, though.
That's right. We've got a big event at Gaydon Motor Museum on the 25th of September, Sunday the 25th of September. We've already got over 1,500 cars booked into that. So a big celebration for MGB owners at Gaydon Motor Museum.
Excellent. If you want to find out more, come along and see the guys from MG Owners Club. They're literally just over the bridge. As you come over the bridge over the Wellington Strait, you'll see them there right in front of you. Lovely, friendly bunch of people. And happy anniversary, Richard.
Thank you very much.
thanks to Kerry. She's been very busy beavering round, quite literally, seeing what she can find out there on the track. We'll also talk about the retro run. We should have seen them on track earlier, but they weren't able to get on. We needed to move the programme up a little bit after an incident this morning, so they are out now. We can see as well some of the rare cars. Again, we didn't see those sadly yesterday. So, for example, you can see some of the Jaguars and so on that are out there. Now, there's a couple of XKs will be out there as well. And we went and spoke to the guys over at Jaguar as well. We couldn't find Sarah, unfortunately, from the XK Club, but we did have a quick chat with Ian and Judith from the Jaguar Owners Club about their red E-Type that you'll see in the parade. And there it is, coming into shot now and just going out of shot. Let's hear from them.
On track now, you will see one of my all-time favourite cars, and this is a stunning example. It's a red E-Type Jag KRM 108C, absolutely beautiful. And I'm here with Ian and Judith. Who owns this gorgeous car? One of you or both of you?
Oh, it's both of us.
Who does all the driving?
I do the driving, I do the cleaning.
Oh, no, that's not what Judith told me, because last year at the Classic we were blessed with a little bit of rainfall. And Judith, what happened to those lovely wheels that are stunning today?
They collected mud and grit. And before we went on the circuit for the 60th anniversary, we had to scrub them. And the RAC very kindly gave us a bucket of water.
We love the RAC. What is it about the E-Type Jag that drives your passion?
I think it's just a car that everyone recognises, whether you've got a 90-year-old gentleman or a 10-year-old child. They all know it's an E-Type, and it's just the shape.
So true, isn't it? You're a member of the Jaguar E-Type Club?
Yes, we are, yeah.
Representative, I hear.
Yes, I look after Yorkshire.
Fantastic. So you come down for the whole weekend?
Yes.
I love that. So many Jaguars here today. We're actually celebrating 25th anniversary of the XKs.
Yes, that was the predecessor to the E-Type. It has the same engine, but older technology on the bodywork.
That's the only difference?
Yeah. And they are a beautiful looking car as well.
They are.
Just of a different era.
Well, the E-Type that they were talking about there, you can see in the shot now.
Not for me.
Every time we sort of get to it, it's just about to go out of shot.
But they are beautiful. Happy anniversary to the Jaguar XKs.
We did our bit. The XK Club then, which actually formed in 1997. Now, if I told you by Philip and Julie Porter, if you're a classic buff, classic car buff, you'll know Philip Porter as publisher Philip Porter, celebrating the 25th year in 2022, and two club members taking part in the parade. Peter Vale is in a 1954 grey XK120 coupe. Not sure if we can see that, but we'll who knows. So we are looking out for a couple of them. And Don Grant in the XK140 as well, a 1956 blue car. But don't forget, of course, that Mike Brewer is leading the parade. And if you see the pace car, that's if you're looking at a screen, you can see the pace car. And the Big Brew is on the right. He's actually being given... He's actually being given a passenger ride. So there is Mike Brewer sitting in the passenger seat of the MG and just taking a selfie now of the car. And as I say, they're filming this for his programme. This programme goes out in September, and this parade is the very final shot of the car because it's been restored and brought back to life. And what a great way to celebrate the fact that this car was a wreck. And you'll see it on his programme, Wheeler Dealer, and you'll see how it transforms into the beautiful car that it is now. If he was only to move slightly away from the back of the pace car, we'd see a really lovely shot of it. There we go. He's sort of weaving slightly, but you can see the Big Brew in there. Leading the parade in this, and as I say, this is in one of the forthcoming Wheeler Dealer shows on Discovery. 60 years of MG is being celebrated. Fantastic. So we've seen BMW Car Club, we've seen the 60th anniversary, we've celebrated the 60th anniversary of the MGB, and this is the great thing about the Silverstone Classic. So many different car clubs dotted all over the infield of the circuit, and then the icing on the cake for the owners of the various cars is to take them out and do a lap of the Grand Prix track here at Silverstone, and must say that it is a great way to spend the weekend. So we get all the racing on track, and then we get everything that's off track as well. And as Nikki Shields was talking about, I think it was on Friday, telling us about all of the shopping and all of the other things that there are at Silverstone Classic that makes the event just so unique, really, and very different to any other kind of historical classic type event. So let's see a few more of those lovely MGs as they go by for their 60th anniversary, and great to see so many of them. So back then to some of the other cars, and BMW, we can see a whole load of those in shot because we've got various anniversaries of the BMW Car Club. We should also see the Allard Owners Club, I hope. You'll remember Sidney Allard, I'm sure. I say you'll remember, I mean, maybe you don't, but plenty of you, I'm sure, will remember Sidney Allard winning the 1952 Monte Carlo Rally. And actually, Kerry Cobb headed over to the Allard Owners Club. James Smith was over there and was more than happy, I have to say, to talk about the Allard, the Monte Carlo winning car from 1952.
More gorgeous cars on the track parade, and these ones are celebrating their 70th anniversary. Well, it's actually the 70th anniversary of a big event for the Allard owners, and I'm here with James Smith. He's the secretary of the Allard Owners Club. James, tell me about the 70th anniversary.
In 1952, Sidney Allard won the Monte Carlo Rally, beating Sterling Moss, who was in second place. Sidney Allard started building cars for himself before the war and did very well in trials and hill climbs. And as a result of this, people asked him to build cars, and he started his business just before the war and continued to the late 50s. Altogether, in Monte Carlo Rally terms, Sidney did the Monte Carlo Rally 13 times. And he only had one win, but he did well in other occasions, latterly driving in Ford Zephyrs. In 1950, Sidney Allard, driving one of his own cars of his own make, a J2, came third at Le Mans, driving his own car, and subsequently did it a number of other occasions. He was a true sportsman, undertaking many, many motoring events. Sidney also brought drag racing to the UK, with certainly small engine cars and big engine cars. Unfortunately, the Americans came over with our even bigger engine cars, and he didn't really win a lot of races after that. But Sidney Allard, his sons are still in business, doing Allard, building Allard restoration cars, and it's been a very successful company.
Fantastic. What got you into Allards in particular? What drove your passion for them?
30 years ago, I wanted a classic car, and together with a friend of mine, we went to the classic car show in Brighton, and we went round the various stands, and we saw Allards, and we thought we needed an Allard. It's a nice-looking car with a big engine, and I bought one 35 years ago. I've still got the car, and I've got another one which I've had for 6 years, and it's here on the stand today.
Fantastic. I love the way you say you needed one rather than you just wanted one.
Well, I did need one. I still need one. I would like another one, but I'm not allowed another one, as I only have garaging for 2. But one day, perhaps.
I love the passion. Thank you very much, and happy anniversary.
Thank you very much.
Well, some of the cars that we saw earlier, the retro run cars, we're now back on some of the MGs, but the retro run cars, as we say, that 4 routes, which took them to the British Motor Museum in Gaydon, and then back here to the Classic. And it's one of those events that's been going really for decades, and probably one of the oldest regular runs for classic cars in the UK. It attracts entrants from all over Europe. You'll see when we can see some of the cars on track. They're at the back of the MGs, and they'll be coming in and then being taken off the track in just a minute. But there's a whole load of them. We've got entries from Scotland, Northern Ireland. We've got entries from Belgium, Germany, Switzerland. Cars have to be 20 years or older to be of special interest and therefore eligible. There's over 100 cars in there, 40 different makes, and Triumph are the most represented marque. There are 13, including a 1955 TR2, along with the TR4, TR5, TR6, a couple of Heralds. Sadly, no TR7s. We're back on BMWs just for a moment because, again, one of the car clubs that we are celebrating this weekend, the 70th anniversary of BMW, and just look at all of the cars that are there representing that marque. Superb to see so many of the BMWs out in this parade. It's the 50th anniversary of M-Power, and there's a few of those cars that are in amongst them. So the white one that's just there in shot in the centre of your frame, that's one of the M Sport cars. There's an M Sport just behind it, the blue 5 Series. There's an M3, one of the early M3s as well, a very early M3. This is one of the cars from the early 80s, late 70s, really, to be honest. This car, the BMW. This was the BMW 3 Series that replaced the 2002 Ti and the Ti Turbo. And the 3 Series suddenly changed things very much for BMW. It was also one of the first production cars to come into the UK that offered genuine alloy wheels as opposed to just an alloy fake trim, effectively, and also introduced to the UK as well the everyday motoring of a sunroof. Can you believe? And there, low, one of the BMWs showing the sunroof. They were originally they were wind sunroofs, so they had a little handle that you used to wind it with, and then you could pay even more money, and you could have the electric sunroof. How posh that was! An awful lot to see, of course, around the track. By the way, the wheeler dealer himself, Mike Brewer, who we saw earlier, will be back on the central stage a little bit later as well. His colleague Elvis is there or thereabouts at the moment. I think he might have just finished, but he certainly was there. So still things to see there. And let me just remind you that at 4 o'clock on the big stage, Derek Bell, 5 times Le Mans winner, will be interviewed by Ant Anstead, talking about his career as we celebrate 40 years of Group C here at Silverstone. So many tributes that we've got. Of course, Tony Dron as well, honoured at the Classic, paying tribute to this amazing writer and racer. Sadly passed away at the age of 75 last year, and he has been very much a part of the Silverstone Classic, with all the races that he's been involved in and so on. So yeah, lovely to see. Now, just before we go, although we're on the BMWs, and I haven't seen them out on track, and I don't quite know why, we've not seen any of the Austin 7s out on track. And it's a shame, because the Austin 7 Clubs Association celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Austin 7. It was first introduced in July 1922. And Paul Lawrence, the secretary of the Austin 7 Clubs Association, talked a little bit earlier to Kerry.
Well, this is the big one. On track on the parade, celebrating their 100th anniversary, are the Austin 7s. And I'm here with Paul Lawrence. He's the secretary of the Austin 7 Clubs Association. Paul, these cars are delightful.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as you say, we're celebrating 100 years of the Austin 7 this year. 1922 was the year the Austin 7 was first introduced, and they've brought a lot of fun to a lot of people in that time, and we're still enjoying them today.
Just looking at them makes me smile.
They do, and I've often heard them described as smiles per mile, really. You can't help but smile when you're in them, and you can't help but smile when you see them coming, so they are great fun.
How did you get involved with these cars?
I've been involved all my life. My father was involved in Austin 7s, so I've just carried that on in the family. There's many examples of that actually in the Austin 7 fraternity where that's the case, but I was bitten by the bug from a very early age, and I've been involved ever since.
Tell me about your car.
Yeah, this is a 1932 RN Saloon. I've had it about 15 years. When I bought it, it was all in bits. I would hesitate to say that I restored it, but I certainly cleaned it up and put it back together. And it's actually just come back from a holiday in France. I lent it to a friend a few weeks ago, and they did 1,500 miles around France in it, so it's well used.
Wow, that's incredible, isn't it? Because the wheels are like little bicycle wheels.
They are very fragile looking, but they're reliable, they're strong, and you can do many miles. Many Austin 7s have been around the world in various locations, like the Andes, for example, and Route 66, you name it, Austin 7s have been there, so I think the wheels are fine.
I love that. So 100th anniversary, are there plenty of celebrations going on throughout the year?
There are. We had our big celebration in July, and we got 1,000 Austin 7s at Morton in Marsh. We went to the Fire Service College in Morton in Marsh, and we achieved 1,000 Austin 7s there. So that was a week-long celebration of the car.
That is incredible. I can't imagine seeing 1,000.
So that's the Austin 7 interview that we did earlier with
today.
Paul Lawrence. By the way, just to mention that in the
happy anniversary.
Yeah, thank you very much.
In the retros, we did have Greg and Deb Harm in the black Porsche 996 Cabriolet. We were looking for it. We never saw you, Greg and Deb. I'm so sorry, but they are celebrating their 30th wedding anniversary, and wow, celebrating that in style, aren't they? Driving down and around Silverstone Circuit in the car in the retro run. So another quick mention as well that if you're wandering around and you fancy a little run out in an electric car and trying electric perhaps for the first time, there are test drives for Cupra, Ford, MG, Polestar, Nissan, Genesis, for example. And we all love our classics, don't we? But when it comes to everyday moderns, well, we are, as we all know, on the cusp of a bit of a change. The sale of pure diesel and petrol cars banned apparently from 2013, so change is inevitable. The future though is going to be electric, and if you want to find out about electric, then you can head your way over to Switch Live, powered by My Energy, to the theatre over there, and you can go and find out a little bit more, including finding out about My Energy's Zappi product. And this is very clever. It's the world's first solar and wind compatible, yep, that's true, electric vehicle charger. How very clever is that? So you can go and find them over there as well. We've also got a mention as well for the Alzheimer's Research. They're the official charity partner. If you go and talk to them, they can tell you and obviously they're raising money here this weekend. But more importantly, if you do have anyone in your family suffering from Alzheimer's and you'd like a little bit of advice, or you'd like to know about perhaps what support there may be from Alzheimer's Research UK, then you can go and see them as well over there. Well, hopefully you have enjoyed, I hope, the retro parade, the various anniversaries as well. Go and look at the cars. They are out there on the infield. But for this afternoon, we have a whole load of motorsport to come. 6 glorious races and 2 demonstrations. And I think the best person to pick up now and take on through the afternoon is Ed Foster.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final afternoon of the Classic at Silverstone. Now, it might be the final afternoon, but we have got so much more to come, haven't we, Bryn?
We have 6 more races, 2 more demonstrations as well. We've had to relocate to the wing, and we've had to relocate to the track side of the wing because it's so noisy behind us in the pit lane. And it's amazing to see those cars warming up. And you've been saying that you've got a theory as to why it takes so long.
Well, these are the historic Grand Prix cars, the pre-66 cars that are warming up. They've been warming up now for about half an hour. They've got slightly bigger engines, these front engine cars. I think that's why. With the current costs of fuel, people are going to be using them as cookers soon.
It certainly will. It certainly must be costing them an absolute fortune, but we don't care about that because we're having a wonderful time here, aren't we? Yesterday and today, you were here Friday as well, you lucky thing, but we got so much to see and do. Like we say, 6 more races, 2 more demonstrations, and a whole lot more going on, including the Lewis Hamilton display out there, the 7 F1 title-winning cars all in one place. But that's not it, is it?
Well, there's so much more. You mentioned the demonstration. I can't wait for the Group C demonstration. Derek Bell here, back in a Group C Porsche. What more could you want? But it's not just what's going on track. There's lots of action off track, as Nikki Shields has been finding out.
So if you fancy a bit of an adrenaline hit, or perhaps the kids are just really irritating you today, bring them down to the village green. This will put a smile on their face. There is absolutely loads to do here. So first of all, we got the Ferris wheel over there in the background. If you want to get the best view in the house, yes, you can watch the racing from up there and see what's going on around the circuit here at Silverstone. If you're feeling like living life on the edge, hit Insania. It is pretty extreme. It looks really terrifying. There's the extreme race ride behind it. Then you've got the Podium, so you can get yourself in the driving seat over here. And the beauty of all of this is it's free. Yeah, did you just spit your coffee out as well? It's completely free. Come down, enjoy it. You don't have to spend a penny. And I am going to run onto my chosen ride, which, yeah, I think is, well, it's the more slightly tamer one out of the lot, isn't it? But at the same time, it is a traditional fairground ride. Is it all right if I hop on board? Thank you so much. Right, here we go. Hiya, guys. How are you? Are you having fun at the Classic?
Yeah.
What have you been doing while you're here?
Watching the cars.
Yeah. Who's your favourite racing driver?
Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton. Yeah. Have you seen Lewis's cars? His championship-winning cars. What did you think of that?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You liked it?
Yeah.
Is this your brother that you're here with?
Yeah.
Yeah. And is your mum and dad here too?
Yeah. My dad's on the bus and my mum.
Wonderful. Well, the big question is, are you going to come back next year?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear. Right, well, on that note, I'm going to ride off into the distance. Do come down to the village green. Lots for everyone to get stuck into. Thanks.
First up this afternoon is the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy. Now, all the cars are in the assembly area. We've been given the 10-minute board, so all the drivers are getting into the cars. I did see Jonathan Williams here earlier, but such is the number of people here, I now can't see him. So what we're going to do is we're going to go this way and just follow me, because what's happened is they take the top 6 finishers from yesterday and they flip the grid. So we've actually got Mark Hazel on pole, fittingly, in a Williams. And I'm going to see if I can jump in. Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is this going to be the widest Williams we've ever seen?
No, it could be a little bit wider, I think, but yeah, but try not to keep it too wide, try and get away and make a good race of it.
Now, we just, obviously, the name is of the race in honour of Frank Williams. What a remarkable man he was.
Yes, it's a very, very special person, very clever man and very hard-working man.
Best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, we'll leave them to it, and let's head down the grid and see who else we got, because we want to find Mike Cantelor, who's actually over here in another Williams. He won the race yesterday by about 5 seconds. So let's see if we can jump in with Mike. I'll tell you what, let's start with one of the mechanics. I'm just going to jump in. What last minute advice have you been given Mike?
Yeah, really just to get the new tyre in. We've got a new tyre again today. Once that's in, we know he's got the pace. So if he's going to send it, make sure you get your front wheel in front. And yeah, off you go, and we'll see you on the top step, hopefully.
So have you just put the one new tyre on? I thought you would have done it in pairs.
No, so we put a new full set on. We ran a new...
Oh, right, no expense spared.
No, absolutely not. He's going big.
Yeah. Right, well, let's see if we can get in here. Mike, I've just heard from your mechanic, absolutely no pressure, but apparently you're going big.
Is that what he said? Oh, God bless him. No, it's going to be a tough race today. You know, Steve's in front of me, obviously, and he had my pace yesterday. There's some great fast guys up the front. So I think it's going to be really entertaining for the crowd, to be honest. I think it's going to be a stonking race.
Now, we were talking to Mark up at the front of the grid, also in a Williams. Frank Williams, the race is named in honour of him. I mean, it must be like picking from your children, but have you got a favourite Williams Grand Prix car outside of this one?
The FW19, I absolutely love the FW19. I was lucky enough to meet Frank and Jonathan, who actually sold me the chassis for this car. So it meant a huge amount to me yesterday, picking up that trophy on behalf of Frank.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, we've actually, for a rare moment, I'll tell you, we're going to go around this way. We've actually got a little bit of time because the cars haven't started up yet, and I cannot express enough how noisy these cars are when they start. So I'm not going to go that way, there's a hose in the way. I can't even hear myself think. So let's carry on down, lovely Benetton there. Let's see let's go a little bit further back, because we always tend to focus on the front of the grid. One of these has started up, so we're going to go over to the other side, and I really want to talk to the guy in the Minardi, Michael. Michael seems to be having his helmet turned on. He's actually got a camera. I don't know if you can see on the camera, he's actually got a camera in his helmet, sort of much like a Formula One helmet cam. And I can see the mechanic here also has Wi-Fi or Bluetooth up. It's all very, very impressive technological stuff. Is that a camera in your helmet?
First time out, we're going to see if it works.
So have you used it before?
I've never used it before, and the only problem is it's going to see all my mistakes.
Oh, no, of course not, of course not. Now, what a wonderful piece of machinery this is. This round Silverstone must be an absolute pleasure.
It is, but later on I'm driving the 92 Brabham, which is really something.
And how long does it take to get the tyres to come in? Because you haven't got any tyre warmers, they haven't been in ovens, they're stone cold brakes.
Two warm-up laps, so we're okay.
Right, well, now I just had to be deafened in my right ear, so let's move over to the other side and see who we've got here. We've got the Rizzler Guinness sponsored car. A good photo opportunity?
Oh, we are here with our friend Alejandro for the race from Argentina.
Amazing. So have you come over especially for the weekend?
Yeah, especially for the weekend, to support him.
And worth it?
Sorry, say again?
Is it worth it?
Oh, of course. This is the best event in the world.
Excellent. Right. That's all the cars starting up now. So that is me not being able to hear anything. So I think that is it from the assembly area for now.
Right, sandwiches down, everybody. It is time for more action in honour of the late, great Sir Frank Williams. The Memorial Trophy will feature the Masters racing legends, cars for which he was responsible and against which he battled in his career. Let's take a look at this grid, and for fans of 1980s Formula One, what a mouth-watering prospect. Cosworth engines, pre-turbo era, ground effect cars, starting with Mark Hazel on pole position in the FW07 last. Yesterday afternoon's top 6 from the race result reversed, so Jamie Constable starts 5th, Steve Brook, Ken Tyrrell starting 3rd and 4th, Steve Hartley in 5th place, and race 1 winner Mike Cantillon starts in 6th position. From there back, they start where they finished in the race. So Christoph Danseborg in his FW07 starts ahead of the Theodore of Philip Hall. Mark Higson's McLaren MP41B, the second in the field, ahead of the only 012 Tyrrell of Ian Simmons. 2 Shadows, both from the same year but with different liveries. Mark Harrison has got the black one, and a row behind him, 2 rows behind him, Ewan Surgeon, 3 rows behind him, has got the red and white Billiger Shadows. In between them, Ensigns, Marches, Minardis, and the Arrows A6 of Arthur Brook, one of the 2 Arrows in the field. We have an A5 and an A6, so plenty to conjure with. No time set in qualifying by either of 2 Surtees, one of which failed to proceed yesterday, but we have the Surtees TS16 of Charlie Kennedy at the back of the field. So that car making its way round behind everybody else. And Martin Haven in the commentary booth alongside me, Alistair Douglas. Alistair, always a joy for fans of any era to see Cosworth engine Grand Prix cars because they make such a fabulous noise, and they were all so damn different, weren't they? You could really tell what was what in this era before everybody had the same aerodynamic flick-ups and tiers and cascades. They all look different. The liveries just take you back to a maybe slightly, am I being naive here, a slightly more innocent era of Formula One?
I'm definitely being more innocent, I think. But yes, yes, we've got also the different styles of cars, because we've got cars that ran in the ground effect era, although sliding skirts are not allowed in this series, but the cars still look the same. They're just not as efficient at sucking themselves onto the ground. But we've also got the earlier cars that were, and the flat bottom cars as well. So slightly different designs of cars, and right at the very back actually the Matchbox liveried Surtees with that huge air intake, which I think we used to call the snorkel, wasn't it? But there it is. Now that was very, very common in that period, but only one car in this grid has that snorkel air intake. What that's doing is ramming the air down in through the opening, down onto the top of the engine where the intakes are for the engine. So effectively it's not turbocharging, but it's kind of a way of turbocharging, pushing the air in at a higher pressure. May remember James Hunt driving the Hesketh, and that had a very, very tall airbox on it.
Yeah, Matras particularly did as well. They went for a period, and the reason that it worked is because behind the driver's head was a lot of turbulence, and that's where the air intakes were for the injector trumpets, and so turbulent air is not as efficient as to get down the injectors, and so you saw in later years, Lotuses for instance would have had ears out either side of the driver's head with the air intakes, but certainly there was that mid to late 70s period where the high snorkel was all the rage, and as you say, that fabulous Matchbox Surtees was John Surtees had a real knack, didn't he, for getting British household names. Brook Bond Oxo, yes. Matchbox. I mean, really? They were very much part of the firmament. Well, these cars, because of their big fat slick tyres and the need to get them really properly up to heat, will get a full extra lap of warm-up, so a chance to see them all. Of course, the Williamses are very easy to spot, the white and green Saudi Leyland Williamses, FW8s and FW07s. All three Tyrrells are in green, which was a brief period actually in Tyrrell's history when the two 011s were sponsored by Benetton, the 012, which is a flat bottom car with very much shorter side pods, a sizzly different sponsorship, but a very different look to them. But the two team cars, both from the same year, Jamie Constable and Ken Tyrrell, not the Ken Tyrrell who created Tyrrell, but another Ken Tyrrell, they are easily spottable. And of course, the JPS Lotus, the black and gold on the Lotus 91 of Steve Brooks, very easy to spot, as are the Dayglow orange and white colours of the McLaren MP41s. And of course, when Ron Dennis was put in charge of McLaren, taking over from Teddy Mayer, the company originally created by Bruce McLaren, MP4, it was Marlborough who were the sponsors of the team who actually instigated the Palace coup, if you like, the change of ownership of McLaren. And MP41, the first of their designs, Steve Nichols and John Barnard led the design team, the first ever carbon composite Formula One chassis built by Hercules in America, who were the supplier to the Space Shuttle program. And there is MP41, and of course those familiar colours of Marlborough, the Philip Morris Tobacco Company, when such things were allowed. Again, it's hard to say it was more innocent, because I'm sure it was just as devilish and cutthroat. Maybe we were more innocent.
Yeah, and a lot of us will remember this particular car racing because this was the very chassis that John Watson took to the win in 1982 at Detroit, from 18th on the grid. He was second in Brazil, third in Canada, in this very car that Steve Hartley is driving, the number 77 car.
Well, in some of our earlier races, Formula Junior, pre-66 Formula 1 cars and so on, we had lots of cars, and in Formula 2, lots of cars built by well-known manufacturers that were for sale to customers. These never were, so all of these cars were raced in period by drivers great and maybe not quite so well remembered. But the red and white car right at the back, that was the early days in that shadow, the Villiger shadow, of Clay Regazzoni's Formula One career. So not everybody was immediately in a super competitive car, but all of these cars have period racing history with some very well-known names. Cars up to speed and flying around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Charging through the old pit lane and the new pit lane alike in front of a massed crowd at the Classic, and led through by Mark Hazel on pole position in the Williams FW08C. A 20-minute race for the Masters racing legends, late 70s, early 80s, Cosworth engine Formula One cars. And they're all racing for the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy. Jamie Constable in Tyrrell 011, number 99, right behind. Then the black and gold, that is the Lotus 91 of Steve Brooks, who starts third. The top 6 from yesterday's race result reversed. 7th on down as they finished. So Steve Hartley in the red and white, first of the McLarens, finished in 5th place, still in 5th behind Mike Cantillon now, who's just made up a spot away from the grid. They stream past our commentary box, a sight that and sound that takes you right back to the early 80s. Alistair Douglas, fabulous to see these cars really being driven aggressively around one of their most natural environments.
Very much so, yes, as they go through into the Beckett sweepers for the first time competitively, and it's still out in the lead, the Mark Hazel Williams FW07B, followed by Jamie Constable in 2nd place. An interesting early move there from Mike Cantillon to get past Steve Hartley, who in previous to the race he said to Ed, Steve's in front of us. Well, he's not anymore, so a very important move as round the outside goes Mark Hazel after a big effort from Jamie Constable into Stowe Corner for the lead, but that didn't come off. Steve Brooks is still in 3rd place, and in 4th place now, I think that's Mike Cantillon, isn't it, who's moved up another place. He's got past Ken Tyrrell, so Mike Cantillon from 6th on the grid up to 4th.
Pale blue helmet in car number 99, Jamie Constable in the green denim livery Tyrrell. The later Tyrrell 012 has got Benetton livery. Looks like a right front wheel problem for the Surtees. That's very disappointing. Charlie Kennedy, not going to get much video, I'm afraid, from that. The high air intake, the snorkel Matchbox Surtees heading into the pit lane. And that looks like, unfortunately, an early end to their race. Mark Hazel, though, hanging on to the lead, under attack from Jamie Constable. Number 27 is the Williams. Down the inside comes the Tyrrell. Ken Tyrrell following him. Are we going to get a Tyrrell 1-2 leading the British Grand Prix at getting carried away there a little bit. Leading this race at Silverstone. Well, it's a Tyrrell 1-3 and Williams 2nd and 4th. And I know, in fact, that's the Lotus that was in 3rd, and through comes the Lotus, looking to take 2nd player away from Mark Hazel. He does so. Spitfire ace Steve Brooks driving through into 2nd place, and car number 7, that's yesterday's race winner, Mike Cantillon, in 3rd place. So we got Williams, Lotus, Williams.
Into Beckett's they go, and as you say, the Tyrrell leading from the Lotus, Jamie Constable taking the lead further back round this lap. But look at Mike Cantillon behind as they come onto the hangar straight now. They fan out, it's 2 abreast with Steve Brooks on the outside into Stowe Corner, but I think he's going to have to drop back in behind. Yes, he does. So Jamie Constable leads from Steve Brooks, but Mike Cantillon looking right, looking left, looking for a way through. I don't think there'll be room here, but will Steve Brooks give him room? Yes, he does.
He does indeed, yeah.
Steve Brooks decides better to let him through than hold him up. So up into 2nd place goes Mike Cantillon. What a stunning 2 laps from him.
Yeah, great start from Mike Cantillon. Great start as well from Jamie Constable. Yes, he was on the front row of the grid, but he's just creeping away there. There is Ken Tyrrell battling with number 27, Mark Hazel, the 2nd of the green Tyrrells. Mark Hazel now coming under attack. Down the inside on one side comes an FW07. Around the back comes the MP41B. That's the 2nd of the McLaren's, Mark Heatson. And Christoph Dansenborg on the outside. So Constable getting proper, not Constable, Tyrrell getting properly beaten up there. Jamie Constable leads. In second place, Mike Cantillon. Now he's got by Steve Brooks. Steve Brooks, haven't had a close look at that Lotus. If we do, I think we'll see that he is in a helmet in the colours of Elio De Angelis, who raced that car in period. It does look as though Mike Cantillon in second place. Actually, his helmet colours aren't that far away from those of Alan Jones when he comes towards you. But it is Mike Cantillon running fastest. The lead still, though, is with Jamie Constable. So don't believe what it tells you on the screen. Now you can believe that Cantillon leads. Constable in second place and Steve Brooks in third.
Going through Beckett's Steve Brooks there in the JPS John Player Special Lotus 91, the first carbon composite car produced by Lotus, following McLaren's lead. Down into Stowe Corner they come. Mike Cantillon from Jamie Constable, from Steve Brooks in third place. And just harking back to the Village and the Loop on the last lap, what a move from Steve Hartley to take 2 places in 2 corners in the MP41 McLaren. He's running in Steve Hartley in 5th place.
Yeah,
there he is at the back, yes.
Yeah.
Just waiting for him to come onto screen. And his next target is Christoph Dansenborg in the FW07C. So 6th for Steve Hartley, behind Dansenborg, and then Tyrrell is next up as well. But this is a great battle for the 4th, 5th and 6th places.
Steve Hartley does look a little as though he's losing a bit of ground. He was getting engaged with Ken Tyrrell earlier on with Christoph Dansenborg, and both of them have dropped quite a long way back behind that second Denon Tyrrell. And in the background you can see the next of the Williams is coming into shot. That's a 27 car Mark Hazel. So he started on pole position, having finished 6th yesterday. All these cars will be on new tyres for today, so the first couple of laps still probably didn't have really all the heat they needed in them. You can lean on the ground effect, but it does need heat in the tyre as well. Cold tyre spins desperately to be avoided. Mike Cantillon easing away from Jamie Constable. Steve Brooks in third place in that black and gold Lotus 91. It's not 100% an Elio De Angelis liveried helmet, but certainly on the side it looks very reminiscent of De Angelis's colours. Number 27, number 77, the McLaren. Now closing in on the back of the Williams.
Yes, just a little bit closer there as they come down the hanger straight. Just looking to the inside a little bit of Christoph Dansenborg as they turn into the right-hander. But Mark Hazel, car number 27 now, he was up the front, wasn't he?
Yeah.
What's happened to him?
Yeah, started on pole, finished 6th yesterday, and he's already dropped out of the top 6 down to 7th place. His last lap, a 1:59.2. The leader doing a 1:52.3, so a long way from the front-running pace, Mark Hazel. That FW08C is newer than the 2 Williamses ahead of it, a season younger, but in fact a couple of seasons younger. It's an 08C, so looks as though 07B, right? So a change there to what I had written down. Nevertheless, he is definitely struggling for pace. He had pretty decent pace yesterday, but that is not being replicated today.
And once again, Steve Hartley looks to be challenging perhaps Christoph Dansenborg as they come. Yes, he very much is challenging, less than a car length between them as they come from Brooklands into Luffield. Now Hartley goes tight, he'll try and hold that tight line on the exit through Woodcote, but actually the power of the Christoph Dansenborg FW07C is actually better off the corner. They're both from a similar period, so they should be very, very similar performance. Through Copse Corner they go, and then this wonderful shot that's been available on cameras for so many years, the uphill run into Maggotts Curve. Great shot, that.
Well, it looked like Dansenborg there sacrificed a little bit of speed on entry to Luffield to get that good run down the pit straight, and that's why the McLaren closed on him so quickly. And again, if he can come off the Chapel Curve well here onto the hanger straight, that just gives him a little bit of an initial advantage to creep away from the McLaren. So right behind him in the Dagle orange and white car, the McLaren Steve Hartley closes in under braking, but as he gets in deep, that's because Dansenborg is braking just a little earlier to pick up the throttle a little earlier, and that allows him to get off the corners well. So Mike Cantillon still leading from the two Tyrrells of Constable and Tyrrell. So Steve Brooks dropping back to 4th place in the JPS Lotus. And Tyrrell moved up on the last lap into 3rd place, and trouble there. And is that Mike Cantillon? There was only one Williams ahead of them, wasn't there?
Yes, I think there was, wasn't there?
So that, unless it's a car that's been lapped, is that the arrows, the white arrows? Not entirely sure, we'll have to pick that up. Meanwhile, the battle continues and the McLaren has the upper hand. Hartley goes ahead of Dansenborg. No, there is Mike Cantillon, car number 7, followed by, so I think it is that, it's either the white arrows or the Theodore. No, Theodore's red and white, isn't it? So it is that white arrows. So a lap behind now. Meanwhile, I wonder at which stage in the lap or in this race, it's a 20-minute race, we're halfway in, at what stage are we going to see that drivers really struggling with their neck muscles? Because that's always been a factor, even in the early 80s with the ground effect cars. The neck muscles really take a lot of punishment. The cornering forces are high. Yes, these cars are not being driven perhaps 100% as quickly as they were in period by absolute Grand Prix aces, but nevertheless, most of these drivers will be starting to feel that punishment already. Whether they're at the front of the field or the back, these Formula One cars are still a pretty brutal environment. They're rough, they're bumpy, particularly the ground effect cars, very firmly sprung. And Christoph Dansenborg at the tail of the field, having been passed by Steve Hartley, had another problem, a big looping moment. And again, when you're starting to fight the fatigue, and we are half a dozen laps in now, maybe that is all part of the equation. Also just asking a little bit more than the car had. When the aerodynamic downforce goes away, suddenly the car relies a lot more on the mechanical grip. And you need an awful lot of experience to be able to match the two perfectly. So Christoph Dansenborg, chastened but still in 6th place, still ahead of Mark Hazel. Meanwhile, there is the Tyrrell 012, and that is behind the Theodore. So that's Ian Simmons in the red and white Theodore, and the later Tyrrell, the 012.
It looks like the Theodore's in trouble, unfortunately. Just pulling off to the left there and hand out of the cockpit for Philip Hall, number 32 in the TR1 Theodore. So yes, there he is. So trouble for Theodore car, unfortunately.
Looks like that's not going to be cheap. Through goes the black ensign. There's the Acela. Oh, and a looping spin for Steve Hartley. So what is it about 5th and 6th? Hartley passed Dansenborg, who spun. Now Hartley himself has spun. Did Christoph Dansenborg get back past him, I wonder? Let's take a look down the straight. Now the Williams doesn't seem to be in front, but he is much closer behind, isn't he? That's Christoph Dansenborg with the sort of orange highlights on the wing. And Hartley did the same as Dansenborg, the same place in Luffield where the speed is at the lowest, just asking too much of the tyres. So carrying speed into the mid-corner, Steve Hartley spinning away, still in 5th place though, but that opens up the gap. Steve Brooks in 4th in the Lotus now, will worry less about being caught, and there is the Theodore being pushed away.
And that was driven in period by Keke Rosberg, who went on to take the World Championship, but he won a very, very wet, and I remember it, soggy shoes, Silverstone International Trophy 1978, and Keke Rosberg was peerless in the wet in that very car.
22, that's the ensign of Paul Tattersall from 1979, just going past Michael Fitzgerald. Michael in his, it was Michael who had the camera, wasn't it? Not Charlie Kennedy. So Michael Fitzgerald in the Minardi 185. So a 1985 Minardi passed by a 1979 Ensign. And back underneath goes the Minardi. It's Giancarlo Minardi team's first Formula One venture. They came up from Formula 2. Brought their Formula 2 drivers led by Alessandro Nannini with them. They were a very successful Formula 2 team in the early 80s and then graduated to Formula 1 when such things were possible. Gets back in front of the Ensign. So in fact, the Theodore that we just saw at the side of the track, designed by Mo Nunn. The Enzyme also designed by Mo Nunn, hence the MN nomenclature. TR1 Theodore Racing chassis number 1, designed by Maurice Nunn. And there is the Minardi just in front, so two different eras. And you can see how much further forward in the car the driver is in the Minardi. That was in the real sort of cab forward era of Formula One drivers, where the driver almost sat between the front wheels, and you can see that also in the car of Steve Brooks, that Lotus 91T. The driver is well forward in the car, 91 rather, not 91T, that followed later. And Lotus got their hands on a turbocharged engine for the first time. The 91, the last of their Cosworth engine cars. And then rule changes moved the drivers back, so the feet had to be behind the centre line of the rear wheels. It definitely was not in that period, and having a frontal accident was not to be wished. Again, just struggling a little bit under braking, the Minardi. So Michael Fitzgerald losing that spot to the Theodore. Cole Hall goes back past him, and it may be a little bit more than a struggle under braking. I wonder if he's lost gears. Cosworth DFEs tend to be pretty reliable pieces of kit. They always said in the DFE era, when it stopped being rough and vibrating and went all smooth, that was when you switched it off, because that's when you knew it was going to blow up. It had that raw sound, the DFV, and there's definitely drivers who are very used to it always talk about that sort of DFE vibration you get, because of course the engine was bolted rigidly to the monocoque. That's all part of it. The DFE was not just the engine, it was a stressed part of the car. And the Kalamata Acela, again, that's another one of the sort of cab forward Formula One era, and unfortunately that Acela looks like it's blowing oil as well. So into the pit lane comes the Acela. They're dropping like flies, aren't they? Mark Dwyer's in, only 3 minutes remaining now. So for our leaders, Mike Cantillon, Jamie Constable, Ken Tyrrell up to 3rd place. And there is the race. No, there's not. That's Christoph Dansenborg, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not that. I beg your pardon.
Mark Hazel.
That's Mark Hazel, yeah.
All very similar looking cars.
There is the race leader. We've got a 7, a 27 and a 37. Not sure what happened to 17. But historically, for many years, Williams used 7 and 8. Cantillon with his Williams FW07 within 3 minutes now of running out of time, so it'll be this lap plus another. And if you wonder what sort of lap times they were doing in period, well, it's fruitless to try and compare, because this is a very, very different place to the Silverstone of 1982, 1983. Then it was basically a long, very fast circle with a couple of slow bits thrown in. Here there's an awful lot more to it. Different distance, very different corners, very different layout to the early 80s Silverstone that saw qualifying lap from Keke Rosberg in his Williams averaging 160 miles an hour. That's not top speed, that's average for the entire lap, including the Woodcut chicane. So it was a very, very fast circuit. In fact, for a number of years, quicker even than Monza. Well, there's the race leader. That Cantillon not too far away, 2.5 seconds. That's one mistake, isn't it? One mistake, and suddenly we could be having a Tyrrell victory. Jamie Constable will know that and is keeping his nose to the wheel. And in fact, if Mike Cantillon has too much of a spin, Ken Tyrrell would slip through and we would get a Tyrrell 1-2 as well. So in the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people here that are hoping that Mike Cantillon keeps his focus for one more lap, because there will be one more lap as he crosses the line. 55 seconds to go. That's a minute less than he needs to complete another lap. So this is the last lap of the race. The Williams out on its own. Car number 7. Tyrrell's giving chase. 99, Jamie Constable. Behind him, 23, Ken Tyrrell. Steve Brooks in the Lotus in 4th. Watch the gap between them. Yeah, Brooks is very close indeed for 3rd place. We might have a last lap lunge from Steve Brooks if he can summon up a bit of something special from the Lotus. There he is. There is the Lotus. There is Ken Tyrrell in the 2nd of the Tyrrell 011s. And that is not a very big margin. Not close enough for Steve Brooks to have a lunge here. But I wonder if he's got anything at all. His last lap was a 1 minute 54.6, 1 minute 55.3 though.
Steve Brooks had a spin.
Yeah, just as I was looking up the timing screen, he was much quicker on the previous lap, but just overcooked it there. And so Ken Tyrrell will be breathing a sigh of relief in 3rd place. Mike Cantillon heading into the Beckett's S's. Last chance for him to really enjoy this track at speed, and I'm sure all of these drivers are doing exactly that. Never driven a car with anything approaching this performance, but it must be just a wonderful thing to do. A full-fat Formula One car from the analog era with gears and a gear shift and a clutch pedal and everything else, and driving around the high-speed Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And for much of it still following in the wheel tracks of the great drivers that preceded you in these cars. What an opportunity. And for Mike Cantillon, well, he's made the very best of it again. Winner of yesterday's race, he wins again in the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy. 2nd for Jamie Constable, who finished in 5th yesterday, and 3rd place for Ken Tyrrell, who was just on the podium yesterday as well in 3rd spot. Well, Alistair, for fans that are here that never saw these cars race in period, a great chance to see things that you might have seen in the books or in pictures, but more importantly to hear them and to smell them and to get to see them up close in the paddock afterwards as well. They are just great looking devices.
Absolutely they are, and it's wonderful to see them. Our position just over the old pit lane, we get the cars coming out of Woodcote, and it was absolutely took your breath away when they were coming down the pit straight towards Copse Corner. Very much takes me back to the days when these cars were racing in the early 80s. Great to see. And that very car, the number 7 car, do you remember the grainy pictures that we used to get from the BBC? And no criticism there, because the way the BBC covered it meant that it grew into what it is these days, and full coverage, but then it was kind of patchy coverage, wasn't it? But well, this was the very car.
Cameras were dodgy, and so were satellites, and then it was all commentated on a phone line as well, so it does feel very dated, doesn't it?
It does, and this very car was the one that Carlos Reutemann drove in 1981, and he lost the World Championship by 1 point to Nelson Piquet because, and it's never been explained, Carlos was really off form that day at Caesars Palace and finished 8th and lost the World Championship.
In modern parlance, he faxed that one in, didn't he? And it got lost in translation. Yeah, Reutemann just crumbled under the pressure. He never showed up, really, for that season finale. But for Nelson Piquet and Bernie Ecclestone's Brabham team, it was a first World Championship for them together. And very much against expectation. Sure, you go as a title contender, but Reutemann basically just had to kind of finish, and he would have been world champion for Williams and added yet another layer of glory to the Williams story, which at that stage was still really in its early days. Simod Sport Shoes. Now there's a name you don't hear anymore, but yeah, a very accurate period livery, as so many of the drivers and the car preparers are so finicky about making sure the car is exactly as it was. There you go, the Ragnow Arrows. That was again a livery that went for several seasons. Looks absolutely spot on, and that takes you right back to the early 1980s, the same as the McLaren behind. In fact, the McLaren behind, the Mark Higson's helmet just really reminds you of Watty's as well, actually. Predominantly white with the red around the bottom. Yeah. I wonder if Watty has driven that car since those seasons. That race that you mentioned, he came from right almost at the tail of the field to win. A year later came from 23rd on the grid to win, which I think is probably a last to first record that will never be beaten in contemporary Formula One. So it shows that even if you have a bad day, you never give up. ex-Keke Rosberg chassis of Mike Cantillon. Winning again, Rosberg famously world champion with Williams, as was Alan Jones and a whole host of others. Of course, Nigel Mansell celebrating the 40th anniversary of his world championship this season. And Damon Hill, a world champion with Williams, was here at the Classic on Friday. Let's take a look at the results of the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy Race 2. Mike Cantillon, the winner on Saturday, winning on Sunday. Ken Tyrrell third, as he was on Sunday, but Jamie Constable in 5th place on Saturday's race makes it up into 2nd. Steve Brooks spun away the opportunity on the last lap to challenge for a podium finish. Steve Hartley and Christoph Danzenburg in their battle for 5th both had a spin. Mark Hazel, who started on pole, 6th on day 1, mysteriously a little off the pace today. But a great opportunity in the race to see cars that battled each other in period going head-to-head again. And the two shadows, Ewan Surgison having a much better day in the red and white Villager Shadow, right behind his teammate, as it were, Mark Harrison in another DN9. And a couple of cars with mechanical problems, including Charlie Kennedy's Surtees, the Theodore of Philip Hall, and Michael Fitzgerald's Minardi. Mark Dwyer also ending his race in the Acela in the pit lane. Formula One cars on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It just fits, doesn't it? The home of the British Grand Prix once more echoed to the sounds of Cosworth DFVs from the pre-turbo era. McLaren versus Tyrrell versus Williams, with a whole host of others thrown in as well. And as in the first race of the weekend, it was Williams that triumphed, fittingly enough, in the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy for the Masters Racing Legends. But there was action all the way down the field. Tyrrell claiming 2 podium spots. And cars from the Cosworth era proving that they are as hard to drive now and still look and sound as gorgeous as ever they did. And what a place to play with these fabulous toys.
So for the first time at the Classic this year, we welcome Car Gods, official detailing partner. Tom is here to tell me more. Car Gods, you seem to be everywhere at the moment. Absolutely love this branding, but also love what you're standing for, because it's all about detailing. It's perfecting the cars that are out there.
It is. It's all about detailing. All of our products are made in the UK. We've got a fantastic brand. We've got a massive range of products. There's over 60 in the range. And we're just trying to get out there with the name. Nice.
And so people can actually come down. You've actually got the products on sale here today, haven't you?
We have, yes.
What's most popular?
Holy water. It's fantastic.
Holy water.
Spray on, wipe off, paint, sealant. It just makes your car look amazing.
So holy water. Where do you have to go to get that?
Just on the stand over
there. Okay. No holy trail. Anyway, talk us through what you're doing with the AC Cobra here at the Classic.
So this weekend we've got the AC Cobra on the stand, and we're going to detail this from start to finish. We're going to start with the wheels, build up, snow form the bodywork, give it a wash, machine polish all the bodywork, and then we're going to top it off with the holy water.
I mean, it already looks in pretty mint condition, but you're basically just sort of you're the last mile when it comes to the journey of restoring a car, right?
Yes, indeed, yes. So obviously the car's immaculate, but we've got dirt on the bodywork, the wheels need polishing up. We're going to get everything absolutely perfect and restore the paintwork, get rid of the swirls, get rid of the scratches. All the little imperfections are gone. All of our Car Gods detailing products.
So when you're looking around an event like the Classic, and you're seeing all these old, beautiful cars that are probably crying out for a bit of your help.
Yeah. I'd love to have a go at all of them, but unfortunately I've not got the time.
No, you guys are really busy at the moment, and I'm sure you've got your work cut out here today. But Tom, thank you so much.
No problem, thank you.
Come down. They're based just by the village, I think, we're near the shopping village, and the village green. That's it. So come down, check out Car Gods. Tom, enjoy the Classic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, before we get to the next race, it's time for the podium with the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy for Masters Racing Legends, and what a race it was. 3 incredible races are going to take to the podium. The crowd here is really building, so let's go to it. 3rd place in that race, Ken Tyrrell. Looking fresh as a daisy. 2nd place, Jamie Constable. And the race winner, Mike Cantillon. Congratulations there to all 3. Now we're going to welcome to do this trophy presentation 2 very, very special guests. We've got Jonathan and Jamie Williams, sons of Frank. So if we go with Jonathan first to hand over the 3rd place trophy. Jonathan there handing this one over to Ken Tyrrell. Then we move on then to Jamie Constable. And Jamie's going to be handing over the presentation this time, or the trophy this time. Or maybe not. And then we move on to the winner, to Mike Cantillon, then getting the trophy, the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy, handed over by his sons Jonathan and Jamie. What a trophy, and what a moment there for Mike Cantillon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the national anthem for the winning driver, Mike Cantillon. So the national anthem, the Anthem of Ireland. There we go. Let's have a quick word then from the winning driver. It must be a special moment for you, Mike, not only getting this trophy, this Frank Williams Memorial Trophy, but getting it from 2 of Frank's kids as well.
Well, Jonathan actually sold me the tub of this car many years ago, and I had to beg him to let it come out of the Williams factory. So when I heard that he was presenting, I thought I've got to make a special effort. But it was a fantastic race. Really enjoyed it. Well done to everyone on this podium as well.
Yeah, fantastic race, and fantastic to see you 3 on the podium, and fantastic to see those incredible cars out on track. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium from the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy for Masters Racing Legends.
From one set of Formula One cars to another, we've gone from the 1980s back to when the British manufacturers really started to rule the roost. Pre-1966, some very familiar names as we pitch Coopers, Brabhams and Lotuses against the foreign opposition. Take a look at the grid for our pre-66 Grand Prix car race, and we have Coopers right at the front and centre. Will Nuttall, Michael Gans, Rudiger Friedrichs, Charlie Martin, Justin Mears. 5 Coopers in the top 5 ahead of Andy Middlehurst in the first of the Lotuses, the Lotus 25. Tim Child, the best of the Brabhams. A couple of older Lotus 18s up behind them. You can see BRM's front-engine Scarabs and the front-engine Curtis as well as some other front-engine cars, the Tecmec Maserati and 250F. And this marks the changing of the guard when the last of the front-engine Grand Prix cars were finally superseded by their rear-engined rivals, which still rule the race to this day. So this is really a great opportunity to see the very last of the front-engine cars in action, and the cars that drove the revolution on with the engine behind the driver. Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody. Martin Haven, Alistair Douglas ready to call the action. Well, we've just seen ground effect 1982 cars in action, and those were definitely derived from the Coopers, the Brabhams and so on, who led the rear-engine revolution in Formula One in the late 1950s and early 60s. And it is those low-slung rear-engine cars that dominate here. You'll see the front engine cars very easily, predominantly they are much taller with a much longer nose and the driver right up by the back axle. They're not as dynamically efficient, they're not as aerodynamically efficient, and even by 1960 Ferrari realised the writing was on the wall. There's one 246 Dino Ferrari front engine Formula 1 car in the field, but after that all Ferraris went to mid-engine, at least for Grand Prix racing. We are getting ready to go with our fabulous field of cars, eager to be unleashed around this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Cars coming to the line for the pre-66 Grand Prix race, and it is a sea of green at the front as the rear-engine Coopers and Lotuses dominate proceedings, as they did in period. Will Nuttall from pole, from Michael Gans on the outside. Gans sweeping around the outside in a later Cooper T79, the T53 on pole position. But all of these tiny little jewels of Grand Prix cars, not that much different from the Formula Juniors that started our day here at Silverstone, and we're going to have to take a corner or two to sort all this out. On the grid, Rüdiger Friedrichs, Charlie Martin ahead of Justin Mears, all Coopers in the top 5, and the first green and yellow-wheeled Lotus was the car of Andy Middlehurst in 6, but it looks like he made a little bit of a cautious start, Alistair Douglas.
Yes, I think once again Rudy Friedrich's got a great start. That's him in 3rd place, number 12 on your left-hand side of your screen. But taking the lead back, going into Brooklands, Will Nuttall from pole position, but Michael Gans in the white Cooper T79, a later car, made a much better start. And you can see the difference, can't you? The Cooper of Will Nuttall in the lead with a sort of high back over the engine, but by the time we got to the T79 it was much lower, much more cigar tube shaped as they come down along the old pit straight towards Copse Corner. What a great shot there as Michael Gans goes to the inside trying to get past Will Nuttall and slides through on the inside at Copse Corner, but Will is holding on. He's trying to take the wide line up towards Maggots, but who has got the lead going in through Maggots? Well, it's Michael Gans in the Cooper T79 who leads into Beckett's for the first time. Will Nuttall sliding through the first element of Beckett's, the second element. He'll now try and stay behind Michael Gans very closely so that he can get a good run down the hanger straight into Stowe Corner. So there's Gans leading, there's Will Nuttall in 2nd place, and just behind them Rüdiger Friedrichs in another Cooper, another of the T53s, in 3rd place.
Yeah, you can see 4 years, 4 seasons of development between the kind of Cooper with which Jack Brabham won his World Championship for Charlie Cooper, car number 10 there, the pole sitter Will Nuttall, and again the more traditional cigar-shaped car of Michael Gans. By the stage of the T79 and Michael Gans arriving, Cooper was almost on the ropes in terms of being a front-running Formula 1 car manufacturer, but without Charlie Cooper's drive and determination and ability to make a pound go further than many, the rear-engine revolution might have been a few more years in coming. The Coopers sold in fairly decent numbers, and as a result lots of them on the grid. As you said, Rüdiger Friedrichs, who made an electrifying start yesterday, starting strongly from 3rd on the grid. He's going with the leaders, and the more they battle the more chance he has of staying with them. This is going to be a short, sharp event. Didn't come out the way nature intended. Michael Gans with Will Nuttall having to take 2 wheels at least onto the grass there to avoid contact. Gans trying to cut him off as they come down onto the Wellington straight, and Will Nuttall having to go the long way round the outside. Lots more action behind. Can see coming down the inside the green and yellow Lotus of Andy Middlehurst trying to get by the Brabham of Tim Child. That's a battle I think for 5th place. And did Middlehurst get through? No, they're still side by side. The red Brabham on the inside at Luffield behind these leaders. So let's watch the leaders go through. And here comes the battle now for 5th position. There is the red car of Child and the green car with the yellow wheels. That's Middlehurst. An ex-Jim Kart, one of 2 ex-Jim Kart Lotus chassis, I think, in the field. The Lotus 25. Again, those classic cigar tube shapes and the beetleback of the early rear-engine Coopers, and showing the early Coopers there exactly where they came from. It looks like a Cooper 500. It's just got a slightly different rear end to it. It looks like what it was derived from, and 3 or 4 years later, then the classic look there of the later Coopers and the Lotus really became a much more aerodynamic prospect.
Great battle going on, as you say, for 4th, 5th and 6th places, with Chris Middlehurst in the, as you quite rightly said, one of the 2 ex-Jim Clark cars. This one actually took Jim Clark to 7 wins in 1963, and they only had 10 races then. It was not like today. So 7 out of 10 races won by that car, and it's great to see that Andy Middlehurst wears a similar coloured helmet and style with would have been a white peak for Jim Clark, but he uses a white band across the top of the full face helmet and that dark blue colour. So Andy Middlehurst in the Lotus 25, number 25, chasing after the Brabham BT3/4 of Tim Child, who in turn is trying to get past the Cooper just ahead, which is Justin Mayers, as they come through the left-hander and into the right-hander. Tight right here at Village. Tim Child, a little bit of a lock-up there. That's an opportunity for Andy Middlehurst, but can't get through there. And one of the things about that Lotus 25, even compared to Tim Child's car, which went very wide, is how low it is to the ground, isn't it? Compared especially to Justin Mayer's Cooper T53. Look at that, perfect. You can see how much lower the helmet of Andy Middlehurst is.
Yeah, you could barely see Middlehurst's car behind the T53 Cooper. Middlehurst up the inside and just making sure there's enough room for both of them to survive. And this is really important with these cars. All these guys are racing for fun, not for money, not to become world champion. So they are giving each other room, because they all know, like motorcycle racers do, if you tangle wheels, then you're just as likely to get hurt as the other guy, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants to damage the cars, but most importantly there is self-preservation. But again, this battle continues to rage on behind the 4th place Cooper and the red and green car, the BT34 Brabham and Tim Child, just holding on in front of Andy Middlehurst in the green Lotus with the yellow wobbly wheels. And if you want to know why they're called wobbly, they had a sort of convoluted effect for strength. And again, the Brabham goes off. It looks like he's not quite got the measure of the grip of this car yet. Tim Charles comes back on, having taken the more straightforward route around Beckett's. In fact, the route that would have been taken in the 60s around Beckett's before the Beckett's S's existed. So he comes back on in front of the Cooper.
I suspect he'll have to let them through, otherwise he'll get a penalty. He doesn't see, he would have done it on the hanger straight, I would have thought. But anyway, that's up to Tim Child. But no doubt he took an advantage by running off track there.
He will need to give that spot back to Justin Mayers, won't he? But he might take his fine time in doing it. Andy Middlehurst being caught from behind now. And so coming up behind him is the Lotus 18. Now that's the pale green car. And a more square looking car, slab-sided, more square, opening to the nose. That's Andrew Beaumont's car number 49. And the colours of the car, the UDT Laystall. Now that was a finance company that got involved in sponsoring cars in the very early 1960s. So that's that pale green. There's another team that ran pale green colours, BRP, the British Racing Partnership team. But that is UDT Laystall colours. Well, Middlehurst had a little stab to get through, and Justin Mayers coming back at him there, but decided against really trying to push the issue. Middlehurst head down and charging. And by the way, just a little note on the Jim Clark helmet colours. Why was it blue with the white peak? Well, because he was a proud Scot, and those are the colours of the Scottish flag, the saltire. So he had Scottish blue and white on his helmet. And as you said, Andy Middlehurst just keeping that sort of resemblance alive, let's say. And actually, the smooth lines that Andy Middlehurst uses, I think would very much meet the approval of Jim Clark and Colin Chapman, the car's designer.
And although not relevant to this period of racing, Andrew Beaumont, we mentioned there in the pale green Lotus, just behind here, for those fans of helmet colours, that's Ronnie Peterson, isn't it? Blue helmet with the yellow peak, usually with Vicks written across the front. And Andrew Beaumont always wears that Ronnie Peterson tribute helmet, but of course Ronnie would not have driven, well, he may have driven them for fun, but these cars were well past when Ronnie came into Formula One.
Yeah, he was still at school in short trousers. And Andrew Beaumont, by the way, has another Lotus 18, number 18, Clinton McCarthy, right behind him, darker green. But back with the leaders, and Will Nuttall ahead of Michael Gann. So that battle, at least for the moment, has sort of resigned itself to Nuttall in front of Gans. Rudiger Friedrichs on his own in third, and the gap is growing back to this battle for fourth place. Tim Child in the red, sort of orangey red with green striped Brabham BT34, just ahead of the classic Lotus colours of Andy Middlehurst. It's not British racing green. The darker green, perhaps on the Coopers, was more a British racing green. But Chapman adopted that green with bright yellow, easily distinguishable, and that coated so many of his cars until commercial sponsorship really came along, and then the colours all changed, first to red and white and then to black and gold, and on and on. But the classic Team Lotus colours, and of course Colin Chapman's son Clive Chapman runs classic Team Lotus, who service and provide parts and support for so many of the X-Works races of all different vintages, and Middlehurst giving a very good account of himself. Look how similar the two cars look, not too much to distinguish the shape. Until aerodynamic wings came along, it was basically as small a tube as you could create to enclose the driver, the radiators and the engine. And of course in the 1.5 litre Formula One before the return to power, the cars were absolutely tiny.
That's the Assegai, I think, isn't it? Yes, Julian Ellison in the unique car from South Africa, the Assegai. And unfortunately, that's a retirement on the inside of Woodcote Corner.
We got a little further in yesterday's race, but that is the end of the race again. Unfortunately, he doesn't finish either ease. The straps on the arms, by the way, those are to stop the driver's arms flailing around in the case of a rollover. Alfa Romeo badge on the back of the car. I have to say, I'm not sure what engine the Assegai has in it. Does it have a 1500 Alfa motor?
That was what it was originally built with, yes.
There you go.
Alfa Romeo Derived is how it's described, and the builder of the name of the builder of the car and who drove it as well, Tony Coetzer, on the side of the car. Never raced in championship race though. And you're talking about the development of these cars. The Brabham here, Tim Child's car, 1962, and the Lotus behind, Jim Clark's car from 1963. So you can see how much lower Colin Chapman managed to make that car. But the red Brabham was actually a development car, and that's why it's 3/4, because Brabham was using Jack Brabham driving the BT3, but developed the BT4, and that was a car that was kind of halfway between the two that he used in the Tasman series down south.
And the Brabham, that doesn't mean the south coast of England, that means Australia, New Zealand. The Brabham link, of course, very much alive with Cooper. In a Cooper like this, Jack Brabham won his first World Championship. And then, I can't imagine too many stronger-willed individuals than Charlie Cooper and Jack Brabham at that period. And I think Brabham, whether it was always his intention or not, decided to go and plough his own furrow and became just as successful. And in the end, the Brabham team overshadowed and outlived Cooper as a Formula One name. But further back in the field, we've got predecessors to this. Cooper was not always rear-engined in Grand Prix or in single-seater racing. We've got the very upright Cooper Bristol car number 21, dark green car of Ian Nuttall, which looks about 3 times the height of these cars. You'll see him further back down the field. Cooper Bristol, the sort of car with which a man who was to become world champion, Mike Hawthorne, really started to make his name. They raced in Formula 2 and quite often actually in Grand Prix races or Formula 1 races to make up the grid. And as you said, Jim Clark's car that's been driven by Andy Middlehurst, car number 10, car number 25. There were 10 championship races in the 1963 season. There were probably nearly as many non-championship races. There would have been a non-championship Formula One race at Silverstone. There would have been one at Brands Hatch. There would have been one, likely as not, at Donington Park as well. And quite conceivably, a number across Europe. France, Germany, Italy. Non-championship races were almost as common as championship races in those days, and so you would be paid start money. Often you pay a lot of money to get Ferraris on the grid. You tended to then have to pay a bit more money to get a Stirling Moss, a Fangio or a Jim Clark to appear. But that's how promoters managed to fill out the grids of their non-championship races. Well, big moment there for one of our front-engine cars.
That was the leading front-engine car.
That was the leading front-engine car.
And that's the Maserati Tech-Mech of Tony Wood, which was very, very clearly, we know what's gone wrong with that. The front suspension has collapsed as he turned into Beckett's, and Tony Wood managing to get that car to a safe stop. And we cut to that just really to show the leading front-engine car, but unfortunately, a failure of the car. That was running in 13th place overall.
Yeah, and a real heart-in-the-mouth moment for him. I'm absolutely certain of that. And here, turning into Beckett's, and suddenly the lower link goes, and then, well, he did a commendable job to get that slowed. He's going across the curbs, the grass, the gravel, and the tarmac, and the engine is basically running on 3 wheels and the steering rack, or the steering rack mounts. So, well held, sir. That is a big Code Brown moment there. Did a very good job. The Tech-Mech Maserati, developed from the Maserati 250F, and actually behind the wheels looks very similar to a standard 250F, but an awful lot more going on under the skin to try and keep the front engine cars alive.
That's another driver to add to my list to apologise to for giving him the commentator's curse, because I'd wanted to look at the... so here we are back with one of the other ex-Jim Clark cars, the other one that we talked about, the number 29 Nick Fennell car, the next chassis number on from Jim Clark's car, but this one he also drove, and Nick Fennell having a great battle. This is for 8th place with Clinton McCarthy in car number 18. You briefly mentioned that, a Lotus 18 with the number 18. And that one was again driven by Jim Clark. It was actually his first single-seater win at Brands Hatch in 1960 in the car number 18, but we're back with our lead battle.
Yeah, we are, aren't we? Clinton McCarthy was all over the back of the pale green Lotus 18 of Andrew Beaumont the last time we saw them. He has dropped back into the clutches of that Lotus 25 of Nick Fennell. Meanwhile, Michael Gans has decided that as we're getting down to the last couple of laps, he is not going to sit back and relax, and is now pressuring Will Nuttall. I doubt Michael Gans has been able to stay so close to Will Nuttall by sitting back and relaxing, by the way. But occasionally, attack does not work well. They're coming up behind. There you go. There's a Cooper Bristol with a yellow noseband. And look at the size of the car. Yes, it's a 2-litre Cooper engine, but it's a 2-litre Bristol engine, but it's a very much taller engine. The engine in front of the driver means the driver has to sit up a long way as well. That the driver's hips are probably higher than the heads of the drivers in the single-seaters. There are 2 Cooper Bristols running nose to tail, or very nearly nose to tail, as the leaders come through. Trailing smoke from that unladen left front. Will Nuttall, big moment for him, into Brooklands. He manages to get through without losing too much ground. Michael Gans having to go the long way around the outside at Luffield, now cuts back, and that really cost Michael Gans. That actually may have cost him the race. Unintentional. The driver in front doing what he could, staying on the racing line, which is always the advice for a driver when a quicker car comes up behind. But Michael Gans couldn't get around the outside. Caught the car going into Luffield, couldn't get around the inside either. Really needed to find a bit more pace, and that half-second gap is now opened up probably to at least a full second. So Michael Gans with a lot of work to do. There'll be 1 lap to go as they get to the wing this time.
And a lovely shot there of Michael Gans just having to wind on a little bit of opposite lock as he came through the last element of Beckett's, but all very much under control. But he can see the lead car of Will Nuttall a lot further ahead than he was just a lap or so back as they pass the absolutely beautiful Tony Smith Ferrari 246 Dino, the type of car that took the very last front-engined win post-war for Phil Hill at Monza in 1960 was that type of car, and it then went rear or mid-engine, whichever way you like to look at it, engine behind the driver anyway, and that car in the background, number 4, was the type of car that took that win, as we watch the type of car that actually took over really. And now we're looking at the leading front-engined car, and this is Andrew Haddon's Scarab with the Offenhauser engine, and very much looks like an Indy car, and that's because that's where its roots were, in America. And sadly, a lovely car, brilliant car, a lovely engine, really nice to drive, but too late. They'd all gone mid-engine, rear engine by then.
Yeah, Ferrari had just enough left in the tank with Phil Hill to win with the front engine car in 1960, but by 1961 the Ferrari Sharknose had arrived, the engine was in the back, and Phil Hill became world champion. And so bringing this car into that arena was always going to be too little too late. And it's not the only front engine American derived car either. The Scarab's built in the USA with Offenhauser 4-cylinder engines, but the fabulous maroon car number 77, the Curtis 500, is a proper Indy Roadster from 1954, and that with a 2.5-litre 6-cylinder Offenhauser engine. And the reason it's here is that in that period, in the late 50s, the Indy 500 could give you points towards the Formula One World Championship. Well, Will Nuttall is away and clear on this final lap. Michael Gans in second. Rudiger Friedrichs is 20 seconds behind them. The gap went out from half a second to 1.8 seconds in traffic on the last lap. Will Nuttall got the break into Luffield and got another good run through another couple of cars early in this final lap, and as a result has been able to distance himself from the chasing Michael Gans. That's a real shame, because I think Gans was definitely trying to figure out a way to attack Nuttall on the final lap to try and claim this victory, but it will be victory at Silverstone in the pre-66 Grand Prix race for the man who started from pole position, Will Nuttall, in the T53 Cooper, the classic Cooper colours, dark green with those twin Cooper stripes that are seen so often on minis, and it is victory for Will Nuttall. Michael Gans second, from second on the grid, and from third on the grid. This is how they finished yesterday. Rudiger Friedrichs started third in his beautiful pale grey car with the white stripes, and through he come, not pale grey I guess, it's sort of mid-grey car, but a really fetching version of the Cooper livery. He comes through into third place. That's yesterday's podium as it was, and at the line it's Child ahead of Middlehurst by inches, is it? I think it is now. Don't forget, however, that Tim Child ran very wide off about midway through the race and then came back on in front of his rivals at the Beckett's S's, and may yet have a little bit to say about that. So he pips Andy Middlehurst to the line. I don't think putting a foot wrong, Will Nuttall, Michael Gans or Rudiger Friedrichs, don't think the stewards will be wanting to see them for anything. Checkered flag has been taken by our lead group, and Andy Middlehurst, although he's not on the overall podium, will be a class winner as well. There's half a dozen classes here. Our other class winners, well, we saw him earlier on, car number 30, Andrew Haddon in the Scarab, the leading front engine car. He's taken the flag to win that class. Now, car number 34, which was leading his class, Maserati 250F of John Spears, has actually ended the race in the pit lane, so that will move a little further down the order. But lots and lots of, here's our victorious front engine car, one of the two Scarabs made, one of the two Scarabs in the race here as well, with that heavily canted over 4-cylinder Offenhauser engine. You look at an Indy Offie engine and you think, boy, that's really tall, but then you can see the driver is offset to the right, so the prop shaft goes down the driver's left-hand side, and that's where the crank is. The crank is just beside the left front suspension, and the heads are just beside the right front suspension. If they took the bodywork off, the engine, it doesn't look like it's horizontal, but it is laid over at a very, very substantial angle. So that's how they managed to get the cars lower and lower to try and match the small frontal area of these front engine cars. Well, there is your winner, Will Nuttall, double victorious, or doubly victorious in this car here at Silverstone this weekend. So it's been a great classic for him in these pre-66 Grand Prix cars. We started the morning, Alistair Douglas, with the stepping stone for Formula One, the Formula Juniors, and we talked about the fact that they were just a sort of an engine change away from being Grand Prix cars, and the early Coopers here are exactly that. They're 1.5 litre versions of what would effectively otherwise have been, or could easily have been, a Formula Junior car.
Yes, and some of the chassis types, the Lotus 18, for example, there were Lotus 18s in the Formula Junior race this morning, so absolutely they were interchangeable, and that was partly due to the manufacturers wanting to sell more cars. They could manufacture a car which could take various different engines, and they also took the bigger 2.5 litre engine as well when they went down to what I call down south. That's the Tasman series, which was a way of professional Grand Prix drivers earning some more money. They weren't paid lots and lots of money then, and they had to work as long as they could, and going into the warmer climes of New Zealand and Australia in the winter for their winter series called the Tasman series was a way of earning an extra penny or two.
And a way of earning some revenue for the car owners and manufacturers as well, because very frequently they would go on a boat to the Tasman series and get bought by the locals and never return. Will Nuttall, the winner in the T52 Cooper, ahead of Michael Gans in the later Type 79, and Rudiger Friedrichs in his T53 rounding out the podium. They're the same top three as yesterday. Tim Child, well, he finished ahead of Andy Middlehurst on the road. Will he keep the position? Only the stewards know. Andrew Beaumont, the leading Lotus 18. Clinton McCarthy fell behind Justin Mears, ahead of Nick Fennell. Hang on in front of the Lotus 25. And Philip Buhoffer taking his BRM P261 into the top 10. Just behind him was our leading front engine car, the Scarab of Andrew Haddon, knocking on the door of the top 10 overall. So they may have been outdated, but they were still pretty quick and reliable. The Curtis of Geraint Owen. Why are you driving an Indy Roadster? Because it's fun and it does great skids, he said in the collecting area on Saturday. I don't suppose his opinion of that will have changed one iota in the intervening 24 hours. Well, there you go. That is how they finished, or failed to finish, in our Pre-66 Grand Prix race. The change from front engine to rear engined was a seismic one for Formula One teams, and our Pre-66 Grand Prix race encapsulated exactly that, with the old dinosaurs with the cart behind the horse, struggling to hold off the new kids with the engine behind the driver. It was a battle between the dominant forces at the time, Cooper, Brabham and Lotus. Tech-Mech Maserati having a mechanical failure, but it was not on the front running pace anyway. And the podium in race 2, the same as it had been for race 1. Will Nuttall taking victory from Michael Gans and Rudiger Friedrichs, all of them in Coopers, where the Scarab again came out on top in the front engine class.
Well, we've been saying all weekend that the Classic has something for everyone, and it really does. If football is more your thing, then get yourself down to the Yokohama Circuit Skills Centre. Charlie, tell us about what is going on down here.
Okay, so we're from MK Don Sport and Education Trust. We've just got a few sort of sessions today to put on for the children if they get a little bit restless, need to burn off some steam. So we've just got a passing challenge over here where you've got to try and control the football and then score in one of the 4 goals. This one's more of a shooting challenge where you can take lots of shots at different targets, try and get it through the different holes and into the tyres as well. And then finally over here we've got a crossbar challenge and then a tyre challenge as well. Trying to keep it with the theme of Silverstone, trying to get football through tyres as well.
Nice. That looks really difficult. I would like to try something. Can we go for an easy one?
Let's go for this one over here. So we'll go and do the shot in the goal and then we'll try that one.
Suitable for 5-year-olds and up?
Yeah,
so,
definitely. To be fair, we've had 3-year-olds do it, so
oh great, no pressure
hopefully,
then.
fingers crossed.
So if a 3-year-old can do it, can a 36-year-old?
Okay, so you get 4 shots.
Okay,
you
right.
Try and kick it through any of these tyres, any through the holes.
Oh God, I really just hope I get it anywhere near the goal. I don't care. Just don't. It doesn't need to go in.
There you go, smashed it. Got one in the bottom corner. That's brilliant. You going again?
It's not like I'm competitive or anything. Oh.
Good choice. That's 2.
Damn. So this has obviously been a really popular one with the kids.
Yeah, definitely. They really like this one. And then the crossbar challenge as well, which is a family favourite.
And have you had the chance to get out and see what's been going on?
Yeah, yeah. I've
didn't
had a
see that one.
Because it's so big, we covered half of it yesterday. And then hopefully we're going to cover the other half today. Which
Excellent.
Really
and are you a bit of a petrol head as well?
I know a little bit. I tend to know a little bit about the faster
I get another go, do I?
Yeah,
Great.
last
okay.
one. Good charge. You got 1 out of 6, which is okay. It's not the worst score we've had. I mean, our coaches can't do that, so it's brilliant.
Brilliant. Thanks, Charlie. I appreciate that. Well, there you are. I've set the record really high. The bar to beat is 1 out of 6. I challenge you to come down here and get involved. Is there a prize?
Yes, so the prize is a signed Matt Emkadon shirt and then also some goodie bags from Yokohama as well.
Wicked. There you go. So you get a prize as well. Come down, enjoy and have a kick around. Thanks, guys.
No worries at all. Thank you.
Well, Nikki showing her skills there, but it's time to get the podium done for the HDPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars. What a race that one was. In 3rd place, same as yesterday in fact, Rudiger Friedrichs. Well done there, Rudiger. In 2nd place and the fastest lap is Michael Gans. Well, Michael. And our race winner once again, it's Will Nuttall. Congratulations there to Will, and to do the trophy presentation, we have got the safety manager from the HDPCA, Richard Parnell. So let's get a quick word then, shall we, with the drivers. Will, let's start with yourself because, well, we've seen you up here before, haven't we? And yesterday, it was the same result as it was today, but the story for you, you were hunted down by Gans to your side, but you didn't really seem to be too flustered.
No, it was a lot harder today, but as I said yesterday, I knew it was going to be. I was a bit lucky yesterday that he wasn't closer earlier on, so a bit more of a fight today, and it was very close racing.
I don't want to make you hold your daughter for too long because I know that the poor arms have had a bit of a workout. But what's it like to drive the car around the track?
No, you don't feel it while you're going round. Too much adrenaline.
Fantastic win both times there. Your race winner, ladies and gentlemen. Please show your appreciation for our podium there with Will, Michael, and Rudiger. Congratulations.
Now the Masters Endurance Legends, and I have been transported to an area of France called Le Mans. What an amazing array of cars. We've got cars that are almost as recent as sort of 5-10 years ago. Absolutely incredible. So Gordon, the cameraman, this is quite an expensive assembly area. So follow me. We've got the diesel on pole, Steve Tandy. We've got Jamie Constable here in the Pescarolo. Now Jamie Constable has been out in Formula One car already today. He must have an extraordinarily strong neck. If we just come around this way, Gordon, sorry, I'm pushing and pulling you in every which way. I just want to show you all just the sheer number of buttons you get inside the cockpit. It's not just a case of steering, braking, everything like that. They can play with everything, whether it's brake bias, you name it. I'm not going to pretend I know what half of them do, but thankfully the drivers do. The other thing I wanted to show you, so these boards here actually just slide in front of the radiators, and I didn't know what they were for, but they actually keep the heat in when they're sat in the assembly area here, because they warm the cars up before they get to the assembly area. They put those boards in, they keep the heat in. Right, Gordon, let's do the walk of death and head on down the assembly area. We've got Michael Lyons here in an LMP2 car. Fantastic drive yesterday, I thought. I asked the mechanics, and he's got about 700 brake horsepower, which I think might actually be a bit more than the Peugeots. But the Peugeot's obviously a bit lighter, much more recent cars, a little bit quicker. The other thing, I would be interviewing drivers, but it's almost impossible to get into these cars. I just want to stop at this one, because people who went to Le Mans in 2009, even though these cars didn't finish, cannot forget this. The sound of this Lola Aston Martin is absolutely fantastic. You'll hear it on track, you'll know which one it is, you'll know what I'm talking about, so listen out for that one. And it's driven beautifully as well, so always really nice to see that one out. Let's head down the grid. These cars are now going out, but I just want to try, A, not to get run over, and B, find, we've got Craig Davies here on my right. Craig, much better known for his kind of historic racing, but he's been going really well in that LMP machine, and here we are, the start of the GT cars. We've got Ferrari, we've got Aston, we've got Porsche. We've even got some Dodge Vipers further down the grid. I'm going to cross over, so I'm out of the way. This Aston Martin DBR9 really, for me, is how GT cars should look. What happy memories that has for the Aston Martin team. And then at the back, we've got Matthew Wrigley and Tim De Silva in the prototypes. You will have just seen go across the screen. They had problems yesterday, but expect them to be coming through the field pretty quickly. That's pretty much all the cars from the assembly area, so I'll hand over now.
The Silverstone Grand Prix circuit briefly becomes Le Mans in France as we get ready for race 2 of the Masters Endurance Legends. Let's take a look at the grid of our Masters Endurance Legends second race. Now, they start how they finish race 1 with one notable exception. Steve Tandy, who was first to the checkered flag in his Peugeot, penalised for passing under yellows. So Jamie Constable's Pescarolo starts on pole, having ended up with victory ahead of Mike Lyons in the Lola and Keith Freezer in his ex-Mansell's Zytek in 4th place. Crichton Lendudis in his Peugeot will start 5th, ahead of Ligier of Stuart Wiltshire, and then Christoph Danzenberg in the Lola Aston Martin with its LMP1 V12 versus the 4-cylinder AER of the LMP2 MG Lola EX257 that Mike Newton raced in period 18 years ago and still is enjoying. Some of the cars feature a pair of drivers. Some of those drivers have talent penalties and slightly longer pit stops as a result as well. So this 30-minute race will feature a mandatory pit stop, and we will get to those as you get towards the mid part of the distance. It's not all about the prototypes. We also have our GT contingent as well. Porsche versus Ferrari versus Dodge Viper. Well, squint a little, change the RAC bridge to a Dunlop bridge, and the sights and sounds take you right back to Le Mans in the early part of this century. So these are 21st century Le Mans and IMSA cars, and cars that also race in the support series for the Le Mans 24 Hours and World Endurance Championship. So we've got cars from European Le Mans, Intercontinental Le Mans Cup, that was the predecessor of the ELMS, and from the Michelin Le Mans Cup. So we've got LMP1, LMP2 and LMP3 cars, open and closed prototypes, all sorts of petrol and diesel engines, and all sorts of history going on as well. Some of these cars have been racing for a few years, and some have been undergoing a major rebuild very recently. The red Lola B1280, part of Mazda's IMSA program, ran for a couple of years with a Mazda diesel engine, but that's been replaced now by an AER engine, which immediately made the car much more competitive, and it has just come from a very significant rebuild. Well, the cars will go around and warm their tyres and warm their brakes, ready for the start of this second race of the weekend. Again, after a little bit of a cool day for qualifying, they get a very hot sunny day as they get underway here at Silverstone. It's the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It's not the Circuit de la Sarthe, but these are Le Mans racing cars very much through and through. So green flag waves
and it's a shame we can't control the light here and just kind of dim the lights, because something that really does add to the effect of having these Le Mans cars and other LMP cars at Silverstone is a setting sun or a bit of dusk, but clearly you can't organise that, so we've got a lovely bright sunny day, which has its advantages.
And a lot of Le Mans, of course, is run through the day, but the unique thing about 24-hour racing is going into driving through the night and emerging, hopefully, with your car still in one piece on the other side. So you're absolutely right. You know, if you've got a short race, then going into the dusk, as they did yesterday evening, is a nice way of doing it. But we have got well, let's imagine it's the early afternoon hours at Le Mans. We're heading towards the end of the race, perhaps. We've got another hour or two of racing yet to go, and the cars and the drivers and the teams are feeling pretty beat up. Spectators have had a long night and possibly a long week of sleepless nights and
existing on chips
and beer. Yes. Am I painting a good picture?
Yeah, well, you are, yeah.
While you, I definitely am. While you see the cars on the warm-up lap, if you sort of have often quite thought it might be good fun to go to Le Mans, you're right. It is very, very good fun to go to Le Mans. It's remarkably cheap. Logistically, it's very easy. Buy some tickets, go online and do it this week, because next year's Le Mans, 2023, is going to be a big one. 2023 is the centenary of the Le Mans 24 Hours. In 1923, car manufacturers raced around the clock twice for the first time in central France, and this year will be the 100th anniversary, and it will be extra special, not just because the arrival of so many top teams in hypercars, but because of everything else that the organisers are bound to throw at us. If you've ever thought maybe one day I'll go, make 2023 the one day. I know I sound like I'm overselling it. I promise you, when you go, you will know I really am not. Le Mans is one of the great life experiences, and if you do it once, chances are you'll be hooked for life. Lights about to change for the start of the second Masters endurance race of the weekend at the Classic at Silverstone. Away we go. Jamie Constable leads the field. Steve Tandy in the Peugeot into second place. Mike Lyons comes through into third with his Lola. And that ex-IMSA factory Lola, the Mazda livery car. Oh, Jamie Constable, huge lockup. Still cold tyres and cold brakes on that open Pescarolo. And right behind him now, Steve Tandy. Now, Tandy in the Peugeot diesel in the first race took a couple of laps to get really wound up to speed to make sure he had the grip in the tyres. These cars have not had their tyre warmers on as they would have done in period. The tyres have not come out of preheated tyre ovens, so it is going to take longer to get them up to temperature, and without that temperature in the tyres, they are going to struggle a little. And as a result, Michael Lyons, an inveterate racer of historic machinery, is having a real go at the Peugeot of Steve Tandy. Lyons really pushing hard here, and Alistair Douglas trouble for another of the Lolas. That's car number 65.
Yes, the B1260 of, we think David Bry is starting that one, but sharing with Alan Purbrick, so an early spin, maybe a cold tyre moment as they come through Beckett's at speed for the first time, and it is the pole position Pescarolo of Jamie Constable that still leads in that absolutely glorious Gulf livery as the 65 Lola gets going again, but it's lost a lot of time. But Jamie Constable leading from Steve Tandy in second place in the Peugeot. There they are going around through Stowe Corner and down into the Vale, then up towards Club. Now, oh, Tandy having a really good go there, but no, Jamie Constable holds him off. But look at Michael Lyons. Michael Lyons is really, really quick in anything you sit him in, including modern GT cars, and he's a little bit outgunned by the Peugeot ahead, but he's having a good go at battling for that first or second place as they come up to Village. again. This is for the second time. Steve Tandy goes round on the inside, out breaks Jamie Constable, but Jamie Constable comes back to him as they go around towards the loop. Now Constable's on the outside, Tandy on the inside. Constable's got a good run there. Tandy's car takes a little bit longer to wind up. The diesel turbo not as sprightly off the slower corners, and Michael Lyons has come through into second place alongside Tandy, and he gets through on the run into Brooklands corner. So Michael Lyons takes second place, but Steve Tandy's trying to get it back again.
Yeah, Michael Lyons in a car that was run for the first time since its rebuild on an airfield on Thursday with its 2-litre AER motor, and that car raced by the factory Mazda team in IMSA in period. That car, of course, run by Yoast Racing, fresh from their successes with Audi. Now, here's the other ex-IMSA. This is a BK Motorsport Lola, again, originally with Mazda power, and then with the AER 2-litre turbo motor that is also powering the LMP2 MG Lola of Mike Newton, car number 25. So the AER 2-litre turbo is a very popular engine in LMP2 before they moved to the normally aspirated Gibson of the modern era. And Michael Lyons hugging the inside line. He's going to force Steve Tandy to go the long way round the outside. Everybody understands that the Peugeot was built for one job only. Yes, it had to race in other places, but it was built to win at Le Mans, and there are not lots of slow and medium speed corners at Le Mans. As a result, it was built for top speed, for big speeds, for fast corners. There are very few places in Le Mans where you have to slow down a very great deal. Tandy struggling perhaps on some of the tighter stuff. Jamie Constable, the race leader, he's having a miserable time, isn't he? He's just been in a 1980s Formula 1 race, finished in second in the Tyrrell, and now he's in a 2000s LMP1 car leading the race here. What a dreadful Sunday afternoon he's having at Silverstone.
It's a tough life for Jamie, isn't it? Here he comes down the Wellington Straight. Michael Lyons, very, very impressive in these early stages, and you can see Steve Tandy just trying to line the car up for a move, but Michael's just too quick, and he brakes a little bit later going into the left-hander at Brooklands. And I noticed that Crichton Lendoudis is in fourth place, so we've got the two Peugeots running together as problems is it for the Matt Wrigley car in the pit lane. We saw that a brief shot of it earlier on, but clearly problems for them.
Well, actually, let's just say it's a regulation fuel stop for them, so no driver change, fuel and tyres. He'll be back out. Of course he won't, but they have got a bit of a problem. We will have regulation stops in the middle. There will be no refueling in this short race, just 30 minutes to get the job done. And Steve Tandy's going to have a bit of a think now, isn't he? Because the cars in front of him, the Pescarolo and the Lola, may not have the ultimate top-end speed, but they can just about stay out of reach in the tight stuff. Here he goes, he's going to have a big send, has a good look on the inside. This is not his car, and it is a very valuable piece of kit. I mean, as they all are, but there are a few more Lolas, and the chance of getting some more parts for them. There aren't many more Peugeots, and I don't think Peugeot do customer support.
Three leaders coming up towards the fast right at Abbey and then the fast left at Farm. Perfect sort of section of track really for these cars. This next bit not so great for the Le Mans cars because it's very tight and twisty, a bit like the Ford chicane right at the end of the lap, but the rest of the circuit at Le Mans very quick indeed. But they're coming now to a fast left and then the long straight, so Michael Lyons has positioned himself right behind Jamie Constable in the Pescarolo, and in turn Steve Tandy would have been right behind, but he decided to go for the inside. Michael changed his line and goes to the left.
Lyons just shutting the door there. That wasn't an attack on Jamie Constable. That was, nope, you're not coming round the outside of me here.
So through the second element of Luffield, out through Woodcut Corner, onto the old pit straight they come, and then we'll get that lovely long shot of them coming towards us at Copse. Here it is with the heat haze coming off the track as they turn in now into Copse Corner. Still, it's Jamie Constable that leads. Second place, Michael Lyons. Third place is Steve Tandy. Crichton Lendoudis is fourth, but 4.5 seconds back now.
Well, don't think that these cars are low downforce. They may not be as high downforce as you might want to run here at Silverstone, but a Le Mans car must have some downforce. What it is low drag, and that's a very different deal. So you can see still they've got rear wings cranked up as much as they can. Jamie Constable still leading. Michael Lyons in second place. Said that car was run for the first time on Thursday after a nearly 500-hour rebuild by Simpson Motorsport. Julian Simpson-Smith, the man who leads that team, is the son of Le Mans 2-litre Group 6 class winner, the late Robin Smith. So he's got history, or family history, with Le Mans. And this car, as I said, run up. Its only previous run before qualifying was in a local airfield on Thursday. They think the car's got a lot of potential. Said at the end of yesterday's race that the engine sounded like it was fluffing a bit. That wasn't a misfire. This engine has anti-lag as well, so it's got a whole lot going on under the bodywork of that Lola Mazda livery car, but Lola AER. So here is our GT lead battle. Car number 14 is the Stocco and McDonald Ferrari 458 GT3. Now that is still Ferrari's current frontline GT3 spec car. So that leads the red and white Dodge Viper with the Aston Martin in third place. So that is your top three in the GT category. Right behind is the black Lola, trying to find his way through. Again, Lola, as we've seen throughout almost every sports car race, GT race, and single-seater race, have made cars for just about every category available. Now here comes the Viper, that 8-litre V10 winding up as he tries to look down the inside of the P2 car, can't quite find a way through, but just that head-on view with the flames spitting out of the exhaust as they get on the brakes and downshift, that takes me right back to the early part of this century. A great sight, and those 8-litre V10 Orica run cars, just a fabulous noise they made. Vipers, Corvettes and Aston Martins, could you want for more in a GT battle? Throw in some Ferraris and Porsches and you've just got a wonderful cacophony of noise.
And it's the Ditting Aston Martin that's third in the GTs. They are in separate subclasses, so they are actually leading their class, but let's just call them GT cars and lump all those classes together for the purposes of this race, because the Ferrari is leading, number 14, in second place in the GTs, just behind the Pro-Trans. In fact, still behind the Pro-Trans in the LMP class is the wonderful Angus Fender number 9 car, the Dodge Viper with the 8.4 litre engine, huge engine, and then it's the Nicholas Ditting Aston Martin, which along with the Lola Aston Martin that's being run as 007 in this race, has one of the greatest sounds out on track, a wonderful noise, and there is the 007 car, a completely different class, of course. This is an LMP class car, but the 007 of Christophe Dansonbourg, who he's another one who's had a tough afternoon, because he was running in the Formula 1 race as well, wasn't he, Christophe, the Belgian, but he's in the Lola Aston DBR1, and it's an amazing machine with a V12 6-litre engine that really rings your ears.
Yeah, Christophe Dansonbourg, I hope his earplugs are working well, because he's just been in an FW07 Williams Cosworth, and now he's in the Lola Aston, and the Gulf livery car behind him was the Pescarolo LMP1 car, looking for a way through of Tim De Silva. Just ahead of them, this is the Nigel, Greg and Leo Mansell Zytek that raced briefly at Le Mans. They raced it here at Silverstone as well in period, in the 1,000 kilometres, or possibly it was the 6 hours again by that stage. It sort of varies from year to year, season to season, can't remember. But do remember the car in action. Great opportunity for Nigel Mansell to race with his boys. So, pit window is open. Our GT leader is in for a wash and brush up. No fuel, no tyres. Slightly shorter race today, 30 minutes, so the pit window from 10 minutes to 20 minutes into the race. So about 8 minutes to go for the pit window. They still have to stop for 60 seconds, and there's still some driver penalties, time penalties for the pro drivers. Michael Lyons, I'm sorry to say, will have an extra 15 seconds
to serve in the pits, and neither of the cars around him will. So in a way, that's a bit of a shame, because this is a great battle which will be broken up by the pit stops.
Really is. He's all over the back of Jamie Constable. You saw those headlights flashing. Of all the things you have to do on a new car, they've got the automatic headlight flash working as well. There it goes. Look, you get a 5-second burst of strobing headlights to get cars out of the way. Contact with the Freisinger Motorsport Porsche. And that is with the Felbermeyer Porsche, right rear tyre and wheel rim broken, and that probably is going to mean damage to the P car that hit him as well. Now that's a real shame for those two. So, what damage do we see? Jamie Constable still leads from Michael Lyons, and the Peugeot of Steve Tandy is right there, but the Felbermeyer Porsche and the Proton team that ran that car still run cars in the World Endurance Championship for Proton Dempsey Racing as numbers 77 and 88. 77 in period. In that livery was Gerald and Christian Reed. Christian Reed runs Proton now. And here's where the incident came. You could see there, big wriggle from our race leader, Jamie Constable. He saw the danger, saw the Porsche was going to close the gap and was desperately trying to get out of the hole. There was nowhere for him to go. And I wonder if he has picked up trouble, because there has been a lead change. And that is Mike Lyons, who now leads the race from Jamie Constable.
And Steve Tandy, the other driver involved in this battle, has gone into the pits for his mandatory pit stop. As has, I think, Tim De Silva as well has been. No, he hasn't been in. Sorry, it was Friese that came in to the pits, and also Donselbourg, the 007 Aston Martin, the Lola Aston Martin. So we've got some leading cars coming into the pit lane now, as we look at the marshals going to the aid of the driver of the Porsche that unfortunately involved in that incident.
Yeah, still with the names of its original drivers, Horst Felbermeyer Sr. and Horst Felbermeyer Jr. Felbermeyer Jr. still races occasionally. His son is now racing as well. His name, you will be unsurprised to hear, is also Horst. And problems, that is Jamie Constable. It is a puncture. The tyre has separated from the rim, and that rear puncture has cost him any hope of victory. And that was a lap ago, just getting caught out, trying to get through on the inside of that Porsche, the Felbermeyer liveried Proton Porsche.
That's be interesting when Jamie Constable goes up onto the banking, because it's the same corner. He's gone exactly one lap before that tyre failed, so he'll end up sitting next to the other driver. Maybe they'll just say, well, one of those things.
Well, it really was one of those things, wasn't it? Certainly no intent either by the GT driver to shut the door hard or by the leader to punt him off, but it was just one of those misunderstandings in traffic, and they do happen. Tim De Silva back out of the pits, and De Silva, by the way, in car number 10, has the fastest lap of the race. Now, where did he start? He started a distance back, didn't he?
He was 26th on the grid.
Yes, that is a distance back, isn't it? 26 on the grid. And so, at the moment, he has the fastest race lap. And there he is in his Pescarolo, car number 10.
And we're in that phase now where the pit stops are happening, so it's difficult to know exactly where cars are, but we do know that Michael Lyons is still leading, but we also know that when he does serve his pit stop, he will have to sit for an extra 15 seconds. So he needs to be 15 seconds ahead of Steve Tandy, really. And Steve Tandy's already done his pit stop.
Was Tim De Silva, I'm forgetting now, was he in the Frank Williams Memorial Trophy in the Formula 1 race we've just seen, or has he had 10 minutes off and lunch? Because he's been in just about every race the entire weekend. But this Pescarolo LMP1, the sister car of Jamie Constable's car, Tim De Silva's fastest lap is a 1:47.0. The next fast lap is a 1:49.1 from the Peugeot of Tandy, and the leader Lyons a 1:49.2. So this car of Tim De Silva has gone 2 seconds a lap quicker on his best lap than anybody else has managed. As away crunches Jamie Constable. Not going to replicate, I'm afraid, his good result in the Tyrrell in the Formula 1 race of half an hour ago.
It's unfortunate for Jamie because he went into the barriers in qualifying through no fault of his own at all, just trying to avoid another car. Just going back to Tim De Silva, his fastest lap yesterday was a 1:46.1, so he can go even faster if he really wants to.
He was a second quicker yesterday. Well, into the pits he comes. Maybe that was set. Does that say when that was set?
Lap 10.
Lap 10, okay. Well, we are 9 laps in, so that was probably right before the pit stop in the longer race yesterday, which was a 50-minute race, wasn't it?
40.
40 minutes.
40,
well,
yeah.
there is the number 7 car. That's also in the pit lane. So the top 2 coming in together. Michael Lyons. And that Simpson Motorsport run car looking absolutely fabulous. As I said, run originally in period with Mazda diesel engines for a couple of fairly fruitless seasons by the Yost Racing team, and then Mazda decided to bite the bullet, not go with the corporate idea of running the cars with diesels, but use the AER turbo. Safety car is out. Now then, how will this affect the race? A safety car pit stop can be better because everybody else can be chugging around slowly, but also it can be worse if you get trapped in the pit lane.
And the reason it seems so long that Michael's sitting there is because of that extra 15 seconds that he's got to serve for being an Elite Plus driver. And we'll see him now emerge up the hill out of the pit lane, and we'll start then to get a feel for the relative positions of the cars, although this safety car period adds another mix of confusion in. And number 10, Tim De Silva, is right behind Michael Lyons. So that suggests that Lyons, even with his penalty, had made up enough time on the quickest car on the circuit, Tim De Silva. It's Steve Tandy as well was in that lead group. We'll have to wait for the screens to update to see where he's sitting.
When they came into the pits, Michael Lyons was 14.5 seconds ahead. His extra time in the pit stop was
15 seconds.
15 seconds. So actually they'd done a pretty spot-on job to get him out in front of Tim De Silva. So, well, the safety car now has a queue of cars ahead of Michael Lyons and Tim De Silva. We saw in one of our earlier races the safety car did wave by cars that were ahead of the leader. So who is the first car in the queue? Now a whole bunch of other cars are coming on. The safety car queue comes by us. Anybody who hasn't yet pitted will be in the pits, and the car up behind the safety car is car number 28, Adrian Watt. So he's in the LMP3 car, a Duquesne.
12th position, so he's not in the leading group.
Yeah.
I'm still slightly confused as to where Steve Tandy is, because he did.
He was in the queue. He was catching the back of the queue. He came hooning past us.
So actually, a technical term.
I think that's him right there. I think that is him just going through shot behind Mike Newton. I may be wrong, but I did catch a glimpse of a Peugeot and a something else whistling under our. Yeah, and actually, whistling is probably the right word. Whistling under our floor. Or is that him behind?
It's well, the two Peugeots are there, I think, are they? No, that's not a Peugeot. That's a similarly
that's
coloured
okay.
car.
So that's the Lola Aston. That's the Peugeot. So well, that's a Peugeot. That's number 8.
That's Landudis then.
Yeah.
So it is.
So it is Tandy that's a little further up the queue. But we've got an LMP2 car, then we've got the BK Lola, then we've got another LMP3 car with the turquoise highlights, another LMP3 car. Those are all Ligier LMP3s. And then the red car with the roof on, sort of, it's not maroon really, I guess. That's Michael Lyons. Behind him with the sort of Gulf colours, the open Pescarolo, that's De Silva. And there Tandy is in the dark blue, black and white number 16 Peugeot. And there is one car, there it is, an LMP3 car between him and the pale blue and orange Pescarolo of De Silva. Now, the timing screen shows that Tandy is 6th and De Silva is 2nd, but that shows the top 5 cars still on an outlap. So until they update themselves here, okay, now we're starting to see it chuntering through with the correct positions. Lyons, De Silva, Tandy. Car number 5, the ex-Mansell's Zytek, the open car that's blue and red. That with red 5, that is in 4th place. That's Keith Freezer, who started 4th. So our top 4 on the grid are still, well, they were the top 4 from yesterday's race, so it'd perhaps be unsurprising that they are still the top 4 after the pit stops. Of course, with the safety car out, it's not a red flag, so the clock continues to count down to 0. This 30-minute race is going to feature considerably fewer than 30 racing minutes because the safety car remains out for clear-up of our incidents. Now, there are vehicles moving down towards Copse Corner. I can see out of our window, moving on the grass on the outside of the straight. Coming down to pick up the Pescarolo is a four-wheel drive craney thing. If we're in a European circuit, I'd call it a Manitou, but I'm not actually sure that it is a Manitou. There's the header station, organising things. And again, big thanks to our marshals for making sure that the meeting runs as smoothly as possible over the 3 days of qualifying and racing, the practice day and everything else. And to everybody behind the scenes for keeping drivers, teams and everybody safe on track, in the pit lane, the collecting areas and everything else. For those of you that are watching from the grandstands or pressed up against the fence, good afternoon, Ted. Then if you want to get even closer to the action, then why not become a hero in orange? All of the marshals clubs are always looking for volunteers, and you will join a really enthusiastic bunch of like-minded individuals. If you ever want to meet fervent motor racing fans, talk to a marshal.
Great efforts going into trying to recover Jamie Constable's car. It's clearly the damage that's been caused is causing some problems. They can't just drag it along, or it might be quite difficult to lift as well. So they're just deciding how to recover that car, because one of the things they don't want to do is damage it anymore by in the recovery, which is has happened unfortunately. I remember a few years ago a Formula One car was dropped off a crane at Monaco, a very famous Formula One car as well, a McLaren, and dropped on its engine and split the car. And that's very unfortunate. So great care is taken to recover these cars. The safety car light's still on, so we know that we're going to get at least one more safety car lap.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid the time it's taking to do one safety car lap,
I guess we'll probably get another couple of laps behind the safety car before everything is cleared up and the machinery is back in position. Well, it was the leader, Jamie Constable, in the pale blue car, trying to weave his way through traffic, and I'm sure with a P2 car behind him, the driver of the Felbermeyer Porsche did not see that car coming. And then exactly a lap later in the same spot, Jamie Constable's damaged left rear finally spat the car off. And there is actually, it seems, air in the tyre, so it may just have been that the wheel collapsed and the car is now sitting on its belly on the ground. There is the ex-Proton Racing Felbermeyer Porsche, still proud in its very distinctive factory livery. Yeah, they wanted to lift the back because it was basically sitting on the gearbox, wasn't it, or the under tray of the car, and that's no way to try and drag it backwards through the gravel. It would basically just scoop up tons and tons of gravel and get no further. So lifting the back is vital, and they're doing as much as they can not to drag the splitter through the gravel at the front as well. So that's it, lower, as low and as flat as possible. They don't just go in and drag a car out of the way. These guys have got a lot of experience and a lot of training. And for some of these marshals here, I'm sure that they were, in fact, I'm sure that some of them were marshalling in period. They could see the logo on the back, Oak Racing, the Oak Racing Pescarolos. We talked about that yesterday. The boss of Oak Racing, race for Henri Pescarolo in period, raced this car indeed in period, and then a wealthy businessman from the Le Mans region in France. When Pescarolo was forced to bring down the shutters on the team, the whole thing, workshop, kit, cars, rights, everything went up for auction, and it was bought, and the keys were immediately at the auction handed back to Pescarolo.
Well, the marshals are trying to clear the car to a safe position because they've waved by everybody up to Michael Lyons. So
Yeah.
Michael Lyons is now immediately behind the safety car, Tim De Silva behind him. What they're desperately trying to do is get the track ready to race before the safety car completes another lap. So we will effectively get one more racing lap. That's what often happens. The clerk of the course will be trying to achieve that by telling the safety car to perhaps slow a little so that it doesn't start another lap before they're ready. And the lights are out, so we're going to have one more racing lap before the time runs out.
Yep, we might get two, you know. It depends how quickly they get to the line, because they're lapping in 123, 140s, 140s. No, it will be one. No, it might be very, very close to 2 laps to go.
No,
Fastest lap for the leader, 147, 149. No, we're just going to be a few seconds too late.
Michael Lyons now knows exactly what he's got to do. He's got Tim De Silva, who is quicker than him, behind him. They're coming up the Hamilton straight on the we think the last lap. Let's reserve judgment on that. Through the fast right, the left, and Michael Lyons now is going to come under attack from Tim De Silva as they go into Village. But De Silva chooses not to go through immediately, but then comes alongside. But Michael holds the inside line. He'll now just try and stay tight. A little bit of a lock-up from Lyons there in the lead. Now they go out onto the Wellington straight down towards Brooklands Corner.
One final lap of green flag racing in this battle in the Masters Endurance Legends and the Classic here at Silverstone. Michael Lyons in a brand newly finished car, being rebuilt over 500 hours, tested on Thursday, raced on Saturday, racing here again on Sunday, and Lyons looking to try and add victory here to the podium of yesterday. Be a great result for the Simpson Motorsport team if he can, but right behind him in the Pescarolo, the man who started from 26th on the grid, Tim De Silva. Can he claim victory? It'll be his first win of the weekend. He's been on the podium a number of times in a number of cars. He and his father Harinder have had a couple of letdowns as well mechanically. Half a lap to go, out of the Beckett's S's. Does he have the speed down the Hangar straight? It's there or nowhere, surely. Michael Lyons knows that too. Needed to get a good exit, but this is effectively an LMP2 car being chased by an LMP1 car. Here comes Tim De Silva. Can he go the long way around the outside? He hasn't got the grip, has he? Michael Lyons is right there. De Silva has the attacking mode fully engaged, but there's not enough room. Michael Lyons into Club Corner. He drifts out wide, and here comes Tim De Silva. Incredible, he's going to take it on the last lap, on the last corner of the race. Victory for Tim De Silva in the Pescarolo. Michael Lyons just could not deal with the pickup of that engine in the Pescarolo. The Judd engine fired him out to the corner quicker than the AER Turbo could manage, and Tim De Silva with the fastest race lap. Now, he did go wide outside track limits coming to the line, but it is a one-lap race for victory. You'd be a really harsh clerk of the course to take that away. Yes, it was a little wide, but would he still have got it? I have to say, I think he probably might. It was a fantastic battle at the end, though. Advantage Tim De Silva. He had the power from that Judd V8 in the back of the Pescarolo LMP1 car, just to have enough to show Michael Lyons the inside line and still get picked up on the throttle. Well, the crowd enjoyed that one. There's a young fan who hopefully will be bringing his children, his grandchildren here to the Classic at Silverstone in years to come. I know an awful lot of fans are wandering around, seeing everything else around the racetrack here at Silverstone, but it is very tough to tear yourself away from the action when it's as good as this. And Alistair Douglas, I don't know how many last lap dramas we've had here. It's almost as if they're written into the regulations somehow, because almost every race, something big happens on the last lap.
Yes, we've had some great Silverstone type finishes over this weekend, and there'll be more to come, I'm sure. But that one is right up there with, for example, Michael O'Brien's win yesterday. He won again today, but from a very commanding position. But yesterday, a very similar move to Tim De Silva, just letting the other driver go that little bit wide and then cut through on the inside of club. The difference perhaps with Michael's win yesterday was that the cars were very, very similar. These cars are very different, and Michael Lyons had tried very hard to keep that Pescarolo behind him for the whole lap. Almost managed it.
Well, is that the first win for Tim De Silva this weekend? On the road it is, but yesterday's race was won on the road by Steve Tandy. Now, he had a penalty for passing under yellows. That's not the issue here. The question is whether the clerk of the course or the stewards are going to say, well, you did gain an advantage by going off track. I have to say, when you're racing in the final meters for the line, I think you probably have to leave it the way it finished. Goes the Lola Aston coming through. Where did that finish? Christoph Danzenberg for 5th place. And yeah, from Formula 1 Williams Cosworth to Lola Aston Martin LMP1 car. What a dreadful, dreadful day he's having so far. Really, just a tough life all round. Well, there is Michael Lyons, steps out of the car. And for all the hard work that's gone in and undoubtedly all the rush, I think, that has been going through the Simpson Motorsport team to get that Lola ready and get it not just ready, not just prepped, but actually looking like it just rolled off the back of a Yoast Racing transporter as well at Road America or somewhere. A fantastic job. And Michael Lyons, like you say, he's like go faster stripes, isn't he? You can just bolt him in and anything he's in goes quickly. The second race here at the Classic at Silverstone for the Masters Endurance Legends. 21st century LMP cars, and Tim De Silva taking victory for Pescarolo's LMP1 ahead of Michael Lyons in the Lola. Steve Tandy finishing 3rd in the diesel Peugeot. Keith Freezer in the ex-Mansell's Zytek in 4th. Christoph Danzenberg in the wonderful Lola Aston V12 in 5th, ahead of Stuart Wiltshire in his LMP2 Ligier. Crichton Lindudis in the 2nd Peugeot, ahead of the best of the LMP3 cars, the Ligier of Rob Hall. Mike Newton just outside the top 10 in the MG Lola that he first raced at Le Mans 18 years ago, ahead of the LMP3 car of Adrian Watt. The Duquesne chassis unique in his field, and Antoine Donsenberg in the Delara Orica. In the GT field, the 458 GT3 of Stoker McDonald winning again ahead of the DBR9 of Niklaus Ditting. He also won his category, but the disappointment of the day perhaps for Jamie Constable after contact with the Osborne Smith Porsche. Saw both of them fail to finish. Didn't see Anders Fender's Dodge Viper retired, but that car obviously with a problem or two as well. It was a blistering start to our mini Le Mans mini Enduro, but contact between Jamie Constable and a GT class Porsche saw both retire. Steve Tandy's Peugeot was outclassed, and after the long safety car period, we had a lap to sort it out. Tim De Silva attacking Michael Lyons. Lyons, the long-time leader. De Silva with just a little bit more potency from the Judd engine in the Pescarolo, and a tighter line out of the final corner, taking victory at the line by inches.
With a successful history spanning over 100 years, numerous victories, numerous championships to their name, it is premium tyre brand Yokohama, who are the official tyre partner once again at the Classic, and James is here. It's good to see you again, James.
Good to see you.
Standing in front of a beautiful array of cars. Tell us more.
Yeah, we've got a bit of something for everyone here. We've got some fantastic pedigree and history of Yokohama, including this beautiful 1984 Formula 3 car.
Wow, it's absolutely stunning, isn't
winner.
it?
And we also have some racing Marcos and Caterham graduates in the background. We have a concourse-winning Aston Martin Vanquish V12. This is absolutely stunning.
Mint condition again.
Absolutely
as well. Wow.
amazing. With the original tyres, factory-fitted Yokohamas on this from back in sort of
Love
2000.
the wing mirrors, the silver there.
Incredible, isn't it? WRC Spec Rally Mini, and then our tribute to the legendary Paddy Hopkirk Monte Carlo Classic Mini Cooper.
Wonderful to see.
Absolutely incredible.
We
this
miss
thing.
Paddy. Not the same without him here.
Absolutely.
And this leads us on to the real star of the show,
I was going to say, so this year, our brand new product launched for 2022 is the Advan Neova AD09, a very sort of circuit and track orientated tyre. Ultra high performance for those guys that want to have a bit of fun at the weekend and make the most of the powerful cars that they've got.
So I'm sure you've got quite a lot of customers here this weekend.
Yeah, we're expecting quite a lot of customers. First day of the show is always a little bit of a picking up learning curve, but we've got something for everyone. Road tyres, 4x4 off-road, and van and motorsport, which is the reason we're all here.
Brilliant. Well, James, always a pleasure. Come down, say hello. They're right next to the Village Green and also the ice cream van, so it's worth a visit.
Whatever you're doing around the Classic at Silverstone, make sure you pick up a programme, get yourself a radio so you can stay in touch with commentary, and make sure particularly that when you get your programme you get the race card. It doesn't only have the entry of all of our races, and boy there are some cars in there, but it's got a map, and that is absolutely crucial, because otherwise you could almost literally walk around Silverstone aimlessly for a week and still not see everything that you came for. I know that the Lewis Hamilton attraction has been very popular indeed. Every one of his 7 World Championship winning cars on display here. So too a whole host of others, including cars that Lewis would have watched himself on television during his early career in karts and single-seaters. We'll see the 90s Formula 1 cars on track in a short while. More racing to come with the Thunder Sports, Big Bang of sports cars, GT4s, and the Adrian Flux Trophy for pre-66 touring cars to send everybody home on a high. As well as that, we have the 40th anniversary of Group C, demonstration of some fantastic Group C Porsches and others. There's a massive static display of the cars featuring the likes of Derek Bell, who is here this weekend, also here this weekend and signing books. John Fitzpatrick, he's signing books inside Copse was this afternoon, along with Andrew Marriott. Also, you'll see Ray Mallock reunited with the Nimrod with the Aston Martin engine that he drove at Le Mans in period as well. Kenny Atchison is here with the Mercedes that he raced, and a bunch of others as well. So driver interviews this afternoon on the main stage. Well, 3 Group C titans. Derek Bell, John Watson, who drove Porsches and for Toyota, and John Fitzpatrick, 2 of the J. David cars with which he made his name in Group C, will feature in our displays. Mike Brewer, he'll be holding the final one of his car clinics, in fact, this afternoon, supported by Car Gods, so you can see Leamington's greatest wheeler dealer. And Dodgy kick off the action this evening. That's not a description of my car, that is the band. And Rick Astley will bring the house down to round out the Classic at Silverstone tonight. Staying out for the summer? We certainly are. There is still time to catch the action at Foodie Fest this evening. Dean Hoddle-Smith, last to go on stage at the Silverstone Kitchen Live. I wonder if he does bangers and mash. I've got a bit of a hankering for that for tea. Stay and eat and drink, watch the bands, take in all the racing and all the sights there are to see. Make it a late evening here at Silverstone. The weather is going to be beautiful, so are you.
Well, we're here to do the podium then for the Masters Endurance Legends. What an epic end to that race we had. And we are hoping that Steve Tandy's going to make it here. We have got thumbs up. So here we go. In reverse order, third in that race, it was Steve Tandy. Arriving via electric scooter. AWOL, but we got him at last. Steve Tandy there, well done to you. Second place then, Michael Lyons. How about that? But our race winner, absolutely incredible performance over this weekend. It's been incredible. Tim De Silva. And to make the trophy presentation, we have Paul Denman from Close Brothers Asset Management once again. Big round of applause from the crowd as we head to the national anthem for our winning driver, Tim De Silva, the USA. So let's hear from our winning driver. And, well, I feel so sorry for you, Michael, because I was going to come to you. I know you feel sick as a parent, but I wanted to come to you in just a second. Tim, I mean, you got him on the last corner. It was a heck of a battle. The safety car really almost played to your strengths, really, didn't it? Because it gave you the chance to close up right on the back of Michael.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a really fun race. I couldn't have gotten any luckier with the safety car, so that's definitely what helped me out. But it made up a little bit for some bad luck yesterday, so that was fun. And, yeah, I had a great fight with Michael. The last lap was a blast. I think for both of us it was the first time in these cars, so I could tell we were both, weren't exactly sure where the end of the car, where the end of my car was and the beginning of his car was. So thankfully there wasn't any contact, but it was a blast.
It really was a blast. 50 positions Tim made up over the two races so far today. I think that's worthy of a massive round of applause. Incredible performance that Tim's put in. Now, Michael, I mean, your car, the LMP2 car, it was really run Thursday, put through its paces, so it was a new car for you, and you put on a really, really strong battle. It was just the final corner, wasn't it?
Well, I wasn't in the corner, yeah. There's a lot of track, but we'll talk about that later. It's to be in the position we're in, fighting with those mega LMP1 cars. We were leading on pace into the pit stops. Obviously, the safety car, initially I thought it was going to play to our advantage, and then it sort of didn't. But what a fantastic opportunity, and what a job the guys at Simpson Motorsport have done to turn that car around in 14 weeks. It's unreal. The amount of effort, hours, lack of sleep that's gone in from those guys to give me the chance to have a play with it is unreal, and it was so much fun today. So
I'm glad we're seeing a smile at the end, because it was an epic battle, and for us to watch, Michael, a brilliant achievement for all of the team there. Let's go to Steve Tandy then, because third place for you, Steve. We're not saying that you were the last person of this story, but it was an incredible race for us all to watch from the outside.
Yeah, it was really good, and Michael got me on pace, and I took the lead briefly from Jamie, I think on the second lap, but I was quite happy to sit behind them, and I called on the radio, said we're going to pit early, hoping to get them in the pits, and of course it was the wrong call, safety car. And then unfortunately I got stuck behind the P3 car, the driver clearly doesn't understand safety car restart rules, and by the time I could pass him at the start finish line, these guys were in turn one, so that was that.
Say what you think, Steve. Say what you think. How about that then? Your top three from that race. Congratulations, gents, there for the Masters Endurance Legends. If you just raise your trophies up then, please. One final time. Go on, give us a wave, give us a cheer.
And the Ignition GP cars from the 1990s. Now, we've only got 4 today. I was just speaking to one of the drivers, and they joked that if we were doing this on Wednesday, there'd probably be none left. So we've got Matthew Wrigley here in the McLaren. what you won't see now he's in is just how little of a seat he has. He's not a big guy, Matt, but in order to fit into this car, it's obviously a really tight squeeze, so he's got nothing behind him. It looks desperately uncomfortable. Gordon, if you come around this way, I just want to show you a few things. We've got the Brabham here, Brabham's last Formula One car. Gordon, actually, we might be able to see on this side, on the tyres, I don't know if you've ever seen these marks yet here. So they mark the tyre and the rim of the wheel, and they tend to do it on more powerful cars because you can see whether the tyre is actually slipping on the rim. So random fact of the day, that's what those are for. Let's crack on through this. Oddly is how you start the car. The Onyx that Henry Pearman was in yesterday, you actually had to take the rear wheel off in order to start the car. I don't know which designer came up with that, but they clearly weren't thinking about the mechanics. Right, let's carry on. They're all starting up now, so it's going to start getting quite noisy. I wanted to come through here and let's have a look at James Belton's Minardi. This is the newest car on the grid, and this would have originally run on groove tyres, and James does have the groove tyres at home, but obviously you can't get them anymore, so he's running on these slicks. Personally, I think it looks a lot better. So, Gordon, I'm going to come around the back of you. I talked about this on Friday, but I don't know if you can hear me, but this is all the original data and original laptop from when they ran the car in 1999, and they've got to keep it safe because you will not find another laptop like that. I can't hear myself think, I can't hear myself speak. It's a good noise though, but I think that's going to have to be everything from us here in the assembly area.
Silverstone Grand Prix circuit ready to echo to the sound of 90s Formula One cars. A brief reminder of the heyday of the high revving V8s, V10s and V12s before we got into a second turbo era with our hybrid generations. So when Formula One cars sounded like Formula One cars, we've had a great sights and sounds, or the great sights and sounds of the Cosworth era from the early 1980s, a generation on, a decade on from them, the early 1990s. We're in the full fat, normally aspirated era, and 4 of these cars coming out now. Hopefully they'll be relatively well spaced around the track, and that will give the drivers a chance to really stretch them. And it's when they start to get up the rev range, 10, 12, 15, 17,000, 18,000 RPM, that's when they really start to make the noises that draw the crowds like bees to honey. The modern generation of Formula One cars are quieter than any of the support race categories, and it's often a little hard to tell at a busy Silverstone that they're out on track. When these cars are out, you can tell in nearby Oxfordshire that these cars are out on track. First to come past us is the Minardi, and as Ed said, that car run back in 1999. In fact, the first of the Minardis from 1994, not quite so sophisticated, but the 99 car, designed by Gustav Brunner, running on a laptop dating back to 1999. What's the oldest computer you've got in your house? What's the oldest mobile phone you've got in your house? Maybe 4 or 5 years old, maybe 6 or 7. The oldest working computer that I've got is 2007, so it's another 8 years older than that you have to find a computer just to start the car, because without that input, all these are just doorstops. Pretty doorstops, but quiet doorstops, and it's the noise that these things made that was half of the attraction. So close together, coming down the Hangar Straight. Well, you've got the ex-Damon Hill Brabham, or a Brabham of the type in which Damon Hill made his debut. And here at the British Grand Prix, he raced a car exactly like the pink, purple and blue one you're seeing. And in that era as well, it would have been no problem for Ayrton Senna's McLaren to go by him. Heading out goes the latest of the Minardis, the M198. So Gustav Brunner spent a long while designing cars for Giancarlo Minardi. And this Brabham with a DFR Ford V8 3.5 litre engine, driven in period by the team drivers Stefan Johansson, who came through from Formula 2 with Spirit, the Spirit Honda team run by John Wickham, which then morphed into the Onyx Formula 1 team. Stefan Johansson, the fast Swede, stayed with them. He then went on to drive for Ferrari, but in the season, then Bertrand Gachot and JJ Leto, when Gachot ran into his problems, were also team drivers in 1993. The car designed by ex-Arrows designer Alan Jenkins. And the Brabham, the pink and purple car, the very last of the line, the Brabham BT60. This is the B version. Again, the 3.5 litre Formula 1 era with its Judd V10. Designed by the Argentinian Sergio Rinland. And the first Formula 1 car driven by later world champion Damon Hill. Now the Minardi with the Fon metal on the rear wing and the red origin yellow, orange green helmet. That is the 198 car of Gustav Brunner, driven in period by Shinji Nakano and Esteban Tuero. Well, this is not a 3.5 litre car, it's a 3 litre Cosworth V10 with a semi-automatic gearbox, producing 710 brake horsepower at a fairly modest 15,000 RPM. Bearing in mind your road car engine is probably at its best somewhere between 3.5 and 4,000 RPM. And even with VTEC, you're sort of revving up to about 7 or 8. And this particular chassis had a best result of 7th place in the Canadian Grand Prix on Ile de la Cité in Montreal with Shinji Nakano, who moved from Prost to Minardi. Driven by James Belton this weekend. So McLaren MP47, driven in period in 1992 in the Marlboro livery by Ayrton Senna and Gerhard Berger, long-time teammates. Senna, the super focused driver, and Gerhard, the arch practical joker. By all intents, seemed to have spent most of his waking hours, Gerhard Berger, thinking of ways of playing more and more elaborate practical jokes on Ayrton. And of course, a Honda-powered car, 3.5 litre Honda V12. Probably the heaviest car on the grid, big V12 engine, which was thirsty, if powerful. And this was the first of the McLarens to have a semi-automatic paddle shift gearbox. That, of course, was introduced in the 640, 641 generation of Ferraris by John Barnard to allow the engine to have a fairly restricted sweet spot in the rev range. More gears meant you could keep it more in the rev range. And McLaren in 1992 won 5 races to finish second in the points in Constructors. And the car you're looking at here, a winner in Canada. So a number of our cars having their best results in Canada. Gerhard Berger won the Canadian Grand Prix in 1992 in this car. And this actual chassis also used by Ayrton Senna in the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. Qualified on the front row and finished 5th here at Silverstone in the British Grand Prix in 1992. Well, Matthew Wrigley's had a few cars to drive this weekend of various different ages and vintages and power outputs. This is undoubtedly the quickest and most demanding that he will deal with this weekend. What a joy to see it out and hear it out again as well. I'm sure that most of you trackside are getting very little from the PA as the cars go by. Certainly that was always the case in period. And the way these cars echo around Silverstone just takes you right back. If you're a Grand Prix fan in the 90s, if you came to Grand Prix at Silverstone in the 90s, you're right back there, aren't you? You may no longer be 12 or 15 or 20 or whatever age you were in those days, but you are right back there. You see the cars, you hear the cars. This could be the first couple of laps of free practice, couldn't it? If you change the helmets a little, the sights and sounds remain very familiar. So the Brabham with its 5-valve Yamaha is wailing around. The sounds of its V10, the Honda V12, the Ford DFV, the 3.5 litre in the back of the Onyx. And all of them making great music around this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. I can see actually those spectator banks, particularly the ones that are easily accessible now down near the wing. When you get a noise like this out on track, it does bring the boys to the yard, doesn't it? And the Minardi with its Cosworth V10, winding it up nicely out of Copse Corner, down into Maggis, and this is where the driver's really going to find out what proper Formula One downforce and grip are all about. Needs to be going a little quicker than that to really stretch the neck muscles. I'm sure it's feeling fairly physical anyway. Well, this is not about lap times. This is about getting the cars wound up on the straight to allow everybody to enjoy the sight, but also particularly the engine notes. Circuit has changed a little since these cars raced here in period, with all the new elements. Of course, the wing didn't exist in those days. Where we are in the commentary position overlooking the pit lane, this is where the timekeepers would have sat for the British Grand Prix. And in those days, I was meandering up and down the pit lane with a radio mic, watching Damon Hill start his first British Grand Prix, and wondering whether, having come into Formula One with a team that was on the ropes, as Brabham was at that stage, whether he would ever get a chance to do anything to emulate his father. Well, he didn't achieve the 5 wins in Monaco. He hasn't won the Indianapolis 500, but he has become the Formula One world champion. And Damon Hill here at Silverstone all weekend. So a great opportunity to see these cars. And I have to say, for the last of the line, this is definitely one of the prettier Brabham designs. I'm not an aerodynamicist, have no idea how effective it was or otherwise, but the livery is great. It's a very unique look to the nose of the car. I always liked this car. And the Minardi wailing past us as we sit above the old pit lane, as it did back in 1998. Winding the engine up. I have to say, not sure whether this car is still, it's not, it's running a Judd V10, so not running the Yamaha engine that it would have had in period, but running a Judd V10, 3.5 litre. And as we said, Sergio Rinland design. He's a great looking piece of kit, isn't it? And with a helmet as well. Michael Fitzgerald got the black helmet. All he needs is a few little bits of white paint, and suddenly it's the colours of the London Rowing Club, made globally famous, not just by rowers, but also by a former rower, Graham Hill. It was his rowing club's colours that he put on his racing helmet, and those colours adopted by son Damon. Used them all the way through his racing career, on 2 wheels first, then on 4. Raced up through British Formula 3, Formula 3000, became a test driver, joined the Williams team. And then, of course, part of his Formula 1 life, so mirrored that of his father, was Graham Hill, who held the Lotus team together almost single-handedly after the seismic shock of the death of Jim Clark, the man who everybody knew was otherworldly and different. He was killed in a fairly trivial Formula 2 race at Hockenheim, and it almost sent Lotus out of business. Colin Chapman was not at all inclined to continue racing after the loss of Jim Clark. Graham Hill held the team together, and of course after the death of Ayrton Senna it fell very heavily onto the shoulders of Damon Hill to try and boost morale and do the same. Patrick Head and Frank Williams were much less likely to have quit the scene than Colin Chapman was after the death of Clark, but like father, like son, Damon had to shoulder that responsibility, and long before they knew what had led to Senna's accident, had to go out and race and race and race again in ostensibly an identical car to the one that had caught out the greatest talent of his generation. So it was a strangely emotional time, I'm sure, for the Hill family, in particular for his mother Betty, who had lived through it all with her own husband Graham. Nevertheless, all went well, and Damon, is enjoyed the right word, had some epic battles for supremacy with Michael Schumacher, and after coming close ended up being world champion. Followed in the footsteps of his late father and continued a pretty long and proud tradition since the 1960s of British drivers becoming world champions. And of course the most recent in the line, Sir Lewis Hamilton, with his 7 championship winning cars on display. These cars, the 90s cars, the ones that have run, and a handful of others are also on display here on the infield at the Classic. So you can go and see Formula One cars of all eras and all of Lewis Hamilton's winning cars here. Well, let's catch up with another father of a racing son, a man who's had quite a lot of adventures just to get here to Silverstone, to get his car here, particularly to Silverstone, and who's actually been driving one of his dad's cars as well. Nicky Shields has caught up with Alex Brundle.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to say that in between a ridiculously busy, jam-packed schedule this weekend, Alex Brundle has made some time for us. Alex, not 1 but 2 but 3 races you're in this weekend. You must be exhausted.
I'm getting there. I can't be exhausted yet because I've still got this to race a little later on today. But Tony Dron Trophy in the Ford Capri, then the Lola T70 in the Sports Car Legends race.
I'm so jealous.
A monster of a thing, and then finally later on today, this Mustang, which. We've been putting together over a little while. I'm excited. This will be its first ever race.
It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, stunning condition. So you were kind of involved in the remastering and restoring of this?
Yeah, so Pearson's Engineering put the car together, but I'd never laid a spanner on a car at a race, which was embarrassing me, frankly. So I wanted to do some stuff on the car.
So you thought today would be the day at Silverstone, you know, that really easy circuit, well known for that.
So I learned a lot, you know,
Okay.
one side of the suspension them, the other side of the suspension me, and then they fixed that bit for me because I'd messed it up. But
Oh, good, so you did have some help along the way. They didn't just give you a spanner and say, off you go, Alex.
I helped them, they didn't help me.
Right,
But
good.
it was a massive experience. I really enjoyed it. And I'm very proud of it. You know, it's
so
different
cool.
when you own the car.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to get out and race in a very competitive field of touring cars later on.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the thing about coming to the Classic. You know, this is not just a jolly ride around the circuit. This is like, well, the best racing that we're going to see over the course of the year in these historic cars. How does it feel, though? Getting inside, you know, just the start of the race when you're sitting in the assembly area and you know you're racing, you know, such iconic cars and such valuable cars, and you're racing these properly wheel to wheel.
You try to put it out of your mind, you know,
Yeah.
and do the best job for the owner of the car if you're driving someone else's car, or just have fun. Driving against some great drivers as well, from past, from present, works drivers all over the paddock and pit lane.
Is there a particular competitor out there that you got your eye on?
Look, I mean, the absolute boss of these Mustangs and builds them himself with Adam Man Racing is Steve Soper.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
such a legend and so fast. I think he's just into his 70s now.
ridiculous.
He has got
What
a
a
very,
legend.
very cooking version of one of these.
Okay.
So I'm going to be pairing off against Steve. We're qualified just behind him. It's going to be great fun, I think.
Well done. And can we just have a little look at the Lola T70, because I just adore this car. Again, just talk us through what it's like to drive. I mean, what year is this from?
So this is a 1969 T70 Mark
69.
IIIB. And, you know, I race in the World Endurance Championship in LMP2.
Yes, of
this
course.
thing makes sense. It's a big, angry LMP2 car with no downforce, basically. A big old Chevy in the back of it. We ran second in this for so long yesterday, and then eventually just dropped a little bit of oil in the cylinder and they brought us in. We couldn't continue. So close to winning the race yesterday, but yeah, this is my favourite one too, I've got to admit.
I mean, yeah, it is, as you say, an angry beast. What a piece of machinery. Well, Alex, thank you so much for joining us. I know you have a jam-packed schedule, so we won't take up any more of your time, but always good to see you here at the Classic. Have you actually had the chance to go out and experience it at all, or have you literally just been hanging out in the garage?
Flat out, up and down. I've got a little bit of time today. I can't wait to get out there and meet some folk and have a look at some machinery. So I'll be kicking around.
Good, excellent. Well, all the best, Alex, in the races. We can't wait to see how you get on.
The HSCC Thunder Sports, and what a grid of cars we have. This is their first race of the weekend, and the great news is they haven't started up their engines yet, so let's go and talk to some drivers. On pole position is Dean Forward in this amazing Can-Am McLaren. Now, I tried to have a chat with him yesterday, but I could not hear a single thing. I'm not going to interrupt the race director. I will, but I am going to jump in. Dean, what a machine this is. It looks like you got about a 3-second lap advantage. Yours to lose?
Well, you can't discount John Burton on anything, can you? He's forgotten more than I know, so you never know with John.
Now, to me, this always looks like one of the most intimidating cars to drive. But I think, I've spoken to a couple of drivers, and they said, no, it's lovely.
They're quite good. You just got to treat them with respect. If you don't treat it with respect, it will bite you and make you look silly very quick.
What's the secret to a good lap round here in this?
Same in anything, smooth and bravery. It's not much more than that, is there?
You look a lot more calm and relaxed than I would be sat where you are.
Yeah, it could be my last time in it, so we'll have to see.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go over the other side of the grid, see if we can catch up with John. He's putting his helmet on. John, just before you put your helmet on. Yeah. Now, Dean's got a little bit more power than you. Is there anything you can do about that?
If it was damp rather than soaking wet, we could, but I think we're 2.5 seconds or just over slower. We've got a 2-litre car as opposed to a 900 horsepower or whatever it is. Obviously, he drives it very well now, and whilst we have beaten him before, not now when he's got much more used to the car.
And who are you looking out for behind you? Is there a particular threat?
There are some good people behind, I appreciate that. The little Royale's been going incredibly well. I don't know, it's probably the best I've ever seen a Royale go. And also, we've got the DFV Lola, which should be quick, and a very good B23, which I drove the works car in period.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, let's carry on down the grid. Sorry, Gordon, just as you're getting settled. Who have we got here? We've got Ollie Hancock on electric scooter. Ollie, you're a fit racing driver. Why are you messing around on one of these?
It's because I'm not very fit, Ed. It's been a hard week.
You've been in lots of stuff this weekend, but this is a little bit different to some of the other cars.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. Great little sports car. So we'll see. We'll hopefully unlock a little bit of pace in the race and maybe nick one more podium before the end of the weekend.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's carry on down the grid. It's absolutely lovely being in this assembly area without any of the engines actually having started up. Because usually with these cars, there's so much noise, you wouldn't believe the noise. And so we're going to sort of keep pressing on, because there's one car that I particularly want everyone to look at. You would have seen it on track in qualifying, and it's the Strike P15, the P15. And you'll see it looks completely different from everything else. And the commentator was sort of wondering how on earth the brakes got cooled, because you can see the wheels are all enclosed, and it's these tiny little holes here that cool the brakes. And it obviously works, I'm going to jump in. Robert, we had a brief chat earlier about this car. I was just saying how wonderfully different it looks. Is it wonderfully different to drive?
It's a real nice car to drive, to be honest with you. Sports 2000 is a real good championship and a real nice class to get involved with. And this car, just once you're in the groove with it, yeah, it drives like anything else once you're on the limit with it. It's a lovely car to drive.
It's quite a long race today. Pit stop race, 40 minutes. Do you need to look after anything, or brakes, tyres, all good?
I think we should be all good. I think obviously, like everybody else is thinking, it's just when the right time is to pit. But in terms of tyres, fuel, brakes, we should be okay. We had a few little issues in qualifying, but hopefully that'll be out of the way now, and we'll just crack on with the race and see how we get on.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, I think we've probably got time for one more interview. There we go. Thought we lost the cameraman. Sorry, Gordon. Let's carry on right to the back. We've got a Lola T70 at the back there, and we've got a Tiga as well. We got a couple of drivers in there, so let's go over here. David. I love seeing a Lola. It's always, the Lola T70 is just an absolute winner. Are these as nice to drive as everyone says they are?
They are. It's very easy to drive, actually. Obviously, to get the last few seconds out is more difficult, but they're a very comfortable car, very forgiving. No, they're a blast. This is the first time we've brought this to Europe. We're based in America, so we came over and done Spa, Le Mans Classic, and then we're doing Silverstone Classic, and then we'll ship it back home and do the Classic 24-hour at Daytona.
Great stuff. Well, look, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Now, I think we're going to fast forward several decades because Nicky's been out trying some virtual reality.
Now, I know lots of you couldn't actually make it down here in person and are watching the Classic on our live stream on YouTube. So a massive hello to you. And the good news is, this year, for the very first time, Expertness are bringing you a 360-degree experience of the Classic, and the guys here are going to explain to me a little bit more about it. So for our viewers that are watching at home and they want to experience it firsthand, what do they need to do? How can they get involved?
So what we have done is we have set up the private 5G network so that we can get the ultra fast connectivity, and we can stream the live event in 360-degree in 4K, which is otherwise won't be possible without 5K, without 5G.
Yeah.
So what we have done is there is a mobile app as well.
Right. Let's have a little look at this. Yeah. Okay. So basically, anyone can download this app.
Anyone can download this app.
Brilliant. And the name of the app is?
It's Experience Silverstone.
Experience Silverstone.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so we're firing up the app.
Yeah.
So this is brilliant. So you've got these 360 degrees cameras dotted all around. Yeah. All right. Well, you choose a camera. Yeah, go for it.
It's live.
Okay, so this is live. This is exactly what is happening right now on the track.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. So we can. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Yeah. Oh, here we go. So and actually, we've got. So this is on the app on your phone that we can see, but we can also see it on the screen here, and this is through the VR headset that you're wearing at the moment.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Can I try the VR headset?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to put the mic down. Right, okay. This is amazing. So I actually feel like I'm currently on the pit wall. I've got the track on my right-hand side, the pit lane on my left-hand side. Oh, I can see race control. Oh, I feel like I just kind of want to walk down the pit lane now. But obviously if I do that, I'll probably walk into somebody. Which actually a friend was telling me, look, okay, so now the cars are going past. So actually, this is amazing. So this is a live stream of the action that is going on the track at the moment. So you guys at home, I probably look really weird, but the experience I'm having at the moment is great. It's fantastic. I can feel like I'm right there without having to be there. What an amazing opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's really weird. I thought I was facing the camera, but I wasn't. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do download the app. What an amazing thing to be doing here with 360-degree cameras. What a way to change the experience here at the Classic.
Next up at the Classic here at Silverstone, the HSCC Thunder Sports race. Let's take a look at our grid then for the Thunder Sports. This is essentially for 2 litre and just about 2 litre sports cars and the occasional big banger as well. So Dean Forward starts on pole position in one of the big engine cars, the Lola T70, but the nimble 2 litre Chevrons, Lolas and Royales are going to make life very different indeed for the big capacity cars. And there's been a lucky bag entry as well. 20th place on the grid, the great Core Oiser with a Lola 8890, a red 2 litre car. So that was something that we were not aware we were going to get. So that is a big Brucey bonus. Not sure which of the Broyers is alongside him, but Dutch entry. Core Oiser, I can remember several years ago telling me that he reckoned he had started over 900 races and was closing on more than 1,000. That is quite some racing experience. There's the Shrike going through shot, and right behind him, right behind Robert Hall, is the red Lola of Core Oiser. There at the tail of the field, the light green T70 Mark IIIB of DeSantis and Hinton, starting 27th of our 29 cars. One brief half a formation lap, and we are getting ready to go racing. Leading the field to the flag as we get ready to go racing will be Dean Forward. He already had an epic race in a Lola T70 here in the Goliath McLaren. He is leading the field, and that really brings the thunder to the name Thunder Sports. Oh, and big trouble for 257. That's Richard Coleman and Ollie Roberts. Now that is Richard Coleman. Looped the car round into the gravel in qualifying and has had a similarly dramatic start to their race. So they're in the Sports 2000 category. There's a definite different category for Sports 2000 cars here. And those are all using the 2 litre Ford Pinto engine. The other 2 litre Sports 2000 cars will be using a combination of 2 litre BMW or 2 litre Ford race motors. But the one out front, Alistair Douglas, is not using a 2 litre anything. Well, 2 of its cylinders are 2 litres, 4 of its cylinders 4 litres, all 8 of its cylinders 8 litres in the McLaren.
Yes, if you add up the cubic capacity of the next 4 cars on the grid, you still don't reach the capacity of the leading car. So yeah, 8 litres in Dean Forward's McLaren M8F. There it is. It's a vast car. Dean is not a huge person, but he's not a midget, and he looks tiny in that car, as did Denny Hulme and Peter Revson in period in these big McLaren Can-Am cars built to take on the American cars in the Canadian-American Challenge Cup over in America, in North America, and this car dominant in that series, the M8F, designed by Bruce McLaren in the year before he died, but he died in 1970. This car launched in 1971, but already the designs were down, and Revson won the championship from Hulme in second place in a car very similar to this.
Well, just look at this thing. This is like a turbo-era Formula One car. When you've got gargantuan power, you can drag enormous wings through the air. It has got an enormous wing. The whole of the width of the car is one enormous wing. It's got an 8 litre Chevrolet big block motor. Those enormous hill-borne injector stacks drag the air from the atmosphere through the engine at a ferocious rate. And watch it when he comes off the throttle at the end of the straight, particularly from behind. Metre-long sheets of flame stabbing out from the exhaust. There is nothing about this car that is not 100% intimidating. It's an absolute monster. And here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, it actually looks relatively small. Imagine this in the early 1960s around a tight ribbon of Californian tarmac like the long-gone Riverside circuit, surrounded by dust and dirt and nothing else. These cars were absolute ground shakers, and Dean Forward, who in the Lola T70 yesterday came from 36th on the grid to finish in 3rd place. Well, he's got a similar sort of pace over the field here, and he is going to run away from that. I'm not sure what the biggest margin of victory we've had so far this weekend is, but if he continues to add pace over the field like he is now for the rest of this 40-minute race, then this is going to be a huge margin.
And you can see the car still adorned with the stickers JCB. That doesn't mean that it's an earth mover in its spare time. It means it was owned by the Bamford family as part of their Motorsport collection, and it's now owned by Jamie Thwaites, who Dean Forward prepares the car for, and Dean drives this. Jamie is driving in this race as well in his Chevron B19, which is very appropriate because Jamie's dad Richard used to race a Chevron B19 and many others in period when they were modern cars, not as historic cars. Also raced in historic cars later on, but Jamie has entrusted not only the preparation but also the driving of his McLaren M8F to Dean Forward. Now here we're looking at the battle for 2nd place, which is a kind of 2-litre battle really, and it's being led at the moment by number 60 John Burton. And if you did come and watch racing in the 60s and 70s and you think, yeah, there was a guy who used to drive a Chevron called John Burton, it's the same one. John Burton is 80 years old, and here he is, 2nd in the race, and 2nd, of course, to a car which is vastly more powerful, so not really surprising. But John Burton there, number 60, with the familiar yellow bands on his red helmet, 80 years old and absolutely at the top of his game still. Tremendous drive.
Well, right behind him, a tremendous start as well for the other red car with the white highlights and that big snorkel, car number 23. That has come up from 9th on the grid, a March built just up the road in Bicester, March 75S, 75 for the year, S for the sport, and that car has come from 9th on the grid in the hands of Greg Caton. So Greg Caton making a very good start. Looks like a sort of scout car turret, the low body and the little rim around the driver's cockpit. Again, all these cars nominally 2-seaters. If you were very, very foolhardy, you could possibly squeeze in alongside the driver in the McLaren M8F. A little less easy to do so in these tiny 2-litre sports cars.
And same Greg Caton that came from the back in the Formula 2 race, so we know Greg has form, very quick driver, and that puts into perspective how quick John Burton is going just ahead of him in his Chevron B26.
Now, I wonder what the guys in the truck have found in terms of replay, because Dean Forward was 5.9 seconds ahead. That is not 5.9 seconds any longer, that's 2.7 seconds. What happened? Has the McLaren had a big looping spin? There was a back marker that he was approaching, but that is not a 6-second gap. That's now down to 1.49 seconds. Has the McLaren got a problem, or has he had a little moment to himself? Well, while we were watching this, we may not have seen it. You may have seen it trackside. Answers on a postcard, please. But right now, Dean Forward is within almost striking range of Burton and Caton. And yeah, the big McLaren will eat its tyres and its brakes because of its velocity and its weight, much quicker than the 2-litre cars. But is Dean Forward going to be able to extend his advantage? Looks now as though he is starting to pull away again, but that gap came down dramatically.
Quite different engine note from the big McLaren, rumbling along, whereas the under 2-litre cars, much more shrill engine note as Dean Forward blasts under our commentary position on the inside of Woodcote Corner, and through Cox Corner he goes. A very, very large wing indeed on the back of that car. And McLaren very, very successful in the Can-Am series in this period, and a little bit after them came Porsche, who went across to America and took their effectively their 917, but not with the roof on it. It was an open car, looked rather similar, I suppose, to this McLaren, and dominated the latter years of the Can-Am Championship. Still in second place is John Burton. Third place, Greg Caton, who I think we've been told a late change is driving solo in this race rather than sharing.
Yeah, I think so. He was due to be sharing the car, may well be on his own. Now, just ahead of the leaders, before the huge yellowy-orange Can-Am McLaren comes in, there, right in front. I'm going to whinge on in a little while when we see our Group C car demonstration about no Group C2 cars. That's a Group C2 car. That's an ALD Group C2 car from 1998, from 1989 rather. That's a C289 ALD. And that is in the hands of Frank Lyons. Now, in the early era of Thundersport, some 25 or 30 years ago, you did get the Can-Am McLarens. You got Super Saloons as well. You got everything, and Group C2 cars and Group C cars were part of that as well. But the ALD hasn't got the sort of pace. So it is a Group C2 car being driven by Frank Lyons, and there is a problem with the McLaren. That was not a driver error, obviously, that cost Dean Forward that time earlier on. He clearly has got an issue now. The car got back up to speed and it slowed down dramatically again. So there's one of three things essentially. It's either he's got an intermittent electrical fault, he's got a gear selector issue, or it's fueling. And fueling tends not to come and go. It either goes and stays gone or doesn't go. So it's fluffing a bit as it comes past us here, but it is off cam. And he has his hand out of the cockpit. I think he is cruising very slowly to try and get back to the pits. That little puff of dust you saw, that was from an earlier incident. There's some quick dry down, which is way off the racing line that he's just run through. That, I'm afraid, is the end of any chance of Dean Forward, it would seem, being victorious in this race, unless he can get it back to the pit lane. I mean, if it's a fixable thing, like reattaching a lead to a coil or something, I mean, I don't think it can be that simple, but is there a chance he might get back out? And in which case, could he do something entertaining?
And he's just been passed there going into Beckett's by the car's owner, Jamie Thwaites, who went past, who's having a great battle with another of the 2-litre chevrons, both in the Team Gunston colours, but perhaps as he flashed past Dean Forward, he might have thought for a moment, oh dear, what's wrong with my car? But Dean coming down the Hanger Straight, not far to go to the pit lane now, no. But could be something simple. You're absolutely right, Martin, and certainly Dean would know what to do because he's the guy that looks after this car, but it's not looking good as we go back to the lead battle, and still octogenarian John Burton leads the race overall now, of course, in this great battle with Greg Caton.
Well, we were marvelling earlier on this morning how cars that are 80 years old are still being raced hard. Hang on a minute, that's a body that's 80 years old still being raced hard. It's the car that is young and the driver that is older in this case. I mean, he's doing a absolutely fantastic job for a man a quarter of his age to be leading this race in these cars would be fantastic. For a man half his age would be entirely as fantastic. For a man to be the vintage he is, but of course, he knows this car better than any road car he's ever known because he's been racing it for so long. So this is just an extension of it, not even of his body, of his mind now.
Absolutely it is, yes. And John Burton was part of that great travelling circus, the European 2-litre Sports Car Championship, which threw up such great races for these 2-litre sports cars, and John was right in the thick of that as part of the Worcestershire Racing Association. Still lives in Worcestershire, just up the road from me actually, and he still, as you can see, still a very, very good driver in racing cars as Dean Forward jumps out of the McLaren.
Yeah, he was having a good look at the front of the engine bay there, the injector stacks, but I think possibly more down towards the big distributor at the front of that engine block. We're looking there at car number 21, Robert Parker. His white 2-litre car, and it's an Acela built in Italy, particularly successful in hill climbs as well as in 2-litre sports car racing. And look at that air intake on the top. That's a really distinctive look to the air intake. And if you look at the colours, you want to guess what engine that's got? I don't think it's an Alfa Romeo, I don't think it's a Ferrari, I don't think it's a Fiat. I think that's got a 2-litre BMW Formula 2 motor in it. can see the big air intake at the top, and right beside it, of course, the modern accoutrement, the GoPro. Well, that car coming well up the order, started in 13th place, now up to 6th place, and he is chasing the De Silvers. Yeah, he was 13th fastest in qualifying, did start in 12th place because the car that was quicker than him, the Lola T70 of Ross Hyatt, has not started the race. Coming up to lap the ALD, and behind him is his immediate rival, and that is the Claridge and Gomez car that has already raced in a different race this weekend with some success, and there is the De Silvers, Harindra and Tim De Silva, and I guess that Harindra, no, it's Tim De Silva, I think, who started it, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it's Tim's helmet, which we've got so used to watching in the last race.
Yes. Yeah, victory in the last race by the narrowest of margins, from behind into the final corner to ahead out of the final corner in his Pescarolo. That would have been a great Thunder Sports car as well. Could easily have just wheeled it straight back out of, well, he might have needed to slosh some fuel in, but wheeled it straight back out to run again. But he's having a lot of fun in this pretty little two-seater car, the Mark III Tay-Deck.
Yeah, the Tay-Deck built in Keighley in Yorkshire by Tommy Clapham. 1970 car with an 1800cc engine from Ford, the what's known as the FVC engine, built by Cosworth. And driven in period actually by Francois Migaud and Peter Hansen, the British driver, in both international and UK series. As we switch to the hover mower, the number 35 Rob Hall, who you mentioned, Martin, he's got Husqvarna on the front of the car. It is a lawnmower. Well, that's because Rob actually runs a motor car and tyres and so-called repair business, as we've got the safety car out.
I've got a safety car, yeah.
He also does mowers as well, so I suspect he's put the Husqvarna sticker on for that reason.
Actually, if you take the lid off your remote mower, that's what you will find inside.
Yes.
Is an actual racing driver.
Yes.
So yes, if you've got one of those bimbling up and down your garden this afternoon, that's what's inside it. Now then, from the pits, Bryn reports that the oil pump drive belt, that's what was thrown by the McLaren M8F. So Dean Ford's strict engineering assessment of the situation is it's broken. He may not possibly have used the word broken. It may have been another six-letter word.
Yes, no,
possibly.
Dean probably was.
Yeah, well, I think actually he may have, yeah, that might be the word that he used with the team, but certainly to Britain he said, no, it's broken. So, driver change here for the Harindras, and again, we forgot to do this one because things were getting too entertaining. The rules for the pit stops are that...
Yes, 15 to 25 minutes, so we're into the first opening of the pit stop window. It will close after 10 minutes, and very familiar story, 60 seconds stationary. No other confusion in this one, just 60 seconds. And we can see there the number 14, John Spears. He's another driver who's been out a lot this weekend. John Spears loves his historic racing. Now, we were told he was switching to Ollie Hancock. Which way around was it? No, Ollie Hancock actually late changed, not driving the car, so we're told. So John Spears, number 14, in the Ozella PA3. We've got 3 Ozellas here today, a 2, a 3 and a 5. As we look at the safety car bringing the cars round, we know not why, I think, Martin. We haven't seen anything, have we, to suggest why we need a safety car? So
no, absolutely. And my friend Richard has, I've just seen him go past us, actually, so he hasn't been the car in the gravel for a second time. So, now then. That is the entry to our pit lane. We can't see far enough round the buildings, but from the BRDC suite, I'm sure they could see that.
And that's a Paul Cope walking away from that car, isn't it? The March 75S of Paul Cope, the retirement, yes, and a very likely candidate for the reason for the safety car, because although it's parked off the track, it's actually very close to the edge of the track.
Yeah. So
and he was trying to get into the pits, wasn't he? Just to roll the car into the wrong pit lane for him, but that doesn't matter. But
anywhere out of the way,
yeah,
really. There, isn't it? He's looking down. You can see him trying to get it to chunter and grab a gear. So the engine's died, and he's sort of clunking it into gear to try and bump start it again, and it's having none of it. So again, going back to my usual rule of thumb with modern racing cars, it's got all four wheels, he hasn't hit anything, it's not on fire, it's electrics. That's normally the way of these things. He hasn't left a trail of oil, which is good news for everybody. So hopefully it won't be too expensive, but of course the frustration for anybody is that you don't want the darn thing to break down, even if it's a cheap breakdown, even if it's just something in the fuel system that's packed up, like the fuel pump or a block filter or a loose line or something. You don't want not to finish a race you've been spending half the year preparing to get into. Now, driver change for some of the cars, but most of them are single driver entries.
This is Greg Caton, and we mentioned earlier he was to share with David Shaw, but they decided not to, so Greg stayed in the car. So he had a quick drink of water there, and behind is the very low Lenham, by the looks of it, at a distance.
Yeah.
Although, yes, that would be Mark Dwyer and Neil Glover's Lenham. Here we are, we're there. Thank you very much, Director.
Run, Forrest, run.
Yes. 133, the Lenham of Mark Dwyer, and that is Mark Dwyer in the car now, having been started by Neil Glover.
For those of you trackside, it's very low, orange with white stripes, and in the white roundels it says 33. If you really squint, you can just make out a gaffer tape 1 on the bodywork to make it 133, because there was already a 33 in the entry, the car marked Fry, and there is the number 33 Lola. So yeah, there you go, we've gone from one to the other. And again, look, you can see how the sort of smoother organic lines were coming in from the more angular slab-sided cars of the late 1970s.
And something we just caught on the camera there was, yes, under the safety car, so no overtaking, but John Burton came out of the pits behind the number 23 Greg Caton car there. Just another quick shot of it, there it is. So that's a net of pit stops, lead change, I would suggest, because in this phase now with safety car and pit stops, although most of them are complete now, we are starting to see the order of the cars for the last part of the race, and that's significant because they should really have come out at exactly the same positions relative to each other, both doing 1 minute pit stops. But I guess, Martin, when you're 80 years old, yeah, you know,
they pitted on the same lap?
They did.
So the in laps would have been at the same speed and the out laps at the same speed. There's what, half a second between them? Was probably half a second between them going in the opposite direction. So is it just that the team are being a little more cautious not to understay their welcome in the pit lane?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and in the end, yes, you might lose the race by half a second if you are very cautious, but it's you're definitely going to lose if you short stop and you end up either having to serve a penalty or handed a post-race penalty. This is the order they came in then, with the car in front of John Burton.
Burton's ahead, which we would expect because he was leading on the, and right behind him, as you'd expect, Greg Caton. He doesn't want to lose any time, but their timed stop, there's no other explanation other than Burton stayed a little longer in the pit lane.
Interestingly, right behind them now is the Claridge & Gomez car, the dark blue car with the red stripes, and that was in 5th place before the stops. They have all stopped behind the safety car, so that's a big gain for, is it Gomez at the wheel now? I think it is.
It will be, yes.
It is the LMP2. Sorry, Martin. It is the C2 ALD that leads the field in a glorious livery that takes me right back to Le Mans in the 1980s. Now, that car is not our race leader. It is definitely not the race leader. It just is the car that's been picked up by the field. So look further back, about 6 or 7 cars back. The red car with the high snorkel and lister on the nose. That is the car of Greg Caton, number 23. He is our race leader. Then we've got the original race leader, John Burton, car number 60. And then in third place, we have got the James Claridge Gonzalo Gomez B23, car 119. That's the dark blue car with the sort of red tops to the wings, little pointy arrow red tops to the wings. So.
And based on the race that car did yesterday with the same driver pairing, Gonzalo, the Portuguese driver, was slightly quicker than was James Claridge. Somebody's slowing there.
Yeah, a little moment of indecision there, I think, for Greg Caton, because he saw a car saying there is one of the Team Gunson chevrons.
That's Dean, isn't that's Jamie, isn't it? Yeah, Jamie Thwaites. So both his cars have retired. That's Jamie Thwaites in the Chevron B19, the driver that owns the McLaren M8F that retired a little bit earlier on. And he does still seem to be trying to get the car going, but he's lost a lot of places now.
I'm afraid often in a racing car, looking down in the cockpit for answers is in hope rather than anticipation of actually finding anything. And unfortunately with him grinding to a halt, again, he is a long way, a bit of a long push. If they push him to the right of, as the driver sees it, where the marshal's just come from, there is an easy in. That's what was once the, oh, hello. Yeah, can you just bump start me? Cheers, Governor. As easy as that, really? That's very strange. Again, you know, as you know, Alistair, I have experience with elderly rat bag cars, and when mine stop, they don't tend to start again in a hurry. That one, maybe he did find something. I don't think it was a Control-Alt-Delete, but he certainly found something that was fixable. Maybe it popped a fuse or something. Bizarrely, but just needed one marshal to push start it, and away he went. In the pit lane, number 22. This is the Gwyn Pollard. Robert Cartwright entered Royale RP6/17. Is that 1617 or 617? My right.
It's 617,
yeah,
I think.
That's quite an update, isn't it, from an RP6 to an RP17? Mind you, there may have been various other sort of 2-litre Formula cars, 1600 Formula cars and whatever, taking up type numbers in between.
Or it could be chassis number 17 of an RP6, which is another way of looking at it. But
yes.
Yeah, and that one was actually third on the grid. So one of our front runners, I'm afraid.
Well, he wasn't really actually a front runner from the start. He certainly got bundled away at the start. Well, there's the Team Gunston Chevron back up to speed again. He's sort of rejoined the safety car queue. And I suppose one of the advantages of stopping behind the safety car is you don't lose an awful lot. Or was that the other Team Gunston car? Are both of them in this race?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so that would have been the other one then.
They were also running together as well. As the safety car comes in.
Back to green flag racing then, with 14 minutes of the Thunder Sports encounter to go, and suddenly first, second and third are all together. 23, the leader. Right behind is John Burton, 80, putting the pressure on Greg Caton, but putting the pressure on the red car with the yellow headlight covers as well is the blue machine of Gonzalo Gomez. So we went back to green flag racing very quickly. There are a couple of lapped cars in front of them, including the Group C2 ALD. There's a safety car pulled in, a good restart by Greg Caton. They've got an Acela and the Group C2 ALD, car number 177 in front of them. They will catch them, because those cars are not as quick, but here comes John Burton, Big Sen down the inside. Car number 60 retakes the lead for a moment, but bumping on the inside, Greg Caton, 2 wheels on the grass into Luffield, bounced over the curb, little bit of contact. Luckily these cars with fared-in wheels, the all-enclosing bodywork, they have touched wheels or touched bodies but got away with it, and again right up to speed immediately. John Burton having another attack down into Cops Corner. He's on the inside, Greg Caton on the outside. They're going to catch this traffic before they get into the Beckett's S's, or as they get into the Beckett's S's, and that's going to allow Gonzalo Gomez to close, and Burton on the inside into Maggots, and through he goes. Wow, he really knows how to get the best out of this car, doesn't he? Restarted with alacrity. He was all over the back of the race leader after the pit stops, Greg Caton, and has got by immediately. Now he's got to deal with the traffic. He'll pick up a good slipstream from the C2 car, but look at it stretch its legs down the straight as it gets into top gear. That top gear runs a long way. It was made for Le Mans. So now he's got to find a way through, and that might bottle him up. Alistair, what a great restart from the top 3 drivers. The safety car has really done us a favour and brought the race back together.
Absolutely it has, yes, and John Burton on the button there as he came out through Maggots into Beckett's to get the lead. He goes past Frank Lyons in the C2 car, but Greg Caton has a good toe there. In fact, he's not gone past Frank Lyons yet, so just managing to get past as they go through Abbey into Farm. Gonzalo Gomez a little bit caught out there on the apex, not able to get past at the point he wanted, but the 3 leaders are still together. But now it's the red car, number 60 of John Burton, who leads from the red and white car, number 23 of Greg Caton, who tries for the tight line through the loop, through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. There's one more car, that's one of the Ozellas that's ahead of them, so that'll be almost as quick down the straight into the left-hander. Gomez looking for the inside of Caton, but not quite managing it. Greg Caton cuts across to take the line into Luffield now. John Burton will be really focusing ahead, thinking, how can I just break the gap, open the gap up on Greg Caton so that I can relax a little bit, but no chance. Greg Caton's right in his wheel tracks as they go through Woodcote Corner, down the old pit straight towards Copse Corner, and that Ozella still ahead of them. It's quick, but they're catching very slowly, so John Burton still ahead of Greg Caton as they go out of Copse Corner, up the hill towards Maggots. This is where Burton took the lead last time around.
Right now we are saying that Ozella of Robert Parker, car number 21, is a lapped car. It is not being shown as a lapped car on our timing and scoring. It is being shown as the race leader, car number 21. So he started in 12th place, Greg Caton started in 9th. It is possible that he had a faster pit stop because he had either a quicker in-lap or an out-lap. Either way, John Burton goes by on the inside. So whether it's a timing glitch or whether he genuinely was still in front after pit stops, we do not know, but still the battle. If he was the leader, he no longer is. John Burton, very decisive there, and Greg Caton behind. You can see the Ozella getting a big drift on there. Greg Caton out wide, absolutely trying to get the slingshot down the straight. Right behind him has Gonzalo Gomez in the dark blue car, and Gomez really brought back into play by the safety car. It allowed him to close right up on the leaders, and that's going to be a benefit to John Burton out front in the red car with the yellow headlamps, because as the cars behind start to get as Gonzalo Gomez starts to attack Greg Caton, that is going to slow both of them down, and it will allow the leader to creep away.
This takes you right back to the era these cars were running in period, with the European 2-litre Sports Car Championship, cracking battles between a number of very, very closely matched cars around the circuits of Europe, and great to see. And John Burton has managed to make a little break, but that's down to the difficulty, I think, that Greg Caton and Gonzalo Gomez had in getting past Robert Parker, who could well have been in the lead. I've not looked at the timing screen and missed that one, so fair play to Robert Parker. I think he got the rub of the green in the safety car there, and so was able to come out, but he's now been passed, and it's Burton from Caton, from Gomez, from Parker, 1, 2, 3, 4, as they come down into the left-hander at Maggots. Now they start to think about the Beckett sweeps. There they go, right and left, just tipping the curbs there. Not too much curb, but just enough to get the line through and out onto the hanger straight once again. And then this great long shot of John Burton with the familiar yellow headlights, if you like to call them that, at the front of the car.
Yeah, John Burton trying to creep away, but Greg Caton has broken free from Gonzalo Gomez in the blue car in third place. So number 23, Greg Caton, now free to try and run down the race leader. Gonzalo Gomez in third spot, and it does look as though Richard Parker is still in fourth position. Safety car is back out though, so somebody else has stopped somewhere, and it's the Shrike. A shriek of dismay for the Shrike. We've got 7 minutes to go, and unless that can be moved in a hurry, has that lost a wheel? That doesn't look entirely level at the back. It might just be a trick of the light.
It's very difficult to tell with that car, isn't it?
Because you can't even tell it's got wheels.
Exactly.
Yeah, it does look like a hovercraft stroke hover mower. Yeah, well, it's been abandoned anyway, abandoned ship for the Shrike driver, and the safety car picks up our race leaders. We didn't see the car going off, but race control definitely did. And so the safety car scrambled very quickly. So who was driving the Shrike?
Rob Hall.
Rob Hall, yeah, he's abandoned ship very quickly, hasn't he? And there again, you can see the ALD Group C2 car in the background. I wouldn't be passing this queue. I mean, I know it's only me, but I definitely wouldn't be. It's Frank Lyons, where was he? He's actually got himself up onto the fringes of the top 20. So it's good to see.
That's Michael Lyons' father, Frank Lyons.
Yeah, always good to see some variety in our racing, and the only Group C2 car here.
So the cars, those that weren't already in the little queue behind the leader, are now slowly catching up. That's the other Team Gunston car. We did mention Jamie Thwaites, but two of the cars finished in the colours of the South African cigarette brand.
Now, that ALD, the dark blue closed Group C2 car, when it finishes the race, if they just take 2 minutes to slosh a bit of fuel in it, could go out in the very next session, which is a demonstration celebrating 40 years of Group C. I was bemoaning the fact yesterday that we've got lots of Porsches and Jaguars and Mercedes and all sorts of other things. What we don't have is a single Group C2 car. In fact, I bent Ray Mallock's ear about that. I said, come on, where are all the cars you guys built? Because they built the Acuria Cos C2 cars, or the Acos C2 cars, the Data Post car, the BL Rover cars. They were all powered by Rover V6 engines, which was the same as in the MG Metro 6R4. So they were all constructed by RML. They don't own any anymore, but a number of them have been rebuilt. But I haven't seen a Group C2 car raced in person, well, pretty much almost since period. Some of them were you know, really low volume production cars like ALD and URD and so on, and Gephardt, but there are Tigers and Spices. There must be lockups full of these cars. Look at that. I mean, just look at that car, still with all the period livery. I don't know who ran that car in period. Did have a quick look at the notes on it, but we didn't have any notes here. But that is, you know, looks to all the world as though it's just rolling around the formation lap at Le Mans back in the mid-80s.
Well, it was driven in period by Francois Migaud. And our researcher Cameron here has just passed me a note to say, interesting link between the TADEC and the ALD, because Francois Migaud drove both of them. He drove the TADEC in 70-71 and he drove the ALD in 89-90. Big link there with those two cars. But the ALD designed by Louis Descartes, but to be fair to it, it wasn't that successful.
No.
So it wasn't didn't really trouble the leading cars in Group C2. Running a Ford DFL engine.
But again, ALD, Automobile Louis Descartes, but it was another one of those small French, like WR, Welter Racing with the WRs. You know, where are they? I can't believe that the Welter family have allowed them all to disappear. They must be somewhere. Maybe they're racing in, you know, places like the Montlhéry or somewhere, but I don't even really recall very many in the Le Mans Classic. I don't know how many, were there any this year?
Yes, there were a few, and there were some at Donington earlier this year as well. We had a Group C race. It wasn't a demonstration, it was a proper race, two races actually, one each day. And there were some C2 cars in that as well. A lot of C1 cars, so that was nice. But
there must be loads of them. Look at the turquoise car there, that little 2-litre Sports 2000 car with the red stripe up it, as we look at car number 29 going past the camera. But there are, you know, cars like there were Tigers, particularly Tiger were very successful. Spice very successful in selling customer cars in Group C2. They must be in lockups and barns somewhere. They can't all just have been, they can't have been broken up for spares for anything else. I can't imagine what else you could use a Group C2 car bits for. So they're all sitting around there somewhere.
And
they've got to be cheaper to run than a Mercedes or a Toyota or a Porsche, surely.
We've been working together too long, Martin, because I was just thinking, if you were a privateer wanting to run a Group C car, you'd perhaps choose a C2. They're not that much slower than the C1s, and probably half the cost, perhaps, to run.
Right, business idea. We'll corner the market by digging them out and buying as many as we can. You've got the money, right?
Yeah.
Right, we'll take your card.
Well, I actually found out how to make a fortune quite a few years ago now. You start with a big fortune.
Yes.
You buy a few racing cars and go racing, and then you end up with a very small fortune.
How do you become a millionaire in racing? Start as a billionaire. There you go. That's the way that works. Exactly right.
We're hoping that the safety car lights go out here on the Hangar Straight. That's where they would normally go out, because Rob Hall's car was on the strap being lifted off the track.
And we've only got a minute and a bit, so if we go green now, we will get a racing lap. If we don't go green now, we will not get a racing lap.
No, I'm afraid, unless they turn the lights out quite late. They wouldn't normally do them this late. No, I'm afraid.
Safety car stays out,
finish.
I'm afraid. Yeah. So there's obviously a little bit more to it. The car is not, it is judged that it will not be safely out of the way in time to release the cars. So if we will swing onto what will be the last lap of the race with the safety car in front. And that pretty much seals it, in which case the move that he made to get by Greg Caton as early as humanly possible will turn out to have been a good one for John Burton.
John won here earlier this season on the shorter circuit up at what we used to call the club circuit, now known as the national circuit, racing that same car. And we had a little bit of a shower, and the question was, is it wet, is it dry? John Burton made the decision, and with probably close on 62, 63 years of racing experience, he chose the slicks, dropped way back to the back of the field, but the track dried as he knew it would, and he won the race. And it looks like he's going to repeat that on the full Grand Prix circuit here at the Classic at Silverstone this afternoon, the octogenarian.
He's going to win overall in a 2-litre Chevron B26. I'm just going to write the frightful ribbing that I gave Richard Coleman yesterday, that bright turquoise Sports 2000 car that he binned in the gravel in qualifying. They did have a bit of a tough race yesterday, but there it is further back down the order, and that, I think, is going to be the winner in the Sports 2000 class. So Richard Coleman, Ollie Roberts had a bit of a tough start to the weekend, but car 257, that is Ollie Roberts at the wheel, which is why it isn't in the gravel. But Richard Coleman, Ollie Roberts, congratulations to them. That is the way that they wanted their race weekend to finish. It's an SC2000, a Tiger built in High Wycombe. The company started by Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley, and as I said, they were prolific producers of Group C2 cars, likes of teams like Roy Baker Racing. You could go racing in the Endurance Championship and at Le Mans on an absolute shoestring. 2-litre BDA and later 2-litre Ford Turbo at this Sports 2000 car. So Richard Coleman will be feeling a little happier having started the weekend on a bit of an embarrassing foot, putting the car off early in qualifying. He had a bit of a whoopsie yesterday and a bit of a whoopsie this morning in the race as well, but they have gathered it all together. So congratulations to them, and as well to John Burton. I think our Sports 2000 winners added up probably get to about 2/3 of the age of John Burton, so he is a formidable competitor.
Coming down the Hangar Straight for what will be the last time into Stowe Corner behind the safety car. Great shame. It was really building up to be a good race. Well, it was a good race, and it was building up to be a good finish, put it that way. It was already a good race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think Burton would have had it all his own way, would he? You know, with about another 10 minutes to go, I'm pretty sure that Greg Caton would have had 2 or 3 stabs per lap in the maybe half dozen laps that would have remained. Gonzalo Gomez, though, that blue car in 3rd place, he will end up on the podium. I don't think that would have changed much either, but it didn't quite look like he had the pace of the 2 cars in front. So victory for John Burton in the chevron as the checkered flag comes out behind him in second place from a 9th position on the grid in the March 7.5S, the red car with the white highlights. That is silver medal position for Greg Caton, and sharing the car with James Claridge, who started it. Gonzalo Gomez brings the blue and red chevron home into 3rd place. So that is your 1, 2, 3. Car number 31, that's Gary First in the orange Lola T212. He wins class SP1, so he is a class winner, and he finished in 8th place overall. Richard Coleman and Ollie Roberts winning the Sports 2000 class in 11th place overall. So it's a really strong result for a Sports 2000 car. And the car that I have been particularly waxing lyrical over, 19th place for Frank Lyons in that ALD. And that is a Group C2 Le Mans car that basically looks like it's been preserved in aspic for the last near 40 years. Great to see it here in this field. The disappointment, I'm sure, for Dean Forward. That's the McLaren through a belt and left him with a big problem, either stop or blow the engine. I don't think that was ever really much of a question, was it? But for John Burton, an impressive run, looked very quick right from the off. And it was only the enormous grunt of the McLaren that relegated him to 2nd place early on. The McLaren, by the way, qualified in the 2-minute 1.3, John Burton the 2-minute 4.0, so it was always going to be chasing the big banger car early in the race and hoping that it ran out of tyres and or brakes and or talent and or luck over the 40 minutes, but that wasn't to be. It ran out of luck earlier on. And so John Burton, who just lost the lead fractionally to Greg Caton during the mandatory pit stop, the team perhaps being just a fraction more cautious on their 60-second timing, came back out and immediately attacked to get back into the lead of the race, and not before time, as the safety car then came out to bring an end to the action. So there you go. That is our Thunder Sports race done and dusted. Race 18 of a 20-race card here at the Classic at Silverstone. John Burton victorious, 80 years young and as quick as anybody in the field. Greg Caton taking 2nd from 9th on the grid. Claridge and Gomez ending up on the podium in 3rd, with Robert Parker-Zazella 4th ahead of the loader of Mark Richardson and the chevron of James Shriver. The 2nd of the Acellas, the Spears and Hancock car, finishing 7th, and a 3rd Acella in the top 10. A rare amount of success for our Italian visitors, not the drivers, the cars. Sports 2000 victory just outside the top 10 for Richard Coleman and Ollie Roberts in their Tiger SC80 Sports 2000 car, and it was a relatively close battle as well, just a couple of moments ahead of the Besleys and Mike Fry, who were 2nd and 3rd in the Sports 2000 category, and Frank Lyons representing Group C2 with the ALD. Did we see Koroiser, and not sure which Breyer it was, but that's a late entry for the legendary Dutch driver, finishing in 2nd place. The Tadek, unfortunately, letting the De Silvas down again for the 2nd time this weekend. Well, a highly entertaining start to the race for our eventual Sports 2000 winners. Richard Coleman making contact on lap 1 and spinning as the McLaren led until an oil pump drive failed, and that reduced the forward motion of Dean Forward to 0. The recovering Richard Coleman and Ollie Roberts Sports 2000 car battling with T70 Lolas. As the big McLaren retired, it left the field open for the 2-litre cars of John Burton and Greg Caton to do battle. Post pit stops, the 21 Acela was out front of Robert Parker, but he was quickly caught and passed as racing resumed after a safety car. Greg Caton getting past John Burton, Burton repassing him, and not before time, as the final nearly 10 minutes of the race were lost behind a safety car, under which the race finished with John Burton victorious at 80 years of age.
had last year in the rain, Adrian Flux are back as this year's official vehicle insurance partner. Grant, always a pleasure to see you. Just tell us a bit about Adrian Flux and why you're industry leaders.
So yeah, we are, well, as of next year, we'll be 50 years in business. Made our name as a specialist with a lot of classic cars, American cars, imported, so very much a specialist insurer. So yeah, being at this event, there's a lot of nice tie-ins, a lot of customers, a lot of new customers, a lot of clubs that we're involved in as well. So yeah, it's the perfect fit for us as a business.
And there's something rather special going on with this car later in the course of this weekend.
Yes.
Who's going to be driving it?
Well, Mr. Alex Brundle, he's an ambassador of ours, and he'll be, he'll be racing all weekend, and he'll be here and doing a Q&A session on Saturday with Carl Fogarty, who's another one of our ambassadors as well.
Very nice. Now, sorry, we're going to be rudely interrupting here. We're walking in front of, because this is a star moment. Sorry, guys. Everyone is a winner here. It's your Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah,
Grant,
so
shall we have a go? Tell us what does this stand for? Is this a bit of fun?
Well, basically, yeah, it is. Any customers, anyone can walk up, leave some details, and they can have a spin. We're giving away a prize where you can win a lap around. Thank you very much, Tom. You can win a lap around the track, but also you can win a prize.
Tom, do you do game shows? I feel like you need a place in. Yeah, right. We'll get you an ITV contract. Right.
So I think you should have a go. I think you should have a spin. I think you should see what you can win.
Oh, sorry, had you not been yet? Oh, we interrupted your go. So sorry. You got a mouse mat. Right. Well, everyone's a winner. 3, 2, 1, go. Unless you're in an air freshener. Don't want the air freshener.
There is a bogey prize of an ice scraper, so hopefully you won't win. You've won the ice scraper.
I won the ice scraper.
Can we have an ice scraper,
brilliant.
please?
So I've got to wait 6 months before I can use it, we hope. Anyway, Grant, absolute pleasure. Come down and say hi to the guys at Adrian Flux.
Plenty more to see and do here at the Classic at Silverstone, and that is not just on the track. But coming up, we have the Masters GT4 Classic Silverstone Challenge at nearly 6 p.m, just as maybe the light is starting to dim a little to give us those Le Mans echoes. The 40th anniversary of Group C will see Jaguars, Porsches and more that have been on display all weekend out on track. And the final race of the weekend, it'll be headlamps ablaze for the pre-66 touring cars in the Adrian Flux Trophy. There is a lot still to see and do here, and Alex Brundle has been a big part of it, as Nicky Shields discovered.
Is it a plane? Is it a bird? No, it's the McMurtry Spearling, driven by Max Chilton. Max, this car, I mean, not many things takes my breath away, but this is phenomenal. And the fact that you not only smashed the Goodwood Hill Climb record that Nick Heidfeld held since 1999, you absolutely obliterated it. Talk us through what we're looking at here. Let's kick off with the car first, I think.
We did. It was an amazing day. I never thought the biggest day of my racing career was going to be at someone's driveway in West Sussex, but it just proves you don't know what's around the corner. I've been working with the team from McMurtry now for just over a year. They've been working on this for 5 years. And it's just a beautiful bit of engineering. It's British engineered, British design, British manufactured, and it's based on 80s band Formula One technology. So it's got fan power, which is how it creates its downforce. It's got active suspension and active aero, which it had in the 80s, but it's all electric. So it's in the 21st century. And the best bit, as you can see at the back of the car, it's got a number plate. So it's road legal.
I mean, just all of those stats and figures, absolutely mind-blowing, you know, particularly here at the Classic, where we're really celebrating historic, obviously, internal combustion engines, but now to put electric cars on the map. I mean, this is a huge talking point at the moment. 0 to 60 in something ridiculous, like, what is it, 1.5 seconds?
Yeah, we can definitely go comfortably below 1.5 seconds. So the performance is outrageous. It's got no gears, so you just put your foot down, and it's so easy to do 0 to 60 in 1.5 seconds. The thing just wants to go. It's got so much downforce. It's got 2 tons of downforce at 0 miles an hour that it makes it super stable.
I love how people used to laugh at electric cars being a bit slow. Oh, they're only for your granny to drive.
Yeah. Or it's too quiet, but this thing's noisy because it sounds like a jet fighter when the fan's running.
So talk us through what it is like sitting in the cockpit, just heading down a straight at, how fast does it go, top speed?
It's really is. it will go as fast as we'll gear it, but we could comfortably go 250 miles an hour plus. We geared it at Goodwood to do 150 miles an hour because we wanted to get to that top speed as quickly as possible. It really is limitless, it's boundless, there's no sort of overall idea of where we can get to. We just know it's got a lot more potential. We're pretty confident in a couple of years' time we'll be able to get to the same speed as a Formula 1 car around Silverstone, but in something you can drive from Mayfair, drive around Silverstone, then drive back home and probably drive through McDonald's on the way home. So
don't drive through Mayfair like you would drive at Silverstone.
No,
right?
I'm not condemning
Kids,
that, or recommending it. But it's an amazing bit of engineering. The engineers that are working on it, some of them have come from Formula 1 and they absolutely love this design. They've worked on it, and it's really unusual. We had John Watson earlier, who was the last person to ever race a fan-powered car in the 70s. Look at it. And I was at Goodwood this year, the first person since 1978 to compete with a fan-powered car.
You weren't even born in 1978.
No, I was 91. So it's amazing how that technology
really
has just
went
been not thought about for so long, and now it's coming back with a vengeance. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here at the Silverstone Classic. It's very
so talk us through. What are you
unclassic.
doing here at the Classic?
So we're here with just McMurtry, trying to push the car out there. There's so many people that have come up to us and go, oh my God, I saw the car on YouTube at Goodwood. It was amazing. And people are just passionate about it. I think it's the first electric car that's got people really going because they realise how fast it can be. It can corner quickly, and it's a road car, and it's English made. So it ticks all the boxes, and I just can't wait to be with them for many years to come and break some more records.
Well, you are one very lucky boy that gets to do this as your job, whatever we call that. Having fun every day. Max, always a pleasure. Huge congratulations on smashing that record, and we cannot wait to see what you do with the car going forward.
Thank you for having me.
There you go, Nicky Shields there, out and about as always. Let's get to the podium then from the last race, the HSCC Thundersports race, and what a race it was. Steam Forward there, having a bit of trouble, so he's not on the podium, but I tell you who is third place. Should be James Claridge, but he's not able to make it. Alongside him though, Gonzalo Gomez. Gonzalo Gomez, well done to you. Gonzalo, where are you? Gonzalo Gomez there. Great start. Oh, they are both there. Look, there you go. You are here, James Claridge and Gonzalo Gomez. Second place then, we have Greg Catton. Well done, Greg. Yes, Greg, they say. And the winner then, John Burton. Congratulations there to John Burton. And to make the presentation, we've got a bit of a legend among us here. Five-time Le Mans winner, sports car legend himself, Derek Bell, is here to hand out the trophies to both Gonzalo Gomez and James Claridge. Derek, very, very familiar with receiving trophies in his career, and handing them over as well now is what he does best. Although he will be in the Group C demonstration coming up in a little while here at the Silverstone Classic. And now we have Jasmine Walker, the event manager for the HSCC, handing over the special Thundersports trophy itself. So Derek has got this one, and Derek, you can hand that one too now, please, to John Burton. Fantastic stuff there. Thank you very much indeed. Before you run away, though, lads, John, I just have a quick word with you before you run away, because I know it's very, very heavy. So it was an interesting race, wasn't it? Nobody really wants to win under a safety car, but I'm pretty sure you'll take it.
Well, I certainly take it, but Greg and I have had some good races in the past, and he was pushing me all the way, really, and driving very, very well. I possibly had a bit more power than him, but anyway. No, it was very enjoyable, and I'm very sorry about the Can-Am with Dean Forward. I mean, I know he was on his own, but hopefully the damage isn't too bad. But I love Silverstone. I've been a member here for a long time, and it's a great circuit to drive.
When you drive that well, John, we love you too. A big round of applause, please, for all the drivers. And we're going to be back in just a few minutes when we have the Bremont Classic Moment Award coming up, so don't go anywhere.
So much still going on here at Silverstone, whether you're trackside or walking around the infield enjoying the displays, the action, maybe doing a little bit of shopping. Time for an afternoon tea, I think it possibly is. Maybe a bit of a Kit Kat or something to go with that. Lots to see and do. And don't forget, when the track closes, the fun does not stop. Oh no, the fun gets underway again with 80s indie band Dodgy And then we will see the great Rick Astley to round out the evening. But to celebrate some of the big stories this weekend, let's find out more with Bryn about the Bremont moment.
Yes, thank you very much indeed there, Martin. So we have Neil Bugler here from Bremont, who's going to be presenting this award, the Bremont Classic Moment Award. And it's gone to a man who didn't have a great time in the last race, you should say. So let's bring on Neil Bugler first of all. Where is Neil? Neil's coming up here. Neil, great to have you here. You've got the pleasure, I suppose, of announcing this, or of bringing on the award, really, and handing it over. What is the award, first of all?
It's for the Bremont Classic Moments of the weekend.
And what is the winner going to be receiving?
The winner's going to be receiving a Bremont watch.
Very nice indeed. Is it me? It's not me. Never mind. Right, let's bring on the winner. I'm going to step out the way then. The winner of the Bremont Classic Moment Award is Dean Forward. A huge round of applause there, please. We've got some footage as to why Dean has achieved this as well. He went from 36th to 5th, would you believe it, yesterday in the Yokohama Legends race. Here are some of the overtakes you can see on the screen. Yes, that's me, says Dean. It was an incredible performance there, 36th to 5th, and some incredible moments along the way. Dean, can I say a quick word with you, because you didn't have such a lot of luck in that last race there, but to receive this and some of those overtakes yesterday, that performance yesterday was really impressive.
Oh, thank you very much. I enjoyed every minute of it.
We enjoyed every minute as well. Is the car okay, by the way, from this last race?
No, this one's broken.
Okay, but you've got a nice working watch there, Dean. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you go. Very, very happy Dean Forward there, winning the Bremont Classic Moment Award.
Next up, the Masters GT4 Classic, and the cars are literally pulling out of the assembly area as you've come down here. So I just want to talk to you a little bit about the man on pole. These cars are much newer than a lot of the cars we've seen, nearly getting run over again, that we've seen at the Classic. And that driver is a lot younger. He's just had his GCSE results. It's absolutely extraordinary. But you put it on pole. He won the race yesterday, and he's on pole again for the race today. I had a quick chat to him about tyres as well. I'm going to come a bit close to it. Yes, it is now safe. Quick chat to him about tyres. The tyres they've got on, they've got brand new tyres on. They last about half an hour, 45 minutes. So they're just about on the limit. So near the end of the race, we might see some of those performances dropping off. But that's everything from the assembly area. All the cars are gone.
Cars heading out for the penultimate race of the weekend. It is the second encounter for the Masters GT4s in the Classic Silverstone Challenge. Let's take a look at our grid, how they line up then. Seb Hopkins, I wonder how his GCSEs went. Well, his weekend's going swimmingly well so far. Winner yesterday from Freddie Tomlinson in the brand new build Ginetta G56. David Freschi completed the podium in the first of 3 Bagheera Racing entered Mercedes AMG GT4s with Alia Kolic, teammate beside on the grid. David Foster and Danny Henry in their McLarens will start in 5th and 6th as they did yesterday, and behind them Craig Wilkins and Greg Evans in the Toyota GR Supra and the Ginetta G55. So Aston Martins and Porsches behind them. Stephen Walton in the yellow and black Mercedes AMG will be a man to watch. Didn't have the luck that he could match to the speed yesterday. Peter Daly starting in 12th place, the race director of the British GT Championship, in which a number of these cars and drivers regularly race. Don't think we're going to get the Cayman Club Sport of Keith Freezer out here. Richard Taffender, Chris Murphy and Martin Addison will be out in their GT4 Mercedes, Aston Martins. It's not a Mercedes Vantage, Martin, you idiot. Well, there are the Aston Martins. They have their own mini category here to battle with. And as Ed pointed out, these GT4 cars are still homologation legal for racing in GT4. GT4 created as a subset of the GT3 category that has been so successful over the last, 20 years now, and it is a great closer to production basis for GT racing manufacturers. The GT3s tend to be much more advanced and much more developed, so it's cost effective, it is relatively straightforward to get into, and it is perfect for teams, engineers and drivers to cut their teeth, to develop their skills as they eye up a move up the ladder into GT3. And of course GT3, as well as being a worldwide category, will also be the official category for Le Mans Series racing as of next year. GTE will be gone and GT3 will bring in even more opportunity for fans of different brands to see cars racing in the World Endurance Championship, Le Mans, and a whole host of other major international races. Lights off on the safety car. We're about to go racing for 30 minutes around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Will our race 1 winner, Seb Hopkins, on pole, do it again? Getting the race underway for the second time this weekend. The Masters GT4 Classic Silverstone Challenge. Teenager Seb Hopkins on pole position. The winner of the first race takes the lead into turn 1. Freddie Tomlinson has the lead though, because overcommitting Seb Hopkins found that the tyres and the brakes were not quite as warm as he had hoped after their brief warm-up lap. So Freddie Tomlinson in a brand new Ginetta G56 GT4 car built up by the Ginetta factory specifically for this race. He has the lead. David Reski and Alia Kolic in their Mercedes AMGs, 3rd and 4th off the grid. They are still in 3rd and 4th positions, but coming under pressure from behind from the first of the McLarens, and that is the grey car 111 of David Foster. Danny Henry behind him in the white car with the wild boar on the side, runs out wide and there's contact with the number 29 car Alia Kolic. Does not manage to hang on, and through goes the McLaren of David Foster. So right away, Alistair Douglas, from the start of this race, it looks like classic GT4 racing, whether it's in the British Championship, across Europe, wherever on the world. These cars are made for elbows out aggression.
Definitely, yes, and GT4 racing doesn't always take place on the tarmac. There's quite a bit of off-track incidents, but hopefully not too many in this race. But there, the Alia Kolic Mercedes just taking to the grass through Luffield on the approach to Luffield, but no harm done hopefully to the McLaren of David Foster, who's having a really good battle with him. So we're looking now up the Hanger Straight, and it's young Freddie Tomlinson, son of Lawrence Tomlinson, who now owns the Ginetta brand as part of his LNT group, and Freddie leading the other teenager in the race, Seb Hopkins, who both of these drivers are racing in British GT4 this year. Seb Hopkins is in the car that he uses in GT4, but behind them there's a great battle going on, and it's the number 111, the grey McLaren 570S of David Foster. Runs a little bit wide coming through Club Corner, being really heavily challenged by Alia Kolic in the Mercedes AMG GT4 car. Another car, both of these cars running in British GT this year in the current championship, and then just behind them is the second of the McLarens, and that is behind Kolic, that's Danny Henry, and then it's Craig Wilkins in another of the as far as I can work out from looking at the car, another of the current GT4 cars racing this year, and that's the Toyota Supra, the GR, the Gazoo racing car that races in GT4 this year in British GT. So we have current cars up at the front, and then we've got some classics and some cup cars in the race as well, and a challenge into Brooklands from the McLaren, but it doesn't work. He has to back out of that one. So that's the McLaren of Danny Henry, who wasn't able to get past Kolic.
Yeah, Kolic in the middle of a McLaren sandwich there. McLaren Mercedes familiar partners over the years. Oh, the GR Racing Toyota goes out very wide indeed. Craig Wilkins will have lots of gravel on his sticky tyres now, and that's going to make grip a little hard to find. Is that smoke coming from the back of the second and the McLarens of Danny Henry? Looks like it. Now, he's not smoking now, but looked like maybe he was running over a little bit of quick dry from some oil down earlier. There is quite a lot of oil down earlier. Oh no! Danny Henry with a big moment. And maybe that was his own oil, because that was not the way that cars go from Maggots into Beckett's. And that, I'm afraid, is going to bring out the safety car. That car is going to be a while before it's moved. When you go off there, that is pretty much as far from safety as you can get. And so now, here's the move down the inside from the Mercedes. Elia Kolic trying to go by. And hanging on the outside, David Foster. David Foster just clinging on in the McLaren. I'm surprised we haven't seen the safety car boards already. If we get away without a safety car, I'd be very surprised indeed. So it is our race leader, Freddie Tomlinson, ahead of Seb Hopkins. This is the battle for fourth. David Freschi, who finished on the podium in third yesterday in a similar Mercedes, is away and gone. Here's the battle for fourth. McLaren versus Mercedes. And trying to close in from behind, Craig Wilkins in the GR Racing Toyota. And another car in trouble. That's one of our Astons.
It's the
Richard Taffender, I think, is it?
Yes, it is. The Stratton Motorsport car, yes.
Oh dear. Okay, so yeah, front left is very much not as nature intended. So this 30-minute race, we're 5 minutes in, and already we've got two cars stranded, one with a mechanical issue and the other one with a fairly significant off. Here's the race lead though, Freddie Tomlinson, and the orange and black car behind the white Ginetta is Seb Hopkins, two young aspiring drivers. Seb Hopkins already, very successful season so far in that Porsche. And maybe Freddie Hopkins is in a car that he will be racing for the rest of the British GT season in GT4. This is a brand new G56 Ginetta, upgrade to the standard G55 car.
And we've got double waved yellow flags you briefly saw in the background there. That might mean that the clerk of the course is happy to leave this race running under a local yellow, because you did say when you were describing the incident that that car is a very, very long way off the track on the in the gravel trap to the left of Beckett's.
Yeah.
And they may feel that that's far enough off for it to be safe to run under a local yellow.
It wasn't far enough off that he couldn't get there, and so somebody else losing control or making contact in Maggots and Bessick, and there are marshals there. We have had safety cars for cars that were much less of an obstruction, I think. But yeah, no, never try and second guess what happens in race control. So we do not have a safety car yet. The other car, the Aston, is a long way off. And actually that went off a long way. Look, you can see the tyre mark. So actually the damage to the left front corner may have been caused, may have been effect. He may actually have gone into the wall there. But whatever, the Aston is a long way off.
And I think the incident with the McLaren, we saw that smoke, and what that was we don't know, but clearly there was something wrong with the car, and unfortunately Danny Henry didn't know that, and I think the incident was caused by that same failure.
I'm now beginning to think that might have been a monster lockup as he was coming down into Copse, because it really didn't look like he slowed down very much coming into the Beckett's S's, did it?
It didn't at all, which is why I wonder whether there was some fault with the car that caught him out. And anyway, the main thing is he's perfectly okay climbing out of the car. That's really good news.
Well, this is him sweeping into the left-hander at Maggots. Lots of smoke from the back, and the car just does not want to stop, does it? Goes straight off. So has he gone off on his own fluid? Did it blow a pipe? Front-mounted cooling, so the water and oil radiators will all have been at the front, and whether it was coolant or oil, so either way, and it might well have been that's what was caused the cloud of smoke coming down into Copse a few seconds earlier. Well, the driver is out okay, and that is the only concern really. So he's out, Marshall's back behind the wall, and clearly the race director considers the car to be not a worry. And although the driver's out there from the Aston, yeah, I was going to say, the marshals are poised right there, as if they're not ignoring it. They are ready to do something with the car.
And there it is. The safety car boards have now come out. So the clerk of the course has decided that either one or both incidents require attention.
Yeah. Often, as with penalties, there can be a totting up system. One you can deal with. Once the shopping list, the to-do list starts to get a bit long, you go, okay, right, now we have to go safety car. So here we go, safety car, and that means for the moment, no overtaking. Cars will run round at reduced speed until they catch the safety car. We saw it had left the pit lane. There it is in front of Freddie Tomlinson and Seb Hopkins. That's R1-2, and David Freschi, factory Bagheera driver, in third place. He will close up as well. So there have been no pit stops, they have lapped nobody, so the order in which they catch the safety car should be the order in which they actually are in the race. There's the top three. Alia Koloc comes into sight behind in the second of the Mercedes-AMG GT4s. Two of the three cars run by Bagheera Racing. Let's just document, by the way, what has happened to Stephen Walton, car number 69. He is up to 5th place from 9th on the grid, and that is the bright black and yellow Mercedes. And there is the 5th place car of David Foster. So Walton up to 8th place. Sorry, I can't read the timing screen, never mind my own writing. There's Walton, car number 69. So 9th on the grid, 8th place. He was running pretty competitively yesterday and then had an issue, dropped back down the order. The choice of Craig Wilkins is in 6th. In 7th place is John Dixon, and that is the, I can't think of a word other than lurid green Lotus Evora, because boy, it is a bright colour. If I turned up at home with that car, my wife would definitely be looking out the window going, are you kidding? What have you bought a car that colour for? But I think it's well, certainly on a racing car, makes life very easy for commentators. It's the really, really, really green one. Well, rescuing then two cars. The Aston Martin, you can see, car number 172. Chris Murphy sort of misidentified that one, thought it was the Chris Griffin green and lime grey one, actually, rather than Chris Murphy's car. And the other car is the one that had a more high speed off. It was a probably pretty worrying moment for Danny Henry. When you come out of Copse Corner, foot hard on the gas, you do not lift at any stage into maggots in anything. You just sweep through maggots as it doesn't exist, and then you get onto the brakes for the first part of the Beckett's S's. And if there aren't any brakes, there is no first part of the Beckett's S's. As you saw, you take off over the curb on the outside, and he flew pretty much across the grass and any gravel trap into the wall. So there is the Stratton Motorsport Aston. Oh, so in fact, is that Richard Taffinder's car? No, it's not. There are two. Oh, so Chris Murphy's has been run by Stratton as well. I didn't realise that. I didn't have that noted. So it's another Stratton Motorsport car, because Chris Murphy's car is the car that is shown as stopped. So safety car will remain out. This car will have a little tow down to terra firma. And there is the gap in the fence. So towed forward, and then he will be dragged back in, I'm assuming. Meanwhile, the McLaren ain't going anywhere as a rolling chassis. It is on the flatbed. And I'm not sure what driver Danny Henry found when he went from Beckett's to from Maggott to try and turn into Beckett's. It did rather look like he went for the middle pedal and there was nothing at home. So safety car is out, and our remaining dozen plus cars filing along in single file behind him. Another lap or so. Luckily it was relatively early in the race, and so The really good news is that both of our drivers are A-OK. Danny Henry, I think, possibly with a bit more of a shock there. So he gets into the truck. And the Aston Martin, we had to have a repositioning of the towing vehicle, being towed back in behind the wall to a place of safety. So that will be safely out of the way. So that one is done. We need now for the flatbed to find a gap to go into. It's not always quite as quick, but these guys very well rehearsed. They know exactly where they're going, what they're doing, and that will have been confirmed to them by race control. So the marshals have done their job, rescued the car, rescued the driver. Both occupants are A-OK, and in the end, that's actually all you ask from any racing incident. Machines can be replaced, human beings considerably less so. So both drivers fine and on their way back to consider what has not been a great race for either of them. And that McLaren is looking just a little bit second-hand, isn't it? No real obvious signs externally of why he went off.
That kind of fluid or smoke that we saw coming out from the front right corner of the car would suggest, you mentioned the cooling system. It could be oil or could be water being cooled by a radiator there. Maybe that was damaged in an earlier incident. Just a touch on another car would have caused that perhaps, and we just didn't see that, and Danny Henry wasn't aware of it. And when he touched it, I did look for that front right wheel locking, because that's what would have sent him off if he was on his own oil or water, but actually the wheel was still rotating, so a little bit unexplained, that one.
Yeah, maybe what was leaking actually was brake fluid from the caliper, from the brake line. Again, as he went down into Copse, there was a big puff of smoke, and that could be brake fluid on a hot disc. Safety car lights are off. We are about to go green. Oh, and there's something, some quick dry down in the pit in, made it look like the safety car having a monster lockup. He was just driving over the quick dry that covers somebody else's oil leak. So we are ready to go back to green flag racing with just under 14 minutes remaining here at Silverstone. Weaving to get a little bit of heat back into the tyres, approaching the final corner on the lap, and we are about to go green. Freddie Tomlinson drops the hammer, and away we go back to green flag racing for the second part of this Masters GT4 Silverstone Challenge. And Freddie Tomlinson leads from Seb Hopkins. They were the 1-2 before our brief safety car period to recover a couple of machines. The McLaren of Danny Henry and the broken down Aston Martin of Chris Murphy. Well, Freddie Tomlinson got the drop at the start on Seb Hopkins, and this is a brand new car, an absolutely brand new Ginetta G56. So Alistair, I wonder whether they just had a couple of issues with the car yesterday that they've been able to address during the day today, because they raced yesterday evening. They've had plenty of time to work on the car, maybe make a little bit of a setup change, because it does look much more like he's got the pace to handle the Porsche than seemed the case yesterday.
Yes, I think it's more to do with the fact that Freddie was able to get ahead of Seb at the start of the race, and they are so close in terms of their lap times. Yesterday's best lap times were only Freddie slightly slower, but only by 0.3 of a second on a full Silverstone lap, taking nearly 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So I wonder whether it's just the case that Fred is ahead and now Seb hasn't quite got the pace to find a way through. They're both experienced drivers, as I mentioned earlier in the race, both teenagers, but both experienced at driving in GT4 in British GT this year. Seb's best result, sharing with Jamie Orton for the whole season in this car. Their best result, a second in GT4 at the last round of the British GT Championship, which actually is the one flyaway round at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. So Seb is really coming on strong, and he's coming on strong to Freddie as well. And Freddie, a mistake from Freddie there, a little bit late on the brakes. And is Seb going to be able to get through? No. Freddie manages to recover that, but Seb is much closer. He's going for the outside. Freddie Tomlinson goes for the inside to defend his position, and as long as he doesn't run out wide here, then he's not going to open the door for Seb Hopkins. So a little bit of a worrying moment for Freddie Tomlinson there, made a little bit of a mistake into Stowe Corner, coming up now into the fast right and left at Abbey and Farm, and then the rest of the field streaming through as we go back to Farm now into the braking area for Village. An opportunity for Seb to come up on the inside, but Freddie doesn't give him that opportunity. Brakes nice and late, goes into the left-hander at the loop now. Two very different cars, Freddie Tomlinson's front-engined rear-wheel drive and Seb Hopkins' rear-engined rear-wheel drive. So quite different characteristics of these two cars.
Good restart from both men. David Fresky went with them, but there's some fairly large gaps down the field considering everybody was jammed up behind the safety car. And again, Hopkins has a look down the inside, does not manage to get the orange and black Porsche fully alongside Tomlinson, and so the Ginetta driver still has the lead. David Fresky not quite with the pace of these guys in the Bagheera Racing Mercedes. Alia Kolic, his teammate, in fourth place, another second or two back, but behind them a big gap back to David Foster in the McLaren, who's in fifth place. He's got a clump of cars behind him. Craig Wilkins in the Toyota. He's got Dixon's Lotus there as well. And Walton in the black and yellow. Stephen Walton in the black and yellow Mercedes. But it's all eyes on the battle for the lead. Hopkins victorious over Tomlinson yesterday. Can the youngster turn the tables on his fellow teenager? Can Freddie Tomlinson hold on here again? It looks as though perhaps the Ginetta just took a fraction longer to really come back up to full temperature, because now he's just creeping away a little bit from the Porsche. Maybe it's just that he's actually making his speed in the twisty stuff, because the Porsche reels him in down the end of the hangar straight.
Through Stowe Corner, in now downhill into the Vale, and then left into Club, the historic Club, the faster way through Club Corner. So a nice slingshot out onto the tighter right-hander in Club, onto the Hamilton straight. Both drivers running a little wide. Seb Hopkins slightly wider than Freddie Tomlinson, but they're now up into Farm, into Abbey and Farm again, through the left-hander, which I would imagine is flat out for these cars, but then certainly not flat out, hard on the brakes. And it's great to see there's enough suspension movement on these cars that you can see when the drivers put the brakes on and the front of the car dips, and that's really adds something to spectating on these GT4 cars. They're not welded to the ground like some other cars.
Well, the other thing that you get, which is exactly what you want from sports car racing, is different sights, different shapes, and very different, the Ginetta and the Porsche, and different sounds as well. The 6.2 litre engine in the Ginetta bellowing away, 3.8 litre flat six bar from the Porsche. So although they're very close in terms of power and performance, they have a very different way of getting there. There's the Lotus, and John Sixon leading the Cup class cars. And again, that bright green Lotus, a very distinct and easy car to spot in the middle of the pack. He's just behind the GR Supra of Craig Wilkins, who's in sixth position. So our leading Cup car, two behind him, behind the black and yellow car of Stephen Walton, behind the Mercedes, is the second place car in the Cup class, and that is the yellow car number 30 of Greg Evans, Ginetta G55, so a slightly older version of the Ginetta concept. It's the G56 that leads at the moment.
Down the hangar straight once again, and you'd expect the drivers to be over on the right-hand side as we look at it, the outside of the circuit, but Freddie Tomlinson was so keen not to let Seb Hopkins go up the inside into Stowe that he stayed right over on the right-hand side. Now they're coming into Club Corner, and they both take a good chunk of curb, perhaps a little different to some of the other cars we've been watching this weekend. These cars will take the curbs, the bashing from the curbs, and more modern suspension systems on them, so they're able to take quite a chunk of curb on the run into Abbey now, and then across to Farm, and still Seb Hopkins hasn't found a way by. The fastest lap of the race has gone to Freddie Tomlinson, a 2:09.223, which is quicker than yesterday's fastest lap set by Seb Hopkins, which was a 2:09.680. So Freddie Tomlinson really showing his pace today.
Stephen Walton in the black and yellow Mercedes, being chased by the white, black and yellow Ginetta. Right behind him, car number 30, that's Greg Evans. Greg's second in the Cup class. Wants to get by the Mercedes so he can try and get to grips with the Lotus in front. 6 minutes remain on the clock. Even if he does get by the Mercedes, the Lotus may just be a little bit too far away. And these cars closer to production cars in terms of their setup than the GT3 cars, which are more pure bed racers, and with ABS and traction control as well to assist the particularly gentleman drivers who tend to start in this category to learn how to handle these cars. And you can see the Ginetta trying to make inroads. Meanwhile, there is another battle, the Toyota behind the McLaren, two very different ways of going racing. In fact, in the 5 cars that we've just seen, 5 entirely different concepts of car, all being brought together and racing close under one grouping in GT4. And that's one of the delights of the GT3 and the GT4 formats, is that you can bring all sorts of different shapes and sizes and weights and layouts of cars, and they can all race evenly against each other.
And just a note that we've noticed a warning has gone out to Seb Hopkins, the Porsche in second place. There it is, the orange and black car, for exceeding track limits. And I suspect it's there where we've just watched him go off again, because Club Corner, a favourite place along with Copse Corner for running a little wide. And Seb Hopkins is being warned, so another transgression and he'll start to get time penalties.
Yeah, which won't help because he's behind already. Hopkins with the fastest race lap now, 2:09.126 compared to the 2:09.180 of the race leader on that last lap, Freddie Tomlinson. Don't get any extra points, you don't get prize money, you don't get a funky watch of any kind for setting the fastest lap. You might get a warm glow inside, but that doesn't replace being in front. So he closes a little on the leader, and you can see how quickly they have dropped the Mercedes behind. David Freschi and Alia Koloc, they're 3rd and 4th. So this will, at the moment, produce a similar podium to yesterday. Same 3 names, just in a slightly different order, because it was Hopkins, Tomlinson and Freschi yesterday. And right now, Tomlinson looking determined to stay ahead of the resurgent Seb Hopkins, but how resurgent the Porsche driver can be remains to be seen. Again, the LNT team know plenty about this car, but it is a brand new build, so it may still be that they haven't quite perfected the setup yet. It is, however, doing just enough to stay in front. Headlights ablaze on the Toyota, not because it's too dark to see where he's going, but just because Stephen Walton wants to upset, I beg your pardon, not Stephen Walton, because the Toyota driver wants to upset the McLaren in front. It's Craig Wilkins in the Toyota, trying to upset the McLaren, and just distract him a little. Anything flickering away in the mirrors that helps to distract the driver, braking or turning into a corner, can be an advantage.
And the McLaren and the Toyota, a familiar sight racing together in GT4 in British GT this year. The Toyota going extremely well, just a 1-car team. The McLaren is run by a number of customer teams, so there are a few of those out, but the Toyota's proved itself to be a very, very quick car in British GT, and is trying to make a mark now in this GT4 Classic Silverstone Challenge for this weekend's Classic at Silverstone as they come through the long right-hander at Club Corner. And we've been told that the track limits warnings are for Copse Corner, not Club Corner, for Seb Hopkins. So that's where he's been deemed to be running too wide. But we're watching another great battle, and this one is for 5th place. And Craig Wilkins going up around the outside, trying to take the wide line. He'll attempt to cut back, but too good is the McLaren of David Foster. And here are the leaders, and it's side by side. And still Freddie Tomlinson leads. That's at Luffield as they go round to start the section that runs through the old Woodcut corner and onto the pit straight. And it's still Freddie Tomlinson, but Martin, you get the feeling that Seb Hopkins is ready to pass him, don't you?
Yeah, side by side into the braking area. Hopkins earlier on the brakes as they turn into Copse Corner. He was on the outside line and he worried about Freddie Tomlinson. He runs out wide again. He's carrying too much speed in there. If he runs all 4 wheels outside the white line again, then he will start to pick up penalties. And the problem then is, even if he finishes in front, he may not end up finishing in front. We haven't been notified yet on our timing screens of any penalty, but that we haven't been notified about anything, even track limit warnings. And again, running out wide there onto the hanger straight from Chapel Curve. Freddie Tomlinson painted on the white line on the drivers inside. He did not want Seb Hopkins coming inside him, wanted to make sure the Porsche driver had to go the long way round the outside. 30 odd seconds remain, another lap to go. More jeopardy for Tomlinson. Hopkins seems to have the quicker car here late in the race.
Indeed, yes, and Freddie Tomlinson managing to keep the white Ginetta within the track limits there. The car just moving across the track, but he didn't run wide. We've seen that situation lose the lead. And then another battle. This is for 5th place, the McLaren versus Toyota battle. Craig Wilkins trying to find a way by David Foster as they go into Club Corner, and they'll turn a long right-hander now, and already Craig Wilkins is trying to think of a way of coming out of Club slightly quicker, so he gets the run up the Hamilton straight. He pulls to the inside of the circuit, then drops back to the outside again, just trying to worry David Foster into a mistake as they come now into Farm, the left-hander. And then will Craig Wilkins go for the outside at Village or the inside? No, he stays behind as they go now on the short straight up to the loop, the left-hander.
This is like yesterday's race. The Toyota seems to be stronger and stronger the longer the race goes on, and yet it's a bigger, higher car. It looks like it'll roll more, should wear its tyres more, should maybe get less competitive as the race goes on. But Craig was like this at the end of the race, really pushing hard. Leaders come past us halfway round the lap, past the old pits, and there is clear air behind Freddie Tomlinson. Well, he ran a little wide, but maybe Seb Hopkins has just had to be a little clearer. David Freschi in 3rd, Alia College closing right in 4th. Tomlinson, though, with a big advantage, the biggest in the race. Seb Hopkins is not going to win this unless there are post-race penalties or a big drama for Freddie Tomlinson. Maybe for the first time, he'll come down the hanger straight on the driver's left on the racing line. Hopkins not able to get there. He had a really big attack in the last couple of laps, but as they come down towards Stowe for the final time, it's Freddie Tomlinson who is the leader, and Seb Hopkins has not got anything left to show the Ginetta driver. Final corners of the race for Freddie Tomlinson. He was the runner-up yesterday from 2nd on the grid. He took the lead right at the beginning of the race. Through the safety car, he held it, restarted superbly, and takes the first win for this car. In 2nd place, behind him, Seb Hopkins, and in 3rd, well, a run to the line from Alia College. Gets through, got ahead of David Freschi, so a change on the last lap. The teammates swapping positions, whether that was intentional or whether College just had a run and a run out wide from the McLaren. Another change of position. We didn't have it for the lead, but we had it for 3rd and we've had it for 5th. Craig Wilkins gets through, and behind, look at that, the Cup class battle. It was close, but not enough. The Lotus takes victory. And there is Freddie Tomlinson, as he will have been instructed by his engineers. Pick up as much muck on the tyres as possible. That's why he's running off track. He's running in all the dirt, all the marbles, to make sure that the car weighs as much as possible and is as high as possible. And our race director, well, not our race director, but the race director in the race, the British GT race director, Peter Daly, completes his weekend without any summonses to the Clerk of the Courses office. He will get 2 big fat ticks and signatures on his licence. So congratulations to him. I'm sure that has helped continue his education as a race official. When you race yourself, it does give you that extra little bit of insight. Well, Freddie Tomlinson claiming victory in the Ginetta, and this might well be the key moment. Watch Seb Hopkins in the orange and black Porsche really trying to get a good drive through Luffield, but it's a little bit less grippy out there in the gravel trap than he would have liked. Keep it on the grey stuff, son, that's what it's there for. So Seb Hopkins just pushing with everything he had. Well, better to go down in a, I was going to say blaze of glory, but in a cloud of gravel trap dust than not to have tried at all. He gave it everything, didn't quite have enough. Craig Wilkins with a little bit of smoke coming from the back of the Toyota. And they had a good race in the end. As long as not too much more smoke comes out, then they will be happy to deal with that when he gets back in. But it is actually starting to smoke quite a lot. So luckily the race has ended, and hopefully he's not dropping oil all the way back to the pit lane. Well, that turned into a very dramatic last few moments as well. This, again, I said this earlier, is it actually a legal requirement that we have major last lap dramas? Because there were some major last lap dramas in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great racing. The lead battle carried on right the way around to Luffield on the last lap, we now know, because we've seen that gravel trap moment. But up to that point, very, very good indeed from Freddie Tomlinson and Seb Hopkins.
Yeah, cracking battle for the lead. And David Fresky and Alia College. Alia College grabbing 3rd place. I wonder if that was a gift from the team, that they swapped positions, or whether David Fresky had a problem, but whatever. Alia College caught him on the final lap and dived through for a podium finish. So 2 of the 3 Bagheera Mercedes drivers finishing in the top 3 in the 2 races. Well, let's take a look at the results then of our race. Second and final encounter for the Masters GT4 Classic in the Silverstone Challenge. Freddie Tomlinson today taking victory over yesterday's winner Seb Hopkins, so a win and a second apiece. Alia College in 3rd, ahead of David Fresky in 4th, so a 3rd and a 4th apiece for the Mercedes drivers. Craig Wilkins finishing in 5th place, getting ahead of David Foster in the final corner of the race. John Dixon in 6th, ahead of Stephen Walton and Greg Evans, and John Dixon winning the Cup class in his Lotus. Chris Griffin, the top classic car, in 10th place in his Aston. Safety car to rescue the cars of Danny Henry and Chris Murphy, both of whom were fortunately A-OK after their incidents. We expected to see the front runners from race 1 producing the pace at the front again in race 2 for the GT4s, and Seb Hopkins and Freddie Tomlinson did exactly that. A high-speed off for the McLaren driver Danny Henry was one of the incidents that brought out the safety car, and when we went back to green flag racing, early race leader Freddie Tomlinson came under real pressure from day 1 winner Seb Hopkins, but the Ginetta driver held his nerve and his line and his position. In the Cup class, it was the Lotus Evora of John Dickinson who had the advantage, his closest rival getting held up, and in the end Freddie Tomlinson and Seb Hopkins' battle was decided by a gravel trapping moment from the Porsche driver, and it was the Ginetta that claimed the win.
Well, here at the Classic, it's not just the drivers and the historic race cars that get to enjoy the track. It's actually anyone who fancies a bit of a challenge, who wants to stretch their legs and get involved with the fun run. And here to tell me a little bit more about it is Beth. Beth, there's a fun run taking place, but it's all in aid of a very good cause, isn't it? For Alzheimer's Research UK. Tell us a bit about the charity and what it's doing here at the Classic.
So Alzheimer's Research UK are trying to find some kind of cure or treatment for people who are living with Alzheimer's. At the minute, there's nothing you can do when you get diagnosed with it. So it's a really important charity to try and instill a bit of hope into people who are living with Alzheimer's.
And the fun run, obviously, is not only fun for everyone taking part, but it's aiming to raise some money. But you're also aiming to raise some money here at the stand. How can everyone else who's here this weekend get involved?
So we've got some amazing things at the stand. We've got a lovely old car that you can come and get a Polaroid picture with. We've got a wonderful Mercedes car filled with lots of balls, and you can try and guess how many balls you think are in there. We've also got a stand where you can share your best road trip memories and share some lovely pictures, and a £5 donation for all of the activities would be excellent.
I love that. Okay, have you guessed how many balls do you think are in that Mercedes?
I'm going to guess about 450.
450, okay, yeah. Now I'm going to guess 367. I haven't even
Let's
seen
see.
inside, but I'm going to guess that, which means I owe you £5.
Okay.
But officially, then I get to win, right? If
Yeah,
I get it
you
right.
get to win.
Okay, fine. Brilliant. Well, there are prizes available as well.
Yes.
Tickets
There's
to the Mercedes
tickets
World.
Tickets to Mercedes, the museum, and also a Dyson, a lovely vacuum for a lucky winner.
Hate to say it, but I think I need the Dyson more than I do the tickets to the Mercedes Museum. But anyway, Beth, absolute pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the weekend and come down and say hello to the guys here at Alzheimer's Research UK. They'd really appreciate it.
The Group C endurance legends are about to head out for a demonstration celebrating 40 years since the start of this epic era of sports car racing. And perhaps the most famous British name associated with it is also closely associated with Rothmans and Porsche. Le Mans winner Derek Bell. Ed caught up with him a few moments ago.
Derek Bell, a fantastic era of sports car racing, and you had so much success in these cars. Do they always bring back happy memories?
Oh yeah, I mean it's just like going from home to home, you know. I mean you just get back. I got in the red one today, and it was a white and blue one yesterday, and 2 weeks ago it was black. You know, I mean the cars are all really the same. They're based on the same thing, and this one was a Richard Lloyd car that was slightly different. And I've driven it a couple. I drove it at in France, at Dijon, and then I drove it again at Brands Hatch. And it's really a delightful car. It's very sweet, sort of short circuit car.
Just a little bit about Silverstone Classic, the event itself. What an amazing array of cars and drivers.
Quite astonishing. I mean, it just shows how damn important it is that we sort of cherish our history, everything. And you think of the number of cars that British companies, all right, these are German, but that British companies have produced in the last, God knows, 30, 40, 50, 100 years. And what we do here at Silverstone, and do it at Goodwood, and do it wherever we can. And it's so important to sort of just to keep our classic sort of industry really working very hard for us, because look at the young people here today. Our young people deserve to have them to look at in the future, and everybody's doing such a great job. I mean, as you say, look at the entry here. I've never seen so many cars and so many people actually.
And Derek, just very quickly, you can be pushing hard in this?
I'll be going as hard as I can. You know, I mean, I haven't driven it for probably 20 years. I've driven other ones. I was out one yesterday, but they're all different slightly. I think it'll be fun. Yeah.
Derek, enjoy it.
I will. I do.
He really does, doesn't he? We've already had an 80-year-old race winner just about an hour or so ago in the Thunder Sports. Derek Bell also, unbelievably, just celebrated his 80th birthday. I have to say, you would not know it to watch him drive or to hear him chat. Always good to catch up with Derek Bell. And a hugely successful sports cars career, followed his path through from single-seaters to Formula 2 to Formula 1, racing for Ferrari among others, and then winning at Le Mans. Lots of work going on to clear up the oil, and looks like the modern cars have been responsible for quite a lot of that. Let's get down to the assembly area, and Ed is surrounded by Group C royalty.
Now, whilst the Porsches played a huge role in the Group C history, so did Jaguar and a certain driver called Martin Brundle. Now, his son Alex is in the car today. Alex, do you sometimes, I mean, you drive a lot of historics. Do you sometimes wish you were born a little bit earlier?
I mean, if it gave me the opportunity to drive this in competition, I think I'd give anything. What a brilliant machine, beautifully prepared by Henry Pearman. And I just loved it yesterday. It does everything you ask it to do. It's so almost an LMP car. It's obviously carbon fibre chassis, but it's got that big engine in the back. But I just absolutely adore this thing.
And Silverstone, wide open, this is where Group C started. It's the perfect place to drive it, isn't it?
Perfect place to drive it. 1987 World Championship winning car. A lot of respect for it, and a lot of respect for its history. So I'm taking it easy, but wow, what a privilege.
Did you ask your dad a few tips before you got in?
I have driven one before. We drove one together a little while back. It was the beginning of my kind of journey in historic racing. I've driven Gary Pearson's car, but yeah, that day he told me about the engine way up high, the little bit of the notchy 5-speed box, and the fact it's got more power than grip. I think he also said clutches on the left, which was potentially less helpful. But a few tips here and there.
Alex, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Now, one person I did want to have a chat to, Gordon, if you come this way, is Henry Pearman. Now, Henry is really one of the main reasons why we have so many amazing Group C cars here today. Henry, I think you brought 12 cars for the demonstration. I seem to remember you telling me it's becoming a disease.
I think it's well gone that now. It's absolutely out of control.
When did you first fall in love with these things?
82 at Brands Hatch in the pouring rain, watching Derek and Jackie clinch the World Championship on the last lap, and then going to Le Mans in 83 at Derek's suggestion, the little old 750 Motor Club's club do, and once you've gone there, you're completely hooked.
And what are they like to drive for a layman like me?
Amazingly really easy. They look so intimidating, they're not. So Wyn Percy drove this car for the first time when we shared a car back in 04, and he'd been winning in the Turbo Jagger all the time. And he drove this round and he said, well, that was quite nice. You know, obviously it's been going quite well, but where did I end up? And I said, well, front row of the grid. And he could not believe it. Same lap time as he was doing in the Jaguar, but so easy to drive, synchro gearboxes, comfortable seats, no real vices.
Henry, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Right, I think we've got time for one more. Let's head down here. One of my favourite Group C machines, the Skull Bandit car. And in here, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to open the door. I know. Thankfully, I don't. Mike, a Group C Porsche at Silverstone as the sun's going down. Can anything beat this?
No, nothing can beat this. Group C to me, I did very few Grand Prix, but Group C really was the best racing I ever did in my career.
And, I mean, these are the Porsche 956, 962. It has a lot to answer for in terms of a lot of drivers' careers, doesn't it? Because it just made a success for so many people.
Absolutely. Such an iconic car. Porsche did such a good job. I just wish I raced them in period. I raced Group C2 for Akira Kos and Group C1 for Nissan, always wanting to drive a Porsche, sadly. But now I get to race them in Europe in classic events, and I couldn't be happier.
Mike Wells, thank you.
A pleasure.
Right, let's head a little bit further back. We see Callum Lockie over there and Julian Thomas. We can maybe come back to them in a second. Sorry, just walking straight through. Andy Prio, hello.
Hey,
we'll come to you in a second. Dickie Meaden, probably the luckiest journalist I know. You've driven this more than some of the period drivers.
Yeah, it feels like home, really. You know, I was lucky enough to drive it at Goodwood for a similar demo, and then Henry kindly offered me the chance to drive it again, and you're not going to say no, are you, really? So.
Now, I don't know if Gordon, if you come around to the other side and you try and look in, Dickie, just talk me through these controls, because a lot of these, there's even a key to start it.
I was just sort of talking it through for the story I'm going to write, but yes, I think this was one of the real forerunners of completely simple, clear endurance racing cockpit. So everything's big, chunky switches, clearly marked, starts on the key, synchro box. It's just a machine designed to just keep going and, you know, go as fast as it can for as long as it can, and you really get that sense even when you're driving it around here for 10 minutes.
I know it's quite heavy steering and there's obviously reasonably physical, but can you tell they're built for 24-hour racing?
Yeah, they feel very, very sturdy, robust things. They sort of encourage a precise, measured style. I think clearly it's a really easy car to operate. Obviously, it's not easy to drive them, you know, as fast as it could possibly go, but it's a real testament to how the car's designed and engineered that you can just drop someone like me that's hardly had any real meaningful miles in the car, and you feel totally at home and confident and comfortable in the car.
Well, Dickie, enjoy it. It suits you.
Thank you, yeah.
Right, well, I mentioned earlier, Gordon, come this way. So, I mentioned we saw Callum Lockie earlier, a very successful historic racer. He's been out in almost every car, every race this weekend. I joked with him earlier that he's obviously having a terrible time having to drive this. Callum, you got a bit of warning. You saw me coming on the big screen. We were talking about just what a joy these were to drive earlier.
Absolutely. I mean, what could be better? We're at the Silverstone Classic, driving a Rothmans Porsche Group C car. They're absolutely stunning round here because it's a high downforce circuit, very fast, and that's exactly what these cars are built for. Absolutely phenomenal.
But you're used to historic Dunlops, no grip, don't lose speed. Do you have to do a bit of a master reset when you get behind the wheel of this?
Well, when you get downforce cars, yes. But remember, I've raced quite a few downforce cars in the past, so it's a small reset, but still nevertheless one.
And today, I mean, are you going to all run together, or you just go out and see how quickly you can go?
Well, we're allowed to overtake and have a bit of a go, but I think it's high-speed demo rather than trying to do race speed. We've got to keep it under control. These cars are worth a lot of money, but also, you know, it would be incredibly upsetting to damage one of these iconic cars.
Allowed to overtake. Once a racer, always a racer, Callum. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and may I just say a massive thank you to Henry Pearman for allowing us to drive his superb cars.
I think we all second that. Right, let's why don't we, for a bit of a change, let's come and have a chat to some of the guys standing on the edge. Hello. You a fan of the Group C era Porsches?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I'm going to Le Mans next year. I'm so excited for the centenary.
And what else have you been looking at this weekend? What's been a highlight?
It's just eye candy for me. It's just brilliant, and I love seeing the way the engines are fitted in. It's just phenomenal. I just don't know how they do it. Yeah.
A lot of money and expertise.
Oh yes, brilliant.
I'm being passed down the line. Derek Bell in a Porsche 962, 956. It doesn't get better than that, does it?
Any octogenarian out there in a car's got to have a lot of respect, so fantastic for him.
We had an 81-year-old who won the previous race. Maybe we all get quicker as we get older.
Well, I'd like to think so, because I've got a hope for me yet.
Me neither.
Fantastic event. I think in comparison with Goodwood and the Classic gets my vote every time. Access all areas. Beautiful event. Thank you very much.
It's a wonderful event. Thank you. Look, one person I did want to speak to, where are all the marshals gone? Because the marshals have really the unsung heroes. Typical. I say marshals and they all disappear. Let's just come in here. There are sometimes some marshals hiding in here. Yeah. Well, let's go through. And the marshals are sort of the unsung heroes of the weekend. They come out here in all weathers. This weekend, probably getting sunburned rather than getting soaked. And we should all say thank you to the marshals. I've come and doorstep to you. Have you been having a good weekend?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. And is this your first time marshalling, or have you been doing it for a while?
Oh, no, I've been doing it for about a year now.
Yeah.
In marshalling.
And you can't get closer to the racing any other way, can you?
Not at all, unless you're a driver, no.
Yeah. Highlight of the weekend?
These and the F1 cars that have been on show.
Yeah. Good choices. Good choices. Well, thank you from all of us to all the marshals for everything you do. I think that's us down at the assembly area. We'll go and hunt for some more people to talk to in a bit.
Cracking stuff, Ed. Well, still quite a lot more clearing up going on around the circuit. And as Ed said, the marshals out in all weathers, even weather that's not safe to race in, the marshals will still be on post. So the boys and girls in orange and black are always on duty before the drivers go out. After the drivers have left, it is always a long day in all weathers. So thank you so much indeed to everybody, from the fans, from the drivers, from the teams, from the engineers, from the organisers. Thanks to all the marshals who come out week in, week out at huge meetings like this and the British Grand Prix, down to the smallest clubbies. Without them, there is no motorsport. They are all unpaid volunteers and they are superb, every single one of them. Well, we are still waiting for the track to be cleared for our endurance demonstration of our Group C cars, and as we heard from a couple of the drivers, they are allowed to go fast. Well, that's going to be good fun. Let's hear a little bit more from Bryn.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Martin. It's time for us to do the Masters GT4 Classic Silverstone Challenge Podium as those Group C cars fire off into the distance. We'll come back to you as soon as we can. So let's get cracking then in third place. What a performance. Alaya Koloc, well done, Alaya. Big round of applause there. Bit of a pause before the podium, but well worth it. Congratulations. Second place goes to Seb Hopkins. Well done to Seb. Windswept and interesting, Seb. And then our race winner was Freddie Tomlinson. Congratulations to Freddie. And to present their trophies, Paul Denman from Close Brothers Asset Management. Get a quick word with Freddie straight after this. There we go. Let's get a quick word then with Freddie before these Group C cars go out. Freddie, yesterday it was the other way around with you and Seb, wasn't it? But he couldn't get past you this time.
Yeah, it was obviously really tough to keep Seb behind for the whole race. I just knew I had to try and keep it clean and not make a mistake, and luckily I just managed to get there in the end.
For yourself, it's been really important, isn't it? You get some extra seat time ahead of Brands Hatch in 2 weeks with the British GT.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really good one-off event to get your iron back because we had a long break off. So it's yeah, Silverstone's been a really good time to get back into it before Brands.
Yeah, great. So we'll be there for that one. We'll keep an eye on what goes on. And our third place, Alaya, a brilliant performance from yourself.
Yeah, it was a really fun race. I enjoyed the weekend, and hopefully we can come again next year.
The overtake on that last corner was pretty special.
Yeah, I was fighting with McLaren, and then the last lap I managed to catch David, so I had a lot of fun.
Great stuff. Well done to all of you. Let's head back then to Martin and to Alistair for this Group C demonstration. But here's a podium from the GT4s. Congratulations.
Cars out on track already to demonstrate their wares. We're celebrating here at the Classic the 40th anniversary of one of the classic eras of endurance racing, Group C. Well, Silverstone was the very first race of the Group C era, a new fuel-based formula that opened the doors to all comers. The first car we pick up is Ray Mallock, driving a car which he raced in period at Le Mans. This is Nimrod chassis 005. He raced this car at Le Mans in 1984, sharing with Drake Olsen. But the car, unfortunately, not while Ray was driving it, but in the night, was written off in a big accident on the Mulsanne Straight, which claimed both the Aston Martin engined Nimrods, Viscount Down and the Aston Martin team combined to produce the car. And John Sheldon, I believe, was one of the drivers of the two cars. John Sheldon, Drake Olsen came together, and it wasn't just bad news for the Aston team. In the tragedy, a marshal lost his life, and RML, Ray Mallock's company, presents the ACO Marshals Award every year, which is named in memory of that marshal, Jackie Loiseau. So Ray, absolutely thrilled to be back driving this car. And of course, RML, not only instrumental in helping to build this car and the MK Astons that followed, but they built their own Group C2 cars as well. They built Group C2 cars for the Ecos team, which were very successful in period. There are no Group C2 cars in this demonstration. We did see a C2 car racing earlier on in the Thundersports though. So we could perhaps see some more of those. There are certainly a lot of those around. Now, Ray enjoying getting back behind the wheel of this car. Let's hope he gets that Aston Martin thundering away quickly behind him, because going past us, a whole host of very quickly pedalled Porsches. Derek Bell drove one of the Rothmans cars that he drove in period yesterday, but he is in the Richard Lloyd Engineering cabin liveried car. Here he is, and this car, a 1988-89 car. Now, these cars were redesigned by Nigel Stroud. Most people, as you heard from Dickie Meaden, would buy their 956, 962 and be literally handed the ignition key, because like road car Porsches, race car Porsches do genuinely start on the key. But GTI Engineering, Richard Lloyd Company, was not content with that. They always were redesigning the cars. They were first to build the cars from a composite honeycomb monocoque upwards, whereas the factory cars came from folded aluminium. And Derek Bell and James Weaver had the lead car in the team in 1988. They finished in the top 3 in the championship in the final race of the season. And Derek Bell with Tiffany Dell raced in the World Endurance Championship season as well with the cars in 1989, taking second in the Supercar race here at Silverstone and 4th at the year-ending race in Mexico. So Richard Lloyd Racing, one of the things that Richard Lloyd did with GTI Engineering was find some really very esoteric liveries. You'll see another one, the bright pink car with Japanese script that you can see running around, car number 14. That's another GTI Engineering car, and that was driven by David Hobbs, the great David Hobbs, the great raconteur David Hobbs, a young single-seater ace called Stephen Ansgar, who converted to GT cars during the Group C era. There it is, the pink car. And one Damon Hill was the third driver of that car at Le Mans in 1989. So another GTI Engineering car. The car was also raced in 1989 with Manuel Reuter joining James Weaver in the team. And again, you can see it's got that short sprint tail with a separate wing. Very different from the look of the cars behind it. And then immediately behind, a car that is so evocative, so recognisable to British fans, the Silk Cut Jag. This particular car, an XJR8, featuring the 5-litre V12, and the engine was literally the same block that was used in V12 Jaguar XJs and XJSs. They were left out to weather for 6 to 12 months, and then they were built up to race engines, but it was absolutely a production block with a dry sump and so on to lower it, and very well tuned. But as Alex Brundle was telling Ed earlier, it's a car driven in 1987 to the Drivers' World Championship title by Raul Boesel and his teammates. Well, Raul was the sole Drivers' Champion in 1987, solo, ahead of Jan Lammers and John Watson, who were also driving Silk Cut Jags. Of course, Jaguar winning at Le Mans, going back with the XJR6 and then winning with the XJR8s. So hugely successful period for Jaguar in racing. Again, it was one that really reignited British interest at Le Mans more than ever. Le Mans is always one of Britain's biggest motor races, has perhaps the biggest British crowd, well, certainly up until this year, of any race other than the British Grand Prix here at Silverstone, when we had an absolute record crowd. And of course, Lewis Hamilton so instrumental in bringing all the fans to Silverstone, while Jaguar did the same. There was a real cup final feeling when Jaguar came to the line in 1988 to win Le Mans for the first time since the Curia Cross days of the 1950s. Final month in office of Jaguar chairman John Egan, and he was as happy as anybody in the place. Now, behind the pink Richard Lloyd car, another very well-known livery. Didn't last long in Group C, the Skull Bandit livery, the J. David team. This car being driven by Mike Wilds, and actually here signing copies of his book this weekend, one of the men who drove it in period, John Fitzpatrick. John Fitzpatrick and Derek Warwick's perhaps best day in a Skull Bandit Porsche was at the 1,000 kilometres in Brands Hatch, where they won. And all the major teams were there. The factory Rothmans Porsche teams were there, GTI Engineering were there, Jost, Kramer, Obermeier, all the big teams that ran Porsches in the Group C era. And for the J. David team to come out on top was a massive day. A big result with 2 British drivers in the car. Very distinct livery. Now the other car with the white and blue striped livery that is on display, also the same team, but that car a 956 a little earlier. This is chassis number 114 for Anorax. Chassis number 110 is the blue car. So they certainly built a few of these cars. Now, car number 1, that is the car that Derek Bell, that Callum Lockie rather, drove yesterday. And again, as he said, great thanks to Henry Pearman, the arch enthusiast who first went to Le Mans in 1984 and who has a massive toy box. He's got more real Porsche 956 962s than most people would have in a Scalextric collection. So he really does have a phenomenal array of these cars. This is car number 1 that you're seeing, chassis number 4 of the line of 962s. One of 3 works cars built for the model's debut in 1985 and raced at Le Mans with John Watson, who again is here this weekend, Al Holbert and Vern Chupin. They were previous winners of the race with Hurley Hayward in the 956 era. And they spent about half the race in this car with Watty in second place before the engine let go. The car then came back to Le Mans in 1986 and claimed pole, raced by the Yost team in Rothmans colours for Derek Bell and Hans Stuck in 1987. And a brief glimpse of the Kouros Mercedes. This team, the car designed and built by Peter Sauber and his crew, running Mercedes V8 engines, so it wasn't a factory Mercedes car. Kouros, the male perfume, was the livery of the car. Very attractive livery. Raced in 1986 as a Sauber, raced at Le Mans and also won at the Nürburgring in 1986. Competed in privateer hands for 2 years and has been in the collection in Las Vegas, Nevada for much of the intervening couple of decades. Restored in the late 1920 teens and returned to racing in 2019. Now here is the other J. David car with the Newsweek and Skull Bandit livery. Winner of the winners of the Brands Hatch 1,000 kilometres in 1983, John Fitzpatrick and Derek Warwick. One of 2 original 956s to beat the factory team, and the only 956 to race and win in North America. Raced at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. It was second at Imola as well, and on the podium in the 1,000 kilometres here at Silverstone in 1984 for the final round owned by JFR. So raced at Le Mans as well by the late Alain de Cadenet, who passed away earlier this month, and Chris Craft in 1984, who also has departed this world and restored to its fabulous and original livery. Always great to hear that flat 6 bark around the Silverstone circuit. Like Henry Pearman, my first Le Mans in the early 1980s, and as he said, I've been telling everybody all weekend, if you're going to go to Le Mans, if you're thinking about it, half thinking about it, go. As that fan that Ed interviewed in 2023, it's the centenary, but I do warn you, if you go once is never enough. It is highly addictive. One of the best descriptions of Le Mans I ever read was by a Belgian journalist, great Paul Frère, who, as well as being a good writer about motorsport, also won Le Mans, yes, and finished 3rd in a Formula 1 Ferrari in a Belgian Grand Prix on the old Spa-Francorchamps. So he was that good a driver. And his description of Le Mans, it's a week-long holiday with like-minded friends, at the end of which they hold the world's greatest motor race. And that remains very much the description of Le Mans to this day. Highly addictive and highly entertaining. And if you're in the campsites, possibly also highly alcoholic, but we won't talk about that. So final few moments on track for Derek Bell. Share the car that he drove in period for GTI Engineering. Derek Bell was always as much in demand then as he is now, and not just for his skills as a raconteur, but for his skills behind the wheel. And we talked a little bit yesterday about Alex Brundle driving a car that his dad raced. Well, Alex has also raced with his father at Spa. Of course, Derek raced with Justin Bell at Le Mans in the Harrods McLaren and came within a few hours, and one unfortunate, very small component failure of potentially winning the Le Mans 24 Hours as a father and son combination. Well, it didn't quite happen, but I'm sure those memories are as strong with Derek as they definitely are with Justin. So the car's heading into the pit lane. We have one more race still to go to round us out, and it will very possibly be headlights on for the pre-66 touring cars. Let's catch up with them in the assembly area. Ed, who's finding everything, is knee-high to him, I imagine.
Thank you, Martin, that's very kind. Now, this is called the Transatlantic Touring Car Race, but you can be forgiven for thinking that actually it's just an American touring car race, because on the front of the grid we've got Mustang. The one we're looking at here has got Steve Soper in, done a few races in his time, used to do some tin tops, he's quite handy. We do have one Cortina of Marcus Jewell up here, fantastic effort by him, and then behind Ford Falcon, American. Behind that, Ford Mustang, American, another Ford Mustang. Then we're into the Galaxies, the enormous Galaxies that we paced out yesterday. Let's take a walk down the assembly area as these cars go out. And it's all the big engine cars up the front, which isn't really a surprise, because Silverstone, it's all about the long straights and getting the speed down those straights. Now we're into the minis, the poor little minis that would be quite near the front if it was actually raining, but it's not. No rain forecast. So the minis are going to be hanging onto the coattails of the bigger cars. Plenty of Lotus Cortinas, and there's a couple of BMWs. There's still some Mustangs further back here. But really, if it's a transatlantic competition, I think it's safe to say that the Americans have won qualifying. But let's see what happens when the race begins. That's all from us in the assembly area.
One final race at the Classic. It is the Adrian Flux Trophy for Transatlantic Pre-66 touring cars. 52 driver lineups on the grid for this 45-minute pit stop race. Here's how they line up, with the Mustang on pole position, the Thorpe and Quaife car just ahead of the Mustang of John Davidson. Steve Soper and Henry Mann, who is driving two cars in this race, in the Ford Mustang ahead of the Lotus Cortina, the first of the twin-cam powered cars. It will be outpowered by the big Ford V8s in the Mustangs, the Falcons and the Galaxy, but nimble handling and some bravery could keep them in the fray. They're only a second off the pace in qualifying. Four-time World Touring Car, three-time World Touring Car champion Andy Prio in a Mustang. He will start in 7th place. And Phil Keane added to Sean McInerney's Ford Mustang to bring some more driving talent to that lineup. Further back, lots more Lotus Cortinas. They'll be battling in the up to 1600 category and for supremacy against the big Ford engine cars. And then a whole gaggle of Mini Coopers, mostly Austins. There is a Morris Mini Cooper S in there as well, and they will all be battling for their own honours in the up to 1300cc class. So it is a massive grid. We haven't got to the end of it as we get to the 30th place car. There are 50 cars heading out to end this fantastic 2022 Classic at Silverstone on a real bang. We have had lots of great racing, lots of last lap sort-outs throughout the weekend, and we expect to see at least a lot of great racing in this, and maybe a kind of grandstand finale where everything gets sorted out in the very final lap. Well, take a look at this. Lots of well-known machinery, Mark 1, Lotus Cortinas and Mini Cooper S's. Everybody in the audience will know them. The Ford Mustangs are pretty easy to recognise as well. And then the bigger shapes, the Ford Falcon and the longest in the field, the Ford Galaxy. There's one Alfa Romeo in there as well. So that is also competing with the twin cam Lotus Cortinas in the up to 1600 class, or 1300 to 1600 class. And then above 1600, it is all comers in the big category. One BMW 1800 in the up to 2 litre category, so he's going to have a bit of a race with the Cortinas and the Minis. Won't be worrying too much about class honours. And as this huge field of 50 cars streams round, most are 2-driver entries. There are a number who are single drivers, rather greedy, hogging the entire 50-minute race to themselves. But then, if I had a Mustang or a Cortina, I might well be doing the same. Of course, I might be doing what some of the other owners do, which is get somebody in who really knows how to drive them, but that's entirely the owner's choice. One man on the grid as well has been responsible for helping to build his own car, so kudos to Alex Brundle, who has, with Pearson Engineering, been building his own Mustang, and his first time racing here this weekend in a car that he has bloodied his own knuckles on. There can't be too many drivers. Steve Soper would be the other that immediately springs to mind who have done that. So lights out on the safety car. We are getting ready to go racing. The final encounter at the Classic at Silverstone. 45 minutes of tin top mayhem. Like the blue touch paper, stand well back. The Transatlantic Challenge for Pre-66 touring cars for the Asian Flux Trophy gets underway here at Silverstone. It was our pole-sitting Mustang that paced the field, thundering Ford V8s very much to the fore, being chased by the wailing twin-cam Cortinas and the howling Minis. The sound of mighty muscle, though, leads the field around the Silverstone Grand Prix circus as we get our 45-minute race underway.
And it's James Thorpe who's taken the early lead in the dark blue with the white striped Mustang. There are 2 Mustangs, 3 Mustangs and a Falcon behind him, and then another couple of Mustangs, 2 of them in very similar colours, the Alan Mann colours, red and gold roof. But the rest of the field streaming through, what a sight that is. They've got to deal with this little bit of treatment that's been put down on the oil. That's blowing up a lot of dust, but it looks like the James Thorpe car that leads, the number 66. Then it's the light blue car of Steve Soper, who's sharing with Henry Mann in the number 7 Mustang, the light blue coloured car. Steve Soper, of course, well known to touring car fans, known as Soper Man, and he's sharing with Henry Mann, so that's how he appears on our grid sheet, Soper Man. And in 3rd place, the red and gold Mustang, the first of the 2 of them, that's 163 John Davison, who was on the front row, but not such a great start for John Davison. Then it's the yellow car. Now, look out for that 99 yellow car, currently in 4th place, battling through Copse Corner. That is World Touring Car Champion Andy Prio in that car first. He's the start driver in that one, so absolutely getting the hammer down in the yellow Mustang from row 4, Andy Prio. And he's got ahead of the 2nd of the red and gold Mustangs, which is Craig Davis, the number 9 car, his regular mount for these historic touring car races. And a change of lead then, so it's now the light blue car of Steve Soper that leads, as we look at, sadly,
Chris
one of our
Morgan.
minis.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Chris Morgan failing to proceed. Andy Prio went the long way round the outside at Copse Corner and had 3rd place into Maggots and Beckett's, but he's got to do a bit of chasing here. Big lock-up from Steve Soper. Or is it Henry Mann in that car? Must be Henry Mann starting that car, otherwise you wouldn't be able to swap into the other car. Or is it Steve Soper swap that one and Henry Mann's in the other one? Either way, big lock-up.
It's Steve Soper,
Steve Soper, yeah, the red and grey helmet. So Soper with an uncharacteristic error. Now I wonder whether that is him on colder tyres with a bit of oil on the car's tyres maybe, or whether they've got a little bit of an issue. But Soper has the lead from James Thorpe, just And Andy Prio will look to try and close the gap, and the battle in front, Alistair, is really going to help Prio. Prio's not being attacked from behind at the moment, although he has got very close company from the Thomas and Lockie car, but he needs to try and close on these guys while he has the opportunity, and down the inside comes the Falcon.
Julian Thomas, yes, as always, starts his cars, and he'll hand over to Callum Lockie, and Julian Thomas manages to slide down the inside of the rather more experienced in terms of touring car racing, Andy Prio, also of course the factory Ford GT driver in long distance racing. So Andy Prio, huge amount of experience, but what a battle we've got at the lead. Two of the Mustangs coming down into Brooklands, and it's still Steve Soper, just a brief lock-up of the unloaded front left wheel there as he turned in to the left-hander. He goes out wide again. Steve's not happy with that car, is he? He's running wide at a number of the corners, and that's allowed James Thorpe to go back through into the lead, but Steve Soper will try and come through on the inside. No, he's not close enough. He falls in behind James Thorpe as they go along through past the Woodcote corner onto the old pit straight, and Julian Thomas looking very threatening now in third place. He's managed to work his way through from 6th on the grid to 3rd in the race in the Falcon. So it's Fords at the front, but it's Mustangs followed by Falcon, 4 Mustangs behind the Falcon as well. So you have to say the Mustangs to the fore at the moment.
Yeah.
Into the Beckett's S's, and still James Thorpe leading.
10 thundering Ford V8s at the front of the field. Then come the first of the Lotus Cortinas in 11th place, leading that class, car number 170, the Jewel and Klukas car. And if you're trackside, pick a favourite colour, pick a favourite car, because actually that's as good a way as following the racing. It doesn't have to be at the front, it can be anywhere you like. There are some great looking liveries and some cracking battles that you can see in the background there. The Lotus Cortinas, they've got one Falcon in amongst them and a couple of Minis snapping at their heels, but at the front of the field it is all about Ford muscle. The big V8s, the same engine in the Mustangs as in the Falcon, as in the Galaxy, so they're all thundering away at the front of the field, these 4.7 litre Ford engines, and it is the car of our pole sitter Thorpe and Quaife, who are just starting to creep away. Here comes the Falcon sprint of Julian Thomas on the inside of Steve Soper's Mustang, just avoiding contact. But that means that Soper is now falling back into the clutches of that big black car of Julian Thomas. The red Alan Mann car has come squirreling through as well, ahead of the yellow and black car of Andy Prio. Prio over the curbs there, and there are 4 of them looking for the same bit of tarmac.
Unbelievable. You wouldn't think you could get 4 big American cars side by side through the loop, but they did it. And Steve Soper really hanging the tail out there, trying to stay ahead of this snarling pack behind him. So we've got Craig Davis in the red and gold car in the middle. We've got Julian Thomas in the black car with the white arrow on the front. And we've got Andy Prio in the yellow car with the black stripes. And then the second of the red and gold cars is just behind, and that's John Davison, who was on the front row, but he's now at the back of this little group. But this battling, and you have to say, it looks like Steve Soper's a bit of a cork in a bottle here, because Julian Thomas is not able to get by, and it's allowing James Thorpe to pull away into the distance a little bit as they go into Copse Corner. And second place, there goes Steve Soper, then it's Julian Thomas, then it's Craig Davis and Andy Prio next up, and then we see the next red and gold car coming through of John Davison. And John Davison is being chased by Mike Whitaker Jr. in number 49.
Julian Thomas goes through in the Falcon into second place on the run from Copse to Maggots. And Steve Soper, we saw that great shot as looking back down the straight as they came out of Luffield. Soper's car on a big handful of opposite lock, everything else drifting out 4 square. Now, have they got a problem with the tyre pressures in the car or something? I'm not sure how much driving this car has done, but Soper does not look happy. It is a lot more tail happy than the Mustangs around it, and Julian Thomas has got by in that big black Falcon. Oh, and contact from Soper. The one thing you know about Steve Soper is he never gives up. So he will fight this car and all other comers, but it does look like more of a handful The red Alaman car behind, the red and gold number 9 of Craig Davis, and the black and yellow car of Andy Prio do look a little bit more planted, the 99 car. Having said that, you can see the second red and gold car moving around. Prio jockeying for position as well, looking for a way past car number 9, doesn't get through. These early 65 and 66 Mustangs with their short rear window, the notchback coupe, rather than the longer cars that came later. Carroll Shelby developing the GT350 for racing, with a sort of longer, more aerodynamic tail. But these were the original racing Mustangs, and you can see why they were so popular, not just with the drivers but with the fans. Again, multicoloured racing, same car, same engine, but all trying a different way of skinning the cat there in the loop.
And there really is no substitute for more power than traction, is there? This is brilliant racing, but from some really experienced drivers. They're all giving each other a bit of racing room. Steve Soper's little nudge on the back of Julian Thomas was completely unintended. He just couldn't get the car to turn in, and he backed out of it as soon as he knew he was running a little bit wide. And now he's holding up Craig Davis a little bit, and Julian Thomas is starting to pull away in the lead.
And look at the back of that massive clump of Mustangs. You can see the next Ford Falcon, the white Falcon on the back of the queue there. You can see the white Mustang also looking to make up a place and squeezes through, car number 49. So that's Mike Whitaker Jr. moving up the order in his white and black Mustang, and then moving back down the order.
As he spins.
Up a ladder and down a snake in rapid succession with the same throw of the dice.
That's one to Martin Haven.
Yeah. That was
to
me.
add to the list. I haven't had too many today. I got them all yesterday.
You certainly were batting a very high average yesterday. And then through come all the minis, mingling with the Lotus Cortinas as well. Oh, so the second of the Alan Mann Mustangs also had a spin there, did it? No, there's 2 there. So there's 3 of the red and gold cars.
Another
one just went through shot,
I think that might be Henry Mann's car, number 6, who was further back on the grid. So Henry Mann also running it in his late father's team colours, which Henry now runs that company, preparing a lot of these cars. I would imagine they're experts in preparing Mustangs and Falcons and so on. As we get back to the battle for third place, Steve Soper just ahead of Craig Davis, and there are the 2 leaders ahead of them, and that's Julian Thomas front of shot, then it's Steve Soper, it's Craig Davis and Andy Prio in the yellow car with the black stripes. Let's have a look at some of the smaller engine cars. These are the Lotus Cortinas. So the Mark I Lotus Cortina was developed by Colin Chapman for Ford with the Lotus twin cam engine. Very, very effective racing car, and probably one of the most famous pictures you'll ever see is Jim Clark three-wheeling one of these cars through Copse Corner with the photographers standing right next to the track on the inside. And still the Cortinas are giving us great entertainment here at Silverstone Circuit, and it's the number 170 car that's a little bit late on the brakes, and one of the cheeky minis nips through.
2 of the cheeky minis nip through because they have to brake later and stop later because there's less of them. And in fact, basically, even there in the loop, you barely lift. It's a quick snick down into third and then foot flat on the gas, grabbing for fourth as you come onto the straight, and then waiting for the Lotus Twinks to come steaming past you in the straight line. 1300cc in the Mini and 1600cc in the Lotus Cortinas, and there you go, that's the difference. But the Minis maintain a much higher corner speed. Now, I've struck twice already in this race. I was just saying about Alex Brundle being one of the only drivers on the grid to have helped prepare his own car. He did so with Gary Pearson. That car has already been in the pits, and trouble for the number 4 car of Oliver and Sam Attard. The 1964 Mark I Lotus Cortina being pushed away by the marshals. 92, the Shepherds. Bill Shepherd, the ace Mustang racer and preparer. Now, did he start the car? Not sure whether it was Bill or Freddie Shepherd who started that. That 7-litre Ford Galaxy. So it's an older car, 1965 car, but with even more power than anything else in the race. But look at the size of it. A Lotus Cortina is basically below the driver's eye line when you're in the Galaxy. That's ridiculous.
And it's Bill Shepherd, Martin, who started that, yes.
And here's the Mini, just sneaks around the outside. I mean, it is basically like racing an aircraft carrier.
Yes.
It takes a lot of slowing down. And just in front, going out to shot, the bright blue car, that unique in this field, is another version basically of the Ford Falcon, but with the Mercury badge on the front, the Mercury Comet Cyclone. So that's that bright turquoise number 69 car of race winner today, Roger Wills.
And still this battle goes on midfield, and the darker coloured Mini, the number 55 car, the dark blue with the white roof, that's Jeff Smith, who you may remember raced in the British Touring Car Championship for many years. Number 55, Jeff Smith, and he looks to be second of the Minis, the leading Mini being Aaron Smith, car number 21, the maroon coloured car just ahead of him, and they're mixed in as ever with the Lotus Cortinas, and then Bill Shepherd in that vast Ford Galaxy.
And that's the way it was in the early 60s. You'd have had Gawain Bailey and the likes in the Cortinas. You'd have had guys like Matt Neal's dad, Steve Neal, racing in the Minis. And then you had the likes of Jack Sears in the big Ford Galaxies. And it sort of depended on the circuit, on the weather, on the driving talent available, who came out on top. But they were always battling a very different way of going racing from each of the three cars. Small engine front-wheel drive, medium-sized engine rear-wheel drive with Formula One team breathing on it, and a vast, overpowerful car. Now, a problem for one of our Mustangs. Who is that?
That's Colin Sauter in his orange Mustang with the black stripes. Looked like he had a spin into the gravel and managed to dig himself out. So a little bit of time lost, but no harm done. As we go back to the battle for 12th place, which is remarkably in 12th place overall is a Mini versus a Cortina, and then 14th and 15th, another Mini and Cortina battle, and it's Aaron Smith who is the leading Mini, but he's just been passed on power by, I think that's Justin Law, isn't it, number 70? Yes, it is. Justin Law in there as well in his Mini. Justin Law most famously connected perhaps with the Goodwood Festival of Speed, isn't he, Martin? Because he's driven some wonderful cars up there, including the super van as well. No, I'm wrong, it's not Justin Law, it's 711, my apologies, it's Peter Smith. Actually, that's Guy Smith. So there's our 2003 Le Mans 24-hour winner, Guy Smith, driving his dad's, Peter Smith's Mark 1 Lotus Cortina, battling with Aaron Smith, unrelated Aaron Smith, in the Mini.
Yeah, lots of Smiths there, because there are three Smiths in those first four cars in the shot. You've got Guy Smith clearing off in the white Mini, you've got Aaron Smith, and then Jeff Smith in the second of the Minis in that battle. Oh, and a big drift out wide from the pale, that's a great colour, that pale turquoise Cortina. Guy Smith into the pit lane.
I think that's the Irishman, is it Paddy Shovlin?
Yeah,
yes,
it
is.
It may well be.
Yeah, in the pale Cortina, Paddy Shovlin.
Guy Smith diving into the pit lane. It's too early for pit. Oh, it's not too early for pit stop. So was that Guy Smith who started, or was that his dad who started, who's coming right at the beginning of the pit window? Either Guy's had enough and wants Peter to do the donkey work, or Peter has done enough and wants Guy to take over.
But it should have been Guy starting that car. That was how it was told to us. It doesn't mean it wasn't changed. Oh, and a lock up there on the front right for Paddy Shovlin, and he loses place to Jeff Smith, number 55, the Mini, the dark coloured Mini. That's a car that was not this car, but that colour scheme run by drivers like John Rhodes and John Handley in period, the sort of dark Cooper colours with the white roof. Car number 55, now the leading Mini. So where is he overall? 12th place overall is Jeff Smith. And Paddy Shovlin comes back past him again, but look at Bill Shepherd. Bill actually has, one of the Minis has been in the boot of Bill Shepherd's car. He hasn't noticed, but it's popped out now. The vast V8 Ford Galaxy is in this battle with the Cortina and the two Minis as they come out of Luffield into Woodcote.
Problem for the Minis is that the Cortinas, and especially the Galaxy, slow them down mid-corner when they are at their biggest advantage over the bigger cars, and then of course they just go thundering away down the straight, and Bill Shepherd doing exactly that. The Mini almost literally below his eye line as he goes past it. You know, if he's got his arm out the window, he'd be grazing the gutter on the Mini. That's the difference between a family car in the UK and a family car in the US.
They go into the Beckett's complex, and Paddy Shovlin just ahead of Bill Shepherd. Bill will be handing over to Fred for the second part of the race, but the cheeky Mini comes back through. It's Jeff Smith who makes his way past the Galaxy through the twiddly bits. As you say, it's on the straights where the Galaxy really comes into its own, and through the corners that the Minis are so much quicker. So Bill Shepherd powers past the first of the Minis, powers past the Paddy Shovlin Cortina, now thinks about, better get the anchors out here because I've got to get this car stopped for Stowe Corner, but he manages it, but Paddy Shovlin slides back through on the inside again. What wonderful racing.
Absolutely fabulous. And actually what's really making me laugh is the noises off that the camera mics are picking up, just endless tyre squeal from everything out there. These tyres are being absolutely pushed to their very limits, and again you can see the Galaxy just waving around, wallowing on its big springs, all of that weight. No matter how much you try, you just can't get enough weight out of the Galaxy. And again, the Minis nip by, and again, at the end of any half-decent straight, the Galaxy will be right there. A lot of these Minis will have battle scars on them at the end. And again, you can see Jeff Smith in that black car with the absolute period livery, Cooper Car Company, and the little white stripes down the side, as well as the Cooper stripes on the bonnet, looking absolutely perfect. And yeah, freewheeling, not freewheeling, but John Rhodes with tyres boiling with smoke off the front wheels is another classic Mini 1960s racer racing shot. Well, another car in the pit lane with problems. This is one of the Cortinas, not sure which. The Brundle and Pearson car has made a second pit stop. In fact, it's not, it's a Mustang, car 49. So that is the car of Michael Whittaker Jr. We saw he had a problem earlier on, and obviously that has not gone away. So I'm not sure if Brundle and Pearson have now done a second mechanical stop or whether there's been a driver change, but they are a long way away from where they would like to be in the pale metallic blue Mustang. So the race leader, as was a while ago before we went off stage left for lots of entertainment, is James Thorpe. Phil Quaife will be waiting in the pit lane to take over the Mustang, and I would think that these two will stop roughly around sort of 22-23 minute period, as much as laps allow, because that's a pretty evenly driven car. They get about half each. This might be the time for a dark visor on the helmet. The evening sun is pretty bright and pretty low, and comes up to put a lap on the Bateman Cortina. So he continues now. 8 laps of the race completed. Fastest race lap for the leader, perhaps no surprise. 2 minutes 30.007. 2 minutes 30.020 for Julian Thomas in this huge number 192 Falcon Sprint. So that car is 13 thousandths of a second slower than the Mustang on its fastest lap. There is no balance of performance in this form of racing, but 13 thousandths between the Mustang and the Falcon, that's pretty close, isn't it, by anybody's standards?
And down the straight towards us, we can see that the driver of that 711 Cortina, we were just questioning ourselves whether that was Peter, Father Peter or son Guy. It's a yellow helmet now. So Guy Smith, yellow helmet, or Peter?
That's a very good question. Most of Guy's racing in my eyesight has been in a car where you can't even tell that it's got a driver in. So yes. I'm afraid I'm going to have to pass on that. Anybody at home, WhatsApp me the answer. Well, there is the number 6 Mustang, just going a lap down. That's the Alan Mann and Keiki Kilkoven car.
That's Alan's son, Henry.
Easy mistake there you are. Easy mistake to make for an idiot like me at the end of 2 very long days. Yes, Henry Mann, beg your pardon. The Alan Mann colours are what always lead you into that little wormhole.
And we are in the pit window now. Just briefly to tell you, the pit window is a 15-minute window, and the cars must be stationary for 60 seconds, but we do have a number of cars that have got additional time penalties for elite drivers.
Oh, big moment, another big lock-up for Steve Soper. He goes off wide. Andy Prio in the yellow and black Mustang up behind him will try and take advantage. Soper comes back on, having not gone round the Beckett's S's, but basically used sort of the old Grand Prix circuit, quite significantly further ahead of Prio, who will be going pressing his radio button that doesn't exist to tell the team and therefore the race director, did you see him? He went off track and gained an advantage. Well, Prio's going to have to do it all again, and not before long will both Soper and Prio be in the pit lane. More dramas. 244, this is Georg Kalgren's Ford Mustang, and by the way, that number 6 car that we just saw, Mikeke Kilkoven, I think he's just taken that over from starting driver Henry Mann. Henry is now waiting in the pits then for Steve Soper to come in, so now Soper can pit because the driver who's taking over that bright blue Mustang is in the pit lane, hot, sweaty, but at least he's ready and waiting.
So Henry will take over what has seemed to us to be quite a recalcitrant Mustang from Steve Soper. He seemed to be having more trouble than others in the Mustang. He's actually passed the car that Henry Mann has just handed over. So that's the car that Henry was in. The number 75 car in the pit lane is the Stephen Upstill started it, Richard Bateman to take over, one of our many Lotus Cortinas. And that was car running down in...
Well, that was lapped by the leaders on the previous lap, I think. Now here comes Prio again. Soperman is still struggling, and Prio has closed right up on him again. And although Steve Soper has been able to wheel this car around and keep it in the top 4, Henry Mann is going to be doing very well indeed if he can continue to live with what looks like a fairly recalcitrant car. Now, wouldn't be at all surprised. What's the minimum stationary time? 60 seconds?
60, yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't be at all surprised if they're looking at, well, the only thing you can really do quickly is drop tyre pressures, but the way it's moving around, he's either got really high tyre pressure or too little tyre pressure, but I'm sure there'll be pressure adjustments. The flame-spitting yellow and black car of Andy Prio has made its way through into 4th place. And Andy Prio will be soon heading into the pit lane, close perhaps towards the end of the pit window to hand over to his co-driver Alex Taylor. Look at that, twin exhaust spewing flame, and somebody's gone off on the exit of the Beckett's S's. Who's gone across the grass? That's another of the red and gold Cortinas. Now, is that the car that was in front of them?
I would suggest that's Craig Davis. Yeah. Yes, it is, number 9, Craig Davis. So he's had a big moment there. He's driving solo. He was in 3rd place. So he's trying to get the car fired up. You can see the flames coming out of the exhaust.
Got fire in the hold, but it doesn't seem to want to run. Now I wonder whether he's actually struggling to get a gear, because if the car selected a neutral in the Beckett's S's there, as he snicked it down maybe from 4th to 3rd in the slower part, then that could easily explain the spin. And if he's blipping the throttle and trying to find a gear, that could easily explain why he's no longer moving. Well, here is Andy Prio. Are we sure that's Andy Prio that started? I mean, it was being driven with great aplomb, but I'm trying to remind myself whether that looks like it does actually coming towards us look like an Andy Prio helmet. Maybe just a little odd reflection through the side window. And there is Steve Soper. And Soper clinging on tenaciously. Was that smoking a bit, Andy Prio?
I thought it was, but I think it may have been him just spinning the inside rear wheel.
Locking up
power.
A little bit.
Just... and Craig Davis still stuck there.
He's going to need a tow, isn't he? Pit lane window is open. Are we going to be forced to bring out the safety car? No, he's okay, it seems. Now, that sounds, looks to me like they heard the sound of a car firing up again. I don't think marshals normally are shushed away by drivers. They are, however, retreating to a safe distance. There you go. He's still got flames coming out of the exhaust. I think that car's not got a transmission. I may be wrong.
I think the situation is the marshals are really in no man's land there. It's a long way to the barriers, and I think the concern is that they are stuck out on the grass there. Craig Davis probably indicated to them he's not going to get that car going again, so they retreated, and it'll be dealt with by a tow vehicle rather than by the marshals trying to push start him.
Yeah, there was still a stab of flame from the exhaust after the marshals started backing away, so I'm sure he had an engine, but I don't think he had transmission. All problems for one of our minis. This is 341, so that is Tom Bell and Joe Ferguson's car. 65 Mini Cooper S. Had they just made a pit stop? They're on page 2.
No, they're 13th overall.
Oh, are they? Okay,
yes.
They're further up than I was looking.
They were second in the minis,
Wow,
and not unexpected, because Tom Bell and Ferguson are an extremely quick pairing, and that's why he was beating the steering wheel, because they were potential winners of their class.
Well, that's a real shame for them. And the current leader, shown as having just stopped, Joe Polly, in the number 306 Mini Cooper. So
Joe Polly, the partner of Jeff Smith in another Mini, and also a member of the famous Polly family that you might know from hot rod racing.
Yep, absolutely right. And she's raced contemporary Minis, capital letter M-I-N-I, as well in the Minis. So many Minis, so many Minis. And down the pit lane comes the 66 car, Thorpe and Quaife in from the lead. And Phil Quaife will be ready to take over from James Thorpe. Let's hope. Yes, there he is. No super fast Le Mans style running around, hoiking out of seats and mechanics hauling drivers out. There is Andy Priaulx, the Guernsey colours on his helmet. He's a proud donkey. That's not an insult, that's what Guernseymen call themselves.
And an extra 15 seconds.
Right, so we have a slippery surface flag out down there at the Beckett's S's. Yeah, so was it a spin on oil? Could he then no longer get gears? Or did that Mustang actually lose something? Driver change is done for the yellow Mustang. So Andy Priaulx will return. And we have another problem, Mini number 101, Stephen Woodrow and Alfie Woodrow's Morris Cooper S, the only Morris Cooper, also stranded trackside. Number 9 Mustang of Craig Davies being pushed away. And there the driver is out, so I'm not sure which of the pair started the car, Craig or Alfie, but he is...
Stephen started the car.
Right, okay. So, sorry, Stephen or Alfie, so they are out. Alfie Woodrow is out, and what happens here? Too much of the curb on the inside? No. Oh, that's a rare one. Normally with a Mini, if you keep your foot planted, the front drags you around. Not sure that he retained confidence. Well, the novices cross show, I'm not sure whether both or one or which was is a novice. That indicates that they have not yet completed a dozen races. So still very early in their racing career. I'm afraid there, if that was Alfie Woodrow having taken the car over, it zigged when it should have zagged. The fundamental rule with a Mini is keep your right foot planted. It is more likely to drive you out of trouble than you are to save a spin. And you're seeing there a sort of microcosm of how they service Works Minis. If they had work to do on the Mini on the suspension, they basically put a couple of spare wheels on the ground, tip it onto the wheels around the door frame there, and then work on the underside, and then they could tip it back. Not a job you can do with a Ford Falcon or a Ford Galaxy, I would think. You'd need rather more marshals to do it.
But impressive that they managed to roll that car over. 4 of them, I think it was, or 5. But very gently done as well, just trying to protect the car from more damage, as we see the 66 leading car, which has done its pit stop. So this will be Phil Quaife now. That looks like Alfie, doesn't it, who just taken over the car. That's the 101 Mini driver.
Well, I've put my own racing Mini in the gravel here, not as dramatically as that, and I know just how you burn with embarrassment, so don't feel too bad. We've all been there, we've all done that, maybe not quite as dramatically, but that's just a rub of the green. Now here is Callum Lockie on the charge. Callum has just got out of a Group C Porsche 962. He will feel this is perhaps not quite as elegantly refined for purpose, but Callum really doesn't matter what he's driving. He drives it with great enthusiasm and great speed, and there is the gap to the leader. Now the gap is coming down. Last lap for both of these cars. Now actually it wasn't an outlap for the Thomas and Lockie car. They had been out a lap before. 2:34 as the outlap. compared to 2:30.0 as the fastest lap of the car. So let's see what Callum Lockie can do. There is time in hand, just under 13 minutes of the race. There's not going to be much rubber left if he continues to lock up like that, but if he gets in front he may be able to relax a little bit more. Callum Lockie chasing Phil Quaife. Blimey, this could be a British GT race of about 15 years ago, genuinely.
Yes.
Maybe 20, but we'll err on the side of caution, make ourselves all feel a little younger than perhaps we are.
That's the lead battle coming towards us, the Mini in between them, of course, but Callum Lockie he really does favour that tight line into Brooklands, doesn't he?
It's a very, very different line from one that anybody else
is.
uses, but essentially it means you're braking in a straight line all the way to the apex of the corner. And actually, if I was still doing any racing, that is something that I think I would adopt. I do like the way that works. It means you're going right to the apex, to the minimum speed part, hard on the brakes, but with the car in a straight line. And with a big thing like this, or frankly anything that Callum drives, which has got slightly ropey brakes and very low grip, that's probably not a bad idea.
So they're coming up to Copse Corner. This is the third placed car,
yes,
which now has Henry Mann at the wheel, definitely with that white helmet. Yes, definitely Henry. And that was started by Steve Soper. And
don't forget, that car was fourth when it came into the pits. So
yes, but
I was saying that Henry would have done a good job to hang on to third. We have lost the Mustang that was in front of it, haven't we? Car number 9 of Craig Davis, but still in the top 3.
But the two cars ahead of it had longer pit stops to do because of the elite drivers on board. So Steve Soper, surprisingly, given Steve's massive amount of experience, wasn't classed as an elite driver. But Henry Mann in third place at the top of the screen there. But the two battling for the lead are Phil Quaife and Callum Lockie into Stowe Corner. Callum just feathering the throttle there, keeping the car sideways, just controlling with the throttle and the steering as he turns in now into Club Corner. It's great to see his hands working away there on the wheel, round to the left, now round to the right.
This looks like a proper baddies car, doesn't it? I know the Mustang is dark as well, but the Falcon all in black, it just looks like the bad guys chasing down the hero. Meanwhile, here is the car that was started by Andy Priaulx, the bright yellow and black Mustang, the Bumblebee livery, and he's got a battle on his hands, hasn't he? Where are they? This is for 5th place.
And guess who's on board the red and gold Mustang? Our old friend Phil Keane in that car. That was a late change because the car Phil was supposed to be in, the suspension broke yesterday and hasn't been, Friday in qualifying, hasn't been able to race. So it's Phil Keane. We could be talking about a British GT race, couldn't we?
Yeah. Well, Keane and Priaulx, although Andy Priaulx very rarely raced in British GT, Sebastian Priaulx, his son, has, with some great effect. Andy Priaulx, well, it's not Andy Priaulx now, is it? Dialing in the opposite lock.
That's Alex Taylor, isn't it, in the car?
Exactly right.
Will Phil Keane have a bit of a stab? Oh, a slight adjustment of the mirror there. That may have got knocked in a close moment with another car. Just adjusting the mirror so you can see where Phil Keane is coming into Brooklands.
Should be a bit more like Sammy Davis Jr. in the Cannonball Run and just removing the mirror and throwing it away. Where we're going, we don't need mirrors. If it's behind you, that's where it ought to stay. So Phil Keane in the red and gold 83 Mustang.
Through
63 Mustang, I can't read.
163, yeah, it's another one with a bit of gaffer tape just outside the roundel, coming up to the right-hander at Copse Corner. Two very similar cars, the Mustang with the 4.7 litre V8 Ford engine as they go out of Copse Corner, up the hill towards Maggots. Phil Keane trying to think of a way to pass Alex Taylor as they go now into Beckett's. Through there, and you can see just quickly running through the bottom of the shot there is the car ahead of them, which is Henry Mann, and let's have a look. Henry Mann's last lap time a 2:38. These two cars behind doing 2:36 and 2:35, so Henry Mann really needs to keep on the the throttle there, because with 8 minutes to run, he's got 2 cars faster coming up behind him.
Now, is that 63 or is that 163? This timing screen shows that that is 163, so that's not the car that Phil Keane is in. Phil Keane is in car number 63 with Sean McInerney, who started it, and Phil Keane in 6th position has just set a 2-minute 32.1 lap, just a few hundredths of a second off the fastest race lap. So Phil Keane coming from behind, but he is 11 seconds back. That's going to be a long chase with 7 minutes. So that battle is Taylor versus Davison for 4th place, and that is, well, a third of a second. That's not a third of a second, that's about a third of a Mustang difference between them. That is a very tight battle, and the leader, well, he's now opened up a slight advantage over Callum Lockie. The gap came down by 4 tenths on the last lap, and a big handful of opposite there from Alex Taylor in the yellow and black car. They are starting to run out of tyres at the rear on these Mustangs, aren't they? And I'm sure the Falcon of Callum Lockie is exactly the same.
John Davison, we've seen him out in a couple of cars, an Elite and also the Griffith as well, and now he's out in the big V8, same engine, but in the Mustang. And Phil Keane, apologies for misidentifying that, the number not so easy to read on that 163, but Phil Keane is there in the battle, but just a little bit further back.
Yeah, don't think he's going to catch these guys before the end of the race, unfortunately.
Could well do. He's just a bit too far back, perhaps.
I'm loving the Mini between them, by the way. Not part of the battle and not even remotely sort of well up the order, but if you look at the front of the car as it comes towards you, it's got a little old-fashioned style number plate stuck on, 2OLD. Too old. I'm liking that. Back with our leaders then. So here is the car that started on pole position, the Mustang, Phil Quaife leading in 66, the black car with the white stripes, and chasing him, the black car with the white V, that is Callum Lockie in the car, the Ford Falcon Sprint that was started by Julian Thomas, its owner, and there is very little between them. The gap was 2.3 seconds. That is not 2.3 seconds by anybody's eye or stopwatch. That is more like 1.3 seconds. And on the last lap, Callum Lockie taking 4 tenths out of Phil Quaife, but I think there is much more than that this lap. This is going to be a Silverstone type finish right at the end of our final race. Yet another final lap sort out could be in order. They're coming up behind the only Alpha in the field, and they go by him without too many dramas. That's Alan Tom in the GTA Julia Sprint. And here is our leading Lotus Cortina, I think. Car number 1, fittingly enough, Neil Brown and Richard Dutton. They raced against each other in a couple of categories over the weekend. They have raced with each other in this Lotus Cortina. And as you pointed out yesterday, they say that their average, or the total age of the drivers, is now approaching 150.
It is indeed, yes, and it's Richard Dutton at the wheel. Neil Brown started, it's his car, so Richard Dutton now just getting the sideways on. And there's the Mercury Comet Cyclone, which you mentioned earlier on, one of the longest names, if not the longest name in the... Oh no, we've got Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA, that's a bit longer, isn't it? But this car is physically longer, that's for sure, than an Alfa. And here's the lead battle now, and Callum Lockie coming up alongside through Luffield, but not able to get through there, and the Phil Quaife holding on to the lead for the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if Phil Quaife just got held up coming down into Brooklands by the Alpha in front. Callum Lockie's always very aggressive into Brooklands. He's made a number of very impressive passes there. Didn't quite get through on the inside at Luffield. The Mustang had just enough to get the door shut. And so this is the battle for the lead. We have 3 minutes 50 seconds to go, and there is about half a second between the Mustang and the Falcon. It will be a Ford V8 that wins, because even if these two fall off, the Soper and Mann Mustang is in 3rd, the metallic light blue car. There's a Mustang in 4th, the Prio and Taylor car, and in 5th position there is another Mustang, the John Davidson car. So it will be a Mustang, but will it be Callum Lockie in the Falcon It will be a Ford V8. Will it be the Mustang or the Falcon? That's going to be decided in this lap. Perhaps Callum Lockie sends it deep down the inside. He is always very good under braking, and he makes it through. Does he keep it in front on the exit of Stowe? He does. A change of lead, and that's the first change of lead other than during the pit stops in the race.
And just to inject a little more excitement into this, if it's needed, it was 11 seconds. Phil Keane was behind the battle between Taylor and Davison. Phil Keane is now 3 seconds behind. So we said it was a hard work for Phil to catch them, but he is catching them.
He is reeling them in hand over fist, and with 2.5 minutes left to go, there will be this lap plus one more. So this is third, fourth and fifth. Hey, my favourite job, blue car, red car. In this case, yellow car, blue car, red car. The yellow car is in third place, the blue car is in fourth place, the red and gold car is in fifth place. You want close? This is close. Phil Keane is at the back, pushing this. I know that's Davison.
Phil Keane's coming up behind them with the headlights on.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 4 Mustangs battling, and
Henry Mann struggling to hold on in that pale blue car. The yellow Mustang's gone by, the red and gold Mustang's gone by, and right behind him is Phil Keane in that dark Mustang. So Henry Mann struggling now as he gets put under pressure. Through goes Alex Taylor in the yellow and black car. Through two goes John Davidson, 163, the red and gold car, and he's having to defend now against Henry Mann. But as Mann drifts out a little wide, a chance for Phil Keane in the grey car to come through. Does he do so? Trying to squeeze through in the 63 car. He does get through, and he's right on the inside of the other 63 with the extra one added too. So Phil Keane gets 2 in 2 corners, and Phil Keane's charge now sees him up in fourth place. He's got this lap and one more to get in contact with that yellow and black car in front, and that would be for a spot on the podium.
Tremendous drive from Phil Keane, and all credit to all of these drivers, because we're seeing really good close battles, door handle to door handle, literally. Some of the wing mirrors on the cars have been pushed flat because they've been so close together as they come through Beckett's, and the leading yellow Mustang of Alex Taylor, started by Andy Prio. There's Phil Keane on the inside of Beckett's, trying to pass the 126 Colin Sauter car, which isn't involved in this battle, it's being lapped. So Phil Keane's target is the yellow Mustang, but Callum Lockie's target is the checkered flag, because there are 16 seconds to go. They're going to get another lap, as you suggested, Martin, so we're on to the last lap now. Callum Lockie leads in Julian Thomas's Falcon, but back with this other battle, there's Alex Taylor in the yellow and black Mustang being chased by British GT Lamborghini, Works Lamborghini driver Phil Keane comes through behind him, and he's coming out onto the Hamilton straight. So they've got a full lap to go to the checkered flag for Phil Keane to catch and pass the yellow Mustang if he can.
I would say my money might be on Phil Keane, but that would be the curse of the commentator, and I really wouldn't want to be responsible for that. Callum Lockie opening up a 2.5 lead over Phil Quaife, but again, lots of tyre smoke coming off the yellow and black Bumblebee Mustang. Hoiks it round the corner. Alex Taylor doing his very best to hold off Phil Keane. If he does so, it will be a mighty defence. Phil Keane is very quick in anything, stroke everything. Seen him win many races. He slots up the inside. You know, that is the pro racer's knowledge. That is the aggression. I'm going halfway over the curbs. I'm coming through. And right behind is the 163 car as well. So that is Phil Davison, the red and gold, going around the outside of the yellow and black car. So Phil Keane up to third, side by side for fourth place. Big oversteering moment for Alex Taylor in the yellow and black car, but he hangs on just ahead of the red and gold of John Davison. Phil Keane is gone. Now it's all about fourth place. We'll catch up with our class leaders in the Lotus Cortinas and the Minis later. Too much going on another last lap sort out for a podium spot, and this time it's Phil Keane that makes third place his own, and he is clearing off so they don't get a chance to come back at him. Alex Taylor hanging on in fourth place. Fifth place is John Davidson, and in sixth place in the metallic pale blue car is Henry Mann. But the leader coming down the hanger straight for the final time. They're threading their way through the minis and the Cortinas, but in a car started by its owner Julian Thomas, who kept it right in the frame. Callum Lockie brings a flamboyant end to the race, to the meeting, to the classic here at Silverstone in the Ford Falcon. He is going to take victory, leading a huge V8 engined armada of cars to the line. But it is victory for the Falcon. It beats the Mustang hordes. Callum Lockie takes the checker. Just behind him in second place is the car that started on pole position with James Thorpe, Phil Quaife in second spot. And here comes the third place battle. It's going to be a while before we see them cross the line, because they were about a third of a lap back. It is Phil Keane. What a great livery that car is. So unusual to see it in that very modern looking grey and white. He takes third. Fourth place for the Prio and Taylor car, and in fifth place the car of John Davison that started on the outside of the front row of the grid. Well, Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie have combined in a lot of cars this weekend. Julian really does have a very enviable fleet of classic racing machinery, and they have produced some spectacular efforts, and they finished the weekend with a win. And again, another barn-storming race, Alistair Douglas. That was an absolute cracker.
It really was, and I do love saloon car racing, particularly the Pre-66, where we've got these tremendous battles with cars, even in the smaller classes, that have more power than grip. So it's all about sliding the cars around, and it's really exciting. And great applause coming from the big crowd here for our winner, Callum Lockie. And of course we mustn't forget that Callum's only there because Julian Thomas, the car's owner, did such a good job in the first stint. And Julian is really come on over the last 6 or 7 years, as he's a complete amateur, but really, really quick now, and his lap time's very, very close, if not occasionally a little bit quicker than Callum. I've seen that happen. Yep. And you may remember Callum and Julian sharing that this was the same car. It used to be yellow with a black and yellow checker roof. We used to call it the taxi, the New York taxi. But talking to Julian earlier this year, he said, yeah, we had to respray it, do a bit of body work, so we thought we'd go to my traditional colours, which is the dark blue with the white arrow on the front.
Well, Callum Lockie waving to the crowd, but also you'll note signalling his thanks to the marshals, big supporter of British marshalling. Callum Lockie, and like everybody else, big thanks to the marshals for all of their efforts here this weekend. And it is still a huge crowd as well. I mean, what beautiful weather we have had. Certainly not encouraging anybody to rush off home. That may be our final race, but Dodgy will be starting up on the main stage, or may even have started up on the main stage, or their start I think maybe 7:30, and Rick Astley will bring the classic here at Silverstone to a musical conclusion later on as the evening draws on. But for Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie, another strong race, and as you said, Callum only here in this winning position because of a great start by Julian Thomas, but only here racing any of these cars at all because Julian brings them, because he loves racing these old cars so much. Well, thank you so much to everybody who has brought cars to race, to display, to show off in what has been a fantastic weekend of classic motorsporting action with some astonishing racing, some great displays, lots and lots for the crowds to see. And thank you to everybody who's come, young and old, whether you are here for the very first time. Hello, Teddy Haven, age 3, one of our younger fans in the audience. I know he's had a cracking day. And to everybody who has been responsible for the coverage as well. We've thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. Myself, Martin Haven, Alistair Douglas in the commentary booth, Bryn Lucas and Ed Foster down in the collecting areas and on the podium. Nicky Shields and Ant Hanstead have been running around among the crowds and the great and the good, doing sterling work as well. And thank you so much to the TV crew. Well, there is your winner. Let's take a look at our results. Confirmation of victory for Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie. The Adrian Flux Trophy for Transatlantic Prix 66 touring cars allowed in the American muscle car hordes. Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie coming out on top of an enormous contingent of Ford V8 powered cars. They win in the Falcon with a sea of Mustangs behind them. More Ford Blue Ovals in the top 10. The Jewel and Clucas Lotus Cortina coming ahead of Neil Brown and Richard Dutton in their car, and Roger Wills. And then the top Cortina, beg your pardon, among the minis, among the Cortinas, the top mini, got to get my teeth changed. Jeff Smith, touring car ace, comes out on top of the pile ahead of namesake Aaron, and a whole host of other minis and Cortinas mingling with the big Fords further back. The BMW of Henry Barton finishing just outside of the top 20, and the Soul Alfa Romeo battling it for position. Alan Tom finishing just outside the top 30. So a bumper field of classic racing saloons bring it all to a conclusion. What a way to finish any race meeting, with big banger American V8s versus Lotus Cortinas and Minis, and the Adrian Flux Trophy for the Transatlantic Prix 66 cars really did not disappoint in any way, shape or form. Lots of close racing, big names and big cars with big action aplenty. And the Tiddlers were at it too, the Minis threatening everybody for supremacy, as they use their nimble handling and lightweight to make fools of the Ford engines in the Galaxies, the Mustangs and the Cortinas. It was a fantastic race, and victory was decided in the last couple of minutes as Callum Lockie and Julian Thomas took their Falcon to victory. Not everybody made it all the way through, despite the action. There was a fine finish. Victory for the Falcon ahead of the Mustangs. And that is it for racing at the Classic at Silverstone for 2022. Beautiful weather, beautiful machinery, some absolutely astonishing racing. Wherever you've been, trackside, at the circuit, or watching online across the globe, thank you for joining us. It's been our pleasure to cover the action for you, for the entire TV crew here. On behalf of Ed Foster, Bryn Lucas, Nicky Shields, Ant Hanstead and Alistair Douglas, Martin Haven saying thank you for being with us. We can't wait to see you next time out. And this has given you a taste of what historic racing really can be all about. Old cars being driven as the makers intended, right on the limit by some of the best in the business. Silverstone, you have done it again. From the Classic 2022, it's goodbye from us.